Chapter 1. The Orphan. My body feels so uncomfortable. With a muffled groan, Yinling pressed his hands against the ground, perplexed as he observed the crimson, viscous liquid beneath him. As the acrid stench invaded his nostrils, his visage contorted in an effort to suppress the urge to retch. After swiftly calming the tumult within, he compelled himself to survey his surroundings. Clearly, he found himself in a forest, but the pressing question lingered: how did he end up here? Yin Ling recalled that he had been tasked by his company and had merely dozed off in the car upon opening his eyes. He was inexplicably transported to this place. While Yin Ling grappled with confusion, a rustling sound broke the silence, drawing his attention. As he turned to investigate, a figure cloaked in purple emerged before him. "How is it that you are still alive?" A cool, questioning voice resonated, and the visitor's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of Yin Ling's being, as if seeking to unveil the secrets buried deep within his soul. In that moment, Yin Ling stood bewildered, staring at the purple-haired maiden before him. How could he, a devoted fan of Douluo, not recognize her? The woman before him was none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, though it appeared she had yet to ascend to her position of power. The realization struck Yin Ling like a thunderbolt. If this woman was indeed Bibi Dong, it implied that it had likely traversed into the world of Douluo. Was this not a tad too fantastical? Moreover, he had no desire to encounter Bibi Dong upon his arrival in the original narrative. She was an imposing figure, and he was merely an ordinary traveler. As Yin Ling's thoughts spiraled, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow in confusion, questioning, "Have you been frightened into silence by a soul beast, little one? Little one?" Yin Ling was taken aback, glancing down at his own arms. These slender limbs, was this truly him? Had he transformed into a child? With a gasp of realization, Yin Ling swiftly rose to his feet, examining his form, and upon noting that his head barely reached Bibidong's waist, he confirmed the astonishing truth. He had indeed become a child. However, this revelation elicited Bibidong's disapproval. She slowly raised her hand, an icy aura emanating from her. In Yin Ling's line of sight, a colossal spider seemed to loom behind Bibi Dong, baring its venomous fangs at him. Yet for a traveler such as he, it was merely a fleeting spectacle after all. Having been enlightened by modern knowledge, he had encountered myriad scenes before. Having witnessed the legendary battles of Guangdong against the Kingdom of Light, what was there for him to fear? Yet, even as he reassured himself, a tremor of awe coursed through him. Remarkable. Remarkable? Bibi Dong paused, her icy demeanor softening slightly, and her interest in Yin Ling deepened. She had never encountered a child who could face her martial spirit with such fortitude. Surviving the jaws of a tenth sandier soul beast, perhaps he harbored untapped potential. "Little one, what is your name, Yin Ling looked up at Bibi Dong, perplexed. "My name is Yin Ling, you say? Where are your parents?" Due to her cautious nature, Bibi Dong refrained from extending a direct invitation to him. This moment, Yin Ling remained oblivious to certain subtleties, his mind instead preoccupied with resolving another conundrum: his own origins. Indeed, as a traveler from another realm, even if Bibi Dong scrutinized him relentlessly, she would uncover nothing of his past. Nevertheless, a plausible identity would facilitate his future endeavors. After a brief contemplation, he declared with resolute conviction, "I am an orphan." Indeed, one of the hallmarks of a traveler. Chapter 2. The System. Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, softening just a fraction. Although Yin Ling sensed he might have misinterpreted her reaction, he quickly grasped her intent. "In that case, are you willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Quite the direct invitation. Yet what purpose would it serve for one without a golden finger or innate talent? To become a mere mascot? It would be far more advantageous to cultivate a rapport with Tang Sand. Perhaps he could even secure some celestial herbs. Despite these thoughts, Yin Ling found himself wavering. After all, he had traversed realms and did not wish to simply languish. Yet he felt he lacked the means to strive for more. Could he possibly be granted a golden finger at this very moment? Ding. The host's life signs are stable. The Super God selection system has been activated. To transcend the divine, please select from the following options. The system shall proceed accordingly after your choice. Option 1. Accept Bibi Dong's invitation to join the Spirit Hall. Reward: Divine Level Spirit. Option 2. Decline Bibi Dong's invitation and seek an alternative path. Reward: one opportunity for time travel. That a peculiar voice echoed within Yin Ling's mind as he gazed quizzically at the second option. The option itself posed no issue, nor did the reward, however. The combination raised questions. Why would rejecting Bibi Dong's invitation grant him a chance for time travel? Such thoughts were too unsettling to entertain. Nonetheless, joining the Spirit Hall bore no detriment. Indeed, it promised numerous advantages. While ingratiating himself with Tang, San might yield celestial herbs. Why not ascend to a position of significance within the Spirit Hall and directly seize the dual phoenix pot? From Douluo, having become a traveler, what merit was there in retracing the steps of the original protagonist? In the Spirit Hall, strength equates to status possessing a divine-level spirit. He was confident in his ability to attain considerable power. Thus it is imperative to incite a profound upheaval in this world, to become that which the system describes as transcendent. Tang San? Truly an unfamiliar figure. The Spirit Hall? Is it truly the fabled institution that all spirit masters yearn to join? Can I genuinely become a part of it? Yin feigned an expression of excitement as he regarded Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor, patting his hand as she affirmed, of course. Ding. The host has selected option 1, receiving the reward. Divine Level Spirit 5 Element Armor. As the host acquired a Divine Level Spirit, his soul power automatically reached its innate maximum. Simultaneously, Yin felt a wondrous force coursing through his being. This power was astonishingly overwhelming, imbued with a divine aura that radiated like the sun, illuminating all. Yin sensed that at this moment, his physical prowess could easily conquer dozens of his former self. Truly, this was a marvelous force. Yin sighed inwardly, his curiosity piqued regarding his martial spirit. 5 elements armor? He pondered. Could it be akin to the armor worn by the armor warriors, or perhaps merely an ordinary armor capable of harnessing the power of the 5 elements? Surely, it couldn't be the Emperor armor, could it? At that moment, Bibi Dong's hand resting on Yin head trembled slightly as she gazed at the boy's blissful expression in astonishment. In that fleeting instant, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from Hema, a presence reserved solely for deities. If her intuition was correct, this child before her might have received the legacy of a certain god. Should that be the case, it would explain how Yin managed to survive the onslaught of a 10th Sandier soul beast and remain unperturbed by her martial spirit. Chapter 3. The Pope. I seem to have stumbled upon a treasure. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. Yin lifted his gaze to meet hers, a fragrant aroma wafting in to dispel the lingering scent of blood. Little one, let's be on our way. By the way, starting tomorrow, I shall become the new Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Yin feigned surprise. You're the Pope of the Spirit Hall? His mouth fell open in exaggerated astonishment, his handsome face reflecting a hint of disbelief. Giggle. Bibi Dong was amused by Yin expression, her laughter ringing like delicate chimes. Of course, I am quite powerful, you know. Following obediently behind Bibi Dong, Yin was filled with uncontainable excitement. Your Holiness, I have long heard that the Spirit Hall is the dream destination for all soul masters. You need not call me Pope, simply refer to me as Sister. Bibi Dong halted, turning to correct Yin address. Moreover, it is not merely the Spirit Hall, but our Spirit Hall. She bent down, her fair and rosy face nearly touching Yin forehead, an invigorating sensation washing over him. Caught off guard by her sudden intimacy, Yin face flushed. In his past life, he had never experienced such refreshing closeness, save for in dramas. Seemingly pleased with his reaction, Bibi Dong resumed her stride. Yin composed himself, mentally chiding himself for losing his composure in front of her. After all, he was a traveler from another world. Regaining his composure, he hurried to walk alongside her. Sister, is our Spirit Hall truly formidable? Indeed, the Spirit Hall has been established for millennia and has always been a revered institution for all who possess a martial spirit. Bibi Dong replied, turning her head slightly. This child bears the grace of a deity and may very well become a crucial piece in her grand design. A necessary introduction was in order. Such might. Yin feigned contemplation. Are there those who oppose you? He sought to ascertain the general state of affairs within the Spirit Hall, wary of whether it mirrored the original narrative. What if Bibi Dong returned to face adversities from hidden hostile forces? That would spell trouble. It was not that Yin was particularly concerned for Bibi Dong, but rather for himself, a mere 6-year-old child. Becoming collateral damage would be a most regrettable fate. Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong regarded him with a meaningful glance. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. Rest assured, little one. With me around, your safety is guaranteed. Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bibi Dong began to regard this newly acquainted child with newfound respect. This child was certainly not as simple as he appeared. At last, the two arrived at the Spirit Hall. Standing before the grand entrance, Yin felt a sense of bewilderment. And no matter how vividly depicted in novels or animations, only by standing here in person could one truly appreciate its magnificence. Before the Spirit Hall stood a colossal stone gate. Even from a distance, Yin had glimpsed its imposing presence. Now, Up close, he observed the gate adorned with mysterious runes and patterns that shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. On either side of the gate stood two massive lions, their expressions fierce and lifelike. One could almost imagine them springing to life with a mere blink. Bibi Dong was quite pleased to witness Yinling's astonishment. Yes, they stepped through the grand entrance. Yinling followed closely behind Bibi Dong and beheld a spacious plaza, dominated by a towering statue. The imposing figure, standing 10 meters tall, depicted a soul master wielding a long sword, emanating an overwhelming sense of authority. Rows of stone pillars flanked the plaza, intricately carved with various spirit beasts and spirit rings. Everything here showcased the might of the spirit hall. Your Holiness! Your Holiness! Chapter 4, Bibi Dong. The passers-by in the plaza greeted Bibi Dong with familiarity, their curiosity piqued by the presence of Yinling behind her. Despite her status as the Pope, Bibi Dong acknowledged them with a nod. Beyond the plaza loomed a magnificent palace. Your Holiness, 2 guards at the palace gates bowed as they spoke. Please inform all those prepared to awaken their spirits that they need not wait until the day after tomorrow. They are to gather in the plaza with the elders in 15 minutes. As Bibi Dong entered the palace, she issued her command with a voice that, though soft, resonated with authority. Yinling couldn't help but marvel internally. Indeed, women could be so changeable. Just moments ago, she had appeared so graceful and enchanting. Yet now she exuded the presence of a queen. Even trailing behind her, he felt the weight of her commanding aura. 15 minutes later, the plaza was bustling with activity. Most of these individuals had come to awaken their spirits in recent days. As the largest spirit master organization in the world, opportunities to awaken one's spirit were rare. Hey, did you hear that the Pope brought back a child today? I heard. They even moved the awakening day forward because of him. Oh, that explains it. Just a few days ago, we were told to wait a week, and now it's starting today. I wonder who that child is, to have caught the Pope's attention so. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd. Several elders stood in the center of the plaza, awaiting the arrival of the Pope. Quite the spectacle. Elder Z shook her sleeve in discontent. The other elders wore varied expressions. Look, she's coming. Someone in the crowd whispered excitedly. Bibi Dong had now donned a deep black papal robe trimmed with gleaming gold. She walked with a steady gait, her demeanor exuding elegance. A faint smile graced her lips, radiating confidence and composure. The crowd was somewhat astonished by Bibi Dong's demeanor. Following closely behind her was a young boy. As the two advanced, the onlookers finally caught sight of the boy's features. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. Heavens, he is just too handsome. No wonder the Pope would awaken her martial soul for him. Don't be ridiculous. How could the Pope be that kind of person? Your thoughts are rather sordid. Unperturbed by the murmurs of the crowd, Bibi Dong didn't even cast them a glance. As she passed by several elders, one of them spoke up. Pope, you have unilaterally altered the regulations of our hall. We hope you can provide an explanation to us elders. Turning to the source of the voice, the elder clad in purple spoke with disdain and provocation. Since Bibi Dong assumed the role of Pope, some had been quietly dissatisfied with this purple-clad elder taking the lead. Today, he had seized the opportunity to voice his grievances before everyone. Bibi Dong understood the elder's intent all too well. She halted her steps and bowed respectfully to the assembly of elders. Esteemed elders, the temporary notification is my own decision. I hope you will grant me your understanding. The purple elder's displeasure was immediate, leading to a sharp retort. Bibi Dong, is the martial soul hall still under your sole authority? Yinling, standing behind, dared not even breathe. His current strength was but a mere seedling, albeit formidable, yet, in the presence of these powerful beings, even a slight display of their power could easily lead to his demise. Multiple times over. Goodness, so it turns out that beneath your seemingly impressive facade, there are those who contest your authority. Whether I alone hold the authority will become clear to all the elders today, Bibi Dong countered, then turned her gaze to Yinling. All the elders' eyes, along with those in the square, converged on him. In an instant, Yinling found himself at the center of attention. Oh no, you just sold me out. What do you mean by this, Bibi Dong? Chapter 5, Runes. Some of the other elders could no longer tolerate the situation and stepped forward to speak. Is it truly for this mere child? The elder in purple clearly found Bibi Dong's reasoning utterly preposterous. Yinling, who recognized this elder, knew that her martial soul was the six-winged angel, a supremely formidable existence. Among all the elders present, even the weakest possessed at least level 90 soul power, an entity far beyond Yinling's reach. Faced with the gaze of the elders, Yinling offered an apologetic smile and shrugged, indicating that this matter did not pertain much to him. There was no choice, even a time traveler must know when to be humble. The purple elder's fury intensified upon seeing Yinling's demeanor. She glared at Bibi Dong. Elder Qian Douluo, there's no need to rush. Let us first observe the Pope's reasoning. An elder in white stepped in to mediate. Esteemed elders, as the Pope, I, Bibi Dong, am fully aware of my responsibilities. With that, she continued towards the center of the square. I shall see what trick she is up to. From a distance, the young boy approaching to awaken his martial soul remained oblivious to the content of their dialogue. The two parties engaged in negotiations for a brief moment. The resplendent black robe of the Pope accentuated Bibi Dong's slender figure, creating a striking contrast between the heavy fabric and her delicate visage. Yet, there was an absence of dissonance in this juxtaposition. With each step she took, she radiated confidence and strength, as though every stride was precisely as it ought to be, perfectly harmonious in its aesthetic. The young souls present, there to awaken their martial souls, were all profoundly moved by her commanding presence. Behind her trailed the somewhat awkward Yinling, who found himself instinctively parting the crowd alongside Bibi Dong. Goodness, no wonder this girl has ascended to the role of Pope in her attire. She is a veritable reflection of the queenly grace akin to Zhen Huan. Yinling felt somewhat uneasy, now the center of attention, but following in the wake of this regal figure provided a measure of comfort. Bibi Dong turned her head, guiding Yinling into the throng, while she herself proceeded to take her rightful place upon the papal seat. In an orderly fashion, the candidates approached the magic stone stele to test their awakened martial spirits. Yinling finally discerned the full grandeur of the stele positioned at the center of the plaza. The sight was truly astonishing. It was not merely the awakening of martial spirits, but the youths present were adorned in exquisite attire. The magic stone stele itself was equally impressive, standing at a height of 3 meters, exuding an ancient, deep black hue. Its surface was intricately engraved with enigmatic runes, reflecting a profound luminescence under the sunlight, as if it were a relic from antiquity. In the center of the stele lay a palm-shaped indentation, designed for the awakeners to place their hands. It was a significant upgrade from the original depiction. The prowess of the martial spirit hall was evident. Before the stele, an elder with sharp brows and bright eyes began to address the assembly. Young aspirants who have traveled from afar, I am Zhong Liying, an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Martial Spirit Hall. You may call me Shadowblade. Today, it is my great fortune to witness the early activation of the magic stone stele. Those whose names I call may step forward to test and awaken their martial spirits. A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. Li Yunfei, a robust youth in the throng, beamed with exhilaration, clearly taken aback to find himself first in line. He strode confidently to the stele, glanced at the onlookers, took a deep breath, and placed his palm upon the surface of the stele. Closing his eyes, he began to attune to the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. The runes upon the stele began to rotate slowly, and a visible surge of black energy enveloped Li Yunfei's arm, extending up to his shoulder. The magic stone stele of the Martial Spirit Hall was indeed formidable, capable of channeling energy to one's arm. Yinling marveled at the initial prowess of the Martial Spirit Hall, pondering how such potential could be squandered. Chapter 6. Elder Shadowblade observing his surroundings. Yinling noted that the youths in the plaza were fixated on the unfolding events. At this moment, a faint yellow glow began to emanate from Li Yunfei's body, streaming along his arm toward the stele. The runes on the stele accelerated in their rotation. Li Yunfei's eyes remained tightly shut, seemingly focused on controlling the flow of energy. After a few minutes, he finally spoke. Awaken, Thunderous Lion. As his voice resonated, a brilliant yellow light illuminated the high platform, and a majestic lion's head materialized above him, resplendent in its golden hue and exuding an aura of authority. The crowd erupted in excitement once more. The first to awaken such a powerful attack-type martial spirit. He seems incredibly strong. I know Li Yunfei. He hails from a prestigious martial spirit family. His ancestors have always been remarkable. Awakening the Thunderous Lion is certainly within his capabilities. Li Yunfei felt immense satisfaction with his martial spirit, attempting to exert control over the Thunderous Lion as it stirred. He bowed in gratitude to Elder Shadowblade, saying, Thank you, esteemed elder. Congratulations to you. Proceed, the elder replied. Ingren did not take it to heart. Over the course of a year, he had to assist too many individuals in awakening their spirits. Although such a level of martial soul was formidable, it was not particularly rare. Next, Lin Wanner, a young girl, stepped forward, her striking crimson gown capturing attention. Lin Wanner stood quietly before the magic stone monument, calming her emotions before placing her hand in the palm-shaped indentation at its center. Initially, the monument showed no response, prompting murmurs among the crowd below. Doubts arose regarding whether this young girl possessed a martial soul at all. Logically, those who could arrive at the Temple of the Gods for awakening were unlikely to have particularly inferior martial souls. Their foundations were evident. However, Yin held a different opinion. Where there is unusual behavior, there must be something amiss, he mused, recalling the narratives in novels. Yet, who was this Lin Wanner? He had never encountered this character in the original text. As he had anticipated, the young girl remained entirely unfazed, seemingly impervious to any external distractions. Slowly, she closed her eyes and began to sense her inner strength. Gradually, a force began to swell from within her, erupting suddenly and enveloping her form. Simultaneously, under the influence of this power, Lin Wanner's body began to emanate a faint red glow. As the radiance intensified, the crimson light became increasingly dazzling. The onlookers held their breath, their tension palpable. This brilliance was even more piercing than that of Li Yunfei's earlier display. Finally, with a resounding burst, a magnificent phoenix, entirely enveloped in fiery red, soared behind Lin Wanner, trailing a long tail. It emitted a sharp cry that reverberated throughout the square. Bibi Dong, seated in the position of the Pope, slightly opened her eyes. A phoenix martial soul was indeed a rare occurrence. Even several elders displayed looks of admiration, nodding in approval. The youths in the crowd were left astonished, their eyes wide as they gazed at the fiery spectacle above. Lin Wanner, feeling the powerful presence of the phoenix behind her, leapt joyfully, her face radiant with elation. As if sensing her joy, the phoenix circled around her a few times before vanishing into her being. Thank you, Elder Ingren. After expressing her gratitude, she merrily descended from the stage. Next, Yin. Bibi Dong's lips curved into a slight smile. Would this treasure she had picked up surprise her? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yin ascended the platform. Greetings, Yin. To his astonishment, the usually stern Ingren greeted him with a smile. I have met Elder Ingren. Yin politely responded and exchanged greetings. Chapter 7, The Power of the Divine. Chapter 8, Twin Martial Souls. Chapter 9, Friends and Foes. As for Lin Wanner, her affection towards Yin stemmed from the fact that he possessed an exceptionally formidable twin martial soul. Perhaps in the future, he could ascend to become a supreme ruler. In the past, the Dou Emperor Tang San was merely at the initial stage of possessing twin martial souls. Yet now, signs of a more advanced martial soul were manifesting in Yin. Such an extraordinary martial soul, placed within anyone, could elevate them to great heights in mere moments. The emergence of such a person could not fail to move those present. Upon hearing Li Yunfei's words, his companions could not help but glance at Yin. Murmuring amongst themselves that they had heard his name was Yin, wondering where this little brat had come from, now catching the eye of Bibi Dong. Li Yunfei was no fool. He had cultivated a substantial following of subordinates. Together, this group of youngsters numbered nearly in the hundreds. Witnessing Yin steal the spotlight today, Li Yunfei resolved to have his underlings teach him a lesson. Li Yunfei represented a typical figure among the offspring of officials. These so-called second-generation elites possessed a pronounced sense of superiority. They often sought to reclaim their own dignity through the misfortunes of others, believing they could elevate their own standing by bullying others. Such behavior was something they understood all too well. In the grand design of fate, certain matters are beyond human control, making them difficult to navigate. The so-called second-generation children frequently overestimated their own prowess, relying on their family backgrounds to engage in unscrupulous behavior. Bullying the weak. After hearing his subordinates mention Yinling's name, Li Yunfei clenched his teeth in frustration. This fellow's awakening of martial soul surpassed even his own. No, such an impressive individual should not exist in the entirety of the Douluo continent. Indeed, for Li Yunfei, no one should possess such extraordinary abilities on the continent, especially not someone who appeared at the same event as him. Had he emerged at another's gathering, Li Yunfei could have simply pretended not to know him. However, now that they had collided head-on, he felt compelled to scrutinize him closely. Yet, upon voicing these thoughts, Li Yunfei's subordinates were left in utter shock. What was he thinking? Yin had awakened his martial soul, and here he was, consumed by jealousy, plotting to corner him. What was going on in his mind? Did he truly believe Yin was someone without a temper? Moreover, the presence of the Grand Pope Bibi Dong surrounding him offers formidable protection. Do you truly believe you can contend against such power? If you seek your own demise, please refrain from dragging us into it. At this moment, Li Yunfei's subordinates opened their mouths, their words dripping with disdain. I implore you, young master, please, for the love of all that is good, refrain from stirring trouble. Can you not see that this individual is under the safeguarding of Bibi Dong? If you engage him in a confrontation, we may not emerge unscathed. Li Yunfei's followers were, to put it kindly, timid souls, and to put it bluntly, they were merely sycophants. The respect they afforded him stemmed solely from his wealth. A man of affluence is often surrounded by those eager to partake in his bounty. They rarely regarded him as anything more than a source of indulgence. The rationale was straightforward. Such companions are often transient, only present for merriment and feasting. However, when faced with serious matters, their loyalty wanes. Thus, upon hearing that Li Yunfei dared to entertain thoughts of challenging Yanling, his subordinates were genuinely struck with fear. Alas, Li Yunfei hailed from a family of significant influence, while they themselves lacked any semblance of power. This stark contrast underscores the disparity between a powerful lineage and one that is utterly inconsequential. One individual boasts a formidable background, while the other possesses nothing of value. Is it not rather amusing to present such matters before others, allowing them to observe? It is akin to an egg striking a rock, destined to shatter into countless fragments in an instant, utterly incapable of withstanding the impact. Why concern oneself with such trivialities? After all, I, Li Yunfei, shall not change my name nor my lineage. Few dare to confront me directly. Only this individual has captured my attention, and I must impart a proper lesson to him. However, at this moment, Li Yunfei remains rather indifferent, hardly regarding the likes of Bibi Dong, despite his status as a figure akin to a pope in the Douluo continent. Nevertheless, Li Yunfei believes that when it comes to the true strength of the Li family, a direct confrontation would yield a different outcome. Thus, the situation with Bibi Dong is unequivocal, the reason being exceedingly simple. Who is to say that these circumstances are not firmly within one's grasp? If even these facts cannot be articulated clearly enough for others to comprehend, then what can be said? There is no need to meticulously analyze these absurd behaviors, merely to present them in a manner that appears coherent to others. Indeed, the Li family holds a certain status within the vast expanse of the Douluo continent. However, they have yet to reach a level of omnipotence. If Li Yunfei desires to achieve something significant, he is currently overestimating his own capabilities. To provoke even the Pope is a reckless endeavor, should he truly cross a line. It would take mere moments for his head to be severed from his body. Such a person, who is both ungrateful and deceitful, dares to aspire to greatness? It is utterly laughable, as he could easily be brought down. You must exercise caution, for this individual is not to be trifled with. Have you not noticed how Bibi Dong treats him with such consideration? His subordinates, at this moment, are overwhelmed with despair. Does Li Yunfei truly wish to court danger by provoking Bibi Dong? Then you may go. Here, there is but a single life. I am the only child at home. If one were to lose their life here, it would be something no one could endure. Thus, when confronted with such grave matters of life and death, these subordinates chose to no longer stand alongside Li Yunfei. The implication of their words is abundantly clear. They wish to sever ties with Li Yunfei. Some individuals insist on courting danger. Let them manage their own affairs, for he has little interest in other matters. What Li Yunfei's subordinates fail to comprehend is why he repeatedly chooses to court death. Today, the outcome is undeniably evident, laid bare before them. Chapter 11. Is this a joke? What more could be expected from these circumstances? If only there were a way to formally liberate all that can be transformed back and forth. Perhaps, in the next moment, they might even lose their lives in the face of such formidable circumstances. To officially address these situations without taking them seriously would indeed be preferable. Upon hearing these words, Li Yunfei's expression darkened considerably. His face, contorted with fury, he pointed an accusatory finger at the subordinates behind him, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Where do you insolent dogs come from? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I've shown you respect, haven't I? Li Yunfei was truly incensed. He had not anticipated that the more he regarded this group of subordinates with importance, the more they would hurl disparaging remarks at him. What did they expect him to do? Surely they did not wish for him to abandon his position here? The whims of fate were beyond his control. Yet they seemed intent on bolstering the enemy's arrogance, which was rather laughable. His brazen demeanor elicited derision from all present, yet his subordinates, though seething with indignation, dared not voice their frustrations openly. While it is true that there are always those stronger in this world, some situations simply do not warrant further validation or comprehension. Perhaps it would be wiser to set aside their grievances, yet such sentiments were utterly futile to someone like Li Yunfei. They would rather suppress their anger than allow it to manifest. To put it plainly, they would prefer to confront challenges head-on rather than yield. Fine, young master. If this is how you wish to proceed, then play your own game, one subordinate remarked coolly, resigned to the circumstances. Despite attempts to counsel their master to temper his fervor lest he invite disaster, it was shocking that Li, the young master of the Li family, would dare to insult them outright. Though they occupied a subordinate role, they too possessed their own dignity. If he treated them in such a manner, it was evident that he took everything far too seriously. At that moment, Li Yunfei's subordinates began to waver, contemplating a formal severance of ties with him. After all, associating with someone like him posed a real risk to their very lives. In order to evade the repercussions of this entanglement and to better obliterate any traces, one must adopt the most prudent strategy of retreat, as the 36 stratagems suggest. In truth, this group of underlings has not followed Li Yunfei for an extended period. Claiming a year and a half is rather exaggerated. However, most have congregated due to a shared outcome, drawn together by the sight of Li Yunfei possessing a modicum of spare change. They are only inclined to associate closely with him when their families are experiencing financial hardship. Otherwise, why would they tolerate such a peculiar individual? His frequent outbursts and disregard for the members beneath him render him an unworthy companion. It is indeed ludicrous. At this moment, although the audience below buzzes with speculation regarding Li Yunfei's crew plotting against Yanling, the figure of Bibi Dong on stage remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 12. Instruction. Chapter 13. A Destruction of Worldviews. Chapter 14. Illegitimate Offspring. The disparity in their ages is so vast that it is impossible to claim they are relatives. Bibi Dong, a sovereign, has no kin whatsoever. From the instant of his birth, he was destined for the mantle of successor. Thus it is implausible to assert any distant familial ties. What, then, is the nature of this relationship? The audience below expressed a wave of confusion, uncertain of how to articulate their sentiments. Their predicament, too, eludes verbal expression. They can only gaze silently at the performance, amplifying their questions without knowing how to resolve them. The world of Douluo continent is indeed quite extraordinary. Certain familial connections may lead one to perceive a striking resemblance between two individuals. In reality, however, they may share no blood ties whatsoever. This phenomenon arises from a sophisticated soul rank technique within Douluo continent that can alter one's appearance to closely resemble another. Thus, the line between truth and illusion becomes blurred, rendering it difficult to discern the actual circumstances. These unexpressed sentiments create an experience beyond the grasp of others. Consequently, the realm of Douluo continent diverges significantly from our reality. The so-called ethereal essence unfurls here in a manner that feels both clear and yet paradoxically ineffable. Ultimately, when striving to articulate the inexpressible, the outcome is undeniably evident. Ordinary individuals would certainly remain inactive, however, for the audience present on the stage. Their initial intent was to validate their abilities during this conference and ascertain their own prowess. Yet, upon reflection, it appears that the situation is not quite as straightforward, particularly given the high regard in which the Pope holds Yanling. It is indeed challenging for them to attain a prestigious position in academia. Indeed, neither their offspring nor themselves have garnered the esteem of the Pope to such an extent. How, then, can one formally transition through the cycles of existence in this world? It seems utterly impossible. One cannot help but wonder what it is that Bai Dong sees in Yanling. Where did this young man even emerge from? At this moment, someone in the audience could no longer contain themselves and began to voice their thoughts to the Pope on stage. The tone of his conveys an unmistakable air of gossip. It appears that he has made these circumstances abundantly clear, given the prevailing uncertainty surrounding this established fact. Let us observe how this does not alter the original intent, and what transformations it may undergo in its cyclical nature. If we were to say that it could be easily comprehended, it would thus resemble a tale lacking in sincerity. When one person speaks, inevitably, two others will respond. Such is the nature of our world, wherein once a matter is broached, it takes on a life of its own. Many individuals will gradually begin to bring up these matters. Only after everything has been thoroughly dissected will others perceive the underlying consequences. Once the first person has concluded their remarks, the second individual speaks with even more audacity. At this moment, he gestures animatedly, expressing sentiments that are utterly incomprehensible to those around him. It appears he possesses an even greater talent for fabrication than the first speaker. Indeed, this individual, previously unheard of, has now emerged from obscurity, leaving me astounded. Could he possibly be the illegitimate offspring of Bibi Dong? After the second person utters these words, laughter begins to ripple through the crowd, for he is acutely aware that the Pope is a woman of utmost propriety. If it were to be suggested that she had clandestine meetings with a man, one might speculate that she could indeed have given birth to the illegitimate child, Yinling. Just consider the implications. Why has Yinling suddenly garnered the Pope's favor? Surely, there lies an unspeakable tale behind this. Perhaps he is her secret lover. A notion that is now being absurdly entertained. As these words leave his lips, the onlookers adopt a theatrical demeanor. Is it not terrifying? Indeed, it is profoundly unsettling. The Pope is the most revered figure in the entirety of Douluo continent. Yet, who would have imagined that this Pope might have a lover outside, or that this young man could be her illegitimate child, regardless of the truth? Such a world-shattering revelation has undoubtedly unfolded before them. It is utterly horrifying, and upon hearing this tale, many recoil in disdain. Some view these events as mere spectacle, while others step forward to defend the dignity of the Pope. Among them, one individual rises to the occasion, vehemently chastising the second speaker for his reckless words. "You must not speak so irresponsibly. Bibi Dong is our Pope. If you dare to spread such slander, I will break your legs." Indeed, the Pope commands immense respect throughout the Douluo continent. How could one dare to trample upon her dignity? Without the Pope, there would be no assurance of safety in this world. The Pope oversees humanity's beliefs and faith. If even these were to collapse, what would become of them? Such a figure as the Pope seems destined to become a relic of the past in this world. The ability to articulate clarity and truth is something that ordinary individuals cannot provide. Much like a towering and majestic being. Have you ever encountered any shadows of a sordid past surrounding him? No. For those grand and imposing figures have always embodied positivity from the outset, gradually evolving into standards that others cannot hope to express. Consider this. Even in circumstances where words can be spoken, there exist unspoken truths. In the eyes of others, how could it be so simplistically rendered? The Pope embodies the beliefs and faith of the entire Douluo continent. If even this essence cannot remain intact, what hope is there? In this world, there exists nothing that can be articulated in an official capacity, and the outcome is glaringly evident. The Pope cannot be cast down from a lofty position. Even if he were to shatter into 1,000 pieces, a favorable conclusion would remain elusive. Thus, despite the audience's demeanor resembling that of spectators at a play, none wish for the Pope to vanish from this realm, for they confront the very essence of global faith and the foundational beliefs of the Douluo continent. Should these tenets of faith and belief crumble, they would cease to exist within this world. The stability of a nation relies entirely upon the faith of its common people. If even the most fundamental knowledge and established truths were to be obliterated, a rebellion among the populace would be inevitable. This is a tactic employed by the elite to maintain control over the lower class's interests. Chapter 16. Shadow Blade. Upon hearing his own words, the second speaker felt the disdain of those around him. He realized he had misspoken. Given the gravity of the situation, there was little to express. If he could not alter the original intent, perhaps it would be wise to simply concede his error. Indeed, the Pope is a figure of immense sanctity, and her close association with Yinling signifies that he is destined to inherit her position. How could one dare to speak so? The second speaker, reflecting on this, acknowledged his mistake. No matter, such words should be kept private. How could I dare to voice them openly? He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, recognizing that the outcome was unmistakably clear. Having spoken in error, it would be prudent to rectify it. In this world, the Pope embodies unparalleled sanctity, and no one can alter the original intentions of another. Given that the results lie in their hands, one might wonder how many are capable of traversing the correct path. Chaos ensued in the gathering, primarily due to Bibidong's maternal-like treatment of Yinling. Consequently, discussions erupted among the attendees, which was hardly surprising. However, at this moment, Shadow Blade found himself increasingly restless, for he was the host of this assembly. Many had yet to undergo their trials, yet the conference had not reached its conclusion. Amidst the cacophony of irrelevant chatter, Shadow Blade felt utterly at a loss. What on earth was happening? A group of rascals seemed to run amok, spewing nonsense as if the entirety of the Douluo continent were devoid of order. The Shadow Blade, after all, possessed the prowess of a seasoned elder. With his acute senses attuned to the commotion below, he furrowed his brow in discontent. Swiftly, he darted towards the source of the disturbance, confronting the individual who had been speaking heedlessly, delivering a resounding slap. A cacophony of sounds ensued as the unfortunate soul was sent sprawling nearly 3 meters away, crashing heavily onto the cement surface of the lime platform, with a sickening crack signaling the shattering of bones, his palm reduced to fragments. "I advise you both to speak with more respect," he admonished. The recent soul awakening experiment has revealed that Yin possesses extraordinary talent. Shadow Blade's expression remained tense, clearly irked by the debate unfolding below. The Pope is a figure of unparalleled sanctity. Regardless of whether he treats others with kindness or disdain, it is not for you, the ordinary masses, to judge. What does it matter if he is benevolent or malevolent? Without him, who would stand as the bastion of faith in this world? Yet here you are, reveling in petty grievances, adding insult to injury. Shadow Blade could no longer remain passive. Although he was not a follower of the Pope, he wielded a divine power equal to that of the Pope himself. That is to uphold the safety of the entire Douluo continent. Since this established security cannot account for any peculiar circumstances, let us observe how to adeptly resolve these matters. The expression on Shadow Blade's face was far from pleasant. After all, he was the pivotal figure of this assembly, with many others still yet to complete their trials. Chapter 17. To set an example. Little did he anticipate that such trivial matters would remain unresolved. The fact that even the fragmented issue of 3x7 was presented before him truly repulsed him. He clearly wished to distance himself from these individuals, yet they persisted in their incessant prattle. Indeed, it would be quite unreasonable to refrain from making an example of one among you today. This is precisely why the Shadow Blade delivered a resounding slap to that individual, sending him flying several meters away, thereby conveying a clear message. Human nature tends to lean towards believing rumors rather than accepting unfamiliar truths. Consider the beggar, who survives solely on alms. Yet, there are those who perceive him as extraordinarily wealthy, perhaps a concealed heir, choosing to beg out of sheer laziness. If one were to entertain such notions, it becomes exceedingly difficult for others to articulate their thoughts. Fate, it seems, has its own design, but destiny is often elusive. They would rather cling to unfounded rumors than confront harsh realities. The truth, deemed too cruel and stark, leads them to prefer the comfort of their dreams over the acceptance of genuine circumstances. This exemplifies the behavior of those who revel in chaos, believing that as long as it does not directly affect them, they can remain indifferent to the plight of others. Their mentality is one of detachment, as if a mere utterance could seal another's fate. That is your just deserts. They do not seem to feel any joy or sorrow. From this perspective, the quality and baseness of our compatriots are glaringly apparent. Indeed, my Lord Shadow Blade, we were wrong. We shall no longer speak thoughtlessly. We apologize sincerely. We acknowledge our mistakes. Very well. At this moment, witnessing the first individual struck down, unable to rise, his body riddled with shattering fractures, the others who had been gossiping quickly fell silent, for they understood that the Shadow Blade was not to be trifled with. He held a status akin to that of a grand elder. Should he unleash his wrath, it would be equal to that of a pontiff's might. Imagine, you are an ant, and your adversary is a colossal elephant. With but a flick of its tail, it could obliterate you. In the face of such overwhelming authority, how could you possibly stand as his equal? These few possessed keen insight, grasping the intricate nuances of the situation, recognizing their inability to prevail. They could only kneel in supplication, lying down if necessary. As long as they preserved their lives, everything else could still be negotiated. Observing the multitude casting desperate glances toward him, Shadow Blade remained silent. The pontiff's actions were surely guided by his own intentions, despite his usual reticence and cold demeanor. Should he choose to exert his influence, even he might not find an equal. Indeed, your adversary wishes to bring about your demise. Yet you must ultimately grasp that these overt truths often elude expression. Chapter 18. A scandal of epic proportions cannot be possessed by others. The circumstances that cannot be articulated are such a bizarre manifestation of reason. Shadow Blade had no desire to waste words with this gaggle of gossipers. His mission was accomplished. Now he would see how to articulate this reality more clearly. At the same time, a murmur of curiosity arose within Shadow Blade. Who exactly is this Yinling? I have never heard of this child before, and considering his youth, he pales in comparison to the pontiff. If they were to have any connection, it would be strikingly disproportionate. The Shadow Blade found it hard to fathom the rumors circulating among the gossipers. Could it truly be that this individual was the illegitimate offspring of the Pope? If such a scandal were to unfold, it would undoubtedly become the most notorious scandal in the entire Douluo continent. A scandal of monumental proportions. The highest-ranking Pope, now tarnished by the existence of an illegitimate child? If this information were to leak, would there be any place left for the Pope, Bibi Dong, to stand on this land? Who exactly is Yinling? Why had I not heard of this person before? Did he simply materialize out of thin air? Astonishingly, he has even garnered the attention of the Pope, who has taken him as her disciple. Could it be true, as others have suggested? At this moment, Shadow Blade could not suppress the swirling doubts within his mind. Although he held the esteemed title of Grand Elder, he was still human, harboring thoughts and meanings beyond the comprehension of others. He understood the unspoken truths that accompanied his position. After all, he was of the same caliber as the Pope and existed within the realm of untouchable secrets. Yet, how could these two distinct classes of individuals coexist on the same continent? Their dignity must be preserved. Among the exalted, there has always been a mutual exchange of assistance, culminating in a harmonious culmination of efforts. Conversely, those of lower status tend to engage in a cycle of harm against one another, a notion easily comprehensible. The aid rendered among the elevated can yield exceptionally beneficial outcomes, whereas the interactions among the lower tiers are often perplexing and difficult to articulate. Why dwell on such matters? Presently, I find myself disinterested in these chaotic trivialities. Let them unfold as they may. Shadowblade, unable to comprehend the situation, pondered briefly before deciding to dismiss these thoughts entirely. He simply shrugged and prepared to depart, for the facts were glaringly evident, leaving little room for discourse. Regardless of what was to follow, it was essential to convey an understanding of the circumstances at hand. Let us observe how the facts that are conducive to articulate expression may be toppled. Shadowblade has no inclination to concern himself with the trivialities occupying the mind of this pontiff, as they exist on entirely different planes. If one were to say that excessive involvement is warranted, it would only imply that this realm is devoid of significant matters, yet abundant in trivialities and detritus. The individual who ought to be exalted should not find himself ensnared by such circumstances, unable to ascend or descend. The undeniable truth lies before us. Since it cannot be altered, it is perhaps wiser to embrace it. At this moment, the assembly continues unabated, yet Li Yunfei and his entourage remain anything but serene. In an inexplicable frenzy, they commence summoning all their subordinates, preparing to launch a predatory assault on Yanling. This incident has indeed escalated into a conflict. Li Yunfei seems to be indulging in folly, for he harbors no grievances against Yanling, past or present. Chapter 19. Absurdity. What was unexpected is that he now intends to unleash a devastating strike, merely because his limelight has been usurped. How can a scion of affluence harbor such pettiness towards an ordinary individual? Li Yunfei's narrow-mindedness is truly lamentable. One must ponder the rationale behind such thoughts. What a remarkably absurd knave. Come here quickly, my two underlings. We must seize an opportunity to teach a lesson to that pretentious individual from the assembly. Li Yunfei is far from idle, rallying his subordinates with fervor. In mere snippets of dialogue, he presents himself as a quintessential figure of high caliber. However, he remains oblivious to a critical reality. How could Bai Bai Dong possibly let him off the hook following his indiscretions? The situation is glaringly evident to Bai Bai Dong. Yanling holds far greater significance than a biological son. If a confrontation is genuinely on the horizon, would Bai Bai Dong truly spare him? Even if the Li family possesses formidable backing, it is implausible that they would so casually gamble with their lives in this endeavor. Boss. Yanling wields a twin martial soul. We may not stand a chance against him. At this juncture, the previously vocal subordinate falls silent. While the previously reticent one finally speaks, he recognizes that if Li Yunfei is intent on confronting Yanling, they too must be prepared for a decisive confrontation. With their leader charging ahead, what hesitation remains? They must proceed with determination. Yet, among the subordinates, there are those of astute intellect. Regardless of the circumstances, Yanling, as a bearer of a twin martial soul, is no trifling adversary. If provoked beyond measure, he could very well unleash his full capabilities upon them. In such a scenario, how could they hope to engage in a contest of brute force? Would that not render the situation utterly ludicrous? Indeed, Your Holiness. Bibi Dong has taken him as her disciple. What more could transpire from this? Another subordinate has also stepped forward, asserting that even if Bibi Dong does not extend her assistance to Yanling, the latter's innate abilities are already remarkably formidable. With two such exalted individuals, how dare one still engage in trivial antics? Let us not indulge in folly. It is true that Yanling possesses a twin martial soul. The previous protagonist, known as Tang San, has ascended to the rank of a Douluo. Subsequently, he transformed into a steed of fighting spirit and soared into the cosmos, achieving divine status. What if Yanling were to transform into such a formidable character? How could they possibly establish themselves in the world thereafter? Perhaps in the next moment, life itself could be extinguished. Thus, when confronted with such circumstances, most individuals would choose to retreat. Indeed, life is precious. How could you two worthless scoundrels utter such nonsense? Are you attempting to elevate others while undermining your own aspirations? Li Yunfei was infuriated, to the point of nearly spitting blood. He was filled with regret. How could he have allowed these two rascals into his fold? It was utterly absurd. Was he truly that weak? The more Li Yunfei pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Damn it. They say that indulging in drink and feasting can win hearts, yet Li Yunfei realized that this was far from the truth. Listen, boss, we clearly have the means to survive, so why must we court disaster? In Chapter 20, which has always existed, one of the younger brothers wore a grim expression, as if he had consumed 2 pounds of dog excrement. Indeed, his elder brother had approached him with what he deemed unpleasant remarks, leaving him feeling disgraced before others. Just imagine, amidst a crowd, being subjected to various forms of ridicule and scorn. Even the most good-natured individuals would eventually lose their temper. After all, they are human, not beasts. How could one endure such treatment from Li Yunfei? Thus, faced with this situation, the younger brother boldly confronted Li Yunfei, hoping he would understand that their predicament was equally challenging. To sacrifice one's life here would be an impossible burden to bear. Life is paramount, as the saying goes. If one loses their life, what further discussions are necessary? Indeed, why must we engage in a head-on confrontation when we clearly cannot win? Moreover, there is no deep-seated hatred prompting this need for retribution. At this moment, another younger brother stepped forward to counsel Li Yunfei, urging him to remain calm. After all, Bai Dong and Yin Ling are not easy adversaries. One wields a twin martial soul, while the other is a supreme pope. If these two are indeed captured by others, they could be dispatched in an instant. Yin Ling owes you nothing. Why should one treat him in such a manner? People should strive for magnanimity and refrain from such disorderly conduct. The phrase, "He who is arrogant will meet his end," has always held true, existing perpetually. Why bother with so many considerations? My intention is simple. I do not wish for such formidable individuals to exist on the Douluo continent. Yet, Li Yunfei remained obstinate. Despite the clear warnings from his two younger brothers, how could they possibly provoke such extraordinarily powerful figures? It is sufficient not to sacrifice your life. Why must one engage in such frivolous antics with them? This situation is indeed akin to witnessing a farce. One must avoid falling into such an embarrassing predicament. It is as if one is utterly lost, for life is singular and precious. Li Yunfei is undeniably a second-generation scion, blessed with familial wealth. Yet, he squanders it, burning through resources as if he were roasting sweet potatoes, crisp on the outside, tender within, merely pointing fingers at the missteps of others while neglecting his own shortcomings. Indeed, given his mindset, one would have expected him to ascend effortlessly, leveraging his family's status. However, the current reality reveals a descent into an abyss from which there is no return, a spectacle that is almost comical. Consider, for a moment, that Li Yunfei is rather fortunate. He possesses a formidable family background. Yet, he fails to harness this power to illuminate his own path. Instead, he complicates matters for exceptionally talented individuals, inexplicably directing animosity towards Yin Ling, despite having no apparent grievance. It is quite puzzling. Ideally, a second-generation heir should capitalize on all available resources and connections to enhance any situation, with the ability to convert wealth into more wealth and power into greater power. Every business endeavor could be mastered with clarity. Yet, Li Yunfei chooses a different path, seemingly intent on opposing Yin Ling. He would rather endure humiliation than clear up the complexities of his situation, leading to this inevitable outcome. Chapter 21. Helplessness. Very well, my leader. If you insist on this course of action, we shall gladly follow in your footsteps and trample upon all obstacles. The two subordinates, feeling powerless, observed Li Yunfei's unwavering resolve, left with little to say. When their elder brother has adopted such a disgraceful demeanor, what further justification could they offer? They dare not provoke Li Yunfei, for he hails from an influential lineage. Should they anger him, their very lives might hang in the balance. Thus, to preserve their existence and establish their footing in the continent of Douluo, they would rather offend Yin Ling than cross Li Yunfei, for it is through him that they can hope to rise. The tragedy of the little people is evident here. A mere word from the powerful can crush them utterly. Most of Li Yunfei's subordinates do not come from affluent backgrounds. They have come to the Douluo Academy to study, often unable to afford the tuition fees. Their varying academic performances have led to an environment of perceived inequity. As long as they can rise alongside Li Yunfei, they would accept any misdeeds he might ask of them. The circumstances at home are undeniably challenging. The financial support from their parents is already insufficient. leaving them with no option but to accept their fate. The elder brother made it clear beforehand that should their lives face any real peril, they would undoubtedly choose to turn away. Although he agreed to Li Yunfei's demands, he still laid down some ground rules. If their lives were ever at risk, they would simply retreat. Life is precious, and there is but one. Without it, what else matters? Rest assured, you two, this is merely a matter of action. There is no need to bear any responsibility. It's as simple as that. Li Yunfei nodded gravely, indicating his agreement with this approach. Indeed, it is essential to ensure that his subordinates do not squander their lives. Each life is valuable, and they are all children born of their parents. Li Yunfei also made a commitment to safeguard the lives of these individuals, assuring that everything would be manageable. Follow me, let us get to work, he declared, turning resolutely towards Yinling. At that moment, nearly a dozen subordinates trailed behind him. This motley crew consisted of various personalities, encompassing both the good and the bad, including scoundrels and rogues. However, most were quite helpless, as they relied on Li Yunfei for their aspirations. While bullying may not be their usual practice, they were willing to partake in the fun as long as it was with Li Yunfei, despite the presence of many conscientious individuals among them. They might feel a pang of guilt, but under such circumstances, they had no choice but to overlook the matter. After all, they had to depend on this scoundrel Li Yunfei. Such is the reality. In the vicinity of Yinling, he remained within the line of sight of Bibi Dong. Although his trial had concluded, the ongoing tournament had yet to reach its finality, with numerous others poised to undertake their own challenges. Thus, he found himself seated beside Bibi Dong, observing the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to him, however, danger was silently encroaching upon him. Li Yunfei and his mischievous companions were indeed harboring nefarious intentions. From a short distance away, they produced a slingshot, clutching stones in hand, poised to strike Yinling upon the head. These rascals were truly despicable, mingling among the crowd while feigning innocence. It appeared they had meticulously calculated their impending strike. Li Yunfei proceeded to prepare his grand performance, drawing back the slingshot with purpose. In an instant, one of his underlings released the tension, propelling the stone with a swift motion. The action was deliberate and measured, lacking excessive force, for the underling was keenly aware of the potential repercussions. Although Li Yunfei boasted of taking responsibility for his crew, doubts lingered regarding his sincerity. Furthermore, it became evident that Yinling was not to be trifled with. Beneath the dual martial souls, should he be provoked, it was conceivable that his very life could be jeopardized. Thus, for the sake of self-preservation, the underling resorted to cunning tactics, determined to maintain control over the situation. The slingshot, a weapon of limited potency, was trivial in the face of the denizens of Douluo continent, akin to a comparison between an ant and an elephant. Its impact on a human being was negligible at best. This act resembled mere mischief, a penchant for stirring trouble without substantial consequence. It was apparent that Li Yunfei was nothing more than a petty individual, his heart devoid of kindness, lost in misguided thoughts. He yearned to teach Yinling a lesson without inflicting any genuine harm. Such individuals evoke a sense of revulsion. While they may indulge in acts of destruction, when faced with significant responsibility, they falter. A scion of wealth, he seemed disinterested in amplifying his authority, instead repeatedly voicing grievances that undermined his own position. Such a sight may indeed lead others to perceive him as a rather insignificant being. As a second-generation scion, his actions are shockingly lackluster. Instead, he repeatedly hurls insults at ordinary individuals, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupy his mind. A cacophony ensues, and indeed, a stone is launched from among the subordinates of Li Yunfei, striking squarely upon Yinling's forehead. Of course, as a dual-born martial artist, Yinling is enveloped by a formidable energy shield, which provides him with substantial protective measures. This is precisely why certain chosen individuals, from the very moment of their birth, are destined for a life of extraordinary allure. Such a powerful protective mechanism allows the chosen ones to embark upon a journey that is both perilous and secure. The emergence of a chosen individual inevitably invites envy. Should they lose their life, such a chosen one would be rendered unworthy of existence in this world. Their survival within this realm is contingent upon the existence of a reliable protective mechanism. Indeed, the strength of this protection ensures that Yinling suffers no significant harm. Chapter 23. No longer existing. As the small stone approached within a mere 50 centimeters, it was suddenly propelled away, shattering into countless fragments. Such a protective mechanism is indeed rare in the realm of Douluo continent. For someone like Bibi Dong, who was designated as the heir to the Pope from a young age, This phenomenon is nothing extraordinary. However, for the common folk, it is quite a rarity, as they have never encountered such a thing nor are they aware of its potential implications. This illustrates the stark contrast between the protagonist and the mere extras. The protagonist forever possesses a halo of distinction, capable of transforming peril into safety regardless of the circumstances. In contrast, the extras remain ordinary individuals, their reactions vividly displayed in this moment. The shattered stones burst apart near Yinling, enveloping the area in a cloud of mist, reminiscent of ethereal powdery bubbles. What on earth? Where did that stone come from? And how did it strike above me? Yinling exclaimed, startled. Though he was aware of the protective mechanism bestowed upon him as the chosen one, he was nonetheless taken aback by this unexpected spectacle. Maintaining his composure, he sat upright. But an invisible flower seemed to bloom around him, releasing puffs of smoke that erupted one after another. Had an ordinary person witnessed this, they might have assumed it to be a supernatural occurrence. Yet for Yinling, this event merely startled him, lacking any substantive impact. If anything, it appeared to be a trivial matter, perhaps just an ordinary pebble that had tumbled down from the mountainside. After all, this was the arena of the grand tournament, surrounded by towering mountains. If the winds above were particularly fierce, soon, it is likely that the small stones and larger rocks will be dislodged. In truth, Yinling's thoughts are somewhat excessive. Within the aura of the Douluo continent, there exists no external force, despite the towering mountains and peaks surrounding him. These formations do not simply fall due to the slightest breeze. If they were to do so, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pulp. Thus, the Douluo continent has developed a corresponding robust mechanism, whereby even the most forceful winds and any natural calamities cannot inflict harm upon its inhabitants. Consequently, even amidst the perilous circumstances of this otherworldly realm, ordinary individuals remain unscathed. However, compared to the protective mechanisms afforded to the protagonist, this safeguard falls markedly short. What is it? What is happening? Did a stone strike your head? Does it hurt? The scattered dust and debris envelop the surroundings like smoke from gunpowder. Ordinary people hardly regard it as a matter of concern, yet at this moment, Bibi Dong notices an unusual expression on Yinling's face. After all, he is her apprentice, and she cannot allow him to come to harm. Thus, she gazes at him with a worried expression, only to realize that the danger has entirely dissipated, no longer present. A wave of doubt washes over Bibi Dong. After all, while stones and rocks may fall, it is implausible that they could easily claim a life. Moreover, if such debris were to scatter around, it would inevitably affect those nearby. It could not merely dislodge a small fragment. Similar to a landslide, if a collapse were to occur, it would surely break off in large chunks. Yet now, only a tiny stone has fallen. What is the meaning of this? In response to Bibi Dong's concern, Yinling feels that it is of little consequence. After all, it is merely a small stone, and he is surrounded by a protective mechanism. Thus, it is of no great significance. Yinling is not one to be overly sentimental. Though he has traversed realms and possesses a formidable protagonist's mechanism, he perceives himself simply as an individual. One should lead a modest life, especially since even the Grand Pope, Bibi Dong, has taken him as her foremost disciple. What reason remains for discontent? Life, in its essence, is quite satisfactory as it stands. One must learn to find joy and contentment. Otherwise, should misfortune befall one, it could lead to an irretrievable abyss, where one's very essence might be shattered beyond recognition. As an individual who has traversed realms, Yinling is acutely aware that many cannot bear to witness another's prosperity. Their motivations are rather straightforward. They mock the impoverished and resent the affluent, perpetually fearing that one might surpass them. Perhaps these sentiments drift from afar. Regarding Bibi Dong's concern, Yinling dismissed it entirely, responding with a nonchalant air, choosing not to dwell on it further. All present observed intently, as he could hardly afford to indulge in such pretentiousness. Although Bibi Dong is his mentor, he must navigate the matter with a degree of decorum, and the outcome is undeniably evident. Should envy arise among the onlookers, it could very well incite dire consequences. Unbeknownst to Yinling, his recent entrance had already captured the attention of Li Yunfei and his companions, who were plotting their retaliation. As the initial projectile was launched, it seemingly inflicted no tangible harm upon Yinling. The ruffians present were left in a state of astonishment. Indeed, their shock was palpable, for in their eyes, the stone erupted near Yinling as if it were a firecracker, ultimately disintegrating into fragments. Alas, they mused, that stone appears to have caused him no injury at all. At this moment, the subordinates of Li Yunfei were in a state of disarray, for they were undeniably struck by the formidable presence of Yinling. Without even lifting a finger, Yinling had managed to obliterate every semblance of threat in the blink of an eye. Such a spectacle left them utterly astonished. While Li Yunfei's martial soul was of a relatively modest caliber, Yinling possessed the rare distinction of a twin martial soul. Everyone present was acutely aware of their own limitations. They were well aware that victory was beyond their grasp. Li Yunfei's martial soul could merely be deemed superior among ordinary individuals, whereas Yinling's was akin to that of a supreme ruler. In days gone by, Tang Xin had also arrived in this world as a mere underdog, yet he ascended step by step to the pinnacle of power. Although he no longer existed in this realm, having transcended into the cosmos as a being of celestial stature, the impact of the initial attack had proven to be rather minimal. Li Yunfei gritted his teeth in frustration, directing his ire not towards anyone else, but rather towards his own subordinates, whom he deemed utterly inept. They had not dared to unleash their full strength, leaving him to ponder how they managed to survive in this world at all. Indeed, it was disheartening to reflect on the fact that while he had invested time and resources into cultivating these subordinates, they often engaged in deceitful antics. This was truly repugnant. And Li Yunfei found himself baffled by their nonsensical behavior. If they could not even grasp the gravity of their situation, how could they hope to thrive in this world? The understanding of their circumstances was bound to evoke a sense of disgust. While there are advantages to nurturing subordinates, it is imperative that they remain loyal. If they could not even fulfill this basic expectation, their existence would inevitably lead to adverse consequences. With a tone laced with disappointment and frustration, Li Yunfei admonished his subordinates. You lot exerted too little force just now. Hasten to muster your utmost strength and strike that fellow squarely on the forehead. Li Yunfei was incensed, feeling that his subordinates were taking him for a fool. It was one thing to refrain from employing substantial force. It was quite another to engage in such absurd antics. He found the entire situation laughable, considering the substantial resources he had devoted to them. In truth, Li Yunfei had shown considerable patience with his subordinates, fully aware of his privileged background and financial abundance, which alleviated his concerns regarding their sustenance. Thus, he indulges in meat while his subordinates partake in the broth, ensuring that they do not suffer any loss. This is precisely why Li Yunfei's followers are eager to remain by his side. Historically, it has never been witnessed that a leader incessantly berates his subordinates. In such a context, it is utterly absurd. The art of winning hearts and mastering the human psyche. These so-called sophisticated tactics of power are vividly apparent among the scions of esteemed families like Li Yunfei. The notions of camaraderie, connections, and human sentiment are here displayed in their most striking form. If one cannot even grasp these fundamental dynamics, leaving others bewildered, then what hope is there? In such a world, survival appears almost comical from ancient times to the present. Regardless of the various leaders, they are invariably surrounded by a formidable entourage. It is through the support of these individuals that one can rightfully assume the title of leader. Presently, Li Yunfei finds himself in a similar predicament. He requires the backing of his subordinates to achieve genuine advancement and to steadily embark on the correct path. Otherwise, much like a solitary commander without troops, he is unlikely to accomplish anything of significance. Li Yunfei feels a sense of frustration towards his underlings, wishing they displayed greater capability. However, he refrains from expressing his discontent in harsh terms, as frequently berating his subordinates would certainly jeopardize his position as their leader. Chapter 26. A most awkward predicament. Observing the helplessness of his subordinates, Li Yunfei found little to say. He continued to counsel them to seize the moment and firmly address the situation before it escalated into an embarrassing debacle. Yet, at that moment, one of the subordinates had begun to voice his concerns, as he had sensed a palpable tension, although Yinling had previously exhibited no overt signs of resistance. It was evident that Bibi Dong harbored considerable doubts. It seemed that Bibi Dong had caught wind of their presence, prompting the subordinate to suggest a strategic withdrawal. The tone of his voice had shifted to one of trepidation. The outcome was unmistakable. Even though Yinling remained oblivious to the true circumstances, Bibi Dong was a formidable archbishop, possessing a keen instinct for danger. The very reason he occupied such a prestigious position was due to his acute perception, enabling him to navigate surrounding threats adeptly. Thus, in addition to his formidable abilities, his heightened awareness of peril allowed him to avert calamity. Should he become aware that their location posed a significant threat, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. Thus, Bibi Dong can effortlessly withdraw at any moment, and the significance of this is both apparent and clear. After all, countless individuals depend on him, while an equal number wish for his demise. Given that he occupies such a lofty position, it is imperative for him to conclude matters formally. Otherwise, even if he were to plunge into an abyss from which there is no return, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to rise again. The position of the Pope is coveted by many, yet those individuals lack the requisite strength to attain it. Now that Bibi Dong has secured this role, he must live each day in trepidation. However, this is not entirely the case. Although he possesses formidable abilities, he still requires assistance from others. Bodyguards, security personnel, and personal attendants must all be replaced with trusted allies to ensure his safety from any potential threats to his life. The retreat of his subordinate has left Li Yunfei feeling exceedingly vexed. Yet, he stubbornly hopes that his subordinate will adhere to his wishes. Why concern oneself with so much? The facts lay bare before us. A simple strike to that fellow's forehead with a slingshot would suffice. Li Yunfei is on the verge of tears, having invested so much time and money in training a multitude of individuals. Yet, to his dismay, they have devolved into mere sycophants, indulging in revelry and banter. The stark reality is that they are nothing more than fair-weather friends. At the banquet table, they boast impressively, but when it comes to actual combat, they reveal themselves to be nothing but trash amidst the chaos, much like Li Yunfei's current predicament. He laments having nurtured a cadre of inept individuals, utterly bewildered by how to address this situation. Instead, they effortlessly extract themselves from danger, which is simply ludicrous. Li Yunfei finds himself at a loss with these individuals. However, he can only press forward with determination, for the course of events has already commenced. To withdraw now would be far from simple. Thus, he resolves to cast aside all thoughts and charge ahead, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Chapter 27. The Abyss. Chapter 28. Unfairness. I suspect that there may be someone intentionally sabotaging this situation, likely due to your exceptionally bright dual martial souls attracting the attention of nefarious individuals. Bibi Dong expresses his concerns, especially for Yanling at this moment. Indeed, his apprentice possesses dual martial souls, reminiscent of Tang San in his time. When one is too exceptional, envy inevitably arises, and Yanling finds himself in such a predicament now. The human heart is inscrutable, making it impossible to discern what chaos may be brewing beneath the surface. What shall we do, master? Observe how this matter might be resolved. Should I withdraw first? Yanling was also taken aback, acutely aware that his recent performance had been excessively conspicuous. Should it indeed incite considerable unrest, it would inevitably lead to a series of irreversible consequences. At this moment, he realized that being the first to stand out could bring about unforeseen repercussions, which he would find difficult to accept. As a time traveler, Yanling was supposed to ascend effortlessly with the aid of his unique abilities. However, he ultimately overlooked a crucial aspect: the nature of humanity. Most individuals are inherently unable to tolerate the success of others, deriding the impoverished while resenting the affluent. This sentiment was starkly evident here, where this examination, despite not yet reaching any significant peak, had already given rise to such peculiarities that were utterly disheartening. Thus, Yanling had no choice but to opt for withdrawal, uncertain of who among the crowd might harbor ill intentions. To formally reverse the situation, it seemed prudent to take the 36th path, which was currently Yanling's foremost inclination. Very well, you should withdraw for now. I have my own plans. Bai Dong nodded solemnly in agreement with Yanling's predicament, acknowledging the necessity of self-preservation through withdrawal. Since the examination had yet to conclude, Yanling could only retreat temporarily, unable to allow Bai Dong to offer protection. It was straightforward. Bai Dong played a role akin to that of a moderator in this assembly. If he were to withdraw, it would undoubtedly stir unrest within the gathering. Even with his profound affection for his disciple, he could not allow personal sentiments to disrupt the proceedings. Such actions would undoubtedly render the situation exceedingly unjust for those involved. Thus, it is imperative for him to maintain control here. Otherwise, we might witness a truly chaotic and disarrayed scenario. Seizing the opportunity amidst the throng of people, Yanling hastily melded into the crowd, attempting to flee in a state of panic. Boss, it appears that fellow is having second thoughts and intends to distance himself from this place. What should we do about this? One of Li Yunfei's subordinates swiftly discerned Yanling's intentions to escape and promptly alerted Li Yunfei beside him. Trying to run away? I believe that lad is indeed deluding himself. He's become weary of life. Just wait, I shall swiftly put an end to him. Li Yunfei's brows furrowed with delight, for if Yanling chose to flee, it would play to his advantage. One can only conclude that the recent peril has rendered him incapable of self-preservation, compelling him to embark on a path of escape. Yet, This is a misrepresentation. Yinling's desire to flee is not born of fear of these individuals. Rather, he seeks to avoid unnecessary complications. Currently, Bibi Dong serves as the master of ceremonies for this gathering. Without his presence to maintain order, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, exacerbated by the jealousy directed towards Yinling. In light of this, Yinling feels it prudent to withdraw in order to spare his mentor any additional troubles. Little did he anticipate that this very retreat would bring great satisfaction to Li Yunfei and his ilk, a quintessential display of the small-minded reveling in their moment of triumph. In truth, Yinling is not fearful. He simply wishes to avoid further discord. With so many individuals present, the potential for collateral damage is far too great, a prospect that would be exceedingly unbecoming. However, in the eyes of Li Yunfei and his companions, this situation is perceived as a sign of weakness on Yinling's part. Thus, they hastily pursue him, eager to administer a lesson. Although Li Yunfei is keen to chase after him, his loyal subordinate advises against such impulsiveness. After all, Yinling is under the protection of Bibi Dong. His decision to withdraw is clearly a strategic retreat, signifying that the matter is resolved. Having failed to inflict any harm despite 2 attempts, would they truly pursue a confrontation that could lead to grievous consequences? Perhaps we should reconsider this pursuit. That individual does not seem easily manageable, his subordinate remarks, his brow furrowed in concern. It appears he harbors deep-seated reservations about his leader. Indeed, it is perplexing to find oneself following such an indiscreet individual. What should have been a discourse marked by civility has devolved into the actions of a reckless youth, leaving one bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Among these subordinates, most hail from humble backgrounds, where even the tuition for their education proves a significant burden. Consequently, their demeanor has always been cautious, striving to avoid conflict. Yet, since aligning with Li Yunfei, they have found themselves embroiled in a series of irreversible absurdities. Why are you so flustered? I merely suggested you pursue him. Besides, Bibi Dong has yet to depart, and the Pope must maintain order at this assembly. Li Yunfei exclaims in exasperation, having assumed he had articulated his intentions clearly, yet still confronted with this chaos. The more he contemplated, the more he felt something was amiss. Encountering such hindrances made Li Yunfei wish he could deal with them harshly. Yet, he exerted great effort to suppress his temper. Putting on the faade of a benevolent elder brother, Li Yunfei possessed considerable confidence. After all, Bai Dong was the host of this grand assembly, and it was imperative not to stray far from this venue. If that were the case, Yinling would essentially be within their grasp, easily snuffing them out in their infancy. However, despite his declarations, his subordinates remained unmoved, seemingly having lost faith in their elder brother. As no one made a move, Li Yunfei seized the nearest subordinate by the arm, shaking him vigorously as he exclaimed, "Let us go. We must swiftly follow that scoundrel and teach him a proper lesson." With only Yinling remaining, if they did not seize the moment to confront him, they would be wasting precious time, an opportunity that, once lost, would not return. Li Yunfei's assertive demeanor instilled considerable pressure among his subordinates, yet they had no choice but to press on, though they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Chapter 30. Charge forward. If indeed there were to arise a situation that squandered the essence of life, they would undoubtedly turn their backs and depart, leaving no room for retreat. At this moment, Yinling had distanced himself from the throng and found refuge in a narrow alley beside the academy. He intended to return to his modest domain, yet unexpectedly, as he took his first few steps into this secluded place, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Without hesitation, Yinling swiftly turned around and, to his dismay, discovered a large group of individuals trailing his every move. Damn it, he finally grasped what had been amiss today. The unfortunate turn of events was the result of someone covertly orchestrating chaos. Anger surged within him as he comprehended the source of his troubles. The incident at the beginning of the assembly, where a stone had fallen, now illuminated the reality that there were indeed those intent on causing disruption. A profound fury welled up in Yinling's mind. Indeed, if this band of scoundrels sought to employ such tactics, he must treat this group of individuals with utmost care, for being the object of envy is indeed a matter that radiates a certain brilliance. Yinling stands as a figure of prominence, while those who harbor jealousy towards him are utterly incapable of reaching his lofty heights, which gives rise to their envy. Reflecting once more on Bai Dong's words, Yinling finds the situation rather amusing. It appears that truly exceptional individuals in this world often face a series of irreversible setbacks. Indeed, one may find themselves wrongfully accused and besmirched repeatedly, despite having done nothing to warrant such treatment. Even the most exalted individuals may squander their potential due to such tempers. Suffering and torment ultimately lead to the downfall of those who are destined to be great, casting them into the abyss, a sight both tragic and lamentable. Boss, that fellow has halted his advance. Let us now devise a strategy to confront him. You offer a suggestion, and we shall charge forth, said one of Li Yunfei's subordinates. As they observed Yanling come to a stop, the group, filled with a palpable sense of trepidation, hurriedly conveyed their thoughts to Li Yunfei. The sight of Yanling pausing instilled fear within them, for a dual martial soul is not easily vanquished by mere trivialities. In the past, Tang San was deemed useless. Yet upon acquiring his dual martial soul, he rose to prominence in a fit of rage. Who among them would dare to confront such a formidable character? What a kid! Since he has chosen to stop, let us teach him a lesson. Li Yunfei, brimming with excitement, observed Yanling's halt without a trace of concern for retaliation. Emboldened, he yearned to charge forth and extinguish the life of his adversary. It seemed he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation and the true nature of the world around him. Li Yunfei, exhilarated like a child, urged his subordinates to act swiftly. If we delay any longer, the opportunity will slip away. We must seize this moment to teach Yanling a lesson, or we shall appear foolish. Slow down, boss, I must caution you. He possesses a dual martial soul. Can we truly contend with him? Despite this warning, the subordinate continued to implore Li Yunfei, reminding him that Yanling was not an ordinary individual to be trifled with through trivial tactics. Chapter 31. The Pope's bottom line. How many times must I repeat myself? Just let me take responsibility. You need not concern yourself. Just charge ahead. Li Yunfei was nearly apoplectic, his frustration mounting with each repetition of the caution. Was it not enough to express the matter once or twice? Yet, why did the incessant reiteration carry such weight? Did the Li family truly fear this so-called worthless individual, Yanling? Li Yunfei's audacity in confronting Yanling stemmed not only from his own confidence, but also from the latter's formidable background. Moreover, he had never heard of Yanling's name before. But why did the Pope hold him in such high regard? Perhaps there were some unspoken truths lurking beneath the surface. What could these truths possibly be? Li Yunfei was oblivious, yet the prospect of enlightening Yanling was indeed enticing. It would serve to humiliate the Pope's dignity, casting it to the ground. To put it plainly, Li Yunfei epitomized the archetype of a bully who preys on the weak while fearing the strong, daring to test the Pope's boundaries. Otherwise, why would he persist in opposing Yanling's mission? A typical individual would have turned away without a second thought, sparing Yanling any further distress. Yet, upon hearing his subordinate's account, he was inexplicably drawn to stubbornly persist in his confrontation. This merely indicates that this individual harbors grievances not solely against Yanling, helpless and devoid of options. Li Yunfei's subordinate observed the situation had already unfolded in such a manner. There is little more to say. With a swift and resolute stride, I advanced directly before Yanling. In an instant, a circle of encirclement formed, trapping him within. Hey, kid, you overshadowed our boss today, and we ought to teach you a proper lesson. At that moment, a lackey with a scarred face pointed an accusatory finger at Yanling, unleashing a torrent of abuse. It was evident that this subordinate was fiercely loyal to Li Yunfei. Yanling, however, remained unflinching, betraying no sign of concern. He was well aware that wealthy scions often surrounded themselves with sycophants. In truth, these individuals possessed little genuine capability. Yet, should one engage them in a contest of strength, the situation could become exceedingly troublesome. The reason these privileged youths sought out conflict was due to the formidable influence they wielded behind the scenes. As Yanling faced them, he merely offered a scornful smile, opting for a philosophy of avoidance rather than escalation. I have no grievances with you, nor any enmity. What is the meaning of this confrontation? Have I wronged you in any way? His cold gaze settled on Li Yunfei, recognizing that the one at the center of this group was undoubtedly their leader. It remained to be seen whether this individual would step forward to negotiate. If the discussion proved amicable, all would dissipate like clouds. If not, then brute force would be the only recourse. There is no animosity. I merely wish to understand why you feel compelled to act so arrogantly. You have seized the spotlight of this gathering, leaving me with naught but embarrassment. Li Yunfei retorted with a derisive smile, clearly confident in his victory. He regarded Yanling as little more than an inferior, believing that if a truly capable individual were present, they would find a way to challenge him. He imagined that at any moment, a fit of rage could lead to Yanling's demise. Chapter 32. Not worth mentioning. Unexpectedly, Yanling maintained his composure and engaged in conversation, revealing Li Yunfei's true nature. In Li Yunfei's eyes, a calm and collected dialogue indicated weakness. The mere act of attempting to address these matters through words was revolting to behold. Negotiation necessitates a balance of power, otherwise, dialogue becomes futile. Li Yunfei was indeed a contemptible character. Yanling had no desire for conflict. He simply wished to converse. Yet, Li Yunfei perceived Yanling's demeanor as fear, which made the situation all the more amusing. After witnessing this exchange, Yanling concluded that there was little to resolve. Was he to regain his dignity by groveling before them? In this vicinity, it is utterly inconceivable that such despicable behavior could occur. Consequently, he clenched his fists tightly, fiercely pointing towards Li Yunfei, who stood not far away, and declared, "Very well, if you wish to educate me, I am more than willing to engage at any moment. Pray tell, what do you intend to do? Will it be through words or through force?" Upon hearing these words, Li Yunfei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yanling would genuinely accept the challenge. Initially, he had thought to humiliate him thoroughly, but to his astonishment, the moment negotiations began, Yanling chose to take action immediately. If we were to pursue this line of thought, the situation would indeed become quite challenging. However, the truth is that Li Yunfei's initial excessive behavior has made Yanling realize that there is no hope for negotiation. He cannot possibly bow to Li Yunfei, can he? "Boss, look at this young man's temper. It's exceedingly volatile. It seems we must employ some unconventional tactics moving forward." As a fiercely loyal subordinate to Li Yunfei, Scarface was taken aback by Yanling's audacity to speak so arrogantly to their leader. He quickly adopted an obsequious demeanor, sensing that this matter was far from over. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement, and Scarface, as if commanded, directed a gaze filled with terror towards Yanling. He could not help but voice his thoughts. "Aren't you Yanling? What is so impressive about that? Why must you act so arrogantly? Do you not understand that such a formidable presence cannot exist across the continent?" Scarface's arguments were utterly hypocritical. It was their group who sought to bully others, yet he twisted the narrative to place blame on Yanling. This is the archetype of a villain, completely lacking in merit yet insistent on being the first to cry foul. Earlier, during the meeting, Yanling had garnered attention due to his inherently formidable martial prowess. Little did he expect that such a trivial matter would draw Li Yunfei and his cohort's scrutiny. Who then could he blame for this predicament? "What I do or do not do is of no concern to you. Why must you disturb me here?" Yanling's demeanor was perplexing and exasperating. After all, he had no real connection to these individuals. Why was it necessary for them to create such an embarrassing scene? In Yanling's eyes, Li Yunfei and his gang were nothing but antiquated refuse, hardly deserving of consideration. They should not have warranted his attention. Yet they were audacious enough to overstep their bounds. "Spare me your empty chatter. If you have the guts, stand still and let us restrain you, and we shall engage in a brawl." Chapter 33. Betrayal from within. Li Yunfei remained unfazed, showing no desire to engage in further conversation with Yanling. He understood that reasoning with him was a futile endeavor. Thus, to avoid further convoluted discussions, it was better to cut to the chase. If one is capable, they should act. If not, they ought to leave. The facts were laid bare. There was no need for idle chatter. To put it bluntly, Li Yunfei was determined to confront Yanling head-on, and it would come down to whose resolve was stronger. "By what right do you presume to command me? Are you endowed with extraordinary powers, or perhaps you are divine? Why should I remain still at your behest?" Yanling was on the verge of laughter in his anger. Was he to remain motionless simply because someone ordered him to? Could one truly be a mere wooden puppet reincarnated? Would it not be utterly ridiculous if others witnessed such a spectacle? Come what may, be it death or punishment, bring it on. Just spare me the endless prattling. As for how to address this matter, one might as well prostrate oneself in submission. Observing a hint of trepidation from Yanling, Li Yunfei appeared elated. As if he had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity, he articulated his demands plainly. Fighting was unnecessary, but he insisted that Yanling promptly kneel and bow before him. Upon hearing this, Yanling could only chuckle wryly, conceding, "All right, it seems there is little left to explain today. Come, I shall face you all alone." There was nothing further to discuss. No justification remained. Since this group insisted on indulging in such theatrics, Yanling resolved to shed his fears of their antics. The situation had reached this juncture, and there was no point in engaging in trivialities any longer. It was time to see if he could formally integrate this chaotic scenario. Li Yunfei, caught between astonishment and delight, widened his eyes as if witnessing a grand spectacle. "Excellent. This fellow is playing for keeps. Let us hasten to subdue him." Li Yunfei radiated excitement akin to a child who had just consumed an abundance of honey. The lively spectacle of swift and agile movements was nothing short of a performance. He was clearly no ordinary individual. Witnessing Yin Ling audaciously launch an assault, Li Yunfei hastily summoned all his subordinates to encircle and attack. It seemed they were intent on achieving their objectives without shedding blood this time. "Boss, are you truly certain? Don't forget." At that moment, the subordinate who had been persistently advising Li Yunfei spoke once more. "What do you mean by that?" Li Yunfei erupted in fury, unleashing all the pent-up rage that had been festering in his mind. He could hardly believe that this subordinate would dare to repeat himself yet again. This infuriated him immensely. He treated them with fine wine and sumptuous meals daily, only to find that they were undermining him from within. With a forceful wave of his hand, Li Yunfei pointed angrily at the speaking subordinate, declaring, If you can contribute, do so. If not, get lost. I'll say this one last time. If you continue to bolster your own arrogance at the expense of my ambitions, don't blame me for being ruthless." Fuming, he truly was incensed. Li Yunfei had thought he was providing ample support, and a subordinate shouldn't be able to create such an embarrassing situation. Yet, this group of ingrates insisted on dragging up these nonsensical issues time and again. Chapter 34. Go Away. Chapter 35. A rival. He never anticipated that Li Yunfei would hold such a deep-seated grudge against him. Did he truly wish to extinguish his life? If that were the case, this matter certainly warranted a thorough discussion. No, you misunderstand. I have no intention of stabbing you. I merely wish to convey a reality. If my lackeys cannot handle you, then I shall have to take matters into my own hands." Li Yunfei remained unfazed, believing he had done nothing more than grasp the blade firmly in his own hand. His intention for this confrontation was quite straightforward: to intimidate Yin Ling, making him aware of his own insignificance. It was only with this cold weapon in his possession that Li Yunfei felt a profound sense of security. Indeed, wielding such a superior means of self-defense instilled in him a clear understanding of what true safety entails. "Come now, spare me the idle chatter. I am well aware that you and your ilk are merely the perpetrators of schoolyard bullying." As Yin Ling listened to Li Yunfei's increasingly erratic discourse, he felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Why waste time with trivialities? Let us not dawdle, but rather engage in the fray. Within this academy, one must inevitably encounter some unsavory characters and incidents. Since we have embarked upon this path, we must see it through. Let us formally synthesize this situation, for it is inevitable that we must confront these challenges sooner or later. The truth lies before us. We shall observe the ensuing events and determine how to deftly dismantle the circumstances. Yin Ling is prepared to face the confrontation, believing there is no longer any need for trepidation. While exposing the truth may cause harm to others, it seems that such consequences are not particularly grave. Li Yunfei's subordinates surged forward in a frenzy. Naturally, they did not wield cold weapons as Li Yunfei would, but rather aimed to thoroughly comprehend the series of facts at hand. In essence, they intended to employ their skills to pursue Yin Ling. The first subordinate charged ahead, inflicting no tangible harm upon Yin Ling. The second followed suit, achieving similarly lackluster results. As more subordinates rushed in, one after another, they failed to make any significant impact. "Boss, it appears this fellow possesses some form of protective barrier. What should we do? We cannot breach it." At that moment, the most loyal subordinate, Scarface, felt a surge of anxiety as he realized the futility of their assault against Yin Ling's defenses. "Damn it, now I understand why this rascal remains so obstinate. He truly possesses formidable abilities." Li Yunfei finally grasped why Yin Ling exuded such confidence in confronting them head-on. It became evident that Yin Ling's strength lay in his extraordinary capabilities, leading Li Yunfei to conclude that resolving this matter would not be easy. It dawned on him that individuals like Yin Ling, possessing superior talents, undoubtedly possessed qualities beyond the reach of others. If these circumstances could not be managed, it seemed the only option would be a strategic retreat. Indeed, Yin Ling may be an ordinary person, yet he is enveloped by an extraordinarily powerful protection. This clearly indicates that he, as the chosen one, is supported by formidable energies, resulting in such an impasse. There are always stronger individuals among the strong. It seems that Yin Ling is indeed a formidable adversary. Chapter 36. A bit cowardly, Li Yunfei let out an involuntary sigh, as the sounds outside echoed incessantly, akin to an unbreakable spell that rendered this individual impervious to separation. At last, Li Yunfei comprehended the essence of helplessness. "What shall we do, boss? We cannot even approach him. How can we effectively dismantle this situation?" His subordinates now found themselves at an impasse, observing their leader's furrowed brow with growing concern. Before them stands an adversary whose nature remains utterly perplexing. If one cannot even approach his very form, how then can one hope to entangle these matters with any semblance of formality? Should this situation fall into the hands of another, it would undoubtedly culminate in utter disaster. What options remain? Charge forward with unwavering resolve. I wish to see if any of you exhibit even a hint of trepidation. Alas, Li Yunfei can only express his profound indignation, manifesting the tumult of his current emotions. The outcome is already laid bare before them, regardless of the circumstances. One cannot truly afford to gamble with their life in this manner. With no possibility of retreat, the only path forward is to advance. Hesitation may render them incapable of shielding themselves from impending doom. Very well, your words provide me with a sense of assurance. Hand me the blade. Upon receiving Li Yunfei's command, the scarred face did not hesitate, swiftly seizing the weapon. Li Yunfei thrust the cold steel towards Yanling, determined to assert control over the situation at hand, and if fortune favors him, to shine brilliantly today. In the not-too-distant future, Li Yunfei would undoubtedly be astonished. The scarred face truly embodied the essence of diligence. However, as he charged towards Yanling brandishing a cold weapon, the force he wielded had yet to be harmonized and unleashed, as if repelled by a fierce shockwave, causing him to recoil instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the cold blade executed a complete 360-degree rotation, ultimately piercing his own abdomen. A soft thud echoed as the blade plunged into his flesh, leaving him grievously wounded. In truth, Yanling had not even lifted a finger. It was merely the overwhelming power beyond his energy shield that had deflected the attack, rendering this unfortunate soul a victim of his own folly. In an instant, the scarred man lay on the ground, wailing in agony, blood gushing from his belly. His injuries appeared severe, leaving all present, except for Yanling, in utter shock. One might wonder how this group could falter so miserably. Their collective assault was pitifully ineffective. What were they thinking? Yanling cast a disdainful glance at Li Yunfei and his entourage, deeming their arrogance utterly unfounded. Was it truly so daunting to witness one of their own injured, blood staining the ground? Such cowardice was truly lamentable. Li Yunfei's countenance darkened, for the scarred man was a loyal subordinate. The gravity of his condition weighed heavily on Li Yunfei's pride. He rushed to his companion's side, assessing the injury, and found it was not as dire as it appeared, merely a superficial wound, the bloodshed a trivial matter. Chapter 37, A Matter of Life and Death. With a swift motion, he instructed his remaining subordinates to assist the scarred man to safety for treatment, reflecting on Yanling's derisive gaze and words. Li Yunfei couldn't help but laugh incredulously. He regarded Yanling with disbelief, questioning how he had managed to ascend to such heights as to be associated with Bibi Dong. Was she his mother? If his earlier anger stemmed from a matter of pride, this time it was fueled by the fury of witnessing his subordinate harmed. Li Yunfei disregarded all else, even rebuking the Pope Bibi Dong. He was utterly incensed. After all, a life was at stake, and the scarred man was gravely injured, while they had sent so many to confront Yanling, who emerged unscathed. Even a wooden figure like Li Yunfei would inevitably feel anxious. How outrageous! The most revered pope in the entire Douluo continent cannot be subjected to such indignities. Yanling glared, pointing at Li Yunfei as if to demand accountability. Indeed, Bibi Dong is the supreme pontiff of the Douluo continent. It is a rare privilege for anyone to even establish a connection with her, yet unexpectedly, Li Yunfei dares to utter such foul language against her. Yanling believed that, as a disciple, it was his duty to uphold the dignity of his master. Moreover, the audacity to speak out against Bibi Dong came from none other than the frivolous Li Yunfei, a fact that was utterly absurd. Yanling thought to himself, what right does Li Yunfei, that scoundrel, have to claim superiority over his master, Bibi Dong? It was as if he had a death wish. Moments ago, Yanling had merely been focused on defense, refraining from any offensive action. He was well aware that he did not wish to tarnish his master's reputation, nor did he desire to be embroiled in a fatal dispute. Why are you so anxious? He thought. Is Bibi Dong truly your mother? Otherwise, what could possibly incite such fervor? As Li Yunfei realized he could not best Yanling in combat, he resorted to verbal sparring. What does Bibi Dong have to do with you, Yanling? Why such agitation? Surely, she cannot be your mother. Else why would you defend her so fiercely? Thus, Li Yunfei emerged as a quintessential rogue, unwilling to admit defeat, yet eager to gain an upper hand in words. However, Yanling dismissed his antics, perceiving them as an affront to the revered Bibi Dong. You did not come here to seek me out. You are here to demand accountability. It seems your ire should be directed at the Pope, by Dong, rather than at me. In that moment, Yanling finally grasped the situation at hand. If we consider it this way, it seems that Li Yunfei's ire is not directed at Yanling, but rather towards his mentor, Bibi Dong. Otherwise, how could he, as a disciple, find himself in such a dire predicament? What? Is it that Li Yunfei feels compelled to pursue a vendetta? To put it plainly, it is evident that Li Yunfei harbors animosity towards the Pope. Otherwise, how could he embark on such a path? Young man, you speak with some truth. My grievances are not solely with you, for that Pope is, in my eyes, nothing but a mere useless being. At last, Li Yunfei has spoken candidly. Indeed, he does not hold any genuine hatred towards Yanling rather than targeting Yanling. It is more accurate to say he is aiming at Bibi Dong. Chapter 38. Natural disasters and man-made calamities. In truth, the matter is rather convoluted. Li Yunfei's family bears no real connection to the Pope. Yet, this individual seems to be stubbornly insistent. Why, he wonders. Does the Pope choose to take this obscure Yanling as his disciple? Why does the Pope overlook the scions of his prominent family? Thus, at this moment, Li Yunfei's heart is merely tinged with a hint of jealousy. This fellow, having been pampered since childhood, has developed an inexplicable sense of superiority over time, always believing that others should hold him in high regard. However, upon entering society, he discovered that despite the Li family's wealth and influence, it does not guarantee that everyone would bow and scrape before him, nor is he some divine creator or deity of wealth deserving of such deference. Consequently, he frequently encounters setbacks. Indeed, this impudent child's words evoke a profound sense of indignation. Yanling is so enraged that he feels as though he could unleash his fury through his very eyes. Yes, the Pope is an exalted and sacred figure. Yet it is surprising to find him becoming the subject of mockery in the mouths of Li Yunfei and his ilk. If we were to follow this line of thought, is it truly the case that fairness and justice are non-existent in this world? Much like the supernatural, one may choose not to believe in such concepts. Yet one cannot disregard the respect due to Li Yunfei. It is perplexing how, despite skepticism, there persists a relentless barrage of disparaging remarks directed towards the Pope, uttered time and again. Such individuals are utterly incapable of surviving in this world. Since you insist on courting death, I find no further explanations to offer you. Come and take your life. In an instant, Yanling unleashed a torrent of furious flames from his mouth. He was truly desperate. How could one remain calm when a figure as sacred as the Pope was reduced to mere filth by Li Yunfei's words? If this is the case, what semblance of fairness can exist in this world? Fate, which is supposed to be guided by divine will, is now transformed into calamity and disaster under Li Yunfei's chaos. Such terrifying imagery unfolded vividly before him. Fueled by rage, Yanling transformed from an ordinary person into a being ablaze with fury. An aroma reminiscent of gasoline enveloped him. Or perhaps it was the boiling blood within him reaching a staggering 100 degrees Celsius. At that moment, his eyes turned pure white, obscured by the intensifying flames, rendering him blind to the events around him. The world was tainted, and it was better not to see. Li Yunfei and his subordinates were thoroughly terrified. Initially, they believed that Yanling merely possessed defensive skills, but to their shock, he now resembled a living projectile, poised for an explosion. Enveloped in a furious aura, an elliptical barrier formed around Yanling, radiating unusual waves of light. As these waves struck the onlookers, they felt as if their very insides were fracturing. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Is he insane? Why do I feel an overwhelming shockwave barring my path? At that moment, fear gripped Li Yunfei. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Who possesses a technique that manifests in such a manner? A sense of dread unfurled in his mind. Chapter 39. Unimaginable consequences. Li Yunfei, being a sheltered flower, had never encountered such a horrifying scene throughout his life. Indeed, the power of an atomic bomb is formidable. Yet now, suddenly, there was Yanling. Did this individual intend to transform into a human bomb, annihilating everyone around him into atomic fragments? In an instant, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within Li Yunfei's stomach. Upon reflection, he recalled that he had indulged in French escargot for lunch. The mere thought made him feel as though he might retch. To put it bluntly, Li Yunfei exhibited a certain inclination towards foreign extravagance. He could not fathom why he believed that foreign delicacies were far superior to those available domestically. He often indulged in red wine and steak, which, in reality, were exceedingly commonplace in his homeland and hardly worthy of mention. Trouble is brewing, boss. It seems this fellow is in a rush. At that moment, A subordinate who had previously been urging Li Yunfei to avoid unnecessary conflict stepped forward. He finally recognized that his initial assessment was indeed correct, while Li Yunfei continued to stray further down a misguided path. After voicing his thoughts, the subordinate eagerly anticipated Li Yunfei's response. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of Li Yunfei's astonished expression. I told you from the beginning that we cannot contend with him. This individual possesses a twin martial soul, while you merely have a superior version of an ordinary martial soul. The disparity is not slight. Why must you provoke him? The subordinate, having rediscovered his original rationale, began to express his concerns once more. Initially, he had advised Li Yunfei against engaging in conflict, but now Yanling had transformed into a human bomb of sorts. The ramifications of such an explosion would be catastrophic. Are you still trying to bolster his arrogance while undermining my resolve? Are you truly frightened by such consequences? Now is the time to merge our strengths and channel all our power to me. Li Yunfei, upon hearing his subordinate's words, swiftly reclaimed his focus from his state of panic. Indeed, his previous attitude had been utterly lackluster. Yanling was merely in a desperate state, which was hardly a cause for fear. Thus, Li Yunfei hastened to redirect his efforts, preparing to articulate his thoughts with clarity once more. In the vast expanse of Douluo continent, if an individual's power is not substantial, thus, he intends to harness external forces to make an impact, and at present, Li Yunfei plans to execute this strategy. With numerous subordinates at his disposal, it is evident that his solitary strength is inadequate to contend against multiple foes. The only viable approach appears to be the amalgamation of the collective power of his subordinates, allowing him to skillfully unleash this formidable force and strike out effectively. However, unifying the strength of many is no simple endeavor, as facing such formidable challenges inevitably demands a steep price. A slight miscalculation could lead to an irreversible descent into despair. Li Yunfei's intention to pursue this course of action has startled his subordinates. Indeed, they have never encountered such circumstances before. Should he gamble with his life? It would be utterly unacceptable. Every individual values their existence, and cherishing life is a fundamental principle. Chapter 40. Act wisely yet now, with life hanging by a thread. Such trivial concerns seem irrelevant. Boss, what do you mean by this? We have only just completed our trials and possess merely ordinary martial spirits. If you ask us to relinquish our strength to you, what if we fail? In this moment, his subordinates feel a sense of bewilderment. After all, they have merely followed their elder brother to earn a living. Now, to surrender all their strength to him seems reckless. If they succeed, everything returns to its rightful place, and they gain nothing. But if they fail, scattering all their martial spirit values would leave them devoid of cultivation within this academy. Thus, it is not the unlikely that they fear, but the very likely, which makes them exceedingly reluctant. Enough of the nonsense. This is no longer merely about whether we can win. It is fundamentally a matter of face. The Li family is not an insignificant entity in the entire Douluo continent. How can we allow Yanjing to dismantle our reputation? Li Yunfei remains unfazed, believing that the situation has escalated to such a point that he must proceed. Surely, he cannot be deterred by mere superficial concerns? If that were the case, he would have no reason to exist in this peculiar world. At this moment, Li Yunfei harbors no other thoughts. He is determined to gamble with his life, aiming to confront Yanjing with equal stakes. His motive is straightforward, not for any other reason, but to strike a blow against Yanjing's arrogant demeanor that has overshadowed him. He deserves it for his hubris in stealing the spotlight. Li Yunfei's self-serving nature has led his younger brethren to perceive him as a leader who is solely preoccupied with his own interests, devoid of any consideration for others. The power of a martial soul is singular, while it may seem effortless to lend it out with the expectation of its return. Once it is shattered in battle, it is irretrievably lost. The individuals present are not fools, and there is no need to engage in frivolous discourse. If this is the case, then I see no reason to continue my allegiance to you. Dear leader, I shall take my leave. One of the younger subordinates, observing Li Yunfei's obstinate demeanor, concluded that given the circumstances, it was best to sever ties with him altogether. The situation had become glaringly apparent, and there was no point in further complicating matters. At this moment, another subordinate stepped forward, expressing, I believe life is exceedingly precious. I have made great efforts to come here for my education, and I cannot afford to jeopardize my life in the process. Therefore, I too must depart. With that, these two subordinates, arm in arm, exited from Li Yunfei's line of sight. Indeed, the outcome is unmistakably clear. Even the leader himself fails to take their feelings into account. They would certainly not squander their lives for this so-called big brother. The number of followers increased to 7 or 8, yet in the end, only one remained. This was the beginning. He persuaded Li Yunfei's timid subordinate, who felt rather fortunate at the moment. At least he had not charged forward to deliver inhumane blows to Yinling like those other fellows. However, as he observed more people departing, he realized he was the only one left. This subordinate sensed that if he did not leave soon, he might find himself in a precarious situation. Surely, Li Yunfei would not consider extracting his martial soul, for that would be utterly unacceptable. Chapter 41. Surrendered and resigned since they have all departed. What purpose do I serve by remaining here? I must take my leave. After all, I am the only child in my family. With that thought, the subordinate quickly fled. Knowing that if he lingered any longer, he could easily fall victim to Li Yunfei, who might forcefully subdue him, thus employing the best strategy of retreat. He swiftly integrated the facts and circumstances. Otherwise, losing his life would be quite absurd. You scoundrels, I have provided for you without charge. And yet you treat me this way? With all the subordinates gone, Li Yunfei's once mighty presence diminished to that of a mere captive. Indeed, he was a figure of unparalleled glory, yet now he found himself devoid of followers and companions. Such an occurrence before him was utterly humiliating. Li Yunfei, accustomed to a life of luxury and comfort, was used to having everything handed to him on a silver platter. Thus, this situation triggered a profound chain reaction, the outcome of which was undeniably evident. There is little to be said. The original intention remains unaltered, rendering further discourse unnecessary. Defeat has come, a thorough and complete defeat. Li Yunfei has lost utterly, much like a grand pumpkin, transformed into pumpkin soup, pumpkin cakes, and pumpkin dumplings by others. His subordinates are hardly impressive. Each one seems to embody a sense of self-preservation that is rather comical. Witnessing Li Yunfei's self-abandonment by those close to him, Yinling could not help but laugh. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Not only could Li Yunfei not best him, but he also sought to harness the strength of Yinling's subordinates for a desperate gamble. Fortunately, these subordinates exhibited a degree of rationality. Had they truly engaged in a fight to the death, the outcome could have been dire. With his current prowess, he could swiftly consume this group of individuals whole. Yinling, on his part, had transformed from the guise of a human bomb into an ordinary person, as he observed one after another of Li Yunfei's companions departing. He felt that there was no longer a need for such intense anger. The flames of fury no longer raged to the point of exploding like cannonballs. Damn it. Today I concede. Your name is Yinling, correct? Very well. Just wait. You will have your reckoning. After uttering these words, Li Yunfei turned and departed. Indeed, he acknowledged his defeat, his capitulation, and his submission. There was no alternative. He simply could not prevail, despite the numerous subordinates he commanded. They had inflicted no substantial harm on Yinling. In fact, one of them, bearing a scarred face, had even been killed in retaliation. If this incident were to spread, it would indeed tarnish Li Yunfei's reputation throughout the academy. The young scion of the Li family now found himself a mere captive among ordinary individuals, a rather comical turn of events. Very well. I await your next move with great anticipation, eager to see how you plan to dismantle me. Yinling could not help but chuckle. It dawned on him that Li Yunfei was merely a stubborn duck, all bark and no bite. In truth, he possessed no genuine strength. As even his subordinates displayed such blatant disrespect towards him, such a person truly exists in this world, and it is rather amusing. Indeed, Li Yunfei invests significantly in his friendships, often indulging in extravagant feasts and libations for his so-called friends and comrades, lavishly spending without restraint. However, with the recent events, those individuals are gradually distancing themselves from him. Chapter 42. Quite remarkable. Chapter 43. Exceptionally rare. Chapter 44. One must not be humble. Murong Yunxue smiled as she spoke to Yinling, saying, one cannot express it that way. Remember, during the trials of the Douluo Emperor Tang San, he too possessed twin martial souls, yet he ascended to great heights, did he not? Yes, Tang San, once merely a wielder of twin martial souls, achieved such lofty status in the blink of an eye. Now, with Yinling's emergence, the future undoubtedly appears bright. Such behavior is utterly incomprehensible. Therefore, Murong Yunxue believes Yinling should not remain so modest. A more ostentatious demeanor would be most fitting. His abilities are evident. And at such a tender age, if one were to claim he should not boast, it would defy all reason. Ha ha ha, you truly overestimate me. I cannot compare to the Douluo Emperor Tang San. He is an emperor, while I am but a minor character in this vast world. Yinling chuckled, surprised at how adeptly Murong Yunqiwei engaged in conversation. He had barely begun his journey. How could he ever measure up to Tang San, who has already soared beyond the cosmos, becoming a figure of immense stature, while he remains a mere ant in comparison? It is hardly worth mentioning. And to draw parallels is utterly absurd. Murong Yunqiue's flattery left Yinling feeling somewhat elevated. Indeed, most individuals in this world relish sweet words, for harsh criticisms can dampen one's spirits. Given the realities before them, how could one expect to compare themselves to another? Ah, how can you say that? He surely possesses certain transformative qualities, and you too must have your own means of advancement. Just watch, you will undoubtedly surpass Tang San in due course. Observing Yinling's choice to remain low-key, Murong Yunqiwei seized the moment to lavish him with further praise. Indeed, how could such a formidable individual easily concede? Ultimately, one should strive for even greater heights. Murong Yunqiwei intensified her encouragement, hoping that by the time Yinling reaches her age with such formidable prowess, he would thoroughly integrate his knowledge and never remain humble. To put it plainly, if such formidable abilities were bestowed upon Murong Yunqiwei, indeed, this fellow is bound to become flustered in an instant, akin to an owl taking flight. His character is such that when he becomes arrogant, few can truly contend with him. It is amusing how those with a modicum of talent tend to revel in ostentation, only to realize the absurdity of their situation when faced with reality. Very well, I shall take your words as a good omen. Should I ascend to great heights in the future, I will certainly express my gratitude to you. Yinling finds himself at a loss for words, having not anticipated this. Murong Yunqiwei, with each word, seems to invigorate herself further. Since he insists on speaking in this manner, so be it. Yinling felt that there was no need to engage in further debate with him. It was best to leave things as they were. Indeed, since the person before him was so intent on undermining him, one should keep these truths in mind and regard them as a source of amusement. Consider this: a person frequently praises you, while you consistently speak ill of them. Over time, even the most amiable individual may inevitably develop a series of undesirable attitudes. Such is human nature. One can tolerate flattery but cannot abide slander. Chapter 45. Not worth mentioning. Well, since we are roommates, let us not stand on ceremony. Here, I have brought some Mingyo yogurt drink. Would you care for some? Observing Yinling accept her compliments, Murong Yunqiwei eagerly reached into her bag, intending to present him with 2 bottles of yogurt, allowing him to savor the taste of home. Indeed, Murong Yunqiwei was akin to the clouds and snow in the sky, fond of indulging in pure and unadulterated delights. This indicates that she had genuinely accepted the established truth within her heart. She was determined to follow Yinling wholeheartedly, aspiring to engage in what she deemed righteous endeavors. The outcome was exceedingly apparent. Should fortune smile upon Yinling, he would undoubtedly elevate her alongside him. The influential figure had yet to fully mature, thus Murong Yunqiwei seized the opportunity to launch an assertive approach. No, I have little interest in beverages of this sort. Yinling promptly declined Murong Yunqiwei's goodwill. Indeed, he had no inclination towards carbonated drinks, let alone yogurt. Such concoctions would surely wreak havoc within his stomach. Therefore, disregarding Murong Yunqiwei's feelings, he resolutely chose not to partake. Very well, since we share a dormitory, it is only fitting that we look out for one another. Murong Yunqiwei's expression revealed her displeasure, as she felt disappointed, despite her kind intentions in offering Yinling a drink. His refusal had not only been expected but had now escalated into outright rejection. In this context, it indeed seems rather dismissive of his dignity. However, Yinling's prowess is undeniably formidable, and one cannot afford to provoke him. Murong Yunqiwei is also a person of great discernment, and she swiftly chose to yield. Resistance was futile, for the dual soul abilities were beyond her own capabilities. Should a battle of wits and strength ensue, one might even risk losing their life in the process. Throughout the Douluo continent, it is fundamentally a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. Yet, within this world, there persist certain underhanded tactics of intimidation. It shall be determined by the depth of one's background and strength who ascends to the pinnacle of power. The one who stands atop the throne shall possess absolute influence. At present, Yinling is the true formidable figure, while the others are mere oddities, hardly worthy of mention. Murong Yunqiwei has come to firmly believe that Yinling's future is boundless. If success were merely a matter of soaring to great heights, then he too would find it quite pleasing to behold. This is a classic case of sycophancy. With intentions to ensnare Yinling and seize control of his future, a notion that could not be more desirable. After suffering a significant defeat at Yinling's hands, Li Yunfei hurriedly returned home, blood trickling from his mouth, his cheeks swollen, and his face marred with bruises, even his eyes resembling those of a panda. It seemed as though he had received some urgent summons, prompting him to dash home to report his grievances. However, upon searching left and right, he discovered that his elder brother was not at home. Only his second brother was there, busy organizing various trifles. This predicament caused him considerable distress, as his relationship with his second brother was far from amicable. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaofei, Li Yunfei was already fortunate enough not to be a bully at school. Who would dare to bully him? He usually surrounded himself with a band of fair-weather friends, conjuring storms at will, yet ultimately, it was all a tragic farce. Do not even mention them. That group has completely forgotten me, indulging in my hospitality and then disappearing as soon as I turn my back. It is better not to bring up those lackeys, for it only fuels my ire. The mere thought of them makes Li Yunfei feel nauseous. Indeed, he reflects on the considerable sums he spends each month treating these so-called friends to meals and drinks, hoping to forge connections. Little did he expect that their response would be to distance themselves, proving utterly useless when he truly needed assistance. It is utterly incomprehensible. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaofei's expression turned grave. He had not realized how perilous his third brother's situation was. Indeed, the Li family's background and influence are substantial enough. Yet, who would have thought that there are such ingrates among them, feasting on the very hand that feeds them? Such audacity is beyond belief. Rest assured, my second brother will surely avenge you. Li Xiaofei was infuriated. Initially, he had no desire to assist Li Yunfei any further. After all, Li Yunfei frequently abused his reputation to engage in unscrupulous behavior, which Li Xiaofei found utterly contemptible. Li Xiaofei was a gentleman of great etiquette, and his academic performance was commendable. Thus, it was clear that he and Li Yunfei were fundamentally incompatible. However, he was taken aback to discover that Li Yunfei had now found himself in a position of utter humiliation. Regardless of the circumstances, one cannot simply disregard the responsibilities that come with being the second brother. With this in mind, Li Xiaofei concluded that he would indeed take it upon himself to avenge the grievances suffered by his so-called foolish third brother. Thank you, second brother. I truly appreciate your help. If you manage to teach this fellow a lesson, I shall certainly treat you to a grand feast, exclaimed Li Yunfei, brimming with joy, almost bouncing like a jubilant monkey. Indeed, it was impossible for him not to feel elated. He had initially intended to seek assistance from his elder brother, Li Dafei, to resolve the matter. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his second brother, Li Xiaofei, had stepped in instead. This was a delightful turn of events, especially considering that Li Dafei was known for his volatile temper, whereas Li Xiaofei had always exhibited a gentle demeanor. It was astonishing that he would become so agitated merely because his younger brother had been wronged. This only served to illustrate that, despite Li Xiaofei's usual indifference, he was fiercely protective when it truly mattered, embodying the spirit of brotherhood. Li Xiaofei nodded emphatically, indicating that he would take charge of the situation. However, at that moment, a sudden realization struck him. Wait a moment. What was the martial soul of the person who bullied you? A twin martial soul? That is beyond my capabilities. Panic flashed in Li Xiaofei's eyes as he recalled that only Tang San was known to possess such an extraordinary martial soul in the past. Now, the individual who had tormented Li Yunfei also bore the same formidable attribute. In that case, relying solely on Li Xiaofei may not suffice to contend with him. Thus, at present, Li Xiaofei gazed at Li Yunfei with incredulity, pondering how Li Yunfei had managed to provoke a wielder of twin martial souls. After all, a being of such caliber is not one to be trifled with. Oh dear brother, a twin martial soul is merely of the initial grade, not akin to a supreme talent like Tang San. He has yet to rise. If you act swiftly to extinguish him in his infancy, would that not resolve the matter? Li Yunfei, on the other hand, was taken aback, never expecting his elder brother Li Xiaofei to falter upon hearing the mention of twin martial souls. Could it be that his brother would not lend him support? No, the die had been cast, and there was no turning back. Hence, Li Yunfei hastened to reassure Li Xiaofei, asserting that there was no need for fear. What of a twin martial soul? It is merely an initial stage, hardly remarkable. And with Yin Ling still dormant, one must act swiftly to stifle his ascent, ensuring he would never soar. Li Xiaofei, however, felt an overwhelming headache. The outcome was all too clear. Even though Yin Ling was not yet awakened and remained at the rudimentary level, he was far from a mere mortal that could be easily suppressed. For those possessing twin martial souls, life itself is akin to having 9 lives. Reminiscent of a cat with 9 lives, such individuals possess extraordinary advantages. Li Xiaofei, despite his usual demeanor of gentleness, understood far more than Li Yunfei. He was acutely aware that if this individual ever took flight, it would be impossible to restrain him. Li Xiaofei possessed a profound self-awareness. He recognized his own strengths and weaknesses and understood where he had erred. Unlike Li Yunfei, who acted impulsively and relied on his volatile temperament to engage in chaotic affairs, which left others utterly dismayed, the tenacity exhibited by Li Yunfei added to Li Xiaofei's frustration. As he remarked with a face of exasperation, "But those with twin martial souls are predominantly the chosen ones. This is common knowledge throughout the Douluo continent. You place me in a most difficult position. Indeed, across the entire Douluo continent, if a protagonist were to encounter misfortune, it certainly cannot be stifled in its infancy. Perhaps there exists a formidable force behind it offering support. However, for others, the swift and effortless initiation of such matters is utterly unattainable." Li Xiaofei now feels a sense of trepidation. He is acutely aware of his own limitations and comprehends the gravity of the situation. Should any chaotic missteps occur, it would render him utterly incomprehensible to others. The tide is about to turn, and he fears that he may never ascend again. Should he fail to stand firm, the challenges ahead would indeed be insurmountable. "I don't care. You promised me just now. If you refuse, I shall inform our father." Li Yunfei resorted to a sort of childish extortion. Taken aback by the absurdity of the daily tribulations he faced, it seemed that every issue was intertwined with another, leaving him exasperated. Li Xiaofei had previously acquiesced to his requests, and any withdrawal would leave him feeling quite repulsed. Thus, Li Yunfei invoked the presence of their father to exert pressure on Li Xiaofei. After all, they shared the same father, and as the younger son, he was certain to enjoy his father's indulgence. In contrast, Li Xiaofei, as the second son, received little affection, which was precisely where his advantage lay. Chapter 49. Just an ordinary person, he understood his favored status at home and intended to leverage this situation to suppress Li Xiaofei, who defied his wishes and failed to fulfill his promises, was indeed infuriating. "All right, you little rascal, always keen on tattling, are you? Fine, I shall assist you. But if any danger arises, I shall promptly withdraw." Li Xiaofei found himself in a state of despair. He had not anticipated that his third brother could be such a consummate rogue. With just a few words, he felt as if he were trapped in an inferno. It was profoundly disheartening. Since he had no desire to assist, he was reluctantly compelled to do so. Yet, Li Xiaofei was no fool. He recognized that Yanling possessed a twin martial soul, and should a conflict ensue, he would not hesitate to turn away to safeguard his life. Although Li Yunfei was his younger brother, he would not jeopardize his own existence for the sake of indulging him. If one cannot even manage their own life, what right do they have to concern themselves with the trivialities of brotherhood? Thus, Li Xiaofei hastily established 3 cardinal rules. Should he find his life imperiled, he would unhesitatingly choose to walk away. Rest assured that Yanling is still merely at an elementary level, and eliminating him would preempt any future troubles. Li Yunfei, on the other hand, regards the matter with indifference, holding Yanling in no esteem whatsoever. He believes that someone lacking a formidable family background should not presume to occupy such a lofty position and issue commands to him. If one were to speak in such terms, then he must indeed be a despicable person. Li Yunfei has already subjected Yanling to a barrage of insults, not for any other reason than to vent the pent-up frustration that has been weighing heavily on his chest. Otherwise, should he rise again, it would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. By the following day, both Yanling and Murong Yunxue entered the academy, only to be intercepted by the kindly security guard at the gate. "You are the twin martial souls from yesterday's grand conference? I did not expect someone so young to possess such remarkable talent," the guard remarked warmly, his expression imbued with affection as he gazed upon Yanling. In his eyes, he perceived a profound uncertainty regarding the future. In truth, security guards of this caliber possess formidable abilities. Their role extends far beyond merely guarding the entrance. They are responsible for the safety of the entire academy and are fully capable of dealing with any external threats in an instant. Thus, this particular guard is indeed a formidable expert, a presence so powerful that to the casual observer, he appears merely as an ordinary person, concealing the depths of his true strength. This explains why the guard's demeanor towards Yanling is marked by such sincerity. He seems to believe that Yanling's future will be bright, perhaps even envisioning a time when he might take over his duties. This is the perspective of a master observing another who has yet to reach their full potential, genuine and unpretentious, evoking a sense of optimism for the future. "Oh no. Dear sir, I am but an ordinary person," Yanling replied, his face beaming with joy from the compliment, yet maintaining a facade of calm composure. Indeed, even if one's future may hold the promise of greatness, at present, Yinling remains merely an ordinary individual. Since he is an ordinary person, there is no necessity to engage in any so-called lofty endeavors. Thus, maintaining a low profile has always been Yinling's principle, standing firm in the face of adversity. Regardless of the challenges before him, as long as he possesses the will to persist, he should act with humility, lest he attract the ire of others. While life is safeguarded, all else is but ephemeral. In simpler terms, it is the belief of Yinling that as long as these individuals do not threaten his existence, everything shall be manageable. One must not speak in such a manner. How remarkable it is that you can remain so humble. However, the security guard appeared unfazed. He showered Yinling with a myriad of compliments. It seemed he had been relentlessly pursuing this individual. Much like Morong Yunxue had been extolling Yinling within the confines of their dormitory, he regarded this young man as possessing boundless potential, perhaps even someone to rely on in the future. Thus, he took it upon himself to give a gentle reminder, urging Yinling to remember who he was. Hurry to class, Yinling. The lesson is about to commence. Today marks the first day, and the teacher will certainly take attendance. Morong Yunxue, observing the guard's incessant chatter, quickly conveyed the urgency to Yinling. Indeed, we must not squander any more time here. The class is about to begin, and if we linger, we may find ourselves without seats. She promptly grabbed Yinling and urged him to move along. All right, sir, I shall not engage in idle chit-chat with you. Please attend to your duties. Upon hearing her words, Yinling swiftly turned to leave, only then realizing that today was the inaugural day of classes. The entire academy was likely to host an orientation ceremony for the new students, a crucial and unprecedented gathering. In order to leave a favorable impression on his mentor, Yinling made sure to articulate these matters with clarity. Time was of the essence. There would be ample opportunity for conversation in the future. The security guard nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reality of the situation. There is little left to say. Observing Yinling's retreating figure, the elderly security guard felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In a tone laden with significance, he remarked, "A twin martial soul, indeed. If only an ordinary person could attain such a realm. In mere moments, one could ascend to great heights. This young man indeed holds a promising future, brimming with potential." The security guard remarked, his eyes reflecting profound insight. Indeed, there was a time when he, too, was merely a minor figure. Yet now, he stands as one of the guardians of the academy, a testament to his formidable abilities. Such remarkable feats are enough to leave onlookers in awe. Security personnel akin to this guard can be found at every entrance of the academy, suggesting that individuals like Yinling may very well bear the hopes of the institution, especially considering the rarity of dual martial souls. Should he harness his potential effectively, he could transform into a distinguished talent beyond compare. Upon arriving at the classroom, before Yinling could even take his seat, he spotted a familiar figure, Li Yunfei, who, in turn, recognized him. Chapter 51, Rubbish. Li Yunfei erupted in anger, pointing at Yinling and exclaiming, "I can't believe we ended up in the same class. What are you doing here with me?" His face contorted with rage. It was evident that Yinling's previous actions had inflicted significant emotional distress upon him. This was a young man who once held a lofty status as a second-generation heir, now reduced to a position of disgrace. Such a sight would evoke a sense of desolation in anyone who happened upon it. As whispers of the incident circulated throughout the academy, just yesterday, Yinling had single-handedly vanquished Li Yunfei and his entourage, who had foolishly attempted to gang up on him. The sheer absurdity of being bested by a solitary opponent left them in utter disgrace. Li Yunfei, having arrived early at class, was met with this shocking news, and it struck a blow to his pride. Indeed, Li Yunfei was a man of considerable charm, not to mention his wealth, which had paved the way for him to navigate the treacherous paths he now found himself on. Yet, following the tumultuous encounter of the previous day, his reputation had plummeted to an all-time low, rendering him akin to a discarded piece of refuse, a pitiable state that seemed utterly incomprehensible. "I advise you to refrain from provoking trouble," he muttered, bitterness lacing his words. "You received your lesson yesterday. Should you dare to embarrass me again today, I shall ensure you learn it anew. Do you believe that?" Yinling recognized Li Yunfei at once, and upon hearing his brash remarks, he felt little inclination to extend any courtesy. After all, the stark reality was laid bare before them. In this shared academic environment, it remained to be seen who could alter the course of events, especially when Li Yunfei had the audacity to insult him. Yinling realized that the situation was far from manageable. If this has become such an embarrassing affair, let us see how to navigate the circumstances at hand. Yinling's vehement tirade startled Li Yunfei, who found himself at a loss for words. He was well aware that he could not overpower Yinling, thus, he begrudgingly chose to swallow his pride for the moment. Very well, I shall not stoop to your level, for you are indeed formidable. But do not think of leaving after school. Li Yunfei, knowing he was no match for Yinling, resolved to enlist the help of his older brother, Li Xiaofei, who had promised to teach Yinling a lesson after school, ensuring he understood his true worth. You want to leave, not if I have anything to say about it. Yinling found the audacity amusing. When had it become acceptable for Li Yunfei to speak to him so boldly? Did he truly believe he was invulnerable to intimidation? The facts were evident, and there was no need for further discourse. Yinling stretched his limbs, having gleaned a rough understanding of the unfolding drama. Some truths were self-evident, and it remained to be seen who might bring about a transformation in this scenario. For Yinling, the presence of numerous adversaries is not what instills fear. Rather, it is the insidious machinations that transpire behind the scenes that truly concern him. However, the audacity of Li Yunfei to confront him head-on presents a remarkably manageable situation. Chapter 52. Utterly amusing. The facts laid before them were exceedingly clear. If one were to engage in a direct confrontation, then let it commence. How do you two know each other? What connection did you share before? At that moment, Morong Yunxue approached, having been an observer of the unfolding drama. Witnessing Yinling's escalating anger, he felt compelled to intervene, lest the situation spiral out of control. Indeed, both individuals exhibited a stubbornness that rivaled one another, each believing themselves to be the more formidable. In such a dire circumstance, Morong Yunxue deemed it inappropriate for friction to arise among classmates. Even though he was not the class monitor, upholding the harmony of their academic environment was a responsibility that fell upon every student. Thus, to break the prevailing stalemate, Morong Yunxue reluctantly stepped forward. No, it was at the martial soul testing conference yesterday. After the event, this spoiled brat fixated on me, intent on making my life difficult. But to my surprise, I managed to give him a beating. Yinling recounted the events of the previous day with remarkable clarity, articulating his account with conviction. Indeed, he bore no blame for the incidents that transpired, yet it felt as though he had been thrust into the eye of the storm, a most disconcerting reality. The situation was quite repugnant, and Yinling, feeling no guilt, remained unperturbed. Upon hearing that Yinling had actually dealt a blow to Li Yunfei, Morong Yunxue was taken aback with delight. He had not anticipated that this arrogant, wealthy heir would be put in his place by Yinling. It seemed that there were always those stronger than oneself, and Li Yunfei had indeed met his match. The joy was overwhelming. Morong Yunxue had long harbored disdain for Li Yunfei, and now that someone had taken it upon themselves to correct him, it was nothing less than deserved. Well done. Li Yunfei truly deserved that lesson. He's nothing but a brat who ought to be taught a lesson. Morong Yunxue was jubilant, practically bubbling over with joy. After all, he had suffered at Li Yunfei's hands on numerous occasions. To think that Yinling had avenged him was nothing short of splendid. Morong Yunxue, mind your words. I have no quarrel with you, so do not align yourself with Yinling and make me uncomfortable. If you disagree, let us settle this with a duel. Li Yunfei was infuriated. He had thought that dealing with Yinling was burdensome enough, yet unexpectedly, another adversary, Morong Yunxue, had emerged. Indeed, he had never seen eye to eye with Morong Yunxue, and now these two antagonists had united against him. The more he contemplated the situation, the more enraged he became. Helplessly, he faced the undeniable reality before him. It became evident to others that Li Yunfei's stance was exceedingly resolute. He pointed an accusing finger at Morong Yunxue, unleashing a torrent of invectives, his intentions unmistakable. He intended to lay bare these so-called facts, asserting that it would be exceptionally worthwhile to take both of her lives. Li Yunfei boldly declared his desire for a one-on-one confrontation. However, Morong Yunxue found this notion utterly ludicrous. She felt that she was not even in the same league as Li Yunfei, and how could she possibly traverse such a treacherous path? They were not destined to walk the same road, yet here she was, ensnared by an absurdity that had brought her to this predicament. It is utterly incomparable to others. Chapter 53. The Mad Dog. You are utterly unworthy. Just a single Yinling has subdued you completely. Do you really think you can contend with me? Morong Yunxue holds Li Yunfei in contempt. Although the Li family wields considerable influence, the Morong family is by no means insignificant. In blunt terms, The Li family excels in commerce while the Morong family is more politically inclined. They traverse entirely different paths, and ideally, they could coexist peacefully in their respective pursuits. However, upon closer inspection, the reality is far from this notion. In previous encounters, Li Yunfei, emboldened by his entourage at the academy, has caused Morong Yunxue significant embarrassment. Were it not for her magnanimity and unwillingness to stoop to his level, he would have long been disgraced. Now, effortlessly, she learns from Yanling that he harbored grievances yesterday, which is rather amusing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Morong Yunxue's relationship with Yanling was already reasonably amicable. This development has drawn them even closer, aligning them on the same platform to confront Li Yunfei. Just wait. Both of you. After school today, I shall have my second brother teach you a harsh lesson. Li Yunfei finds himself unexpectedly rebuffed, as Morong Yunxue does not even provide him with a pretext to retaliate. This is indeed quite humorous. Helplessly, before so many classmates, he must save face and once again resort to empty threats, which are nothing more than bluster. They regard his proclamations with disdain, and he is left to bear the consequences of his own folly. Today, this fellow seems truly deranged. Why waste our time matching wits with him? Yanling finds this situation amusing, pondering what exactly Li Yunfei is thinking today. He seems intent on provoking a response, repeatedly uttering hollow threats, which are laughably pathetic. Consequently, Yanling has lost interest in Li Yunfei. He is merely a nuisance. Day after day, he fixates on trivial matters, lacking the character befitting a person of stature, yet still desires to embroil himself in absurdity, truly pedestrian. Yanling has resolved to sever any semblance of connection with Li Yunfei. If he can withdraw, he shall do so. Otherwise, he risks an unfortunate fate. Presently, Yanling aims to avoid trouble, for Li Yunfei is akin to a mad dog. One must not stoop to the level of a rabid dog, lest one be bitten and contract rabies, thereby spreading the affliction to others and facing a tragic fate. Indeed, your words ring true. It is evident that this individual is nothing but refuse. Morong Yunxue nodded emphatically, expressing her agreement with Yanling's sentiments. Why engage with such a worthless person? If he seeks to end his own existence, he may do so without dragging others into his turmoil. The world is vast, teeming with people. Must one hang themselves on a single tree? It is akin to one who desires to perish. Chapter 54. The Hunt. They could simply ingest a lethal poison and meet their demise, thus concluding their wasted time. It is truly maddening. After Yanling spoke, Morong Yunxue's gaze towards Li Yunfei had lost its initial respect. Indeed, a scion of the illustrious Li family, now reduced to a mere captive. Witnesses perceive him as a ruffian. What significance does his existence hold in this world? Is he not merely squandering time? The Li family is vast and prosperous. How could they have produced such a fool? It is bewildering to fathom what thoughts occupy his mind. He cannot even grasp the simplest of circumstances, yet aspires to soar to greatness. He is truly worthless. You need not be so obstinate. I shall not take your words to heart. Anticipate the end of school. Li Yunfei was on the verge of apoplexy. Indeed, he felt his heart racing with fury. Morong Yunxue and Yanling exchanged jibes, each taking turns to insult him, deepening his discomfort. Li Yunfei considered himself a person, not a beast. How could they demean him with their words? Did they truly believe him to be a soulless automaton? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and a sense of unease enveloped him. He nearly unleashed a torrent of curses, ready to confront them physically. However, reason prevailed, halting his advance. For he understood he could not best this group. Even a single Yanling was enough to overpower him. In the face of life and death, Li Yunfei chose survival. Yet, at that moment, Yanling found Li Yunfei's words rather amusing. He momentarily regained his composure and inquired of Morong Yunxue. Does he imply that after school, someone will assist him in hunting us? Yanling's concern was not unfounded, especially since Li Yunfei had repeatedly mentioned the end of school. It appears that after school, there might indeed be a concerted effort to target individuals like them. If that were the case, it would be quite challenging for him to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. One must consider that the Li family holds a certain degree of influence within the academy. However, Yanling currently finds himself in a precarious position. Merely having a protector like Bibi Dong is insufficient to dismiss these circumstances. On the surface, Morong Yunxue professes to defend Yanling, yet when faced with calamity, self-preservation might take precedence, potentially leading to abandonment. Therefore, Yanling's approach is to maintain stability and avoid trouble wherever possible. Why concern oneself with matters beyond his control? The facts are evident. Each day survived is a victory. Could the Li family's power truly launch a full-scale assault against them? Yet, Muro Yunxue remains unfazed, believing that Li Yunfei's words carry no weight. It is actions that reveal true capability, and if one cannot even embark on the proper course of action, then discussing trifles is merely absurd. From the outset, Muro Yunxue has never regarded Li Yunfei with respect. He considers them all mere offspring of prominent families, each equally unyielding. Should one possess strength, so too must the other. It is a matter of whose power prevails. Muro Yunxue enjoys the backing of government support, whereas Li Yunfei is merely a wealthy businessman. The collision of these two disparate forces is hardly surprising, which is why Muro Yunxue dismisses Li Yunfei entirely. The disparity is simply too vast. Trash begets trash. How could one expect anything extraordinary to arise from such a pairing? Nevertheless, despite Muro Yunshue's dismissive words, Yinling's expression remains taut, for he is capable of experiencing sorrow, joy, and heartache. Should Li Yunfei indeed risk everything to undermine him, it would be difficult for Yinling to control the situation. It's all right. The Li family's influence may not surpass that of the Muro clan. It remains to be seen if this individual can truly mobilize effectively. Muro Yunxue quickly reassured Yinling with a pat on the shoulder, urging him not to take it to heart. The reality is clear. Whether in life or death, he is willing to stand by Yinling, for death holds little significance. Moreover, Muro Yunxue believes that protecting someone should not be a daunting task. If he cannot safeguard Yinling, then the Muro family is unworthy of existence in the Douluo continent. That would be utterly disgraceful. Certainly, my status does not warrant the attention of the Li family. I am but a mere nobody. Yinling waved his hands repeatedly, feeling that despite his ongoing feud with Li Yunfei, it was unlikely that the esteemed Li family would pursue him with such fervor. Indeed, he considered himself merely a minor character in this grand narrative. The Li family, with its vast resources and influence, would hardly expend such effort to hunt down an ordinary individual like himself. There was no profound enmity at play, merely the trivial squabbles typical among classmates. Furthermore, it was Li Yunfei who had instigated the bullying. Yinling's actions had been merely a means of self-preservation, since he could no longer protect himself. There seemed little reason to concoct any so-called eccentric schemes. Muro Yunxue was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Yinling's apparent clarity. Indeed, there was no deep-seated grudge. If that were the case, then it was as he said. Muro Yunxue believed that Yinling was partly correct. Indeed, there was no necessity to create such an awkward situation. This fellow was rather excessively modest. She patted Yinling on the shoulder, feeling that he was being rather timid. Indeed, as a proud possessor of a twin martial soul, who had now awakened, he should not be intimidated by Li Yunfei, that foolish scion of a wealthy family, who was nothing remarkable. Associating with someone of his ilk was, in her opinion, a disgrace to one's own life. Muro Yunxue felt fortunate that Li Yunfei had not directed any inappropriate behavior towards her. Otherwise, given her current temperament, she would certainly ensure that he faced the consequences. How could anyone dare to act so brazenly? Enough, enough, let us not dwell on this. The outcome is already evident, and there is no need for further discussion, Yinling said with a dismissive wave of his hand. The situation was clear, and there was nothing left to say. Since it was inevitable that Li Yunfei would be offended, they might as well see how matters would unfold and address them formally. In truth, Yinling was somewhat troubled. Li Yunfei was, fundamentally, a nuisance. Chapter 56, Exceptional Talent. Chapter 57, A Person of Worth. Chapter 58, The System's Endowment. Reflecting on the past, Tang San, regardless of his current standing, filled Shrek with immense pride. Indeed, that young man had once been an inconspicuous figure. Yet within a few years, he had ascended to great heights. Each time Shrek recalled Tang San, a smile would grace his lips. That once deemed useless individual had evolved into a remarkably esteemed character. Now, with Yinling's emergence as a twin martial soul, if properly nurtured, he could surpass even Tang San in no time. No, you three are my students. I cannot simply forget about you. Shrek's expression was calm yet serious as he regarded Yinling and the others before him. He spoke deliberately, not overly concerned, believing that since they were all classmates, there was no need to make the situation unnecessarily awkward. It would be utterly inappropriate to resort to chaotic actions. As a responsible teacher, he understood the importance of composure and refraining from anger. Thus, despite Yinling's harsh words, he suppressed his frustration, for he knew that losing control could lead to dire consequences. It is indeed a possibility that one might suffer a catastrophic downfall. To put it more plainly, Shrek does not wish for his students to be deemed worthless. If he can lend a hand, he shall do so. This should enlighten many. Shrek is a mentor who genuinely values his students, not merely one who completes the curriculum and departs without a second thought. Very well, teacher, since you have stated it thus, how do you propose to ensure fairness in such actions? Yinling could not help but chuckle at the depth of resentment and anger harbored by the three. Their grievances could hardly be expressed in mere words, and it was unthinkable to let matters escalate to a tragic conclusion. A confrontation was inevitable. It was clear that Li Yunfei would not simply let go of the humiliation he endured yesterday. Yinling mused that if Li Yunfei were truly magnanimous, the sun would rise in the west. In the entire academy, who does not know that Li Yunfei is a quintessential scion of privilege, leveraging his family's status to create trouble? Countless earnest students have fallen victim to his tyranny, and it was fortunate that he encountered Yinling yesterday, who delivered him a much-needed lesson. Otherwise, any other individual would have been mercilessly bullied by him. Thus, Yinling's disdain for Li Yunfei has been manifest. It is laughable that he flaunts his ancestral advantages in front of Yinling, who, despite being destitute, has managed to carve out a space for himself through sheer determination. Indeed, in this world, Yinling is an orphan, bereft of parents. However, endowed with the protagonist's aura, he has already garnered the favor of Bibidong upon his arrival. With the support of a system, his future is destined to be smooth sailing. There may not be an easy path ahead, yet his achievements may well eclipse those of Tang San. Chapter 59. Intriguing Developments. Step outside with me first. Being in the classroom is not conducive to our discussion. Shrek's countenance darkened further. He had not anticipated that his words would go unacknowledged and instead be met with Yinling's retort. Very well. Since you insist on handling matters in such an ungracious manner, Shrek felt that as a teacher, he ought to impart some valuable lessons to his students upon his departure, ensuring they comprehend the true meaning of the saying about the multiple eyes of the Horse King. Although he considered himself a good teacher, it did not imply that he was devoid of temper. Leaving was merely a trivial matter. It was those who dared not venture out who were the true cowards. Before Yinling could respond, Li Yunfei unexpectedly stood up. He swiftly propelled himself from his seat, darting towards the exit like a rocket. As he walked, he spouted bold words, declaring that those who hesitated to go outside were indeed cowards, which truly infuriated Yinling. With a resigned smile, Yinling responded, "Very well, since you have said so. What is there to fear? We will surely encounter one another frequently within this academy. Let's see after school today who can provoke whom." Li Yunfei had mentioned a significant crisis awaiting them after school, and Yinling found it utterly amusing. Since the situation had to unfold in such an awkward manner, he felt it was of little consequence. Even in the presence of a teacher, Li Yunfei dared to utter such so-called harsh words directed at him. Yinling believed that this crisis was indeed a blessing rather than a curse. If misfortune was inevitable, then why not confront it head-on? Observing Li Yunfei's menacing demeanor, Yinling resolutely rose and strode toward the door. He was willing to face any consequences that might arise from a confrontation in the corridor outside the academy. After all, what was the worst that could happen? He could always forfeit his studies. Meanwhile, seeing the two of them head out, Murong Yunshui realized that if he did not follow suit, he would undoubtedly become a target for Shrek. Reluctantly, he stood up and exited as well. As he walked, he muttered curses under his breath, predominantly directed at Li Yunfei, stemming from their deep-seated animosity. The previous day's altercation, where Yinling had bested Li Yunfei, had left him with no choice but to align with Yinling against Li Yunfei, an alliance he would have otherwise avoided. Unlike Li Yunfei, who was the favored son of his family, Murong Yunshui was merely an inconspicuous member among many grandchildren. Thus, the Murong family did not place much importance on his well-being. As long as he drew breath, they would not pursue retribution against those who bullied him. Now, what on earth is going on with the three of you? Why have you created such an embarrassing scene on the very first day of classes? In the corridor, Shrek's expression was grave as he wielded a ruler. His tone was a mix of agitation and sorrow as he addressed the three young men before him. The spectacle unfolding on the inaugural day of the semester was indeed puzzling and disheartening. As a teacher of notable authority within the academy, Shrek had expected to maintain a position of respect, yet here were students boldly challenging him in front of their peers. How could he command respect if other students witnessed such defiance? Chapter 60. Unyielding. Contemplating this, Shrek clenched his jaw, striving to uphold the dignity of his role as an educator without succumbing to frustration. It's merely the written examination from yesterday. It was just an unfortunate misunderstanding. Facing the inquiry, Yinling perceived no reason to conceal the truth, and thus spoke candidly. Indeed, had it not been for the written examination held yesterday, they would not have encountered each other today, nor would the jealousy of Li Yunfei have arisen. It was evident that this individual felt threatened by Yinling's superior abilities, intent on undermining him, fearing that one day he might occupy a position even higher than that of Tang San. This series of unfortunate events stemmed merely from Li Yunfei's envy. He was to blame for his own predicament, and Yinling felt justified in his stance. This was a school, a classroom, a sanctuary for education. How could they permit such brawls to transpire? Upon hearing Yinling's account, Shilek's expression darkened further. He pointed at the three individuals before him, raising the ruler he held high, ready to bring it down upon one of them. Yet, it was more a display of intimidation. Despite being raised, it ultimately remained suspended in the air. Li Yunfei, terrified, anticipated the ruler would soon descend upon him. As he stood merely a few centimeters away from Shilek, the ruler was almost within reach, and he genuinely feared the consequences of Shilek's strength, imagining the potential for grievous harm. Thus, Li Yunfei confessed, unable to withhold the truth any longer. There is no choice, teacher. Jealousy is a human flaw that leads to such disgraceful behavior, he admitted, trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, the terror he felt was palpable. He feared that Shilek would finally bring the ruler down. Who in the academy was unaware of the formidable nature of the ruler in Shilek's possession? It was akin to a butcher's knife capable of cleaving the entire Douluo continent in two. With a mere swing, it could obliterate anything in its path. Such a severe weapon, if unleashed upon a person, could surely lead to their utter demise. I do not care what your grievances may be, but I implore you to focus on your studies in my classroom. The knowledge I impart will undoubtedly be more captivating than that of any other instructor. Ultimately, Shilek refrained from striking. He understood the gravity of his actions. He was not a butcher reincarnated, nor were these individuals mere piglets. It was neither a festivity nor a season for slaughter. Thus, Shrek merely raised the ring to intimidate for a moment before reverting to his earnest exhortations to the three individuals before him, urging them to dedicate themselves to their studies. He envisioned a future where they would emerge from the academy to contribute positively to the entire Douluo continent, rather than jeopardizing its safety. After all, Shrek was a teacher who regarded his students as if they were his own children, nurturing their safe and steady growth. He did not wish for them to engage in a series of reckless behaviors upon graduation, for it would be quite disheartening if others were to witness such folly. Shrek, embodying a teacher's compassion, demonstrated a genuine care for his students akin to that of a parent. This benevolence is precisely why he garnered the affection of the majority of students within the academy, as he was inherently a person of deep emotions and loyalty. Yinling, perceiving Shrek's sincere intentions through his words, felt a sense of obligation not to disappoint the teacher before him. Despite the significant animosity among the three, it bore no relevance to their teacher's good intentions. Shrek was only offering them guidance for their studies, and Yinling believed it was even more inappropriate to respond with harsh words. Consequently, he began to speak in a more conciliatory tone. We have always held you in high regard, teacher. Your name is Shrek, is it not? You are quite renowned within the academy. As he spoke, Yinling cast an apologetic glance towards Shrek. Initially, he had anticipated that the teacher would punish them, but to his surprise, Shrek was diligently advising them, hoping they might one day become contributors to the Douluo continent. Such a commendable teacher deserved no defiance. Yes, we are all aware of your name, teacher. Murong Yunxue affirmed with a nod, while Li Yunfei also silently acknowledged in agreement. Although this fellow had a reputation as a bully, he recognized Shrek as a good teacher. It is rare to encounter benefactors in life, let alone such a remarkable teacher within an educational institution. So, you are aware of my value as a teacher. Why is it that you show me no respect? Shrek sighed deeply, reflecting on how, despite the harshness of their words, he had managed to guide them away from the brink of misguided paths. Observing their emotions soften brought him a sense of quiet satisfaction. Indeed, the sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back is salvation. If students possess the desire to learn, even those deemed as troubled individuals should be extended a helping hand. However, upon hearing this, Li Yunfei burst into laughter and candidly replied, Didn't we just say it, teacher? Every individual harbors a sense of jealousy. I am undoubtedly apprehensive that he perceives himself as superior, which has led me down this arduous path. Otherwise, how could I find myself in such a humiliating predicament? Li Yunfei candidly expressed his innermost thoughts, He was indeed envious of Yinling. Why did he possess such a formidable martial spirit during the initial written examination? Why was he merely an individual with an ordinary martial spirit elevated to a higher echelon, subjected to such unfairness? Why did this injustice befall him? Yinling, a man devoid of any resources. Why was he favored by Bai Bidong? What is the true nature of this situation? The more Li Yunfei pondered, the more he felt an unsettling dissonance. This is the essence of jealousy, which manifests as a desire for retribution. Li Yunfei is a quintessential scion of a wealthy family, accustomed to arrogance. Yet he found himself overshadowed at the competition. His jealousy towards Yinling is understandable, yet he never contemplated the reality that the world is fundamentally equitable. Li Yunfei enjoys a prosperous family background, while Yinling possesses nothing. However, he has managed to achieve a level of martial spirit that surpasses many others. What Li Yunfei possesses, Yinling lacks, and vice versa. This is an inherent fairness. Yet, Li Yunfei perceives this as a severe blow to his pride, rendering him petty. Well, I have grasped the general situation. Do you not desire to witness your efforts culminate in an extraordinary pinnacle? That is entirely achievable. Shailik nodded emphatically, finally comprehending why Li Yunfei was so agitated. He recognized that this fellow is a haughty rich second generation, spoiled at home, who believes the outside world will indulge him. Nonetheless, he is still a student, and Shailik cannot show favoritism. It would be unjust to side with Yinling and suggest that Li Yunfei's shortcomings are solely responsible for his current predicament. Thus, Shailik, who harbors a strong sense of balance, elucidated the truth. Indeed, while Li Yunfei may not possess remarkable abilities at the competition, he has the potential to improve through diligent effort. Yinling's prowess, however, is innate and beyond his control. Each individual is endowed with a unique constitution, differing bloodlines, and consequently, diverse martial spirits. Is this concept so difficult to grasp? Upon hearing Shailik's words, Li Yunfei bowed his head in contemplation. Indeed, Yinling has attributes that he lacks, and he possesses qualities that Yinling does not. Why does he persist in feeling that it is unjust? After enduring such earnest admonitions, Li Yunfei felt a burning pain on his face. The inadequacies of innate effort can be compensated for through later diligence. However, a lack of effort thereafter can only be deemed as just deserts. Thus, Shrek has made it abundantly clear, Li Yunfei must not allow himself to feel any sense of unfairness. Yinling has his advantages due to his inherent gifts, just as Li Yunfei, born into affluence, carries his own destined privileges. After a considerable period of silence, Li Yunfei remained contemplative, reflecting deeply on the series of circumstances articulated by Shrek. Given that the three of us are bound by circumstance, I find myself at odds with the two of them. And he holds a similar disdain for me. What shall we do about this predicament? After a prolonged pause, Li Yunfei finally articulated his thoughts once more. Indeed, the outcome is glaringly evident. The conflict from yesterday has already transpired. The situation has escalated to an irreparable state, were it not for Shrek's presence today to mediate. Li Yunfei believed that this matter was far from over. However, given the embarrassing situation that had already unfolded, he sought a way to ease the tension. Chapter 62, Offering a Way Out. Such a conclusion cannot be hastily reached. After all, it is essential for both parties to find a way to gracefully step back. Therefore, how do you propose to mediate and resolve this situation? I do not wish to create an atmosphere of discomfort, for you are all, after all, my students. Shailik nodded heavily, observing that Li Yunfei no longer exhibited the same anger as before. He felt that this matter could indeed be resolved amicably. Simultaneously, Shailik felt a sense of satisfaction. If a student could be guided and their troublesome temper transformed, it would be a noteworthy achievement. Thus, this matter has circulated quite smoothly, no longer resembling discarded refuse plummeting into an abyss. In truth, Shrek harbors the noble intention of saving lives, akin to the merit of constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Indeed, he cannot simply stand by and watch his students stray onto the wrong path. He is an educator, a genuine mentor dedicated to nurturing intellect. He aspires for the pillars of his academy to engage in endeavors that will prove beneficial to the entire continent in the future, rather than be entangled in trivial disputes that lead to chaos. Observing that today, Li Yunfei has managed to temper his own temper, he believes this situation can also be resolved. Well then, since the teacher has spoken, is there any need for us to continue our contention? Let us each take a step back and allow any lingering resentment to dissipate. What do you think? Is that agreeable? Yinling gazed at Li Yunfei, whose cheeks were puffed up in indignation, now resembling a raisin. He felt that this matter could be laid to rest, and thus he made a decisive move. He promptly offered a way out, as the teacher had already facilitated their reconciliation. Let us extend a modicum of courtesy to the esteemed teacher. Moreover, if one were to disregard this teacher's reputation, the ruler in Shrek's grasp could effortlessly reduce a person to mere fragments. Such a dire predicament cannot be allowed to dictate the unfolding of events. It must not be permitted. The trio's ability to navigate today's intricate dynamics is attributable to the teacher's formidable prestige and capability, which engendered this series of unexpected developments. Otherwise, the matter would be moot. Were the teacher to possess neither strength nor personal prowess, the three would likely engage in a brawl before the teacher's very eyes. Now then, you two should offer a sincere apology. This is not an unreasonable request. Yesterday, I was left battered and bruised. Although I may have instigated the situation, it hardly warrants such humiliation. With the matter reaching an impasse, and the teacher having spoken, Yinling sought to provide an exit strategy, thereby alleviating Li Yunfei's ire. However, the incident from the previous day cannot simply be brushed aside. Li Yunfei's desire now is for Yinling to apologize before all present, and then let it rest. Murong Yinxue, how do you propose we resolve this situation? Yinling silently concurs with Li Yunfei's sentiments, yet he is now inclined to seek Murong Yinxue's perspective. From the very outset of Shrek's mediation, she has remained conspicuously silent. His countenance was as grim as a decayed winter melon. Thus, when this reality unfolded before him, Yinling began to comprehend that this young man was not to be trifled with. The resentment he harbored towards Li Yunfei had not dissipated, despite Shrek's attempts at mediation proving futile. Consequently, Yinling found himself in dire need of understanding the sentiments of Murong Yinxue. What stance did she hold? If she were to acquiesce to the mediation, it would be manageable. However, if Yinling were to pursue mediation independently while Murong Yinxue opposed it, the situation would become quite complex. In the future, their friendship is bound to be severed. Yesterday they merely acquainted themselves, and today they part ways. Yinling is not the kind of person to create such an embarrassing scene. Since the situation has unfolded in this manner, I believe it is you who should apologize to us, rather than the other way around. You must comprehend this circumstance. As for the competition, Murong Yinxue feels that Li Yunfei truly excels in sophistry. On our side, we have said nothing, and while it would be one thing to ask for an apology, he now seems to be at ease, turning the tables and demanding an apology from us instead. This matter is indeed rather intriguing. Could it be that one truly believes themselves to be a mere victim of bullying? Let us not forget that the animosity between the two was not merely trivial. Murong Yinxue's intention is quite straightforward. She seeks an apology. If Li Yunfei is to express regret, it should first be directed towards himself rather than expecting her to apologize. Moreover, Murong Yinxue perceives that Li Yunfei is not the sort to resolve the complexities of this affair with a mere couple of words of contrition. According to her conjecture, if her assumptions hold true, then it is certainly the case that Li Yunfei is momentarily enduring humiliation. Subsequently, he would inflict further assaults on their characters. Consider this. With a heart full of pent-up frustration, how could a few hastily spoken phrases adequately clarify the situation? It is utterly impossible. Why do I assert this? Since we both share culpability, it follows that we are equally at fault. In contrast, Li Yunfei remains indifferent, believing that the circumstances have already unfolded as they have. There is little worth recounting, for one cannot elucidate this series of circumstances. Moreover, it is inappropriate to articulate these fragmented truths with such certainty. He believes that, at present, it is not solely one individual's fault. Rather, many individuals are intertwined in this matter. Since the mistake belongs to everyone, all should share in the mutual responsibility. When Shrek witnessed this scene, he could hardly contain his laughter. He never expected that this young man would dare to concoct such a hodgepodge of tricks. Now, you two should cease your quarrel. Yinling has already stated that if the matter can be resolved, it should be. Why must it be dragged out in such an embarrassing manner? What exactly is going on? Shrek resumed his role as a mediator. After all, he is a teacher, not someone completely oblivious to reason. Given that the situation has unfolded in this manner, there is no need to continue disputing in such an unseemly manner, nor to engage in nonsensical chatter. Since he, as a teacher, has failed to properly integrate and convey these circumstances, what purpose do these chaotic facts serve? Is this a jest? Observing Shrek's countenance, it resembled that of one who has ingested 2 pounds of dung. Li Yunfei, on his part, felt that he could not allow his teacher to lose face, no matter the circumstances. Very well, teacher, since you have spoken thus, I shall refrain from further entanglement. Chapter 63. Letting the past go? Li Yunfei felt a sense of helplessness. He had never considered that Shrek could not only master the art of smoothing over disputes with remarkable finesse, but also make these undeniable truths evident to others. If that were the case, it truly seemed laughable to bystanders. At this moment, Li Yunfei chose to grant Shrek a favor. Recognizing that the situation had already unfolded in this manner, there is little to articulate, for nothing can alter the circumstances. It would be wise to release all burdens at this juncture. Henceforth, despite the immense resentment that lingers within, it shall not lead to chaos or disorder. From today onward, let us disperse like clouds. This matter must be approached with a sense of detachment. Do you understand? Shrek finally displayed a glimmer of joy, casting a look of approval towards Li Yunfei. It appears he is quite satisfied with Li Yunfei's demeanor this time. Indeed, a once frivolous young man, now able to endure humiliation and rise above the situation, is truly commendable. Well, since the teacher has spoken so, we must ensure he retains his dignity. It would be inappropriate to subject him to disgrace. Yanling felt indifferent. Given Shrek's stance, he had no grounds for further explanation. It would be unreasonable to confront Li Yunfei in front of him, even though he was capable of doing so. Nevertheless, he buried these thoughts deep within. For the teacher must be respected, especially as they would continue to rely on him throughout the academy. Yanling, you are indeed a commendable student of the teacher. Since you have expressed your agreement, I have nothing more to say. Shrek was elated, his expression conveying profound seriousness. He had not anticipated that among his students, Yanling would prove to be the most understanding. In truth, he had little impression of this individual, knowing only that Yanling was a transfer student taken under Bibi Dong's wing. As his teacher, he should have been particularly attentive to him, yet out of respect for past affiliations, he refrained from engaging in any unnecessary disputes. However, today, he was astonished to witness such maturity and depth of character in someone so young, truly earning Shrek's admiration. Indeed, it is remarkable for a youth to possess such a magnanimous spirit. This indicates that his future is undoubtedly limitless. Perhaps he will soon ascend to the esteemed position of a paramount leader, achieving a meteoric rise. Observing that matters have largely been resolved by him, Shyleik decided not to further challenge his 3 students before him. Thus, he hastily dismissed them, as he himself was obliged to attend to the roll call of other students in the classroom. Today's upheaval was merely a minor episode, of little psychological consequence to him, and nothing more. Just wait, after school, you too shall face the consequences. As Shyleik departed, Li Yunfei finally revealed his true nature. Naturally, he was unwilling to concede. His eyes burned with fury. Looking at Yanling and Murong Yunxue, it seemed as though he wished to tear them apart and consume the hatred he harbored for them. His earlier restraint was merely a momentary suppression, primarily due to Shyleik's formidable presence. He had been averse to provoking him, but circumstances had changed. Shyleik was now gone, and it remained to be seen who would support him next. Yanling, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain his laughter. He understood that Li Yunfei would not let this matter rest. Just think about it. How could a flamboyant young master of such high status possibly maintain such a rigorous demeanor submissive to them? If we were to frame it this way, it would undoubtedly evoke a sense of humor. How could one expect an individual who indulges in a life of luxury to stand on the same battlefield as the common folk? Thus, from the very outset, Yanling never harbored the hope that Li Yunfei would forgive them. It was clear that he intended to settle the score at a later time, which explains Li Yunfei's current demeanor filled with resentment. Yanling was hardly surprised, as he shared the same sentiment as Murong Yunxue, who believed that this young man would never submit to them. With a roll of her eyes, Murong Yunxue shot a glance at Li Yunfei, remarking that it was evident this lad would not let the matter rest. She found herself nearly laughing, astonished at Li Yunfei's attitude. He refrained from expressing his anger in the presence of Shrek, but once Shrek departed, his temper flared. What was he up to earlier? The teacher had stated that students should not subject one another to such embarrassment. Yet it seemed Murong Yunxue concluded that Li Yunfei was indeed determined to pursue this matter further. Well, since he insists on making things so awkward, Murong Yunxue feels that these matters have become even more difficult to handle. If he wishes to play his games, then she shall indulge him. One cannot simply retreat and seek to kneel in apology, can they? Murong Yunxue firmly believed that her illustrious Murong family would never capitulate to the Li family. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. She resolved to wait, for it was merely a matter of after-school hours. Let them see who would emerge victorious in this contest. On the other hand, Yanling remained indifferent. thinking that if Li Yunfei was insistent on this battle of wits and courage, then so be it. In this esteemed academy, time is abundant, and one can only observe what unfolds next. Who possesses the leisure to thoroughly comprehend and master these so-called subtle schemes? Perhaps in the next moment, one might even lose their life, yet it would be of little consequence. Yanling remains unfazed. He perceives himself as a traveler from another realm, equipped with a proverbial golden finger that has brought him to this world. It is merely a matter of grasping these truths within his control. If he does not shine brilliantly in this realm, then what purpose does his presence serve? There is no necessity to exist in this world, for I am but a character who has traversed realms. Yanling believes that, regardless of the circumstances, one must possess a degree of conviction to fortify these truths. It is not sufficient to be constrained by mere phrases. One must aspire to greatness. Such a statement is undeniably beneath one's dignity, evoking a sense of disdain. After speaking, Yanling noticed that Murong Yunshue's eyes were filled with rage. Intrigued, he inquired, "Are you truly unafraid?" Li Yunfei is no ordinary individual. Chapter 64. Who fears whom indeed? A significant question lingered in Yanling's mind. Could it be that the Li family is genuinely much weaker than the Murong family? From Murong Yunshue's demeanor, it was evident that he harbored a profound contempt for Li Yunfei, as if he were merely an ant to be crushed in the next moment. What then is the true nature of such an individual? Is he formidable or not? Could it be that the esteemed Murong family could effortlessly obliterate the Li family, as if it required no effort at all? And so what if there is fear? One cannot simply suggest that fear equates to death. Murong Yunshue found the situation amusing. The facts lay bare before her, and no amount of discourse could encapsulate the chaos at hand. Everything predetermined had unfolded right before her eyes, and now she awaited to see how many individuals would manage to grasp these complexities. Murong Yushue believed that her own strength and backing should allow her to confront the Li family head-on. She was unafraid, not in the slightest. Rather, she hoped that Yanling would stand beside her, united in a common cause. She longed to elevate this series of events and deliver a resounding blow to Li Yunfei. In truth, the enmity between Murong Yunsue and Li Yunfei was not born of a mere moment. Initially, Murong Yunsue adopted the demeanor of a student under a teacher, wishing to avoid conflict with Li Yunfei within the academy. At that time, Li Yunfei perceived Murong Yunsue merely as a destitute student lacking any significant background, which emboldened him to bully and insult her repeatedly. However, following a certain turn of events, Murong Yunsue unleashed the full might of her family against Li Yunfei. It was from that moment onward that Li Yunfei discovered the true lineage of Murong Yunsue. She was indeed a member of the prestigious Murong clan, albeit not the eldest son. Nevertheless, she possessed the privilege of protection afforded by her family. From that day forth, Murong Yunsue harbored a profound hatred for Li Yunfei. Feeling that she had committed no egregious acts, she merely attended school regularly, engaged in her pursuits joyfully, and completed her studies satisfactorily. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself the target of Li Yunfei's relentless personal attacks. With vengeance still unclaimed, the resentment within Murong Yunsue festered, and she resolved that one day she would exact justice upon Li Yunfei, restoring her lost dignity and releasing the pent-up frustration she harbored. At that moment, Yanling gazed at Murong Yunsue with incredulity. He had not anticipated that she was a formidable character. Despite her seemingly demure appearance behind glasses, he realized that when she unleashed her wrath, few could stand against her. Yet, Murong Yunsue regarded Yanling with a different perspective. She marveled at his audacity to confront someone like Li Yunfei, despite lacking both background and strength. Indeed, she felt a profound admiration for his courage. Regardless of her own circumstances, Murong Yunsue recognized that Yanling, with no connections or power, dared to challenge Li Yunfei, relying solely on his formidable martial spirit to engage in a battle of wits and valor against such adversaries. This situation is truly astonishing to onlookers. Indeed, Yanling, a quintessential example of someone with nothing, dares to confront someone like Li Yunfei, a scion of privilege. If we are to consider this, it cannot simply be dismissed. At this moment, Murong Yunsue finds herself filled with admiration and envy for Yanling. She believes that she should envy him even more, for he, with nothing to his name, has managed to ascend to such a lofty and resplendent position. His future is indeed boundless. Upon hearing Murong Yunsue's praises, Yanling could not help but give her a thumbs up. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. If Murong Yunsue could indeed topple Li Yunfei, it would signify a substantial diminishment of the Li family's standing across the Douluo continent. Why has the Li family been able to flaunt their power within the academy? It is quite simple. The three sons of the Li family, Li Dafei, Li Xiaofei, and Li Yunfei, are all genuine siblings, although they are not in the same class. They possess an acute understanding of how to cultivate relationships and garner support. This has led to a formidable situation, where numerous individuals across various classes are aligned with the Li family. Yanling continued, "What are you saying? Your formidable family background should evoke my envy." Indeed, Murong Yunshua's current status is precisely what Yanling admires, a perfect family and a powerful background. Yet, she is now capable of confronting Li Yunfei directly. Were this a common person, they would lack the courage to engage in such a confrontation. Yanling harbors a query. Why did Murong Yunshua not reveal her trump card from the outset to strike at Li Yunfei? He has already placed her in a precarious position, uttering such harsh words. Why must she endure such humiliation? Chapter 65. An undeniable truth initially. Yanling believed that Murong Yunshua should reveal her true capabilities. It would be straightforward to articulate these unspoken realities clearly. However, to his surprise, Murong Yunshua chose to endure, suppressing the fury that simmered within her. Could it be that she intends to play the role of the underdog, feigning innocence while striking at the heart of the tiger? In this light, it becomes quite comprehensible. However, at that moment, Murong Yunshua scratched his ear, feeling somewhat weary of such flattery. It indeed became rather tiresome, prompting him to decisively declare, "All right, let us refrain from this mutual flattery. Instead, let us see how we can adeptly navigate these matters." Murong Yunshua regarded Yanling as a person of great trustworthiness, rendering any pretense unnecessary. After all, mutual flattery is typically a game played among merchants. And since there were no vested interests between them, it seemed pointless to engage in such superficialities. It would be far better to display their most sincere selves. Fate will unfold as it must, and one cannot force what is not meant to be. Such is the nature of life, which is immutable. Yanling sighed helplessly, recognizing that he could not measure up to Murong Yunshua. Although he had the backing of a formidable ally, it did not imply that he could engage in a contest of strength with him. Thus, Yanling was acutely aware of these undeniable truths and felt that the situation had laid itself bare before them. As they both entered the classroom, they were met with the disdainful gaze of Li Yunfei. Naturally, they reciprocated his disdain, knowing that one day they would inevitably confront him. It was uncertain who would ultimately prevail in this escalating conflict, but they both knew it was far from over. "Just wait until after school. My elder brother will make sure you pay," Li Yunfei declared, unabashedly revealing his thoughts. He could hardly contain his frustration. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. So how could he endure such a grave insult? Once again, he recounted his elder brother's intentions to confront Murong Yunshua and Yanling after school, eager to see if they would react with fear. If they did, it would indeed be a great satisfaction for him. "How many times have you repeated this today? I'm tired of hearing it. I know, just stop." Yanling could hardly spare him a glance. Indeed, why dwell on such trifles? The events of life after school would be determined in due course. Discussing such matters now was utterly nonsensical. Thus, Yanling's stance was clear. He had resolved in his heart that if Li Yunfei sought a confrontation, he would not be intimidated. The facts were already glaringly obvious, and indulging in further trivialities was unwarranted. Murong Yunshua also chose to ignore Li Yunfei, yet he could not resist adding a touch of drama. "Precisely. You have been incessantly reiterating. Could it be that you are feeling insecure? Is your second brother not Li Xiaofei? What is so remarkable about that?" Murong Yunshua is undoubtedly aware that Li Yunfei currently relies solely on his second brother, Li Xiaofei. It seems that his elder brother, Li Dafei, has not performed particularly well throughout the training competition. It is said that upon returning home, he was severely beaten by his father, leaving him battered and bruised, and he is likely recuperating at home now. At present, the only person Li Yunfei can rely on is Li Xiaofei, whose seemingly frail demeanor belies his formidable presence. Indeed, Li Xiaofei's reputation within the academy is far from insignificant, as the three brothers of the Li family wield considerable influence. Others dare not voice their grievances. Yet now appears a bold figure, Yanling, willing to confront him directly. With the steadfast support of Murong Yunshua, 5 major factions have emerged, and it remains to be seen whether this duo can adeptly navigate the complexities of this intricate game. Li Yunfei was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Murong Yunshua would be acquainted with his second brother's name. Moreover, she was aware of his imminent arrival at this very location, rendering the situation all the more intriguing. Though Li Xiaofei may typically present as mild-mannered, when provoked, His temper is a force to be reckoned with. It is widely acknowledged that the wrath of an honest man can yield catastrophic consequences, and presently, Li Xiaofei finds himself in the most precarious of circumstances. Very well. You too may await your fate. Since you are familiar with my brother's name, you shall soon learn of his prowess. Li Yunfei feels a sense of confidence, believing that even Morong Yunxue shows a lack of resistance towards these unfolding truths. He believes there is no need to recount the chaotic circumstances any further. Since you have all resigned yourselves to fate, it would be futile to utter any more nonsense. What Li Yunfei most desires to witness now is whether Li Xiaofei can manage to handle both Yanling and Morong Yunxue. If it is indeed possible, then so be it. It is uncertain whether he can still bask in the glow of fortune. It is truly infuriating. Who would have thought that a scion like Li Yunfei would possess the audacity to oppose us? Morong Yunxue is utterly perplexed. Unable to comprehend what grievance she might have with Li Yunfei, why does he persistently harass her without cause? Could it be that she owes him something? However, upon reflection, Morong Yunxue realizes that there seems to be no animosity between them. The more she thinks about it, the more her mind becomes clouded with confusion, leaving her at a loss for a reasonable explanation. Yet the reality remains stark before her, and Morong Yunxue finds herself unsure of how to address this predicament. Indeed, when faced with such a rogue, one cannot simply charge forward recklessly. Morong Yunxue has her own plans in mind, feeling that the situation has already reached this point. There is no necessity to alter anything. If even these trivial matters are deemed difficult to manage, it is indeed quite self-evident. Yet, Yanling's perspective starkly contrasts this notion. He believes that Li Yunfei lacks any substantial capability for assertiveness. If his actions are merely petty and inconsequential, they ought not to weigh heavily on one's mind. How could a person plagued by such severe jealousy find joy in this world? This thought amuses Yanling greatly. Chapter 66. Floral extravagance. Why bother with such trivialities? This world is inherently unfair, and given the current circumstances, what more can be said? Yanling adopts a rather open-minded approach, for he understands that Li Yunfei has no intention of engaging with them. After all, a flamboyant young heir, accustomed to arrogance, is unlikely to exhibit restraint. Moreover, as the favored third son of his family, he enjoys the utmost affection from his parents. The stark reality of such innocence laid bare is indeed rather repulsive. Nevertheless, Yanling cannot shake off his discomfort, as he expresses his sentiments. Why can't the children of ordinary people be regarded as children? Are the offspring of wealthy merchants the only ones deserving of consideration? Yanling ponders whether ordinary individuals are truly barred from harboring aspirations to shape their own destinies. Indeed, all humans enter this world alike. Why, then, do some find themselves in such an inequitable plight? Where has the error occurred? It is profoundly perplexing. Is it conceivable that brash and arrogant scions like Li Yunfei possess an inherent superiority that has existed since time immemorial? Should he truly be so presumptuous? It ought not to be so. This world belongs to the people. Yet, why are the children of the populace left unprotected, while those privileged few tread upon the heads of the masses, wielding their power? Such a group of individuals truly evokes a sense of amusement. At this moment, Yanling perceives the world as profoundly unjust, whether in reality or within the realm of Douluo continent. It is simply a spectacle that captivates both sight and sound. These words should not have been directed at me, for I too hail from a prominent family. Your remarks are like playing the lute to a cow, as I could never betray the dominion of my lineage for the sake of fleeting gains. Upon hearing these words, Morong Yunxue's expression darkened considerably. Indeed, his countenance resembled one who had ingested 2 pounds of dung. After all, he had also intervened in conflicts. Yet, to his astonishment, Yanling belittled the great family to the point of insignificance. Although Morong Yunxue was not particularly pleased, he recognized the undeniable truth of the matter. The outcome was glaringly evident before them. Such circumstances cannot alter the essence of the matter. Morong Yunxue indeed hails from a prominent family. Consequently, his response to Yanling's words is fundamentally one of rejection. I merely perceive a profound injustice in this situation. There is no need for you to be angered, for my intent is not to target you. At this juncture, Yanling has discerned the embarrassment etched upon Morong Yunxue's countenance. He believes that since these fragmented truths lay bare before them, there is no necessity to exacerbate his discomfort. Indeed, Morong, of a distinguished lineage, now stands alongside an ordinary individual, which serves to enhance Yanling's own stature. Given the reality of the situation, there is nothing amiss in articulating it. Thus, it shall remain as is. Therefore, Yinling resolves to extend a gracious exit for Murong Yunxue, as it is preferable that neither party emerges from this encounter with undue disgrace. In truth, there exists no animosity between them, their paths intertwine merely through mutual benefit. Let us await the developments post-class. I have yet to engage with Li Xiaofei, though I have heard he possesses a gentle disposition. However, should Li Dafei appear, it would pose a challenge. Murong Yunxue deftly shifted the topic. Sensing that Yinling had opted to address him with a tone of apology, there is no need to further complicate matters unnecessarily. The situation has already unfolded, leaving little room for discussion. Moreover, their common adversary is Li Yunfei, and there is no one else to contend with, rendering any further discomfort pointless. Therefore, Murong Yunxue has wholeheartedly accepted Yinling's words. What is the true background of the three brothers from the Li family? What emboldens them to flaunt their power within the academy? Seemingly unchallenged by the principal or the faculty, at this moment, Yinling furrows his brow, visibly displeased, primarily due to the formidable reputation of the Li brothers. He is perplexed as to why these three individuals can operate free from any disciplinary oversight within the academy while bullying others at will. What could be the reason for this? It is a conundrum that Yinling cannot fathom. Conversely, Murong Yunxue is well aware of the intricacies of the situation and informs Yinling. How can they be managed? Are you not aware of the substantial donations the Li family contributes to the academy each year? With such significant financial backing, how could the principal possibly disregard them? Murong Yunshue's understanding stems from the fact that her own family also provides considerable financial support to the institution, much like the Li family. The rationale is straightforward. As scions of influential families, they require preferential treatment for their academic pursuits within the academy. The basis for such mutual consideration lies in financial transactions between them. This exemplifies a typical evolution of interests at higher echelons, wherein both parties offer reciprocal benefits to secure equitable access. Otherwise, discussions would be utterly futile, and no one would dare voice any disarray. Acts of self-sacrifice are exceedingly rare in this world. Without vested interests, all discourse is mere nonsense. If we follow this line of reasoning, it appears we are in the domain of the affluent. Mark my words, a change in this era is inevitable. Yinling solemnly nods in agreement with this perspective, acknowledging the reality of the situation. There is little to say, sooner or later. The time will come to dismantle these matters formally. Yinling harbors a dream within his heart. He believes that if the previous Tang San, possessing dual martial souls, could ascend to a position of prominence, then he too can achieve such meticulousness. Yinling is a person of cautious disposition, yet he is also inclined to champion justice, not for any other reason, but to fiercely release the pent-up resentment that weighs upon his chest. Upon hearing Yinling's words, Murong Yunxue was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yinling harbored such formidable aspirations. If that is the case, then this youth, who is of a similar age, harbors grand ambitions within his heart. Could it be that in mere moments, one could ascend to great heights? To regard these individuals as mere insignificant pawns? One can only hope, yet I sincerely wish that when you truly reach the level of Tang San, you will show mercy to our household. The tone of Murong Yunshue's words now carries a hint of supplication. Indeed, at his core, he is but an inconspicuous figure beneath the shadow of a grand family. Chapter 67, in name only Chapter 68, enough of the nonsense. Although Yinling is merely an inexperienced novice, he is, after all, the protagonist. Should a confrontation arise, it is entirely plausible that Yinling could swiftly rise to prominence. The reality is evident. It would be impossible for him to be unable to navigate even such trivial matters. This encapsulates the distinction between the protagonist and the supporting cast. Even when the protagonist finds themselves in dire straits, they remain fundamentally different from the rest. One day, the protagonist will undoubtedly soar to great heights, and this is vividly portrayed in the narrative. Yet, the inept Li Yunfei, who cannot even grasp this simple truth, still seeks to intimidate Yinling, which is truly amusing. Upon encountering Li Yunfei, Li Xiaofei was far from cordial. He bluntly stated, "I merely came to ascertain whether you were alive and to discern the true nature of Yinling." Li Xiaofei's intent was unmistakable. The outcome was all too evident. No matter how he articulated it, he could not descend into such a wretched state. Deep down, Li Xiaofei understood that his younger brother was no ordinary adversary. Although Li Yunfei claimed that Yinling was bullying him, Li Xiaofei was acutely aware of the underlying truth. Perhaps it was Li Xiaofei's own peculiar actions that had incited Yinling's discontent. After both suffered significant setbacks, such chaotic behavior ensued. Hearing his second brother speak so ungraciously, the initially jubilant Li Yunfei's expression soured, transforming into a long face reminiscent of a forlorn donkey. What more could be said? He was eager to crush this rivalry before it even began, to stifle it in its cradle, rendering any further discussion moot. Li Yunfei was on the verge of fury. He never anticipated such harsh words from his own brother. To question whether he was alive or dead, was this truly the behavior of blood relatives? How ludicrous! Li Yunfei could hardly contain himself. He was intent on eliminating Yanling before he could rise to prominence, ensuring that this dual-soul warrior was firmly suppressed before reaching a higher level. In essence, jealousy plagued Li Yunfei, for he feared the retribution that Yanling might unleash upon him if he were to rise. Such an individual truly embodies desperation, feeling threatened by others while wallowing in his own mediocrity. The youth you mentioned must be Yanling, right? He appears rather unassuming, and doesn't he seem like a villain? How did you manage to offend him? Li Xiaofei's gaze traversed the crowd, finally landing on the handsome young man with clear features. Instantly, he recognized him as Yanling without a doubt. Upon his first glance at Yanling, Li Xiaofei also felt that this young man did not resemble a bad person at all. His bright eyes exuded an aura of goodness, especially when compared to his third brother, the rotund Li Yunfei. It was akin to juxtaposing a handsome figure with a hefty pig. There was simply no comparison. At this moment, Li Xiaofei had come to a certain understanding, recognizing that the enmity between Li Yunfei and Yanling was largely attributable to Li Yunfei's own misdeeds. Li Xiaofei, being a person of reason, was well aware of his younger brother's character flaws. However, he felt a sense of obligation, as they were bound by blood. Although he did not wish to confront Yanling, he deemed it necessary to teach him a lesson, if only to preserve Li Yunfei's dignity. After all, he feared that this so-called younger brother would return home to complain to their parents, leaving him, the second son, to bear the brunt of their displeasure. Thus, Li Xiaofei resolved to merely issue a warning to Yanling, believing that this would suffice. I say, second brother, why do you ramble so? Just do as I say without question. Why can't you be like our elder brother? While I am being bullied, you stand here lecturing me. Unexpectedly, while Li Xiaofei assessed Yanling, Li Yunfei became increasingly agitated. He sprang up, hopping and shouting in frustration. Indeed, the unfolding events had ignited his anger. It was quite infuriating that his own elder brother, instead of supporting him, went so far as to praise Yanling's looks and demeanor. Upon hearing this, the third brother was nearly driven to the brink of madness. His own esteemed elder brother now audaciously referred to his enemies as paragons of virtue. The implication was abundantly clear. It was an attempt to cast him into a position of utter humiliation, branding him a scoundrel. Li Yunfei was no fool. He discerned the hidden meanings embedded within those words. Li Xiaofei, on the other hand, found himself at a loss for words, observing Li Yunfei's frantic antics with an air of incredulity. It was undeniably amusing, yet the predicament was fraught with complexity. To assist him might not guarantee a smooth resolution, and should they find themselves overmatched by Yanling, it would surely tarnish his own reputation as the second brother. Conversely, if he chose not to intervene and Li Yunfei reported back, the consequences would be equally disheartening. In a moment of resignation, Li Xiaofei decided to embrace the chaos. He pointed towards the schoolyard in the distance and declared, "Let them hurry over to the field at the academy. I shall see if I can utilize my martial spirit to hold them at bay, and you may strike when the moment is right. But refrain from delivering a fatal blow. Do you understand?" At that moment, Li Xiaofei was genuinely exasperated with Li Yunfei. Nevertheless, since it was a matter of restoring his own dignity, he resolved to reveal certain unspoken truths. A warning for Yanling was all that was needed. And the schoolyard was devoid of any peculiar individuals, an ideal setting for their confrontation. Rest assured, dear brother, I shall exercise discretion. I will not allow them to vanish from this world entirely. Li Yunfei was elated, not expecting that his casual suggestion would spur Li Xiaofei into action. He believed that this matter would undoubtedly allow him to swiftly regain his lost dignity. Indeed, despite being a frail scholar, if he were to truly rise to the occasion, he could make a significant impact. Certainly, everything must be grasped firmly within one's own hands. The issues of face have become increasingly uncertain, and now, we shall observe who can adeptly navigate these chaotic circumstances. At this moment, Yanling also noticed an individual resembling Li Yunfei standing at the doorway. Without the need for speculation, he recognized precisely who that person was. Chapter 69. The battle commences. Chapter 70. Unmatched. Without further ado, it is time to put into action what is at hand. Let us not squander any more time. Yanling stepped back 2 paces, seemingly dismissing the situation he held in his grasp. Given this, there was no need for further discourse. Action was imperative. Those who hesitate are indeed the timid. Yanling was convinced that he could easily contend with this Li Xiaofei. If it were merely a matter of subduing him with a few words, it would be quite effortless. Ah, indeed, you are a formidable practitioner. Initially, I believed your temperament to be rather mild, yet it appears you remain quite volatile. Li Xiaofei was genuinely taken aback by Yanling's demeanor. He had not anticipated that this individual would dare to engage in combat. If that is the case, there is no need to discuss trivial matters any further. The peculiarities that have emerged are firmly lodged in one's mind, rendering the creation of further distractions unnecessary. He originally believed that Yanling would not allow him to lose face too severely. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the situation was far from that. Under such a grave threat, Li Xiaofei felt he should not succumb to such fear. He clenched his fists tightly, preparing to seize the undeniable truths firmly in his grasp. Since he was at the forefront of this path, it was imperative to assimilate and understand the complexities rather than squander time, which would be detrimental to both parties involved. Enough with the empty rhetoric. Do not be like Li Yunfei, who merely engages in idle chatter, which is quite distasteful, you know? Yanling, now impatient, understood that all current knowledge was firmly under his control. The question remains, how many individuals could possibly alter these unfounded realities? What irked Yanling the most was Li Xiaofei's incessant back-and-forth dialogue. He believed that wasting time was unfavorable for everyone, especially since both sides remained uncertain regarding these matters. Then why not resort to force to resolve these peculiarities that have been integrated? If that is the case, you shall wager your life. Li Xiaofei, feeling a surge of urgency, was taken aback. He never anticipated that Yanling would repeatedly throw himself into the line of fire. These facts are undeniably laid before us, inviting our observation. In truth, when it comes to martial prowess, Li Xiaofei is no match for Yanling. After all, this chosen one was destined for greatness from the very moment of his birth. Yet, to our astonishment, Li Xiaofei intends to make Yanling's predicament rather uncomfortable in the name of brotherhood. However, he remains oblivious to the reality that a direct confrontation may not yield the desired outcome. That would only lead to his own disadvantage, while Yanling would not suffer even the slightest loss. The two of them engaged in a fierce struggle, creating a significant commotion at the very center of the playground. Surrounding them was an individual resembling a Taiji diagram, and amidst this chaos, the situation took an unexpected turn. Waves of shock reverberated through the air, painting the entire sky in hues of crimson. Most students, upon finishing their classes, had intended to steer clear of this place. Yet the unexpected turn of events compelled them to pause and observe, intrigued. Indeed, the two formidable martial spirits before them were undeniably impressive. One resembled an iron lion, akin to the firmament, representing Li Xiaofei's essence, while the other took the form of a deep blue dragon, embodying Yanling's spirit. The two formidable essences clashed in the sky, entangled in a fierce struggle, ultimately merging to transform the heavens into a mesmerizing azure-green tapestry. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the two spirits collided with immense force, tearing the sky apart and revealing the cosmos beyond. Li Yunfei, astounded, marveled at the surprising prowess of his elder brother, who typically struggled to express himself. He had not anticipated that Li Xiaofei could hold his own against Yanling. What was once a bright day had succumbed to the dark of night, the vibrant patterns of the two spirits unfurling across the sky like magnificent phoenixes, leaving the onlookers awestruck, their eyes wide in disbelief. In Li Yunfei's gaze, his elder brother, usually a humble and unassuming child before their parents and family, now emerged as an enigma amidst the chaos, revealing undeniable truths in the blink of an eye, leaving others speechless in astonishment. Li Xiaofei, now indifferent to Li Yunfei's presence, would not have unleashed his full might against Yanling were it not to restore honor for his naive younger brother. To his surprise, Yanling, despite his seemingly calm demeanor, demonstrated remarkable abilities that were anything but weak. What a surprise! You truly possess exceptional skills, Li Xiaofei acknowledged. Recognizing that Yanling had bested his younger brother, who, alongside many others, had failed to contend with him. No longer dismissive, Li Xiaofei regarded Yanling with newfound respect. Acknowledging the remarkable talent of one so young, sharing the same age as his younger brother yet exhibiting such extraordinary prowess, which was indeed astonishing. Nevertheless, despite this newfound respect, the intensity of Li Xiaofei's resolve remained unwavering. In the blink of an eye, all of his prowess converged in the palm of his hand, and a blue flower of the other shore was drawn across the vast expanse of the sky. There is no need for you to extol my virtues. I shall show you no mercy either. Unleash your full strength without delay. Yin Ling was on the verge of laughter, as he had not anticipated that the individual before him, Li Xiaofei, would consider his own abilities to be so formidable. It is indeed quite amusing, and yet, this does not even touch upon any so-called serious matters. Is it truly possible to manage these affairs? It seems that such a notion is utterly unfounded. To extol one's adversary only serves to dampen one's own spirit, a truth that even Yin Ling is well aware of. However, it is surprising that Li Xiaofei continues to shift the focus of any situation in his direction, which elicits a sense of humor from onlookers. In Chapter 71, Li Xiaofei smirks slightly, realizing that this matter may ultimately require a life-and-death struggle to determine a victor. Initially, he merely intended to issue a warning to Yin Ling. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Yin Ling's prowess surpassed his own. This revelation has left Li Xiaofei feeling rather embarrassed. It would have been one thing if he had merely failed to outshine his younger brother, but should his own reputation suffer further damage, it would undoubtedly be a source of great amusement. The atmosphere and energy surrounding them intensified, prompting gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd. Imagine, in a place where thunder strikes the ground, the sky above erupts with a dazzling display of fireworks, regardless of who stands before it. One cannot help but feel a profound shock. It is indeed a brilliantly illuminated day. Yet, the emergence of such an astonishing spectacle is nothing short of a terrifying eruption. Remarkably, I never anticipated that after school today, I would witness two extraordinary displays of brilliance. It appears that our academy is truly a hidden gem, teeming with exceptional talent. It is genuinely remarkable. Once they complete their written examinations, we may approach them for an autograph or some such token. However, given the intensity of today's events, it seems unlikely that the day will conclude without a casualty. At this moment, the academy was teeming with people, and the majority of the audience erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Indeed, they had not anticipated that such an event would unfold before their eyes. The intense waves of light dazzled the onlookers, creating a spectacle akin to a kaleidoscope, rendering them momentarily entranced and then plunged into darkness, more vivid than any three-dimensional effect. Simultaneously, other students gasped in wonder. They eagerly anticipated the conclusion of the event, longing to witness the true forms of Li Xiaofei and Yin Ling up close. Yet, this group of individuals was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. They understood that the stark realities before them indicated that this battle would inevitably result in fatalities. However, with the teachers remaining silent, it was not their place as students to instigate any undue disturbances. The academy was populated with teachers, the principal, and a myriad of other figures, and the students were wise enough to refrain from meddling in trivial matters. Meanwhile, Shrek, the teacher, observed the chaotic scene from the highest level of the teaching building. He recognized that the enmity between these two students was not something he, as an educator, could easily mediate. Given the uncomfortable circumstances, there was no need to exacerbate the situation further. In truth, Shrek felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing a fight among students. It signified progress in their development, a stark contrast to the otherwise silent and stagnant atmosphere of the academy, where even a lifeless frog was a rarity. Just then, as Shrek momentarily lost himself in thought, Bibi Dong quietly approached him from behind. Watching the vibrant display of light in the sky, where two powerful martial spirits clashed with ferocity, he found the spectacle quite impossible to ignore. Bibi Dong's arrival did not surprise Shrek. After all, they were both of comparable standing, one a director and the other a teacher. While hierarchically Bibi Dong held a higher position, Shrek commanded respect in the realm of education. Thus, there was no need for them to exchange pleasantries. A knowing nod and smile sufficed. At that moment, Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Remarkable. I never imagined our academy harbored such elite martial spirits. It truly brings me great solace." Bibi Dong was filled with joy, for one of the combatants was none other than her apprentice from the previous day. The other, Li Xiaofei, was also the second son of the Li family, both of whom held considerable prestige. In that fleeting moment of fierce confrontation, the intensity of their assaults left onlookers in a state of astonishment. It had been quite some time since the academy had witnessed such a public display of conflict. Now, with this occurrence, Bibi Dong felt a profound tremor of excitement surging from within. Of course, my judgment has never faltered. I believe such matters should be approached through proper channels. At this moment, Shrek wore a satisfied smile, convinced that he had indeed discerned the right individuals. If Yanling were to be considered Bibi Dong as disciple, it would undoubtedly signify a promising future for the academy, ensuring that it would not lack for capable successors. This delightful realization made Shrek's lips curve upwards slightly, reflecting the unmistakable truth. A worthy apprentice could potentially steer these so-called disturbances into a formal resolution, paving the way for a unified future. After all, Tang Sen was once merely an obscure disciple. Who would have anticipated that he would ascend to such lofty heights? And now, with the emergence of another like Yanling, it seemed the potential for greatness was firmly in place. As the battle raged on, one had to wonder whether it could truly avoid resulting in grave consequences. Why did it seem that Li Xiaofei showed no intention of relenting? Observing the unyielding might of their clash, Bibi Dong's expression turned to one of concern, her brow furrowing. Casting a somewhat reproachful glance at Shrek, she questioned why a teacher would not intervene in the skirmish between the two students. Was it truly to allow them the opportunity for growth? Yet, the outcome was becoming increasingly apparent. It was unacceptable to allow such chaos to spiral uncontrollably. A teacher ought to uphold the stability of the academy, rather than stand idly by while students teetered on the brink of peril. Would that not lead to blame being placed upon them? Bibi Dong's grievances were, in fact, disregarded by Shrek. He believed that as an educator, he could ensure his students listened to him while also safeguarding them from any harm. Rest assured, I possess the discernment to handle matters appropriately. Should they indeed intend to stir up any trouble, I will undoubtedly intervene promptly to mitigate any losses. Shrek paid little heed to Bibi Dong's words. Understanding that the phrase to serve as a teacher embodies a very pragmatic reality, that despite having done nothing, one cannot simply abandon their students to fend for themselves. The situation has already been laid bare. It is now a matter of how to impart order upon this chaos. The most crucial aspect is that Shrek possesses the ability to reverse time and experience a moment of clarity. Should Li Xiaofei and Yanling cause a serious incident, he can certainly navigate the situation, reverting unnecessary complications. When circumstances slip beyond his control, Shrek activates his skill. Traveling back to a world where no events have transpired, nothing more than that. Ah, how splendid! Not only is he a teacher, but he also adeptly navigates the intricacies of human relations. Upon hearing Shrek's words, Bibi Dong nearly burst into laughter. He had not anticipated, nor could he truly believe, that Shrek could so astutely grasp the nuances of social dynamics. Indeed, should he find himself in an irretrievable predicament, he could simply execute a swift reversal of time, laying all matters before him and erasing them from memory, a notion that seems deceptively simple. Yet Shrek remained unfazed, perceiving Bibi Dong's words as a jest directed at him. Thus, he promptly articulated his thoughts. Are you not the same? In this position of the Grand Pope, you hold a rank higher than the director of the academy. How could I not feel a twinge of envy? Shrek felt that Bibi Dong's current position was significantly superior to his own. Yet, despite the undeniable reality standing before him, this elevated status did not deter him from standing on the same starting line to witness the competition. Indeed, one of his disciples was among the competitors. However, this did not imply any favoritism on his part. Shrek believed that, when faced with dire circumstances that could endanger lives, he would treat all parties with equal fairness. At that moment, in the arena, Li Xiaofei sensed a profound disparity between his aspirations and his capabilities. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Yanling's twin martial souls. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Yanling's martial soul manifested as a blue dragon, while his own was merely an ordinary patterned entity. I never expected you to be so impressive, Li Xiaofei thought. I believed that exerting 70% of my strength would compel you to retreat, yet you persist. Li Xiaofei found himself astonished. He had nearly exhausted all his power, yet he still could not gain any advantage over Yanling. He had hoped to make his opponent experience some hardship, leading to an apology, but instead, he faced a relentless increase in Yanling's martial prowess. Of course, Yanling was capable of amplifying his strength, just as Li Xiaofei could. However, Li Xiaofei distinctly felt that Yanling's power was steadily rising, while his own appeared to be waning. This was akin to two waves of impact. The one with greater force would ultimately dissipate the other. In response to Li Xiaofei's taunts, Yanling was nearly overcome with laughter. He had anticipated that his stamina would soon falter, yet he was taken aback to see Li Xiaofei faltering instead. If this continued, the situation would indeed become quite complex. How could one not persist? If you do not, you will surely be forgotten, Yanling jested, his words tinged with a hint of fatigue. Indeed, he was on the verge of exhausting all his strength, having wielded his abilities in a chaotic flurry. To his surprise, the outcome appeared somewhat peculiar, which might seem trivial to others. Yinling was acutely aware that he was nearing his limits, yet he had not anticipated that Li Xiaofei would be even closer to collapse. If we were to put it this way, the situation is not as easily manageable as one might think. Observing that Li Xiaofei is nearing exhaustion, Yinling feels it is time to let this matter rest. There are no profound grievances between us, so why should we allow it to escalate to such a distressing and awkward state? I bear no deep-seated animosity towards you, and there is no need for you to exert yourself to such an extent in dealing with me. On that day, it was evidently your brother who was at fault, and thus, I should not be made to bear the burden alone. Do you understand? After uttering these words, Yinling cast a vigilant gaze towards Li Xiaofei. He had already retracted 30% of his power and was observing whether Li Xiaofei would do the same. Should he fail to do so, Yinling would unleash his full strength upon Li Xiaofei, which could lead to dire consequences, potentially even resulting in the latter's demise. Furthermore, the transgressions of the previous day were certainly not his fault. Yinling believed he was not in the wrong and thus saw no reason to entangle himself further with Li Xiaofei. His animosity lay with Li Yunfei, and he held no grievances against Li Xiaofei. Therefore, there was no justification for indulging in baseless gossip. As Yinling's intensity diminished, Li Xiaofei, well aware of the situation, realized that since his adversary had offered him such a significant concession, he did not intend to take his life. He believed there was no need for such humiliation. Li Xiaofei spoke candidly. All right, let us each find our own way forward. I accept my defeat. I never anticipated that I could be bested by you. Very well, let us turn the page on this matter. I will explain the situation to my family. At this moment, Li Xiaofei's mindset was one of resignation. He felt that since the situation had unfolded in this manner, there was no point in further resistance. There is no need to elaborate further. Today, it is certain that I cannot compete with Yinling. Furthermore, from the rooftop moments ago, I noticed the presence of two individuals. It became evident to me that Shrek and Bibi Dong were standing there. The revelation struck me with a sense of dread, for I am acutely aware that Bibi Dong is Yinling's mentor. Today, Shrek has granted Yinling considerable respect from the podium, and these two formidable figures have extended their courtesy towards him. As a mere novice, I certainly should not engage in a reckless confrontation with Yinling. Chapter 73. Descending the Stairs to Disperse. Chapter 74. Fleeting moments. To speak candidly, I find myself reluctant to even glance at Li Yunfei's expression. Assisting him in seeking vengeance has yielded no benefits, and I nearly faced death at Yinling's hands. Observing the wisps of smoke drifting in the sky, I felt as though I was on the brink of my own memorial service. Should I persist in this endeavor, I may very well lose my life here. Seeing my second brother utterly disheartened, Li Yunfei refrained from any peculiar antics. He concluded that since matters had reached this point, there was no need for further nonsensical chatter. Well, since you cannot defeat him, it stands to reason that the elder brother is equally inept. He did not even participate in the trial assembly, a true misfortune. Li Yunfei's disposition was one of resignation, acknowledging that if the second brother is ineffective, then the elder brother must undoubtedly be of no use either. Thus, today's duel has regrettably concluded in failure. I never imagined that the old Li family would harbor incompetence, and you are the foremost among them. As Li Yunfei trudged along the path home, he continued to vent his frustrations. He could not swallow this indignation. It was disheartening to realize that the involvement of his second brother bore no fruit. From the outset, Li Yunfei had sensed the specter of defeat looming. However, he did not anticipate its arrival to be so swift. He had believed that his second brother would at least manage to endure a few exchanges. Yet, after several attempts to gather strength, he was swiftly vanquished. Had I taken the stage, I would undoubtedly have been smashed to pieces by Yinling. The rapidity of this defeat left Li Yunfei momentarily stunned. He remained ensnared in the illusion that his second brother could triumph over Yinling. Yet the reality proved to be painfully elusive and humiliating. Could you refrain from speaking? What can I do? I simply cannot prevail. Li Xiaofei was on the verge of tears, for he had just clearly sensed that Yinling had shown him mercy. Had Yinling chosen not to spare him, he would now lie lifeless upon the ground. The formidable intimidation of the dual martial souls was such that, in mere words, it vividly illustrated these so-called undeniable truths. What an extraordinarily powerful technique this was, and how magnanimous of him to grant Li Xiaofei a reprieve. At this moment, Li Xiaofei felt truly fortunate to have encountered a benevolent individual. Had his opponent been a remorseless fiend, endowed with formidable prowess, He could have easily severed his head without a second thought, leaving him bereft of all that he rightfully deserved. Indeed, contemplating this is rather terrifying. Had Yanling possessed supernatural abilities coupled with a notoriously irascible temperament, the outcome could have been dire. Thus, the currently Xiaofei has perished nearly hundreds of times. For life is but a singular thread, and this is indeed a stark reality. Very well, if you cannot prevail, I shall summon my elder brother. On the other hand, Li Yunfei has adopted a reckless attitude, believing that his second brother has never engaged with Yanling. Perhaps his elder brother could surpass Yanling, but he tends to overthink matters. His brother has yet to reach any significant height in the trial of martial spirits. Easily subdued by others as if he were a mere monkey, now enduring the sting of his parents' reprimands at home, how could he possibly assist in furthering his revenge? Do as you please. After all, his brother has not even undergone the trials and is already suffering at home. Li Xiaofei nearly burst into laughter. For who could be unaware of his brother's temperament? The two siblings present certainly know that their elder has not faced even the most basic level of martial spirit trials and is currently enduring punishment at home. To expect him to take vengeance on Yanling under such circumstances is utterly improbable. The dual martial spirits have already left him utterly defeated. It is inevitable. Yanling, observing the two brothers bickering as they walked, could hardly suppress his amusement. It truly is a spectacle. The three brothers of the Li family are now in disarray. Yanling could not help but express his inner thoughts. Who would have thought that the Li brothers would face such a profound rift in their brotherly bond? If this behavior were to be witnessed by others, they might conclude that internal strife within a prominent family must have led to such discord. Do not stir trouble here. The Li family as well, merely beset by one misfortune. Li Yunfei's expression darkened, realizing that Yanling was indeed a master of opportunism. The quarrel between the brothers was none of his concern, yet he had the audacity to meddle with his nonsensical remarks. Indeed, while he had triumphed today, it could not be said that he had turned this perfect victory into a tactical advantage. Though Li Yunfei had faced defeat, his spirit remained fiercely unyielding, deciding at that moment to consolidate all the chaos into his own hands. Hearing Li Yunfei speak thus, Yanling replied without reservation, "I am indifferent to your squabbles. Do not let trivial matters ignite further conflict. The outcome has already been decided. Do not let such trivialities lead to an even more embarrassing confrontation." Yanling was truly at a loss for words, having merely jested a bit more than usual. To think that these two would react so vehemently. Did they truly believe he had no temperament at all? When words fail to resonate, silence prevails. The reality stands as it is. And there is little more to say about this peculiar situation. In any case, Yanling believes he has emerged victorious, and from this triumphant perspective, he ought to trample his adversaries beneath his feet. As for anything else, he sees no need to delve into the chaotic details, for those circumstances no longer pertain to him. He is solely focused on the dawn of victory, oblivious to any notion of failure. Enough of this. Since the contest has already determined its victor and vanquished, there is no necessity to engage in further trivialities, understood? At this juncture, Shrek stepped forward, noticing that the three were on the verge of escalating their dispute once more. As the teacher, he felt compelled to intervene. For the purpose was clear, to uphold order as a guiding principle, for everything else is mere distraction. Yes, teacher, you are right, I understand. Li Yunfei's countenance was grim, yet he found himself at an impasse. He could not openly strike at Yanling in Shrek's presence, and moreover, he was no match for him, leaving him with no choice but to retreat in dejection. Yet, the bitterness in his heart lingered, refusing to dissipate. As the tumultuous episode finally drew to a close, Bai Dong descended from the rooftop with remarkable agility, landing on the ground as if by a mere flick of his fingers. Unharmed in the blink of an eye, a commendable display of prowess. To his astonishment, Yanling possessed such formidable abilities, with a martial soul that manifested as a blue dragon. Filling his teacher with immense pride, Bai Dong was genuinely taken aback, witnessing Yanling's martial soul, an illustrious dragon, leaving him astounded. A dragon of such caliber could indeed carve a remarkable path in this world. In contrast, Bai Dong's own martial soul was merely a phoenix. And the juxtaposition of Yanling's dragon against his phoenix was striking. They were not a celestial pair by any means. Should they find themselves as adversaries, it could potentially yield irrevocable consequences. Thus, in this moment, Bai Dong felt a profound sense of satisfaction towards Yanling. He believed he had not erred in taking him as a disciple. If Yanling were to soar to greatness, it would undoubtedly reflect positively on him as well. However, Shrek's expression shifted, as he contemplated Bai Dong's remarks with a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, he held little regard for this individual, merely aware of his existence. Shrek found it difficult to comprehend why Bai Dong would choose Yin as his apprentice. What exactly is the nature of their relationship? At this moment, Bibi Dong finds herself somewhat perplexed. Why is Yin so formidable? After all, others possess formidable backgrounds and immense strength. This individual is truly exceptional. Yet it seems he has nothing to his name. Nevertheless, he is able to exhibit such remarkable abilities and prominence. If this is the case, Bibi Dong is left questioning why Yin has suddenly materialized in this world. However, when Bibi Dong speaks of her master, Shrek is indeed filled with a multitude of inquiries from within his heart. With a look of confusion, he gazes at Bibi Dong and states, "Master, very well." Shrek's intent is quite clear. He did not anticipate that Bibi Dong might indeed possess an inclination towards Yin. If one were to speak of such matters, it indeed piques considerable interest. Yin is undeniably a formidable figure, yet I have never encountered any mention of him before. He seems to materialize from thin air, however. This enigmatic individual has managed to ascend to great heights, even garnering the attention of Bai Dong. Shrek finds this situation increasingly intriguing. It is all too similar. Bai Dong's expression is rather grim. He is well aware of this. Shrek's four-character remark serves as a jab, insinuating that he is merely a person who takes advantage of opportunities. Indeed, it is quite astonishing that such an impressive student as Yin has been preemptively accepted by Bai Dong. If they had been a moment late, they would undoubtedly have fallen into Shrek's grasp, becoming part of the illustrious Shrek 7. In truth, Shrek and Bibi Dong do not belong to the same faction. They merely traverse a shared path, resulting in an array of chaotic and peculiar occurrences. Otherwise, such extensive connections would never have materialized. Yin is acutely aware that in the world to come, Shrek will lead his team against Bibi Dong's. The reason they can converse calmly at present is simply because they have yet to uncover any incriminating evidence against one another. In the future, he is certain that he will meticulously devise a plan to address all of these matters. Yin possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities and has little interest in the absurdities of factional disputes, which he finds utterly repugnant. As he observes the imminent conflict between Shrek and Bibi Dong, Yin hastily steps forward to intervene. He is keenly disinterested in witnessing a confrontation between these two teachers over trivial matters, especially after just resolving the conflict with Li Xiaofei. If that is the case, he has indeed become a sinner within the entire academy. I have finally discerned the reason behind my sudden surge in prowess. Could it be that this teacher has been offering me assistance in secret? Yin, on the other hand, promptly shifted the topic, attributing all the accolades to himself. A teacher, a mentor, if it weren't for these two, perhaps I would not possess such formidable abilities. After all, Li Xiaofei is a rank above me. Yet, how is it that my rudimentary dual martial souls can suppress his might, preventing even a fraction of it from being unleashed? In that case, it seems this individual truly possesses remarkable abilities. However, that is not entirely accurate. Initially, Bibi Dong did contemplate assisting Yin. Nonetheless, in order to avoid arousing any suspicion of favoritism within Shrek, she refrained from employing any spells to offer aid. Shrek, adhering to a belief in fairness, found himself in a dilemma. Li Xiaofei was his student, and so was Yin. Although Li Xiaofei was no longer under his tutelage, it did not necessitate an obvious bias towards his current pupil. Thus, Shrek chose to remain a mere spectator, observing as Yin systematically subdued Li Xiaofei. However, upon hearing such remarks, Shrek was on the brink of losing his composure. The audacity of Yin was astonishing. Not only did he bring Bibi Dong into the conversation, but he also implicated himself. How could a teacher of his stature allow himself to be drawn into such a trivial matter? It was utterly unacceptable. Such words should not be carelessly uttered. Just moments ago, you engaged in a fair contest with Li Xiaofei. If news were to spread that Bibi Dong was shielding her student, it would reflect poorly on him. Shrek's tone was filled with agitation. While it might be permissible for Bibi Dong to protect her own disciple, he was merely an educator whose primary mission was to impart knowledge. However, if it were to be suggested that he had shown favoritism towards Yin, thus causing harm to Li Xiaofei, the consequences would be dire. If such rumors circulated, his esteemed reputation as a respected teacher within the academy would be irrevocably tarnished, leading to an unfavorable outcome. Shrek's panicked exclamation startled him, as he had not anticipated that his casual remarks would provoke such a vigorous reaction from Yin, akin to a mouse on stimulants. This left him pondering the peculiar nature of the situation. Fortunately, Yinling adeptly shifted the conversation, diverting attention from the precarious topic. He feared that should Shrek become overly agitated, he might unleash a devastating counterstrike, endangering his very existence. Very well, I shall merely consider myself exceptionally capable, and let this matter fade into obscurity. Yinling ceased his discourse and, instead, regarded Bibi Dong and Shrek with an exceedingly cautious gaze. It was evident that these two individuals truly embodied the essence of mastery. Their mere presence exuded an aura of dominion over the realm. The subtle energies that flowed around them, the intricate nuances of their conversation, could hardly be encapsulated in mere words. The essence of their capabilities was vividly displayed in the depths of their eyes, manifesting a profound understanding that transcended time and breath. Such formidable power could only be possessed by individuals of their exalted status. Ordinary folk, no matter how diligently they might train throughout their lives, could never hope to reach such heights. Undoubtedly, Bibi Dong and Shrek hailed from illustrious lineages, their very bloodlines imbued with extraordinary potential. This inherent gift allowed them to cultivate their skills to an exceptional degree, achieving remarkable positions at such a tender age, ultimately bearing immense responsibilities. Presently, Bibi Dong stands as the Grand Pope, a beacon of hope for the entire Douluo continent, while Shrek serves as an esteemed educator, nurturing talents that contribute invaluable strength to society. Their accomplishments are indeed formidable. Were they to navigate the currents of real life, these two would undoubtedly excel in significant endeavors, establishing their own legacies, akin to embodiments of mentorship. Bibi Dong raised her hand and firmly patted Yinling's shoulder, exclaiming, "In the realm of the strong, there are always stronger ones. Each generation surpasses the last, my young friend. Well done. Perhaps one day, I may even pass my mantle to you." At that moment, tears welled in Bibi Dong's eyes as she gazed at Yinling, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, this young man was no ordinary character. His succinct expressions revealed insights that others could scarcely fathom. Bibi Dong contemplated her prolonged tenure in her position, feeling increasingly restless. She mused that if the future were to grant her an opportunity to ascend to even loftier heights, it is certain that one can adeptly navigate these twists and turns, allowing everything to descend with grace. Indeed, a position as significant as that of the Pope must be succeeded. If one were to utter 3 words, 2 of them would undoubtedly be positioned at the pinnacle of controversy. It can only be said that this is the lament of the entire Douluo continent. The illustrious position of the Supreme Pontiff is tragically devoid of successors, a reality that is indeed quite exasperating. Upon hearing this news, Yinling felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Indeed, the role of the Supreme Pontiff is far from easy to assume. While ordinary individuals may carry the weight of hope, they risk being shattered into oblivion in an instant. Only those nurtured from a young age can aspire to such lofty heights, and at present, Yinling clearly does not fit that mold. Thus, he has no desire to shoulder this so-called responsibility. Never mind, I believe your position is far too elevated. I simply cannot bear such a grave burden. As Yinling spoke, he waved his hands dismissively, showing little interest in the papal role. On the contrary, he felt that Tang San's position was far more suited to him. Indeed, in this current world, Tang San has soared into the cosmos, assuming the role of the Grand Ruler. In the future, one will undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats, unraveling the chaos and synthesizing it into a cohesive whole. Yinling harbors his own lofty aspirations, disregarding the presence of others. It is glaringly obvious that the position of the Pope is far too elevated to accommodate their humble domain. The Pope in the Douluo continent is not someone of ordinary stature. He must embody the caliber of a saint, akin to Bibi Dong. To lead a life of solitude and desolation would be an unbearable torment for Yinling, for he is a being of flesh and blood, unlike the seemingly cold-hearted Bibi Dong. Admittedly, Bibi Dong once possessed a semblance of emotional depth, but her subsequent actions, which defied reason, resulted in a cataclysmic blow to her character, leaving her in her current dismal state. In this world, the role of the Pope is tantamount to that of a priest in the real world. Wielding absolute authority and sanctity, their image must remain pristine. Any blemish would result in dire consequences, including execution. This illustrates the terrifying nature of this realm, where harsh realities are constantly laid bare. The coldness is palpable. The law holds no real power in this society. Consequently, Yinling has formulated his own convictions. He has resolved that even if he ascends to a high position in the future, it is not imperative to consolidate all this disorder into his grasp. Simply living a peaceful existence across 3 lifetimes would suffice. One might argue that he is excessively modest. After all, What is the significance of the Pope? It is merely a title, hardly worthy of mention. Shrek observed with delight as Yinling rejected the position of Pope. Indeed, this young man's disdain for such a role signifies his ambition to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tang San as a pillar of strength, which Shrek believes to be true. In this context, Yinling could draw closer to him, for Shrek possesses techniques of devilish training that resonate throughout the entire old world, facts that could be conveyed in mere phrases. Here, it is demonstrated in a remarkably vivid manner. Even an inconspicuous wastrel could, under his guidance, transform into a top-tier talent. Such is the caliber of his prowess. Countless individuals yearn to consolidate such abilities under their own auspices, to become disciples of Shrek. However, upon hearing Yinling's words, Bibi Dong's refusal is palpable. This indeed signifies a personal opportunity, and it is precisely this aspect that brings Shrek joy. Furthermore, the position of Pope held by Bibi Dong may not possess any remarkable significance. If Yinling himself regards it with disdain, then such trivial matters are hardly worthy of concern, and there is no need to allow others to manipulate him with nonsensical affairs. The title of Pope pales in comparison to being one of the esteemed 8 monsters or 9 monsters under Shrek's banner. Receiving praise from someone like Bibi Dong and being acknowledged by Shrek caused Yinling's countenance to fall immediately. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary individual, and being regarded in such high esteem by someone exceptional left him feeling somewhat incapable of managing his own life. He believed it would be wise to remain low-key, lest he inadvertently attract further chaos. It is indeed uncertain whether life itself may soon come to an end. Enough of this flattery, dear teacher. Now that the crisis has been averted, let us see how to navigate the path ahead. Yinling is quite disinterested in the compliments from these 2 ancient men. Although they appear relatively youthful, their ages extend into the thousands, while Yinling is but a fledgling, merely in his early 20s, a graceful youth. How could he possibly maneuver beneath the cunning of these age-old foxes? Thus, at this moment, Yinling desires nothing more than to seize control of the so-called facts, hoping that fate will cease to play tricks on him. He yearns to be the master of his own destiny, rather than a pawn in someone else's game. If he were to follow the path laid out by Bibi Dong or Shrek, it would indeed be a different story. This can only indicate that his fate is no longer in his own hands, but rather manipulated by others, a situation that truly provokes the ire of those observing. Upon hearing Yinling's words, Bibi Dong was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. He had not anticipated that a youth of such remarkable prowess could be so effortlessly placed upon such a lofty pedestal by mere words. If one were to articulate it thus, it is prudent to navigate cautiously through life's voyage, embracing humility in one's actions. Throughout time, these principles have guided the unassuming in their ascent to greatness. Remarkably, this initial triumph has not incited pride. Rather, the focus lies on the future. Truly, this reflects the qualities of a diligent disciple. Bibi Dong gazed at Yinling with a profound and inscrutable expression, filled with unspoken sentiment. She felt assured that her judgment of this young man was indeed correct. Despite his tender years and remarkable prowess, he possesses the wisdom to temper his brilliance with modesty. If one were to say it this way, it is indeed quite captivating to behold. There is truly a successor. Indeed, there is a successor. Bibi Dong was on the verge of tears from excitement. Of course, if we were to speak of genuine tears, Bibi Dong might not easily shed tears, for he is a supreme figure of the highest order. How could he allow himself to weep over mere sentiments? If that were the case, one might say his emotional depths are alarmingly shallow. However, deep within, Bibi Dong is genuinely moved. It is remarkable that someone as unassuming yet formidable as Yinling exists in this world. It truly makes him realize how unpredictable life can be. Encapsulated perfectly in the phrase "things do not go as planned," there is both joy and sorrow in this revelation. You are overly flattering me. I am but an ordinary individual, Yinling thought, feeling somewhat speechless at this moment. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong, in his eagerness, would outshine even the likes of Shrek in flattery. Being merely a minor character, he found himself elevated to such heights by Bibi Dong's praise, switching from one compliment to another, leaving him feeling rather uncomfortable. He is not a person of exceptional prowess and does not require such adulation. Looking back, Yinling noticed that the gaze of the majority of the students on the school playground was fixed upon him. Indeed, it was quite conspicuous, with Bibi Dong and Shrek observing him with utmost seriousness. Outside the plaza, throngs of other students surrounded them, and here stood Yinling in the spotlight, a position of great significance that he had not anticipated. Already somewhat socially anxious, Yinling felt the weight of attention bearing down on him. He was not a model strutting down a runway. How could he possibly shine so brightly? Just then, Shrek continued, "If you are an ordinary person, then you are certainly the pinnacle among ordinary individuals. To remain so humble at your level of achievement is a testament to your potential as a future pillar of society. Rest assured, I will support you." Shrek is a person who greatly values talent, and Yinling, being such an exceptional individual, has captured his admiration. Yet, there is a bittersweet flaw in this admiration. This talent has already been claimed as Bibi Dong's disciple. This reality pains Shrek, for Yinling was originally a masterless apprentice. Should Shrek seek to guide him now, he would merely be a secondary mentor, not a true master. If Yinling's future accomplishments soar, it raises further questions about the nature of their relationship. In the future, when others mention his master, they will undoubtedly refer to Bibi Dong, while Shrek will merely be regarded as his instructor. Reflecting on this, Shrek felt a pang of sorrow. However, the desire to nurture talent is a sentiment shared by all. Faced with such a grave reality, Shrek was unwilling to let any opportunity slip by. Thus, he resolved to wholeheartedly support Yinling, despite the possibility that he may not acknowledge him as his so-called second master. Yet, in the annals of history throughout the continent, his name is destined to be etched. Shrek 2 will indelibly imprint its mark amidst this narrative, a vision that Shrek harbors with great ambition. The desire to leave an indelible mark in history is no trivial pursuit. Few possess the capability to achieve such a feat. Even if Yinling were to ascend to that lofty position, it does not guarantee his immersion in the picturesque reality. After all, reality is often unforgiving, far too complex to be elucidated in mere words. Upon hearing Shrek's extravagant praises, Bibi Dong was nearly moved to tears. She thought to herself, "Do you not have any disciples of your own?" Chapter 78. The Seven Monsters of Shrek. Chapter 79. A firm stance in this moment. Yinling found himself inwardly relieved. Shrek had lost much of its former might, having trained 7 disciples, nearly to the point of starving their master. While this sentiment captures a kernel of truth, it does not encompass the entirety of the situation. Perhaps one might even become the 8th monster of Shrek. However, at this juncture, Shrek remained unconvinced. Believing that with Yinling's qualifications and abilities, he could undoubtedly emerge as the 8th legendary figure of Shrek, it is possible that, under his guidance, an even more formidable character might arise. Alas, the two of them belonged to entirely different factions. He was aligned with Bibi Dong's Douluo faction, while the other was firmly entrenched in Shrek's camp. Though these two factions have never been mortal enemies throughout history, they are certainly not easy adversaries. There was a time of irreconcilable differences, during which many changes transpired. However, the unfavorable circumstances have now manifested, leaving the future choices of Yinling to be seen. Should he succeed, it would indeed be commendable. Conversely, if everything turns out to be fraught with challenges, then such claims are utterly nonsensical. At this moment, hearing Shrek's sincere sentiments nearly brought a smile to Yinling's face. He had not anticipated that these chaotic circumstances would be so burdensome for him to navigate alone. Confronted with such complexities, he found it exceedingly difficult to make a choice. Indeed, the structure within the Douluo faction is by no means weak. Yet when faced with the myriad of chaotic occurrences before him, he realized that in the presence of 2 great masters, he felt utterly inconsequential, almost invisible. Perhaps it is best to resolve to cultivate himself into a titled Douluo, steering clear of Shrek's trajectory. Yinling spoke candidly, as he bore no affiliation with the Shrek faction. Furthermore, drawing upon his own memories, he was aware that the Shrek camp would soon face complete annihilation. This impending doom was a consequence of the Douluo side reaching an unprecedented pinnacle of power, which would inevitably lead to a chaotic series of unfavorable circumstances. Thus, at this moment, Yinling had established his own objectives and creativity. Thus, one should strive to grasp all that they currently possess firmly within their own hands. If one chooses to follow the path of Douluo, then they must commit wholeheartedly, without hesitation. In truth, the Shrek faction is not particularly weak. However, due to the differing systems from those of Douluo, as a human, Yinling is reluctant to impose excessive demands. The reason for this is quite simple. Since they do not share the same path, there is no necessity to engage in frivolous matters. Not every individual's constitution is suited to Shrek or the Douluo side, which leads to a series of chaotic behaviors. Well then, since your decision is resolute, I see no reason to involve myself further. The outcome is evidently apparent. Given the current state of disarray, to bring forth more peculiarities would only be detrimental to our side. Shrek nodded gravely, acknowledging the soundness of what was said. Indeed, from the very beginning, when choosing sides, Yinling was not the one who made the choice. If one were to change allegiances midway, it would be tantamount to betraying their sect. Yinling is not that kind of person, and thus has not acted in ways that contravene human morality, nor abandoned all principles. At this moment, Bibi Dong was indeed overjoyed. She had not anticipated Yinling's stance to be so resolute. If he truly intends to walk this path with her to the end, there is no need to create any unnecessary peculiarities. Do you see? Shrek. This is the disciple I have trained. In just a few words, he demonstrates an extraordinary level of perfection. Once the faction is chosen, let us not burden him further. It would be a gesture of respect towards me. Bibi Dong, elated, gestured animatedly, almost as if she could seize control over Shrek's chaotic actions. Indeed, when faced with such antics, they failed to satisfy her appetite. Today, the predicament faced at Shrek was so humiliating that there is no need to conjure any more disorderly conduct. It is already evident that Yinling intends to grow stronger on the path of Douluo, and such progress only signifies that the position of the Grand Pope will surely have successors. Even if Yinling does not desire this position, in the future, he will inevitably be compelled to make choices that will better pave the way for the entire Douluo continent. Shrek was furious, his brows furrowed as if on the verge of unleashing the fury that simmered within his chest. Indeed, he and Bibi Dong have always been at odds, and now she has found an excuse to target him. If we are to speak in such terms, it is no wonder that Shrek is incensed at this moment. He resembles a figure of considerable wrath. Should the pent-up fury within him erupt, he would undoubtedly seize this fellow with a vice-like grip. Bibi Dong, do not speak so boldly. My disciples from Shrek are by no means inferior to your Douluo. Shrek, in a fit of exasperation, found himself in a state of ire. After all, his own disciples were each more formidable than the last. They surpassed the Douluo in strength, yet it is ironic that they have become the subject of mockery. Thus, Shrek's demeanor now reflects a determination to uphold the dignity of his students. He must regain control over the chaotic circumstances surrounding them. He can scold, strike, or chastise his own disciples as he pleases, but he will not tolerate a single disparaging word from outsiders. Observing Shrek's vexation, Bibi Dong could scarcely contain her laughter. She had not anticipated that this seemingly elderly gentleman possessed such a fiery temperament. Indeed, their ages were quite comparable, each approaching several millennia. Despite their appearances, which belied their true ages, making them seem merely in their 20s, they were both quintessentially cunning old foxes, and Yinzheng was hardly worthy of mention in their eyes. Chapter 80. The Seven Monsters of Shrek. Ha ha ha. The current situation is that Yinzheng is your student and also my disciple. We shall see whether the strength of the Douluo surpasses that of Shrek, or if he can master both. Bibi Dong, filled with exuberance, gestured animatedly at Shrek, believing that since Yinzheng had allied with her, they were now on the same battlefield. There is no need to complicate matters further. If one cannot even manage the current circumstances at hand, what hope is there? That is indeed an inextricable truth. Yinling is a quintessential talent with a cough. However, the potential that currently lies solely within his grasp suggests that, should Yinling truly embark on a journey in the future, it will be a remarkable endeavor. It can only be seen as an attempt to leverage one's own reputation. Such a particularly severe action is evident to all, and even Bibi Dong is on the verge of laughter. At this moment, Shrek, upon hearing these words, felt as though his teeth might shatter. He had never anticipated that a disciple he had painstakingly selected would now become a mere possession of Bibi Dong. Very well, if even these measures fail to educate, there is no need to amalgamate any further disarray. The outcome is already quite evident. Regardless of how one might proceed, it is unnecessary. Well, if you insist on voicing it this way, I find myself quite content, and I shall observe the direction in which Yinling may evolve. Shrek, with a mere flick of his sleeve, has chosen to disengage from the trivialities of Yinling. Indeed, he can no longer concern himself with such matters, for Yinling has fundamentally distanced itself from him. There is no need for further action, as Bibi Dong possesses formidable abilities within the realm of Douluo. Should these two engage in a harmonious confluence on the battlefield, it serves as a compelling testament to their prowess. Such chaotic elements are deftly perceived through the eyes of those capable of articulate expression. In the annals of Douluo, the title Douluo Tang San once shared a brief yet significant connection with Bibi Dong. However, this association was rather fleeting, and in later times, Shrek chose to pursue a path of compromise. This decision spared Tang San from being confined by rigid and unyielding stipulations. Had Shrek resolved to deliver a devastating blow back then, Tang San might have been extinguished in his infancy. Thus, the entire history of the Douluo continent shall be rewritten, and there shall be no emergence of individuals like Yinling. This clearly illustrates the intricate workings of the world, where everything is governed by the hands of fate. If a truly powerful being desired to overturn the existing order, it would be an effortless endeavor. Observing the subtle rivalry between the two teachers, Yinling felt utterly speechless, pondering why he, an unremarkable individual, was the target of such nonsensical discourse. In a moment of desperation, he sought to diffuse the tension between the two, stating, Dear teachers, you have both been quite considerate towards me. There is no need for further elaboration. I am certain I can absorb all the knowledge you impart. On the other hand, Shylek, somewhat irritated, expressed a desire to withdraw, burdened by the demands of his numerous students. As a teacher, with thousands under his tutelage, he could not afford to solely attend to Yinling. Consequently, he resolved to disperse the chaos surrounding him. With Bibidong having already taken Yinling as her disciple, there was no longer a need for him to engage in this commotion. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Let today's events be regarded merely as a passing storm. With those words, Shylek turned away, casting a sharp glare at Bibidong, fully aware that he had witnessed a remarkable talent now under her guidance. Such a bewildering reality weighed heavily upon the heart, evoking feelings of discomfort and trepidation. Simultaneously, Shylek harbored a fervent hope of encountering someone even more formidable than Yinling, lest the unalterable truths propel Yinling to greater heights. Thus, should he eventually become another Tang San, it might indeed pose a devastating blow to their Shrek clan. To eliminate future threats, Shrek must also bolster its ranks. It is imperative to establish a strong faction within the academy. Otherwise, the chaotic realities will unfold before them. They have long struggled to manage the fractured situation, and for the sake of their future, Shrek has no choice but to endure in silence. Meanwhile, on the Li family's side, chaos reigns. Due to Li Dafei's failure to achieve a higher level in his martial soul trials, he returned home severely beaten. On the other hand, Li Yunfei, having failed in his quest for vengeance, remains dejected, hiding away in his room, too ashamed to venture outside. In contrast, although Li Xiaofei faced defeat in battle, he gained invaluable lessons from the experience. Thus, it has become clear what it means to say that there are always individuals beyond individuals, and realms beyond realms. At this moment, Li Xiaofei hurriedly arrived at his father's study, conveying all the circumstances to him. He made it known that there exists a talent in the entirety of Douluo continent, akin to Tang San. Li Feihu is the biological father of the three brothers of the Li family, yet he is not the eldest son. He has an elder brother, which makes him the second son in the household. Unlike the three brothers of Li Yunfei, Li Feihu has only one elder brother and no younger siblings. However, he does have two younger sisters. Consequently, among the sons of the Li family, he ranks as the second son, despite holding the title of the second son. The patriarch of the Li family does not neglect Li Feihu. Rather, he regards him with considerable respect, affording him a degree of protection from the clan. Nevertheless, despite his imposing name, Li Feihu is a man burdened by circumstances that are hard to articulate. He is a quintessential intellectual, much like his elder brother. Both remarkable individuals who have returned from overseas with doctoral degrees. However, it is unexpected that Li Feihu's three sons are anything but ordinary. Chapter 81. Family Matters. Apart from the second son, Li Xiaofei, the eldest and youngest sons are quintessential examples of affluent second-generation heirs. Day in and day out, they seem to know nothing but earning and spending money. Their lives revolve around either bullying others or preparing to do so. This reality weighs heavily on Li Feihu, instilling in him a profound sense of despair as a father. If he cannot even manage his own sons, how can he hope to thrive in this world? Standing in his study, Li Feihu furrowed his brow, while Li Xiaofei stood beside him, equally troubled. After a considerable pause, Li Feihu finally articulated his thoughts. I never expected that even you could not prevail against Yinling. Who exactly is that fellow? It seems I have never heard of him before. Li Feihu found the name Yinling quite unfamiliar. All he knew was that back in the day, Tang San had also emerged abruptly, yet he was a quintessential underachiever. Gradually, he grew and developed. However, this Yinling, upon entering the scene, possessed dual martial souls. Astonishingly, even at the elementary level, he completely overwhelmed Li Feihu's second son, Li Xiaofei, who was at an intermediate stage. If it were to truly nurture his growth, then in the future, would not Yinling's achievements parallel those of Tang San? In the realm of Douluo continent, the emergence of a Tang San is already a cause for considerable concern. Yet, unexpectedly, another is poised to soar to greatness. Li Feihu is, in fact, someone who appreciates talent. Upon first learning of Yinling's name, he felt a surge of delight. However, he soon discovered that his second son had engaged in a sparring session with Yinling. Although victory eluded him, it nonetheless resulted in a significant enmity. The situation, once divulged, truly seems to present a significant inconvenience. Indeed, I am at a loss regarding the origin of this individual, who appears to have emerged from thin air, leaving me utterly unprepared and bewildered. Li Xiaofei, too, wore a troubled expression. He had anticipated that today would allow him to reclaim some semblance of dignity. However, upon arriving at the scene, he found himself nearly on the brink of devastation. Such an incident, if it were to become public knowledge, would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. Among the three brothers of the Li family, two are utterly inept, and now the second son has also descended into ineptitude. If outsiders were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly lead them to conclude that the Li lineage has lost its formidable prowess. In light of such grave circumstances, it can only be inferred that the Li family is on the precipice of decline. Thus, faced with this harsh reality, Li Xiaofei, with the future of the family's legacy in mind, is compelled to confront these chaotic predicaments. At this moment, Li Feihu, too, is beset by concerns. His son, Li Xiaofei, typically of a gentle temperament, now finds himself ensnared in familial strife, leading to an insurmountable headache filled with unresolved questions. The prospect of this matter being exposed is indeed quite disheartening. Li Feihu lamented, "The eldest is now a liability, and the third has proven to be disappointing. The burden of our household now rests solely upon you. You must not allow petty grievances to fester against Yinling." With no other recourse, Li Feihu strives to counsel Li Xiaofei towards magnanimity. Undoubtedly, given the present circumstances, it appears that Yinling is destined for greatness. Should he ascend to the pinnacle of power, the position of the esteemed 9-5, it would be an undeniable reality. Thus, the Li family surely finds itself in a precarious situation. Therefore, it is prudent to avoid any semblance of antagonism towards such a formidable individual. To do otherwise would risk incurring his ire, which might lead to retribution that the Li family could scarcely withstand. In light of these circumstances, Li Feihu's current course of action is to counsel Li Xiaofei, urging him to temper his emotions and refrain from repeating past mistakes, lest the flames of hatred consume his reason. A smile can render past grievances inconsequential. Some enmities are better left unexpressed. The adage of retribution is timeless, yet it resonates more profoundly when directed at individuals or events. Li Xiaofei paused, initially believing that, given his father's temperament, the unjust treatment of his most cherished son would necessitate reclaiming honor. However, he was taken aback to find Li Feihu advocating for magnanimity. The presence of Yinling evidently intimidated even his father, which was perplexing given the gravity of the situation. Li Xiaofei acquiesced to his father's wisdom, acknowledging, "I understand the matter. Thus, I shall endeavor not to oppose him. Perhaps he may, in the future, offer me invaluable opportunities." Li Xiaofei held a profound respect for his father's guidance. Having been taught from a young age to seek victory through prudence and to avoid ventures lacking certainty. Yet, now that the reality lay before him, he perceived his father's capitulation, leaving him with little to contest. The severity of the situation was glaringly apparent, and there was no need to delve into unnecessary complexities. The formidable nature of Yinling had instilled an inexplicable fear within Li Xiaofei, a fear that had taken root in his heart. He dreaded the possibility of that fear blossoming into something uncontrollable in the future. He recognized that he would never acquire the extraordinary skills possessed by Yinling, and it seemed wiser to bow in deference. "Indeed, you speak truthfully. I find myself in agreement with your perspective." Li Feihu nodded thoughtfully, feeling a sense of reassurance regarding his second son. He understood that his second son possessed a gentle disposition, unlike his other two sons. If he were to employ a strict approach, he would undoubtedly receive a frosty receptions, for he was a classic case of someone who responded better to kindness than to force. In contrast, his second son exhibited a different demeanor. If he truly found himself unable to contend with someone, he would gracefully retreat. This exemplified the essence of a true gentleman, capable of both yielding and standing firm. Thus, Li Feihu felt a certain degree of satisfaction and admiration towards Li Xiaofei. At this juncture, Li Feihu was prepared to disregard all else. He recognized that if he could consolidate the various chaotic circumstances under his control, it might one day be fitting for his second son to inherit the Li family's enterprises. However, he was mindful that he had an elder brother with several sons of his own. The multitude of Li family assets intertwined amongst them rendered division exceedingly complex. Hence, for the time being, Li Feihu chose to concentrate all his efforts on Li Xiaofei. He was acutely aware that his eldest son was a confirmed failure and his youngest son merely a minor disappointment. As long as these two ineffectual boys did not lead Li Xiaofei astray, everything would remain manageable. In response to his father's concession, Li Xiaofei found little to say. He could only silently acknowledge that his father had reached a point of resignation, leaving him, as the younger generation, without much to contribute. One must refrain from speaking carelessly. The current situation is exceedingly evident. If one continues to dwell on it, it may not bode well for anyone involved. It is essential to adopt a broader perspective, for there lies a lengthy future ahead. These individuals must deftly navigate the complexities at hand, rather than resorting to superficial explanations that fail to clarify the chaos. Very well. If there are no pressing matters, I shall return to the academy for now. Let the third brother remain at home for the time being. Yanling is in the same class as him, and if he intends to leave this matter unresolved, it will undoubtedly complicate the situation. Li Xiaofei finds himself at a loss for words before his father, as Li Feihu has elucidated the circumstances with utmost clarity. The outcome is undeniably a well-established fact that remains unalterable. It would be wise to relinquish the burdens of resentment that weigh heavily on one's heart. Let it be so, and live one day at a time. Li Xiaofei was acutely aware that Li Yunfei and Yanling were classmates, and thus he hoped that Li Yunfei would refrain from attending class for the next few days. Otherwise, should their animosity reignite, it could lead to a violent confrontation, and it was likely that the third son of the Li family would be expunged from the family lineage. Li Feihu nodded gravely, expressing his agreement with Li Xiaofei's sentiments. Indeed, I comprehend the situation. Let it be. As he watched his second son depart, Li Feihu was beset with worry. He had not anticipated that two of his three sons would exhibit troubling signs. If this continued, would it not be the case that when the patriarch finally finds peace in the earth after a century, the entirety of the Li family's estate would be inherited solely by the sons of the eldest? Contemplating this dire possibility filled Li Feihu with anguish. Indeed, he was not a particularly benevolent man. He too desired a fair division of the family assets. With three sons under his care, he harbored no wish for them to suffer from destitution in his old age. Helpless, Li Feihu could only shake his head in despair. Alas, the Li family has truly produced three inept sons. Li Xiaofei, though appearing gentle and refined, lacks any genuine prowess, which is indeed a lamentable state of affairs. Is it possible that the Li family is destined to have no heirs? Li Feihu felt a sense of resignation. He recognized that despite Li Xiaofei's genteel demeanor, his capital and capabilities were far from formidable. Entrusting the family's affairs to him in the future would surely result in a soft-hearted approach, incapable of achieving significant accomplishments. For now, he could only regard him as a secondary concern, nurturing him slowly to see if his disposition could be hardened. He feared that this individual might become a mere shadow of a man. This predicament has undoubtedly relegated the lofty Li Xiaofei to the status of a prisoner, which, in its essence, is quite comical. Within the intricate web of conflicts that characterize the Li family's vast lineage, a relentless struggle for supremacy unfolds between the younger and elder generations. This discord is fundamentally rooted in the inequitable distribution of interests, which ignites a series of outrageous behaviors. Were financial resources to be sufficiently abundant and evenly distributed, it is likely that such absurdities would not manifest. At that moment, having overheard Li Feihu's grievances, the elder Mr. Li approached, leaning on his cane, his demeanor unhurried. His countenance bore a grim expression, and his eyes were filled with a deep-seated resentment as he regarded Li Feihu. Deeming the young man utterly unreasonable, "You insolent brat, must you utter such nonsense? I believe that the second son is quite capable." His ability to refrain from engaging in a futile fight against adversaries indicates that there is still hope. As he spoke, the elder Mr. Li exhibited unwavering confidence in Li Xiaofei. Of course, he maintained a balanced perspective, aware that his eldest son had several offspring yet to make their presence known. Nevertheless, the Li family's enterprises remained viable, even as two of the three sons of the second son, Li Feihu, proved to be disappointments. Thus, only Li Xiaofei remains. We can no longer place our hopes upon him. It seems that the lineage of the second son may not endure in this world. Old Master Li is reluctant to witness the demise of his second son's bloodline, fearing it would lead to a cascade of disarray. In an instant, Li Feihu's countenance darkened. He was taken aback by his father's sudden appearance. To make matters worse, his father had the audacity to express some particularly harsh sentiments, insinuating that he might be lacking in virtue and justice towards his second son. With a stern expression, Li Feihu remarked, "Father, you cannot shield your grandson in such a manner. He is merely an inexperienced youth. How could you treat him so?" Li Feihu was reluctant to regard Old Master Li's words, fully aware that his father was prone to impulsive emotions. He believed that Li Xiaofei was quite promising. Yet the reality remained. Should he make a significant error, Li Xiaofei would surely be stripped of his elevated status, potentially leading to his utter downfall, and perhaps even expulsion from the Li family. Old Master Li snorted disdainfully, dismissing Li Feihu's fervent arguments. He recognized that his second son was remarkably obstinate, but he had faith that his grandson Li Xiaofei possessed considerable potential. With a little nurturing, he might swiftly evolve into a formidable figure. Indeed, the world is full of diverse aspirations and noble rulers, yet these truths often remain obscured, leaving many perplexed by the circumstances. After a deep sigh and a brief cough, Old Master Li turned to Li Feihu, sharing his insights with a weighty tone. "You are aging, and I have reached the venerable age of 60. Soon, you too shall find yourself at my stage of life. If you do not entrust this legacy to your 3 sons, you will have no grandsons to inherit it." Old Master Li's intentions were straightforward. He wished for Li Feihu to invest more faith in Li Xiaofei. Li Dafei and Li Yunfei had proven to be stagnant, unable to progress. If hope were not bestowed upon Li Yunfei, it would signify that the bloodline of the second son of the Li family was indeed at risk of extinction. The Li family could not simply concede everything to the eldest son. Old Master Li now aspired for Li Feihu to leave his own mark on the lineage. "Let us temporarily set this matter aside. I have my own plans, so do not concern yourself with me." Faced with the fierce onslaught from the venerable Mr. Li, Li Feihu found himself at a loss for words. He believed that given the circumstances, there was no need to further express his sentiments. Since the shattered realities could not be altered, he resolved to relinquish any attachment to them. Thus, Li Feihu chose not to articulate any notions of good or ill, allowing them to fade into the background, treating them as inconsequential. In a state of resignation, he decided to turn away from his father's incessant prattling. The situation was abundantly clear. He wished to refrain from entangling himself in further disputes, regardless of the impending outcome, whether it led to triumph or defeat. He had no better plans in mind. Observing his second son's rebellious demeanor, Mr. Li felt the weight of age upon him. Having surpassed his 60th year, he and Li Feihu were both stepping into the twilight of their lives. With age comes wisdom, yet the gravity of their predicament left little room for warmth or hope. Mr. Li was indeed filled with sorrow, having never pondered what legacy he would leave in this world. Instead, he had devoted all his efforts to securing a future for his descendants, yet the reality was stark. The peculiarities of life had proven beyond his control. Meanwhile, Morong Yunxue and Yanling returned to their classroom, now empty as school had ended. Together, they made their way back to the dormitory. As they walked, Yanling was consumed by a sense of perplexity. He turned to Morong Yunxue and inquired, "Why do I get the feeling that Li Yunfei would rather see one of us perish? Just look at his brother's demeanor, pleading for mercy. While Li Yunfei continues to bear a grudge against us, we have no deep-seated enmity with him, do we?" Indeed, Yanling was baffled by Li Yunfei's relentless hostility, which seemed to persist despite any attempts at reconciliation. He believed he had made a concession, yet instead of forgiveness, he was met with intensified malice. This led him to conclude that there was no profound animosity between them. At that moment, Morong Yunxue couldn't help but smile. Others may not grasp Li Yunfei's mindset, but she understood it all too well, for both of them were scions of prominent families. "You see, that fellow has been arrogant since childhood. After you've struck his pride, he is bound to seek retribution." Morong Yunxue found her own words to be quite amusing. Indeed, it was rather ironic. Despite coming from a prominent family herself, she now found herself questioning and mocking Li Yunfei, who was also a scion of a distinguished lineage. This act felt akin to casting her own dignity to the ground, only to pick it up and press it against her face once more. Such ludicrous behavior would be deemed a grave folly in anyone's eyes, bordering on the absurd. Upon hearing Morong Yunxue's remarks, Yanling could only shake his head in resignation. It appeared that being part of a prestigious family truly bestowed certain capabilities and integrity. In just a few sentences, one could see the essence of their composure and demeanor. Was this what they referred to as the noble spirit of scholars? Yet, Li Yunfei's actions clearly resembled relentless persistence, which hardly embodied such scholarly elegance. Very well. For the time being, he would ascertain whether there were any classes available at the academy. If that were the case, it would prevent them from idling away their days in futility. After expressing his thoughts, Yinling turned to leave. Convinced that his purpose in attending the academy was to enrich his knowledge, rather than engage in a battle of wits with someone like Li Yunfei. He did not consider himself a top-tier heir, lacking wealth, power, and formidable connections. He had no substantial capital or backing. In such a context, it was best not to dwell on trivial matters. Yinling firmly believed that if he failed to acquire even the most basic knowledge within the academy, he would be utterly unworthy of existence in this world. Having traversed here, one need not aspire to be a great figure. Yet one should at least safeguard their own small piece of land. Presently, Yinling found himself devoid of any leverage to confront Li Yunfei, while the latter possessed the means to sever their ties. If Yinling wished to advance further, he could only beseech his mentor, Bibi Dong, to impart some skills upon him. Within the grand expanse of Douluo continent, the academy where Yinling resided was merely at a rudimentary level. The higher tiers belonged to the Sky City, and thus, he harbored his own aspirations. In the future, one must detach from the entire academy and pursue further studies in the Sky City, advancing to a more prestigious institution. Within this realm, there exists an unyielding principle, survival of the fittest. Only the strong can stand atop the mountain, surveying the remnants below, capable of all things. Chapter 84. Lingering on the edge of existence. Chapter 85. An unexpected turn. Naturally, Yinling is no stranger to such occurrences. As his own arrival in this world was marked by rather unfortunate timing and circumstances that were less than favorable. Suddenly, outside, a cacophony erupted, accompanied by frantic cries, "Oh no! Oh no! The Golden Holy Dragon has collided with our academy's building. It appears to be preparing for a fierce assault on us." In an instant, Morong Yunxue and Yinling sprang to their feet and gazed out the window. To their astonishment, they beheld a creature resembling a dragon sprawled across the playground of the teaching building. This sight startled Yinling, who possessed a modicum of familiarity with such beings. If his conjectures were correct, this truly was the Golden Holy Dragon. Yet, in the entirety of this world, the Golden Holy Dragon was not meant to manifest in reality. Now, witnessing it before his very eyes, Yinling couldn't help but wonder whether this heralded a period of upheaval. Upon seeing the Golden Holy Dragon, Morong Yunxue felt no tremor of emotion. Instead, a flicker of curiosity arose within her regarding Yinling's expression. As she turned, she noticed that his demeanor remained utterly unperturbed. Given the unfolding events, it seemed rather fortuitous. Could it be that the arrival of the Golden Holy Dragon was somehow intertwined with the time of rebirth that Yinling had mentioned? If we are to speak in such a manner, then this matter becomes rather intricate and challenging to resolve. At this moment, Yinling gazed at the Golden Sacred Dragon outside for quite some time before he slowly uttered, "The Golden Sacred Dragon has actually emerged from the academy." Does that not render it a veritable target? Unlike others who were filled with trepidation, Yinling, in contrast, felt that if the Golden Sacred Dragon were to descend upon this world, it is akin to an invisible corporeal entity, capable of floating throughout the expanse of the air. This phenomenon provokes the students of the academy to unleash their attacks upon it. Should others awaken their skills, it is conceivable that this Golden Holy Dragon could serve as an exceptionally advantageous handle. Thus, it is only natural for Yinling to feel a modicum of excitement in this moment, for no one could have anticipated that this dire reality would manifest before them. It evokes a sense of capability that is not merely articulated through words, but is instead demonstrated by formidable strength that can withstand adversity. Morong Yunxue observed Yinling's composure, and a ripple of doubt stirred within her heart. While other students were either fleeing for their lives or cowering in fear, Yinling maintained an expression of nonchalance, as if this revelation had not stirred him in the least. Noticing the hint of confusion on Morong Yunxue's face, Yinling couldn't help but chuckle softly, stating leisurely, "The world is indeed quite peculiar. Who would have thought that even a Golden Holy Dragon could fall so easily within this realm? Shouldn't it belong to another world altogether? Indeed, the Golden Holy Dragon is inherently a creature of a higher echelon, one that ought not to appear in this mundane world. Yet, why has it manifested before them today? Could it truly be related to him?" As Yinling pondered this, a cold sweat began to beat upon his forehead. Despite there being no apparent danger, He found himself entangled in an unfavorable predicament. The reality laid bare before him was profoundly perplexing, leaving others bewildered as to its nature. In that realm of martial prowess, creatures like the golden holy dragon are exceedingly commonplace. However, Yanling mused whether he had inadvertently traversed dimensions, triggering a series of temporal dislocations that caused an entity, which ought to exist in a world of high martial arts, to descend into this ordinary realm. If one were to say it this way, could it be that one would become a sinner? In light of such circumstances, Yanling understood that there should not be an excess of turmoil, for ultimately, saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. However, Yanling felt that it was implausible to think that merely saving someone could extricate them from such matters. Murong Yunxue chuckled lightly and remarked nonchalantly, "Why bother with all that? They say defeating the Golden Saint Dragon yields valuable gear. I wonder if there are any formidable weapons that could be obtained from it." From Yanling's earlier expression of composure, Murong Yunxue had discerned that this fellow might not be as formidable as he seemed. Nonetheless, it appeared possible for him to wield control over these matters. Thus, under such intricate circumstances, certain situations were not easily revealed. Regardless, Murong Yunxue felt that since Yanling was unafraid, she too should harbor no fear. It was said that the Golden Saint Dragon possessed exceptionally powerful equipment. Perhaps in the next moment, it could elevate his combat prowess to an entirely new level. So, you wish to engage in the pursuit of upgrading gear through battling, do you? Very well, I find that quite intriguing. Let us venture forth and take a look. Observing that Murong Yunxue remained unfazed, Yanling felt an increased sense of calm. The outcome was already clear, as one could not alter the undeniable truth that was being conveyed. Perhaps it is best to relinquish the grievances we hold, and instead cultivate the treasures within our grasp to their fullest potential. In the perilous realm of Douluo continent, should one truly possess the power to shatter the golden sacred dragon, the consequences would be profound. In the next moment, acquiring formidable defensive equipment, one could traverse this treacherous society unscathed. Yanling found himself captivated by this prospect, resolved to wield all the power at his disposal to mount a formidable resistance. For Yanling, who had traversed into this realm, the world of Douluo represented a transcendence of reality. As long as he could adeptly articulate this series of elements, everything would manifest conspicuously. What truly incites fear is the inability to harness one's capabilities, a lamentable tragedy steeped in dread. The age-old adage remains, wolves traverse miles to feast, while dogs scavenge refuse. This principle has endured through the ages. Should these norms not lead to upheaval, then all discussions are moot. That which captivates the eye is undeniably comprehensible to others. Conversely, if one cannot even articulate these truths, it merely signifies a state of utter worthlessness within the entire Douluo realm. Yanling and Murong Yunxue were far from idle, rushing towards the throngs of people in the distance. Chapter 86. The fall of the sacred artifact. This world mirrors reality in many ways, as a multitude of individuals eagerly gather to witness the spectacle. The moment one looks on, they find themselves surrounded by a dense crowd, encircling the towering edifice completely. In the center lies the golden sacred dragon, suggesting that a confrontation may not be necessary this time. As the golden sacred dragon descended from the heavens, it was perilously close to meeting its demise. Currently teetering on the brink of death, Yanling glanced forward and discerned that this golden sacred dragon was extraordinarily majestic and formidable. The essence revealed between its whiskers could not be encapsulated in mere words. Its whiskers, eyebrows, and eyes had all turned to a radiant gold, drifting gracefully across the sky. It appeared that the beings of this virtual realm possessed an inherent grandeur essential for their survival in this world. The current state of the golden sacred dragon exemplified this. As the luminous waves emanating from it formed a vast net, creating a semi-enclosed barrier that stitched the entire area together, acting as a protective shield around the dragon. Such circumstances arose because this sacred entity has been under divine maintenance since time immemorial. Their ability to traverse the realms with ease, unmarred by any spiritual energies, is attributed to the celestial interventions that have facilitated their existence. This year has indeed been peculiar. With even a creature as extraordinary as the golden sacred dragon plummeting into the academy, could this signify a rupture in the fabric of time and space? Observing the fallen dragon, Yanling noted its vital aura had significantly weakened. This being was far from an overwhelmingly powerful entity. It was on the verge of losing its very life. Faced with such a grave reality, there was no room for trivial chatter. Wasn't it laughable? Yanling began to harbor doubts. pondering whether his own traversal had inadvertently severed the continuum of time and space, resulting in this apparent fracture. The thought sent a chill down his spine, as he had not anticipated such a terrifying revelation. Just imagine if the golden sacred dragon were to truly fall from the sky and strike innocent bystanders below. It is certain that there would be considerable harm. However, judging by today's circumstances, the golden sacred dragon appears to have preserved its energy shield remarkably well. It has not sustained any substantial damage, and the surrounding crowd has been largely unaffected. From this vantage point, Yinling perceives that the situation is, for the time being, rather optimistic, though there is concern about the possibility of subsequent chaos emerging. This is indeed quite troubling, for the golden sacred dragon is, after all, a divine artifact, not belonging to the realm of malevolent forces. Yinling's current concern lies with the potential assault from sinister powers upon the ordinary world. Murong Yinxue, equally helpless, shook her head in dismay. It is difficult to ascertain. I sense that some misunderstandings must have arisen. Otherwise, why would such peculiar occurrences take place within the academy? Moreover, its descent renders it a veritable target for the students. This is undoubtedly a remarkable object for trial. From the outset, as Yinling spoke of purifying the entire world, it became evident that the golden sacred dragon would inevitably serve as a target. Thus, Murong Yinxue firmly believed that whatever Yinling deemed valuable must indeed possess extraordinary merit. Therefore, a straightforward dilemma now lay before them. The objective is to disperse the golden sacred dragon entirely, reclaiming it into one's own possession. For one might uncover potent equipment in the process. Murong Yinxue, being somewhat self-serving, has only contemplated his own interests, neglecting the considerations of others. This world cannot be elucidated merely with a few phrases. The golden sacred dragon was originally a divine entity. However, its descent has rendered the situation a nebulous cloud of confusion, comprehensible only to a select few. Nevertheless, Murong Yinxue, as a scion of a prominent family, has frequently engaged in the machinations of political intrigue and deception. Thus, he is resolved to focus solely on cultivating his own modest domain, dismissing the chaos that surrounds him as inconsequential. Every individual possesses their own narrative, and the grand figures exhibit their own remarkable charisma, vividly displayed in this context. Should one fail to grasp even the most trivial of realities, then fate lies firmly in the hands of others, an unacceptable scenario. He has determined to diligently tend to his own small plot of land, considering all else to be mere trivialities unworthy of attention. Yet, currently, Yinling's expression reveals a hint of discontent. Initially, he acknowledges his own misjudgment. He had treated the golden sacred dragon as a mere target, but it can no longer be regarded as such. The outcome has manifested. This golden sacred dragon is now in a state of limbo. It is often said that saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels. And what of saving a dragon? In a world of the past, rescuing a dragon could potentially elevate it to the status of a true dragon emperor. However, the present reality diverges from that past. Saving this dragon might bolster one's own formidable cultivation. The crux of the matter transcends the question of whether it is a living target. Rather, the concern lies in whether this golden sacred dragon could inflict harm upon the students. Can we bear the weight of such responsibility? Where's the principal? Yinling yearns for the prompt return of the principal as chaos has now ensued, without teachers or students to restore order amidst this turmoil. The sight of the golden sacred dragon has captivated the students, evoking a sense of awe. This spectacle is undeniably striking, yet the reality presents itself starkly, enlightening others to the nature of the situation. It is often said that circumstances and facts laid bare can elucidate the unspoken truths of the matter. Yet, Yinling has come to understand the essence of his own small dominion. Thus, ensuring the safety and well-being of his fellow students is his foremost desire at present. Although he holds no official position, the future may hold different possibilities. In an instant, Murong Yinxue was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yinling's prowess was so formidable, effortlessly unraveling the principal's intentions with just a few words. If we were to consider this perspective, it appears that he is, in fact, far from an ordinary individual. The principal? Do not forget that there is currently no principal at the Shrek Academy. The Dean, Flinder, is absent, leaving only Vice Dean Zhao Wujia present. It would be imperative to summon him to quell this turmoil. Chapter 87. Zhao Wujia. Murong Yinxue is somewhat oblivious to the internal affairs of the school. Yet he is acutely aware of who should be responsible for suppressing such chaotic conduct. The esteemed Principal Flinder is not here. Only the second Dean Zhao Wujia is engaged in secluded cultivation. However, Should one wish to summon him, it is certain he would not be pleased. For it is common knowledge that the second dean possesses a rather peculiar temperament. Zhao Wujie was once poised to ascend further among the students as the principal. Yet the encroachment of external forces necessitated Flinder's assumption of this position. This predicament has perpetually hindered their progress. The long-standing animosity between Zhao Wujie and Flinder has amassed considerable energy and cultivation, manifesting in a manner that others find utterly incomprehensible. Unbeknownst to the situation, Yanling earnestly attempts to persuade Murong Yunxue, urging him to summon this individual. In a tone of stern urgency, he implores, "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and bring Zhao Wujie forth." Yanling is genuinely taken aback by the absurdity of the situation, never anticipating that such disarray would unfold before him. If one were to express it this way, the matter becomes undeniably complex. Yanling, at present, is oblivious to everything, solely fixated on extricating Zhao Wujie and nothing more. As for other considerations, they do not even register in his mind. Upon hearing Yanling's words, Murong Yunxue felt as if her eyes would pop out in disbelief. Yet she realized that Yanling was indeed quintessentially Yanling. He remained entirely unaware of the core issue at hand. Yet he audaciously attempted to take command of the situation. At this thought, Murong Yunxue experienced a profound sense of helplessness. Did he think I did not wish to summon him? That young man is currently in seclusion, immersed in his cultivation, insisting that we refrain from disturbing him. What are we to do about this? Presently, the two highest-ranking individuals here are merely the two of us. Murong Yunxue felt truly exasperated, as she had not anticipated that in a matter of mere moments, Yanling would have her ensnared in a predicament akin to a duck being roasted on a spit. Utterly ungraceful. If this matter were to be deemed comprehensible, it would utterly baffle onlookers regarding the circumstances. Presently, he and Yanling stand at the pinnacle of their respective ranks, while the others are rendered entirely ineffectual. Thus, a formidable dilemma lies before the two, to either save a life or obliterate the golden sacred dragon. Yet, Yanling's stance is one of forgiveness, advocating restraint wherever possible. Without further ado, they must swiftly ascertain whether any innocents have been harmed at the scene. Observing that Murong Yunxue has not elucidated the matter, he recognizes the necessity to avoid further delays. Consequently, he hastens to the front lines, seizing control of the chaotic situation. As long as he possesses critical intelligence, all circumstances become inconsequential. At this juncture, Yanling's foremost concern is any potential anomalies beyond the corporeal realm. The disorderly nature of other matters is hardly worthy of consideration, and it is imperative to ensure the safety of all present. This scenario is akin to a battlefield. As long as stability is achieved here, everything else can be managed. After all, as long as reason is firmly in hand, all else is but trifles, deserving little attention. Murong Yunxue's unease compels Yanling to maintain his composure. One of them must remain steadfast to articulate these otherwise inexpressible circumstances. As for instant noodles and seasonings, they warrant no concern. The golden sacred dragon is currently in a precarious state, teetering on the brink of demise. Whether gear is obtained is of little consequence. The real fear lies in the possibility that equipment may not materialize while dismissing all trivial matters, which would be utterly unacceptable. Yanling jogs a few paces forward, kneeling before the golden sacred dragon, only to discover its pulse is alarmingly faint. It appears to have sustained grave injuries. If this conjecture holds true, the golden sacred dragon was originally meant to thrive in another realm. Yet, why has it manifested in this world? This perplexity eludes Yanling's comprehension. Could it be that, as suggested, his very presence has caused the spatial rift to rupture? Is this truly the golden sacred dragon? It seems rather feeble, does it not? Yanling expressed his deep regret, for the golden holy dragon, after all, represents a sacred entity. Yet, it appeared diminished, akin to a helpless creature unable to alter its fate. To put it more poetically, it resembled pork on a steel slab, epitomizing a state of utter vulnerability. Upon hearing Yanling's lament, Murong Yunxue could not help but laugh. It was simply unavoidable. The golden holy dragon was hardly a divine being. If it unleashed its fury, it could upheave the entire Douluo world. One must not underestimate this creature. After all, even Queen Medusa could not subdue it, and now it had unexpectedly fallen into their academy. Surely, this was a result of significant energy fluctuations from the higher echelons, causing its descent. Murong Yunxue had no intention of offering Yanling any semblance of kindness. He found his naivety rather amusing. He seemed perpetually inclined to employ his benevolent heart to mend all matters, failing to consider that the golden holy dragon had once managed to escape from Queen Medusa, achieving a stalemate. Now, to think they were faced with a myriad of obstacles, it struck one as utterly ludicrous. Thus, Murong Yunxue wished for nothing more than to counsel Yanling, urging him to seek victory through steadiness. It was imperative to avoid any significant missteps, for even the slightest error could lead to dire consequences. Undoubtedly, the outcome would be dire. It is indeed quite lamentable. Yanling's prowess, coupled with his innate abilities, is formidable. Yet Murong Yunxue continues to counsel him to pursue victory with caution. For, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the consequences would undoubtedly be disastrous. It is entirely possible that a once promising genius could plummet from the heavens. Yanling gradually rose to his feet and spoke languidly. Rest assured, I am well aware of my approach to this individual. I possess my own abilities and insights, although I sense that he may be quite challenging to confront. Murong Yunshue's admonitions instilled in Yanling a sense of vigilance. He understood that the situation was far from easily manageable or resolvable. Chapter 88. Sharing adversity. Given that the challenge lay before him, it was prudent to ascertain the true objective. The outcome would surely be unsightly, and Yanling felt that since he bore the weight of this life as skills, it would be futile to squander his very essence. Thus, at this moment, Yanling's demeanor was focused on maintaining his composure to the best of his ability. Murong Yunxue finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He realized that Yanling was not as reckless as he had presumed, since Yanling understood the wisdom of retreating in the face of difficulty. It provided him with a sense of assurance. The thought of a genius perishing before him was indeed heart-wrenching. As their dialogue unfolded, it became apparent that both Murong Yunxue and Yanling were in agreement. Given the formidable nature of their adversary, it was wise to refrain from charging ahead recklessly. Observing their peers retreating, Murong Yunxue urged Yanling to hasten their withdrawal, hoping he would safeguard his own interests. The situation had reached a critical juncture. Any further delay could attract unwelcome attention. Speculations arose about the nature of the relationship between Murong Yunxue and Yanling. After all, Murong Yunxue belonged to a prominent family, while Yanling was merely an obscure individual, lacking both connections and strength, relying solely on his mentor, Bibidong, to gain any recognition. Yanling, feeling a sense of helplessness, acquiesced to Murong Yunshue's wishes and proceeded with their retreat. Fine, we shall withdraw, but let us endeavor to conjure a barrier to ensure the safety of our fellow students, he remarked as he stepped back. At that moment, many instructors within the academy were absent, and neither Shrek nor Bibidong could be found. Yanling accepted the responsibility of the world around him, striving to amalgamate the chaotic circumstances at hand. Such an unrelenting reality could hardly allow Yanling to comprehend the intricacies of rewriting the truth. Murong Yunxue, upon hearing Yanling's words, nearly burst into laughter. She had not anticipated that Yanling's benevolence transcended the imaginations of others. If one were to articulate it this way, it is indeed challenging for others to comprehend the situation fully. The realities before us are not so easily decipherable. They are fundamentally more complex than they appear. Murong Yunxue harbors no favorable impressions of his classmates, as he vividly recalls the bitter winter months when he nearly succumbed to the cold, with not a single soul stepping forward to offer assistance. Yet now, Yanling, devoid of any benevolence from his peers, aspires to magnify the meager resources he possesses. If we were to say it this way, could it be that Yanling is indeed a person of considerable kindness? It seems improbable. Murong Yunxue believed that once an individual's abilities transcend the ordinary, they inevitably struggle to navigate this world seamlessly. The so-called prodigy is perhaps truly cursed by fate. The chosen ones are able to flourish due to their unwavering essence, even when circumstances are beyond their control, leading to chaos. Otherwise, it would be laughable for others to witness such antics. This fellow truly possesses a heart of compassion, still pondering about classmates. No wonder Bidong holds him in high regard. Murong Yunxue pursed her lips, revealing all these unspeakable truths. Indeed, she felt a twinge of anger towards Yanling. Moreover, his temperament was exceedingly complacent, believing that the lives of his classmates were of no concern to him. He was here to pursue education, not to endure grievances. Given that the outcome had already unfolded in such a manner, it seemed unnecessary to further entangle oneself in convoluted matters. The reality was evident. No matter what actions he took, it was already laid bare before him. If Yanling felt compelled to save others, then he should embrace his role as a practitioner of Buddhism and Taoism, and there was no need for him to be overly involved. The world operates in this manner. Anyone can survive independently. It would be quite embarrassing to find oneself entangled in such a predicament. The classmates were not akin to blood relatives. What was the big deal? Thus, Morong Yunxue viewed Yinling's actions with utter disdain. Could this truly be the legendary saintly figure? She turned her gaze to the golden saint dragon beside her. Contemplating how this saintly dragon combined with a saintly figure seemed to form a divine union. In response to Morong Yunshue's biting sarcasm, Yinling remained unfazed, even offering a cold smile as he remarked, "I do not think of my classmates. Rather, I perceive the surrounding individuals as innocent bystanders. Hurting them serves no one's interest. And moreover, we must put a stop to the Golden Saint Dragon. The academy belongs to all of us, does it not?" Yinling believed he was no paragon of virtue. He merely sought to safeguard his small domain, which he deemed sufficient. Little did he expect that in Morong Yunshue's eyes, he appeared utterly composed and articulate. If that is the case, does one truly consider oneself to be a paragon of virtue? It is utterly implausible. Yinling believes that the academy belongs to all. Since one has the privilege to study here, others should equally have that opportunity. Yet, why must one hoard everything for oneself, thereby squandering the lives of others? The Golden Holy Dragon was originally a creature that fell from another realm into this ordinary world. What we ought to do now is unite against external threats, instead of engaging in these so-called intrigues and petty schemes. Yinling strives to embody the stature of a prominent figure. While safeguarding his own territory, it is imperative to also consider the safety of others. Ensuring that no harm befalls them is paramount. However, Morong Yunxue remains unconvinced. He believes he is here to pursue education, not to engage in philanthropy. His parents have already taught him to protect his own life, and anything beyond that seems insignificant. Thus, at this moment, his perspective diverges from Yinling's. And it is no wonder he resorts to sarcasm, as Yinling's stance is quite evident. The two sit opposite each other, each presenting their views, neither willing to yield. Their exchange is vibrant and articulate, showcasing their eloquence as they vie to see whose rhetoric is more compelling. Chapter 89. Military Advice. Upon hearing Yinling's words, Morong Yunxue nearly erupted in laughter, astonished to discover that Yinling harbored the spirit of a Confucian sage within him. Could it be that he is a reincarnation of an eminent figure? Not quite. Morong Yunxue, being self-serving, perceives others as overly fair to those around them. Such a person, navigating this world, poses a genuine threat to its fabric. It is one thing not to contribute to the welfare of society, but it is quite another to repeatedly seek to strip away rights and engage in conflicts over power. In this world, there indeed exist tyrants who wreak havoc. And it is hardly surprising. Many individuals have now chosen self-preservation over the path of further compromise. Presenting nearly unvarnished truths does not inherently facilitate others' understanding of the situation. My goodness, who would have thought that within you resides such a sanctified and pure essence? What kind of extraordinary being are you to embody such a saintly demeanor? Morong Yunxue cast a thumbs up toward Yinling, realizing that he truly is a figure of exceptional prominence. Those few words convey this fact in a manner that renders it insignificant to others, as if one were addressing a person of exceptional intellect and insight. Morong Yunxue believed that following him could lead to an unexpected rise to prominence. However, he urged her to refrain from flattery. As he was not entangled in any chaotic affairs, Yinling was genuinely becoming apprehensive of Morong Yunxue, questioning whether her mind was indeed unhinged. Each day, she seemed to shower him with compliments, while her thoughts appeared tangled in a web of nonsensical ideas. He considered himself merely an ordinary cultivator, struggling to manage the trivialities of life, let alone engage in the pursuit of peculiarities that would amuse onlookers. Presently, Yinling lacked the inclination to engage in banter with Morong Yunxue and preferred to maintain a distance from her. The reality was glaringly evident, yet if these circumstances remained unaddressed, the situation would only worsen. There is no need to pursue so-called alternatives. Consider that the tasks at hand remain unfulfilled. There stands an individual persistently uttering nonsensical remarks, which undeniably evokes a sense of amusement. Morong Yunxue, confronted with this, exhibits a somewhat displeased demeanor, yet dares not openly offend Yinling. Consequently, he must swallow his indignation and, with a vacant expression, reiterates, "All right, let us directly address the root of the issue without further waste." Morong Yunxue contemplates that if the fundamental problem cannot be resolved, then all discussions are futile. What constitutes the root issue? It entails either subduing or outright eliminating the golden sacred dragon, necessitating a series of decisive actions. Currently, such decisions rest solely in the hands of the elite. For the golden sacred dragon is deemed a sacred relic, inaccessible to the common populace. Yet, it now lies conspicuously before him. There is no need to squander the peculiar achievements of each other, this so-called reality. It truly hinders others from comprehending how matters can circulate and be presented before them. Moreover, it leaves others pondering who can decipher these so-called anomalies. The question of whether the golden sacred dragon before them is alive or dead is a grave one. Morong Yunxue is incapable of making this decision. Yen Ling, despite his formidable abilities, seems to lack the authority to make such a determination, as his superior is still alive, rendering him devoid of decisive power in this matter. At this juncture, Bibidong and Shrek, upon hearing the news, hasten to the scene. For they are undeniably the two most significant individuals present, while the others merely represent a collection of novices. Thus, as both a teacher and the head of instruction, Shrek wore a troubled expression, engaging in discussions with Bibidong regarding strategies to address this predicament, for he was acutely aware of the complications involved. Is this truly the golden sacred dragon? It appears indeed majestic and formidable, yet its capabilities remain uncertain. Shrek approached the golden sacred dragon. Crouching down to quietly observe its breath, he discerned a faint warmth, indicating that the creature had not perished entirely upon its descent from the heavens. With this conundrum laid before him, Shrek understood that the matter at hand was one of life and death. One must persist in the endeavor to save, for if it necessitates the forfeiture of life, a decisive execution shall suffice. It remains to be seen which course of action can be undertaken with greater ease, as this ultimately defines the objective at hand, with Bibidong standing resolutely behind. Shrek holds no authority to make unilateral decisions. The two must engage in deliberation. Bibidong, in response to Shrek's insights, nodded gravely and remarked, "He appears to be on the brink of death, as if he has plummeted from the heavens, nearly meeting his demise." Bibidong furrowed his brow, for he is the Grand Pope of the entire Douluo continent, bearing the weight of the people's faith. Yet, the sacred relic has now fallen from the sky, indicating a profound fracture in the beliefs that people once held dear. Otherwise, how could such a revered object descend from its exalted position? This situation only serves to highlight the turmoil within the upper echelons and the repeated isolation imposed upon the lower strata. Observing these occurrences, one must ponder who possesses the power to intervene. Bibidong is currently beset with vexation, for it is an established truth that sacred relics do not ordinarily descend from the heavens, yet now they tumble as if it were a matter of course. Such circumstances indeed cause him considerable distress, for he is merely human and not an omnipotent sovereign like Tang San, whom he can no longer reach. Bibidong finds herself devoid of opportunities to engage with the chaotic matters at hand, compelled instead to bow her head and dismiss them. Observing Bibidong, Shrek appears unperturbed, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. As long as the Grand Pope remains silent, there is no necessity for him to resort to vigorous suppression and assault. In truth, when one weighs the true depths of Shrek against Bibidong, the disparity is profound. The Grand Pope is a figure revered by thousands, while Shrek is merely a teacher and director within an institution. Outside of this school, he would undoubtedly not ascend to greatness. Yet, in the current situation, Shrek holds sway locally. Even the mightiest dragon cannot overpower the local snake. Regardless of Bibidong's formidable prowess, she cannot unilaterally dictate matters within the academy. As Shrek gazes at Bibidong, he begins to articulate his perspective, stating, setting aside whether he will meet his demise. If we are dealing with something that poses no threat to us, I believe it is unnecessary to resort to extreme measures. Perhaps we could even consider the golden holy dragon as a pet to nurture. Shylock revealed a wicked smile, convinced that this golden holy dragon was indeed a genuine sacred artifact. If he were to keep it by his side, it would greatly benefit his cultivation and training. Shylock harbored his own selfish motives, seeking to elevate his abilities to a higher echelon. He seemed to disregard his very life. As a mere mortal shouldering the responsibility of nurturing a sacred being, one must inevitably pay the ultimate price. Even though Shrek possesses an extraordinary strength far surpassing that of mere mortals, nevertheless, he may not be capable of manifesting this sacred artifact to its fullest potential. The energy emitted by the artifact has the capacity to envelop and render all life forms in its vicinity insignificant, akin to the way ice can be melted into mere water. Such overwhelming power is beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. However, Shrek is an exception. His thoughts remain unfathomable, as he constantly seeks to harness the chaotic circumstances around him. Upon hearing this news, Bibi Dong was utterly astounded. She had never anticipated that he would utter such nonsensical words. As a mere mortal and not a deity, what compelled him to undertake such outrageous actions? If he were to provoke the heavens, divine retribution would surely ensue. With a tone tinged with anger, Bibi Dong confronted Shrek, asking, "Are you truly mad or merely pretending? This is the golden sacred dragon, a divine artifact. How could you possibly nurture it? Moreover, do you possess a cage large enough to accommodate it? And can the Academy even house such a creature?" Upon Bibi Dong's remarks directed toward Shrek, he suddenly realized that Yin Ling and Murong Yunshiwei were standing nearby, wearing expressions of utter confusion. Indeed, Bibi Dong was typically a person who refrained from displaying anger. However, the gravity of his words now threatened to unleash a torrent of fury from his chest. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the tempest within. Otherwise, a chaotic series of events might have ensued. Yin Ling finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon Bibi Dong's arrival, feeling a sense of reassurance. With the Pope present, the appearance or absence of Zhao Wujia seemed inconsequential. Conversely, Murong Yunshiwei appeared to dismiss the situation entirely, convinced that he had everything under control. He believed that the complexities were firmly within his grasp, rendering external opinions irrelevant. Thus, when confronted with such realities, he opted for silent acquiescence. As long as Yin Ling remained silent, he would follow suit as a mere subordinate. Bibi Dong, intent on nurturing the golden sacred dragon, met with resistance. Shrek, however, perceived Bibi Dong as overly meddlesome. This institution was his domain, and he was the local authority. Bibi Dong, merely an outsider, had the audacity to assert dominance here. How laughable. Observing the golden sacred dragon in a state of near demise, Shrek felt no compulsion to intervene. Therefore, he articulated his thoughts candidly. One cannot speak in such a manner. I propose we first attend to his injuries. Shrek concluded that failing to rescue the golden sacred dragon would be a profound waste. Such a wastefulness was a disgrace in life, for this relic was among the most formidable entities in existence. If one could not discern the significance of such a situation, then their survival in this world was indeed lamentable. Shrek resolved to restore the golden sacred dragoness life, intending to subsequently claim it as his pet. Everything is firmly in his grasp. He has little desire to concern himself with matters beyond his immediate interest. As long as it brings any advantage to himself, Shrek is willing to undertake any endeavor, even at the peril of his own life. The once legendary Shrek 7 monsters have been under his control for nearly decades. Yet now they have parted ways, failing to achieve any significant accomplishments. However, Shrek's circumstances are destined to alter, as certain aspects are now dictated by the fates of others. He is determined to become the true sovereign of his destiny, resolutely embarking on this path. He eschews the absurdities and eccentricities of the world, striving to amplify the power within his grasp, regardless of moral implications. This is precisely why Yin Ling chooses not to align with Shrek's faction. The man is simply too self-serving. In his pursuit of trivial affairs, he has forsaken everything else, which is utterly ludicrous. At this moment, Bibi Dong is nearly taken aback, astonished that Shrek has truly surpassed all bounds of decency. Initially, she thought his audacity was the worst of it, yet he continues to overstep, even attempting to use human pharmaceuticals to rescue the golden sacred dragon. How can one truly believe they are living a life of virtue when the Pope exists to uphold social stability and shared beliefs, ultimately giving rise to chaos? Yet now, an entity reminiscent of Shrek emerges, daring to challenge human perceptions in an attempt to salvage a so-called sacred relic, which, in its current state, is barely clinging to life. This situation is akin to a whale stranded on the beach, serving no purpose whatsoever, and rather losing its life in the process. Such a creature ought to be returned to the sea, left to fend for itself, yet suddenly, an individual arises, intent on administering medicine to save it. No matter how potent the medication may be, it is unlikely to yield any beneficial effects for the whales. This undeniable truth is precisely why Bibi Dong exhibits a profound disinterest in Yin Ling Chapter 91, to save or not to save. Bibi Dong vehemently rebuked Shrek, exclaiming, "I believe you have truly lost your mind. Humanity's desire to consume pharmaceuticals is rather limited. If the golden sacred dragon were to consume medicinal substances, it would undoubtedly require a quantity equivalent to 100 times that of an ordinary individual. Does it truly possess such a dosage? Furthermore, would the Academy be willing to allocate such substantial funds? Although Bibi Dong holds the title of a pope, she also occupies a certain position within the entire Douluo Academy. While it may be merely a nominal role, it is hardly reasonable to suggest that she would risk her life in this matter. Consider this. Human medicines are akin to a lifeline. If they were all to be administered to the golden sacred dragon, that would indeed be an affront to others, prioritizing the rescue of an animal over that of a human being. If others were to witness this, it would be utterly laughable. Thus, Bibidong's perspective is to disregard the entirety of this situation. She believes that humanity is the only truly valuable entity capable of bringing greatness to this world. The so-called golden relics and sacred dragons are mere figments that do not exist in this realm. Perhaps, in the next moment of chaotic void, these creatures might vanish from existence entirely. Indeed, within the Douluo timeline, the rifts in time and space have already given rise to a series of consequences. When such an irrefutable reality presents itself, many find themselves bewildered, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind it. After all, they never belong to this world and are destined to depart. It is akin to a terminally ill elder who must eventually pass on, even if sustained momentarily by the elixir of life. This is merely a temporary reprieve. Ultimately, every soul must meet its end. In the span of these fleeting tens of thousands of days, no significant trace has been left in the annals of history. Nothing more than this. Observing Bibidong's unwavering stance, Shrek, feeling a sense of whimsicality, finds little desire to elaborate further. Indeed, it is evident that he possesses a certain foundational character. He is not inherently serious, rather. It is the ensuing chaos that renders him somewhat unpredictable, making it seem as if he has everything under his control. Bibidong's rank, after all, far surpasses that of Shrek. Even as a local tyrant, Shrek does not dare to act recklessly and is left with no choice but to concede, lowering his head and treating the matter with indifference. It appears that this situation can only be approached with careful consideration. With a deep sigh, Shrek opts to withdraw. Indeed, if he does not retreat now, inevitably, a fierce confrontation with Bibidong is on the horizon, as both possess unyielding temperaments. It remains to be seen whose backing is more formidable. Shrek is bolstered by its cutting-edge technology, while Bibidong enjoys the support of several titled Douluos. This scenario is reminiscent of two opposing forces engaged in a fractious struggle. The inability to manage such chaotic circumstances is nothing short of absurd. At this moment, it is unclear who, in their folly, disclosed all the information to Zhao Wujie, who is currently in seclusion for cultivation. This individual, already vexed by his failure to transcend a certain boundary, now feels on the verge of tears. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Wujie's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What? A golden sacred dragon has reportedly descended upon the academy? That creature seemingly has no connection to us. Why has it appeared in our realm? Zhao Wujie is utterly exasperated. He could have achieved a higher cultivation level during his seclusion. Yet, now, instead of ascending to greater heights, he finds himself entangled in a farcical situation orchestrated by others. Zhao Wujie is on the brink of breaking through to a new stage, entering an unprecedented level of Douluo. However, the issues at hand remain unresolved, and astonishingly, everything is still under his control. If one were to articulate it this way, Zhao Wujie indeed finds himself in a perplexing predicament, devoid of any viable solutions. Reluctantly, he must seek assistance from Flander, yet the latter seems to regard him with indifference, opting instead for a dismissive compromise. Observing the old principal's stance, Zhao Wujie, as the deputy, feels utterly at a loss. He never anticipated that the realities laid bare before him would prove to be so challenging to navigate. Presently, the circumstances are hardly clear-cut, and discerning the truth is no simple task. How can a handful of individuals unravel the complexities at hand? In a moment of desperation, Zhao Wujie resorts to the power of his will, summoning Bibidong to his side. It is imperative that he engages in dialogue with someone of equal rank, for Shrek, merely a director, occupies a subordinate position compared to Zhao Wujie, the vice principal. The hierarchy is undeniable. Higher authority often silences dissent, a principle that has long prevailed in the world. Thus, Shrek cannot stand on the same pedestal as Zhao Wujie and Bibidong. Upon her arrival, Bibidong is overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. After all, the situation is not of her making. She merely passed through this place and does not belong to their Douluo Academy. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhao Wujie has placed the blame squarely on her shoulders, which is exceedingly burdensome. As a pope, she has numerous responsibilities awaiting her attention, and now she finds herself ensnared in this predicament, unable to extricate herself. This is indeed a most uncomfortable position to be in, especially since the instructors beneath Bibidong have yet to uncover any genuinely useful information. On that side, Everything was meticulously orchestrated, and these so-called trivial matters truly caused him considerable distress. In response to Zhao Wuji's inquiry, Bibi Dong could only speak the truth. Who knows? Could it be that the other world has already begun to fragment? If that were the case, this conundrum would indeed be challenging to tackle through our usual methods of fear domination. Bibi Dong felt that she had likely deduced the situation with remarkable accuracy. The situation is firmly within his grasp, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. Since these chaotic and peculiar behaviors are immutable, it may be wiser to relinquish a multitude of concerns. Chapter 92. Fractured Time and Space. The disintegration of the alternate realm and the emergence of fissures throughout time and space bear no relation to him. He possesses no interest in such matters, leading to considerable divergence in perspectives. This is precisely why Bibi Dong prefers to manage her own domain rather than engage excessively with Zhao Wujie. Furthermore, they are inherently different individuals. Zhao Wujie serves as a vice principal in a school, while Bibi Dong holds a higher status requiring the management of beliefs, thus rendering their paths unlikely to converge. Amidst this profound ideological clash, their personalities have diverged significantly. The reality is starkly evident. If one cannot alter these fundamental intentions, the outcome is merely a source of absurdity. Observing Bibi Dong's lack of viable solutions, Zhao Wujie finds himself at a loss for words. He remarked, "I believe it would be prudent for us to investigate further." The former principal, Flanders, has seemingly vanished to an unknown country. How can we possibly neglect this pivotal responsibility? Zhao Wujie now harbors a deep-seated resentment towards Flanders, regretting that he did not foresee the latter's inability to shoulder such burdens. The position of the principal should rightfully belong to oneself. Whenever Zhao Wujie reflects upon that fellow, Flander, he experiences an overwhelming sense of frustration. The principal's role fails to embody the responsibilities of a true headmaster, and now it seems to have drifted far beyond reach. This matter cannot be presented as a mere fact before others. The reality is far more complex. Had Zhao Wujie initially occupied the principal's chair, Flander would have had no role in this affair. Yet, the outcome is conspicuously evident, rendering it impossible to ignore. The root cause is not particularly formidable. The situation does not unfold as people envision. At times, when confronted with these shattered truths, one ultimately realizes that circumstances rest firmly within their grasp. If one cannot even navigate these conditions, then it is all utterly meaningless. Moreover, Flander epitomizes the typical foreigner, while Zhao Wujie represents the quintessential local. This disparity elucidates the fundamental divergence in their educational philosophies. Their paths converge only due to the inequitable allocation that occurred initially. With a foreigner appointed as principal, while Zhao Wujie, a native, is relegated to the role of vice principal. Deep down, Zhao Wujie perceives this as profoundly unjust. Bibi Dong observes Zhao Wujie without voicing any concerns regarding the matter. He genuinely feels a considerable headache. Well then, if that is the case, I am also inclined to witness the situation firsthand. Let us proceed. Retreating from the issue, he acknowledges that it is better not to dwell on these circumstances any further. The outcome is unmistakably clear, and Zhao Wujie's responsibility is to safeguard his own territory diligently. As for everything else, he has no desire to entangle himself in the chaos of so-called trivialities. He can only afford to let things in the Northeast be. Otherwise, should that fellow truly unleash his wrath, it would be a different story altogether. He felt that he might not be able to subdue him. So in light of this reality, Zhao Wujie understood that he should allow Bibi Dong to manage certain situations on his own for the time being. With a sudden, resounding whoosh, Zhao Wujie followed closely behind Bibi Dong, charging into the crowd. Indeed, the golden sacred dragon was plummeting onto the playground. It seemed that bringing it down was the most prudent course of action. The teacher is here. Clear the way, everyone. Let the teacher see what is happening. The students quickly parted to make way for Zhao Wujie, eager for him to discern the situation. Previously, Zhao Wujie had served as a teacher before being promoted to vice principal, so most students retain memories of him solely as their former instructor. Consequently, upon seeing him, they instinctively viewed him as their teacher. Furthermore, Zhao Wujie often secluded himself for extended periods of cultivation, sometimes for a year or two, resulting in most students having little recollection of him. Those who recognized him merely regarded him as a teacher, unaware that he had now been reborn as the vice principal. As Zhao Wujie approached, he was indeed startled by the colossal creature before him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it truly the golden sacred dragon? How could such a divine entity fall within our academy?" Indeed, Zhao Wuji could hardly fathom the presence of such a sacred being among their students. The golden sacred dragon, after all, was associated with energy fluctuations from another world, yet it now seemed to bear the memories of another. If that is the case, it appears that this individual indeed possesses quite a remarkable background. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but feel a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, for he understood that the reality here had made it clear that this was not merely an eccentricity that could be easily assimilated. Since he could not grasp the situation firmly in his own hands, it may be wiser to relinquish that which one possesses in abundance. One may lose a head or shed blood. As long as the situation remains under one's control, there exists an opportunity for transformation and recalibration. Bibi Dong stood silently by, while at that moment, Shrek seemed to have materialized from nowhere into the fray. Suddenly, as if eager to ingratiate himself, he rushed before Zhao Wujia and began to speak volubly. This matter undoubtedly pertains to Yanling. Shrek mused that this lad, Yanling, appeared as if he had sprung into existence from the ether. Moreover, Bibi Dong had taken him as a disciple, making him seem like a being not of this world, materializing inexplicably within it. Such remarks indeed render the situation rather perplexing. Consequently, the grievances previously directed towards Bibi Dong have now been unjustly cast upon Yanling by Shrek. Furthermore, he perceives that, with Yanling absent, uttering a few disparaging words will bear no consequences. Shrek embodies a quintessential example of jealousy, believing that if one cannot possess something, it is preferable to obliterate it. However, should such destruction occur, would Bibi Dong truly acquiesce to it in the face of others? Thus, Shrek is merely a simple-minded brute, lacking in intellect. Among his so-called Shrek 7, only a handful possessed genuine merit. The eventual decision to part ways with him stemmed from his utter lack of foresight and his outrageous conduct. Upon hearing Shrek's derisive comments about his disciple, Bibi Dong found himself unable to remain composed. As a master, he stood there, yet Shrek dared to belittle his own apprentice in such a manner. Did you truly believe yourself to be devoid of temper? At this thought, Bibi Dong was filled with an undeniable frustration. Chapter 93. The Protector of the Young. Chapter 94. Why must one be entangled faced with Yanling's formidable assault? He chose to yield, for he understood that a person of such caliber was not to be trifled with. Bowing down was indeed preferable to any other option. In the face of life and death, Shrek ultimately opted for survival, recognizing the preciousness of life. After all, without life, existence in this world would be exceedingly arduous. Shrek's capitulation astonished all present. It was unimaginable that a formidable educator, the director of teaching, would bow before an ordinary elementary student, thus speaking in such a manner. This seemingly inconspicuous young man appears to be quite formidable indeed. Why would such a remarkably adept individual choose to engage in conflict? Would it not be more prudent to retreat? The unfolding events have undeniably left all present in a state of astonishment. However, with the reality laid bare before us, there is no need to conjure up any further chaos. The so-called oddities cannot alter the essence of this situation. Perhaps it would be wise to relinquish the urge to articulate further. I understand you may perceive my actions as peculiar, yet I must caution you not to harbor any intentions towards me. Acknowledging that Bibi Dong is my mentor is already quite commendable. Should you persist in your unwarranted advances, do not expect my response to be gracious. Yanling finds himself at a loss for words, astonished that this group dares to impose such egregious behavior upon him. He did not come into this world to be subjugated. Why must he endure such harsh treatment? Thus, in light of this predicament, Yanling can only choose to silently reject it all. He must delineate the boundaries of his abilities for self-preservation, integrating every ounce of his energy into his hands. Once he achieves this, everything will become much more manageable. For Yanling has distinctly sensed the lack of courtesy from those around him, and if they indeed seek his demise. Thus, in moments of urgency, Yanling found himself compelled to utter some harsh words for the sake of self-preservation. Naturally, such words would create significant boundaries, effectively deterring the encroaching forces from outsiders. Bibi Dong was taken aback, unprepared for the magnitude of Yanling's temper. Observing as his disciple prepared to unleash his full capabilities, he hastily intervened, saying, "Enough, Yanling, temper your wrath. Our fates are predetermined. This golden saint dragon has no bearing on you, nor should it involve you too deeply." Bibi Dong was well aware of Yanling's temperament and understood that he could express some harsh sentiments. However, he could not allow false accusations or slander to befall him, for they were both human. Why, then, should one face such grave judgment? This was indeed a profoundly challenging situation to navigate. Life and death hung in the balance. And above all, Reputation mattered greatly. Yinling was a man who placed immense value on his honor. He believed that after a series of reputational damages and unfortunate coincidences, all discussions were moot, which elucidated the reason behind his anger. Having committed to a certain path, being rendered powerless was an incomprehensible state for him. If he could not tread upon this shattered tile, perhaps it would be wiser to relinquish all. At this moment, Yinling wished to avoid even a single word with Bibi Dong. Recognizing that his master wielded no real authority within the academy and could offer no protection, the only course left for him was to navigate the situation as it unfolded. After a prolonged silence, Yinling finally managed to articulate a few words that had remained unspoken. He said, "I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. What connection do these temporal rifts have with me? Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? Indeed, the outcome is clear. What relevance do these rifts have to my existence? My arrival in this world was not meant to be a source of torment. Why must I endure such insults and maltreatment? Throughout the vast Douluo continent, there exists a myriad of individuals from various realms. Why must I be subjected to such baseless slander? What compels you to render me so humiliated? If one cannot even manage such trivial matters, it indeed causes considerable distress for many, as Yinling is not an easy individual to deal with. He possesses his own temperament and a fierce determination to protect his territory. The Douluo continent is a widely recognized place where one can thrive. Apart from Tang San, who has already soared beyond the cosmos, the remaining individuals are hardly formidable. These minor characters yield results that are unattainable by others, and it is best for them to remain unnoticed. Yinling believes his existence in this world is not merely to endure hardship. He feels that maintaining control over his modest domain is already his utmost limit, rendering him indifferent to the affairs of others. Shocked, Shrek did not anticipate Yinling's temper to be so fierce. Those few words left him in a rather embarrassing position, creating a tumult that compromised his dignity. Consequently, Shrek could only lower his head and concede, stating, "No, we have no doubts regarding you. It was merely a casual remark. I am truly sorry that you overheard those words." Shrek felt an overwhelming headache. He had not foreseen that his words would incite Yinling's resentment. Many understand that speaking ill of others behind their backs guarantees a lack of forgiveness. Therefore, it is a fundamental respect not to disparage others in public or private. Observing Shrek's submission, Yinling felt somewhat appeased, considering he is a teacher. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow Shrek to be utterly humiliated. Thus, Yinling nodded gravely at Shrek and remarked in a nonchalant tone, "As a teacher, you ought not to gossip behind people's backs." In truth, Yinling desires a simple life, one in which he can tend in his own modest plot of land without concern for the chaos surrounding him. The 95th chapter, titled Wail of Despair, reveals the most sorrowful truth of this world. One may remain oblivious to their own circumstances while another suffers irreparable damage to their reputation. Ultimately, the nature of human discourse relies heavily on individual interpretation. In this moment, a few words from Shrek have thrust Yinling into the eye of the storm. Were it someone else, they would likely choose to bow their head in silent acquiescence. Indeed, no one can rival Shrek. However, Yinling's audacity to confront him stems from the very fact that he is not to be trifled with. Enough of this idle chatter. With the teacher present, one must show due respect. The students are observing, and to put the teacher in such an awkward position would certainly hinder his ability to assist you, wouldn't it? Zhao Wujie's expression darkened. After all, he occupies the role of vice principal. Yet, here, before the vice principal, Yinling showed him no respect or consideration. He felt that, as vice principal, he should not indulge someone like Yinling. Thus, he felt compelled to lay bare all the chaotic circumstances at hand. Revealing an undeniable grasp of the situation, Zhao Wujie realized that, as vice principal, he had indeed overstepped. He could not even manage this minor predicament. It is indeed laughable to others, utterly perplexing how these facts have come to circulate. Surviving in this world indeed proves to be quite a headache. Zhao Wujie never anticipated that Yinling would show him no semblance of respect. Both are merely individuals navigating this existence, entangled in the complexities of emotions and relationships. What was once a fluidity of interactions has now revealed itself to be far more intricate than he had imagined. The fact that others could manipulate circumstances to their advantage appears nothing short of a farce, leaving Yinling in a state of bemusement. Vice Principal Zhao Wujie seeks to exert his authority over Yinling with every ounce of power at his disposal. Regrettably, such attempts yield little assistance, instead falling into the hands of others. These actions have not been taken seriously. Rather, they have prompted onlookers to keep their distance. Zhao Wuji is not one to be trifled with, and neither is Yin Ling. Both possess formidable temperaments, leaving them to contend with who can articulate the truth more convincingly. Yin Ling remains unflappable, while Zhao Wuji simply turns away in silence, taken aback by Lin Ming's formidable temperament. Within the confines of the school, he had already heard whispers of Yin Ling. However, witnessing the man himself has left him astonished, as Yin Ling offers him no respect whatsoever. If this continues, it becomes evident that this individual is no ordinary person. Previously, during his secluded cultivation, Zhao Wuji had been informed of a figure named Yin Ling within the academy. Yet, upon encountering him today, he feels a jolt of surprise, for this young man possesses an undeniable charm. However, he now senses that this striking young man may be a considerable risk. A person who is deeply emotional, handsome, and devoted cannot possibly exist in a single man. If he does, it would suggest that he is a quintessential fraudster. Such a grave reality laid bare before others cannot simply be overlooked. Given the starkness of the outcome, there is no need to weave any further convoluted narratives. Zhao Wuji gazes into Yin Ling's eyes, seemingly catching a glimpse of an unfathomable abyss. Indeed, this potent impact resonates within Zhao Wuji's heart like ripples in a pond. If Tang San is someone who leaves him profoundly astonished, then before him stood Yin Ling, a prodigious talent capable of igniting a fierce fire of indignation within his heart. The mere presence of such an extraordinarily formidable individual among his students could only signify that the academy undoubtedly harbors a promising future. As for Flandra and the title of principal, if Yin Ling were indeed to attain such a position, it would render those distinctions inconsequential. In the future, the position of principal will undoubtedly be entrusted to him, which is rather commendable. With this thought, Zhao Wuji could not help but smile, for he was on the verge of ascending to the pinnacle of the vice principal's role. Should he manage to incorporate Yin Ling into his fold, the prospects for the entire academy would undoubtedly be secured for future generations. Lost in such fervent reminiscence, Zhao Wuji found himself laughing wholeheartedly. Despite his profound admiration for the extraordinary talent that was Yin Ling, he made no effort to reveal his true feelings. Instead, with a tone laced with disdain, he remarked to Yin Ling, "I never imagined you to be such a rare genius," effortlessly placing me in this rather awkward position with just a few words. Zhao Wuji was genuinely disheartened. He had not anticipated that his role as vice principal would lead to such an uncomfortable situation at the hands of Yin Ling. If one were to speak in this manner, it would seem that two individuals cannot truly possess absolute authority, one being the vice principal and the other a student. They may indeed wield considerable power, yet their demeanor hardly reflects such prowess. In response to Zhao Wuji's rebuke, Yin Ling chose not to engage. He simply closed his lips and cast his gaze towards the distant golden holy dragon. He perceived that such a sacred entity falling from the heavens must signify something profound. The entire sky appeared to be engulfed in a considerable schism, and under such circumstances, Yin Ling began to grasp the situation with clarity. It seems that this incident may stem from the upper echelons of society, where a series of unspeakable matters have given rise to this chaotic predicament. Observing Yin Ling's utter disregard for him, Zhao Wuji felt his anger mounting. He glared and implored, "Yin Ling, do not force me to lose face. Grant me this opportunity." It is quite unbecoming for a vice principal to be in a position where he must rely on a student for dignity, lest he be deprived of his own esteem. To subject oneself to such humiliation is indeed infuriating, and thus Zhao Wuji issued a final ultimatum to Yin Ling. If he continued to disregard the need for civility, expelling him from the academy would be but a trivial matter. Yin Ling, at this point, could only smile helplessly. He thought it best to let the matter dissipate like a passing cloud, distancing himself temporarily from the turmoil. The absurdity of the situation left Yin Ling exasperated, as Zhao Wuji had laid bare the truth with striking clarity. What more could be said? It would be unthinkable to expose his own vulnerabilities. Chapter 96. Acting nonchalantly after all, he was merely a man, not some exalted deity. Why conjure such chaos that would only serve to embarrass onlookers? What manner of person is Zhao Wuji? Yin Ling could perceive his character with remarkable clarity. If this individual were to be ranked among the ranks of Douluo, he would barely qualify as average, for he merely held the position of vice president of the academy. The principal, Flandre, was notably absent, leaving Zhao Wuji, the so-called second in command, to assert authority. Finally regaining some semblance of dignity, Zhao Wuji let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "It is evident that the golden sacred dragon is injured. Who could have brought it down?" Ordinarily, conflicts among exotic beasts should not manifest in the mundane world. As a vice president, Zhao Wuji spoke with a level of discernment. He understood that a creature as formidable as the golden sacred dragon falling from the heavens indicated circumstances that could not be readily discussed. If Zhao Wujie's conjecture held true, there must have been a clash among the higher echelons of the world. After all, why would beings that ought not to exist in this realm appear in such a tranquil world? The implications were unmistakable. One could only wonder how many would dare to step forth and grasp these truths firmly. Ultimately, the upper echelons of Douluo continent were not devoid of divine entities. If one were indeed to fall from the sky, the implications would be profound. As one plunges down, it is certain that a considerable pit would be formed in the very realm of Douluo continent. Yet, the golden sacred dragon, akin to a creature regaining a portion of its latent potential upon its descent to the ground, has managed to suppress all these so-called phenomena. If one were to entertain this notion, it would undoubtedly leave one perplexed as to the true nature of the situation. Zhao Wujie's understanding relies solely upon his conjectures. Attempting to grasp these purported circumstances within the confines of his comprehension, otherwise, the underlying reasons would remain elusive. Such entities as the golden sacred dragon are typically believed to exist solely within the annals of myth. The latent dragon lies dormant, rarely surfacing unless absolutely necessary. Yet, its appearance now has bewildered others, casting a veil of confusion over the events. Should outsiders witness this occurrence, they might find themselves grappling with the tragic and inextricable nature of this predicament. The force of impact undoubtedly possesses the capability to navigate the complexities of this world with ease. However, these chaotic circumstances have spiraled beyond one's grasp. Thus, the peculiarity of this situation indeed eludes understanding. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's analysis, Yinling nodded gravely, recognizing the bewildering nature of the matter if it were indeed as suggested. He directed his gaze into the distance, only to lower his head in contemplation, for he had begun to comprehend the underlying truths. The outcomes laid bare before him were far from the apparent reality. Rather, they presented an enigma that defied understanding. Could it be that the chaos within Tang San's universe has led to a rift? Yinling furrowed his brow, genuinely concerned. If discord were to permeate this world, would the reality he once inhabited have already crumbled into disarray? Consider this. It is rather amusing that Yinling, a person from the realm of reality, suddenly finds himself in this fantastical world, to the point of nearly forgetting his ordinary existence, burdened with such profound memories. Entering this so-called comic realm truly gives him a considerable headache. At heart, Yinling is an exceptionally kind soul, not the beast one might presume. Yet, the bizarre occurrences and behaviors he now witnesses leave him utterly perplexed, questioning the very essence of their origins. Should chaos indeed manifest in the real world, one can only speculate what absurdities may arise in the animated universe where Yinling resides. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Yinling possesses a higher dimensional awareness, far from being ignorant of trivial matters. Thus, when confronted with these circumstances, he has firmly resolved within himself that should the fault lie with him, he would gracefully withdraw. At this juncture, Bibi Dong stepped forward, fervently expressing his viewpoint. Why concern ourselves with so much? It has no bearing on us. We should simply tend to our own patch of land. It suffices to keep our own affairs in order. Bibidong's conviction is to elevate the situation at hand to its fullest potential, indifferent to the fates of others, as he bears no obligation to manage such complexities. He is merely a man, not a beast, and questions why he should be burdened with the management of so many absurdities when survival in this world is already fraught with difficulty. Living each day in such hardship and still wishing to exert control is, quite frankly, laughable. As Yinling is his disciple, Bibi Dong finds himself exasperated by the seemingly endless series of troubles that beset him. The path he treads is already conspicuously fraught with challenges. Yet he is compelled to endure further complications. He implores that such absurdities should not proliferate. They are simply too unsightly. This only serves to insult the dignity of others. With such intense support, onlookers might find themselves questioning the very nature of existence. Shrek, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain his laughter, to the point of tears welling in his eyes. With incredulity, he remarked, "What else can be done? Let it be. And let us see if we might save this golden saint dragon once. If that is possible, then all else can be negotiated." At this moment, Shrek's thoughts remained fixated on the desire to secure this individual for his own purposes. Everything is mere nonsense. It is difficult to articulate, and there is no necessity to consolidate the myriad of so-called eccentricities. If the power at hand has not been wielded to its fullest potential, then all discussions are rendered moot. As for other circumstances, He has no desire to be tainted by such chaotic trivialities. Chapter 97. Final Decision. Chapter 98. Certainty. Given the undeniable facts that can be celebrated in song and dance, the situation has become so evidently unfavorable that it is best not to dwell on it. If one is to grant others a semblance of dignity, then it would be wise to present a more comprehensible reality. Even these unfavorable circumstances ought not to be so firmly grasped in the hearts of others. The situation is undeniably beyond the control of others, dictated with ruthless precision. The harsh reality is such that one must either accept the stark inevitability or submit to it. Zhao Wuji holds decisive authority in this matter, while Yanling is reluctant to escalate tensions, opting instead for a gradual compromise. At this moment, Zhao Wuji finally wears a triumphant smile, understanding why the outcome is so evidently in his favor. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Do not flatter me. I am not as formidable as you think. I am merely an ordinary person." However, internally, Zhao Wuji was bursting with joy, as if he were on the verge of laughing so hard that he might lose his teeth. Regrettably, he chose to stifle his exuberance, fearing that revealing his true feelings might jeopardize his original intentions and prevent him from showcasing his capabilities. Seeing Zhao Wuji's delight, Yanling could only manage a resigned smile, fully aware that this individual is far from being a virtuous character. With a wave of his hand, Yanling directed, "Quickly, remove this fellow. If that stench wafts over here, it will engulf the entire academy in its foulness." From such proximity, Yanling could discern the pungent aroma of blood surrounding the golden holy dragon. Fortunately, his composure remained intact. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to retch. The outcome was glaringly apparent. Should the golden holy dragon be saved, it would mean a life preserved. If not, all discussions would be rendered moot. The stakes were dire. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers, and at this moment, Zhao Wuji was the one issuing commands, while Yanling stood as his subordinate. As such, there was no room for idle chatter among the subjects. Thus, he finds himself increasingly disinclined to contend with peculiar and self-evident truths, the outcomes of which are glaringly apparent. It remains to be seen how many individuals are capable of weaving the so-called circumstances into the hands of others. This golden sacred dragon must be carried away, otherwise, it may truly meet its demise here. The scent emanating from the corpse was undoubtedly suffocating, capable of overwhelming the senses for miles around. Zhao Wuji swiftly extended his hand, summoning several students whose arms were as robust as those of young calves. Their strength was evidently formidable, and Zhao Wuji commanded them to transport the golden sacred dragon to a nearby medical facility, specifically a larger one, to administer the necessary treatment. Zhao Wuji was neither a villain nor a saint. He merely navigated the gray areas of morality with remarkable ease, embodying a peculiar blend of the two. Meanwhile, Murong Yinxue furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Yanling, sensing that this individual harbored untold stories within. With an incredulous expression, Murong Yinxue questioned, "Are you truly indifferent to the fate of the golden sacred dragon? Do you not perceive its sanctity? Would it not be more advantageous if it could provide us with some invaluable assistance?" At this juncture, Murong Yinxue's stance remained fixated on pursuing the golden sacred dragon. If he could seize all of its equipment, perhaps in the next moment, his own powers would surge, allowing him to carve out a place for himself within the academy, thereby elevating the Murong family's standing. He speculated that if the elder noticed his commendable performance, he might bestow upon him some form of encouragement or support. Murong Yinxue's selfish desires were indeed excessive, as he continually sought to grasp what did not rightfully belong to him. However, the reality remained clear. That which is rightfully his is indisputable. Anything else is simply out of the question. The situation had grown unmistakably apparent. Further discussion would only be superfluous. Yanling fundamentally disagreed with Murong Yinxue's perspective, choosing to dismiss it outright. "What does that have to do with me? I am not particularly eager to acquire any equipment. I am merely an ordinary person." Indeed, Yanling was no so-called prodigy. He merely wished to tend to his own modest affairs. As for everything else, he harbored no interest. Yet, to his surprise, the unfolding circumstances forced him to confront a realization when such matters rested in the hands of others. It was beyond his capacity to dictate their resolution. Faced with such an intense dilemma, Yanling resolved not to concede, opting instead for a transparent refusal. Observing Murong Yinxue's unwavering affection, Yanling could hardly suppress a chuckle. He never anticipated that this individual would persistently engage in idle chatter, relentlessly pursuing him with trivialities. It was truly absurd. Consequently, the sight of Murong Yinxue had become a source of irritation for him. to the point where he wished to utter not a single word more. Yinling waved his hand dismissively and nonchalantly remarked, "Enough. I find myself quite vexed at the moment. I require a moment of solitude. Should a rift in time and space indeed occur, we shall undoubtedly be afflicted with considerable unrest, a perilous predicament indeed." Currently, Yinling's foremost desire was to remain vigilant in the face of potential danger, a situation he yearned to attain. The outcome was already glaringly evident, and the implications were increasingly apparent. The golden sacred dragon had plummeted from another realm. One could only speculate what further chaos might ensue. Thus, Yinling resolved to seek solitude, wishing to refrain from engaging in any further meaningless discourse. Some matters were manageable, and he preferred to address them rather than squander their precious time. It can only be said that these facts are no longer within their grasp, leaving them devoid of control. Given this reality, there is even less reason to allow outsiders to comprehend the emergence of such so-called circumstances. In every era, there exists a formidable individual. Each dynasty is marked by the fates and temperaments of its people. It is no longer a matter for others to manage or resolve. Since the situation has unfolded in this manner, there is no need to instigate change. Chapter 99. The People in the Arena Chapter 100. The Mysterious Chapter 101. The Inner Drama Chapter 102. The Healing. If one were to consider this from another's perspective, it would undoubtedly seem quite amusing. Under such circumstances, it indeed exposes one's vulnerabilities, akin to committing an embarrassing act in public. Bibi Dong turned her head away and spoke in a remarkably composed tone. "Enough. The golden sacred dragon before us is the priority to address. Let the other matters rest for now." At this moment, Bibi Dong wished to focus solely on resolving the issue concerning the golden sacred dragon, disregarding other concerns. She understood that the situation could no longer be managed according to her previous thoughts, as this matter could not be presented before her without consequence. Thus, all discussions are rendered moot, for the truth is already inscribed within the depths of his own heart. One should not engage in the creation of so-called oddities, merely seeking to dictate how others ought to act in such circumstances. Yet ultimately, one cannot predict the subsequent actions of others, nor possess the merit to dictate the nature of their steps. This is precisely why Bibi Dong hopes that Zhao Wujie can maintain a sense of balance. Although the golden sacred dragon is a revered artifact, it must be handled with utmost prudence. Should a single misstep occur, it could lead to an enduring regret, potentially plunging one into an irretrievable abyss. Such outcomes are far from certain. Zhao Wujie found himself in an uncomfortable predicament, indeed, as he bore the weight of decision-making. Now faced with the choice of whether to heal or to terminate the golden sacred dragon, he remained indecisive, instead engaging in discussions regarding Bibi Dong and Yinling, which seemed to stray from the matter at hand. After a considerable pause, Zhao Wujie adopted a more seasoned tone and began to articulate his thoughts in bureaucratic fashion. "I believe we should first ensure its injuries are properly tended to, followed by a process of biochemical evaluation and dissection. Should it survive, we can consider sending it back to another world. If it does not endure, then all deliberations are moot." In his mind, Zhao Wujie had a clear understanding. If this entity could indeed sustain life, then there lay a path forward. In summary, everything is rather succinct. However, it can be said that not all matters are so easily articulated. All of this is simply off the table. As the situation has become rather mundane, it is best not to regard what lies ahead with any significance, for the outcome is already quite evident. Since a decision cannot be made, it remains firmly in abeyance. Perhaps it is wiser to relinquish a plethora of possibilities, as this decision brings a greater sense of reassurance. Zhao Wujie chose to prioritize the rescue of the golden sacred dragon, preserving its life. The fate of everything else is of lesser importance for the time being, especially when considering the next step of biological decomposition. If it survives, then the golden sacred dragon is indeed fortunate. Henceforth, it shall be allowed to recuperate thoroughly before being returned to its rightful realm. It is worth noting that the term biochemical decomposition does not imply the dissection of the entity. Rather, certain circumstances are not easily resolved. It is understood that this belongs to Zhao Wujie's unique and independent spell, akin to the ancient scriptures of yore. Such extraordinary skills that can resurrect the dead are rarely accessible to the average person. However, those fortunate enough to acquire them are destined for immortality, which explains the phenomenon. Zhao Wujie, a fellow countryman bound by the constraints of mortality, has remarkably ascended to such elevated ranks in a short span of time. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's perspective, Bibi Dong nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Indeed, if this matter were to be resolved according to Zhao Wuji's approach. Thus, it can only be achieved through this most exquisite method of integration. As for the others, they are merely alternative so-called unconventional paths and any perspectives gleaned from tangentially related approaches. All of this is vividly presented here. It is only through the adept manipulation of what lies in one's hands that one can truly excel. Thus, everything is quite easy to articulate. As for the rest, they should not even be considered. To save a life is to construct a stupa of immense merit. Yet to witness that life perish in vain is an entirely different matter. It is evident that survival in this world is an arduous endeavor for some individuals. Ultimately, they shall come to realize that life is singular and precious. However, to suggest that living beings should be subjected to disintegration is to devalue human life. Most individuals lack such a cruel disposition and would never commit such acts. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong harbors a belief that should Zhao Wujia provoke him to his limits, he is indeed capable of such heinous deeds. Since he has chosen to pursue a path of healing, let it be his decision. Very well, for the time being. I shall acquiesce to your perspective on this matter. I shall refrain from further involvement, as I hold little interest in this subject and hope that no further absurdities arise. Having expressed her thoughts, Bibi Dong chose to depart, much like Shrek had moments before. Currently, this territory falls entirely under Zhao Wujia's jurisdiction, and she remains merely an outsider. Shrek, at least, has the standing of a director, akin to a teacher's role, while Bibi Dong, in her essence, is an intruder. To truly engage in the hospitality of a host, one must leave this place and arrive at his domain. Yet, Zhao Wujia shows no inclination even to extend an invitation for tea to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong felt that she ought not to stand here for others to observe her laughter, as she witnessed the departure of her chosen path. Zhao Wujia's countenance remained devoid of any discernible emotion. This was due to his inherently cold and unfeeling nature, as the events unfolded right before his eyes. There is no need for him to delve into the chaos of understanding. He merely fulfills his obligations. And it is best to refrain from entangling himself in matters beyond that. This world has never lacked genuine talents. And should these remarkable individuals find their way onto this so-called path of return, it would indeed be for the better. Bibi Dong does not truly belong in this realm, and Zhao Wujia has no obligation to retain him. It is not a matter of being stingy by not inviting Bibi Dong for tea. Rather, when Shrek stood here earlier, there was a clear hierarchy between the two. Now that Bibi Dong lingers, it can only imply a desire to overshadow others. Thus, although Zhao Wujia did not voice his discontent, he felt quite displeased internally. Meanwhile, Yanling and Murong Yunxue strolled back to the teaching building, their shoulders linked in camaraderie. Of course, following this event, he had already gained a legendary status as three prominent figures, Bibi Dong, Shrek, and Zhao Wujia, acknowledged him with nods of respect. Among his peers, he had become an eminent figure, eliciting laughter and amusement. Many students wished to engage with him, yet Yinling's demeanor conveyed that he was not one to be easily approached. Thus, despite their intentions to befriend him, they gradually kept their distance. After all, no one would demean themselves to ingratiate those of higher standing. As Yinling approached the teaching building, he noticed a figure strikingly similar to Li Yunfei. This discovery left him perplexed. Could it be that the Li family had stationed numerous spies within the building? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He had not anticipated that Li Yunfei would haunt him after their confrontation. Now, it seemed, he had orchestrated a network of surveillance against him. It was evident that this doppelganger was likely a relative. Confused, Yanling turned to Murong Yunxue and inquired, "Who is that person? He seems so familiar to me." At this moment, Murong Yunxue was lost in thought, idly toying with her mobile device. The latest notifications were inundated with unfavorable news regarding their academy. Notably, the fall of the golden sacred dragon from the heavens had sparked a sensational uproar, creating ripples in its wake. The keywords flooding her phone were all tied to this distant yet tumultuous incident. Bystanders were halting in their tracks, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and shock, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Murong Yunxue was no exception, staring at her phone in a daze, astonished by the overwhelming coverage surrounding their institution. Following Yanling's words, she glanced up, and to her astonishment, a remarkably familiar figure stood before her, startling her with an uncanny resemblance to Li Yunfei. However, being well acquainted with the world, Murong Yunxue understood that after being beaten, Li Yunfei would not show his face again easily. At this moment, he was likely hiding away in some temple. Instinctively, she discerned that this individual must be some scoundrel who had appeared from nowhere. She nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, You mean that person? He is a distant relative of Li Yunfei, but his temperament is quite different and poses no threat to us. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Yunshui recalled that this fellow was named Li Feilong. Although the name sounded imposing, it seemed he lacked any real significance, being merely a lowly character, not a direct descendant of the Li family. In fact, he was a very distant relative, severed by over 5 generations. The audacity of such individuals wanting to expand their influence was laughable. Could it be that the Li family truly held absolute power within the academy? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Yanling shook his head in exasperation. Damn it! Yet another member of the Li family. It's almost comical. He noted that Li Feilong had a rather peculiar appearance, with what appeared to be a scar etched across his face. At first glance, one might mistake it for an elaborate tattoo, leaving one utterly perplexed as to its origin. Yanling, perplexed, turned to Murong Yunshui and inquired, "That fellow's visage is indeed rather terrifying. How did he acquire that scar?" According to Yanling's philosophy, the Li family should not possess such an unappealing appearance. It is inconceivable that one would tattoo their face. Such an act of disfigurement suggests a tenuous connection to the Li lineage. To put it plainly, this individual may well be a distant relative or an outsider. It is rather amusing that someone like this would attempt to integrate their character with that of the Li family. Upon hearing Yanling's remarks, Murong Yunshui felt a profound shock. She had not anticipated that such a high-energy person would resort to superficial judgments based on appearance. Could it be that this individual truly emerged from some secluded temple in the mountains? Reflecting upon her memories, Murong Yunshui deemed it prudent to elucidate this reality. Let us refrain from mentioning this. It strikes at their vulnerabilities, and one must not highlight another's shortcomings. If her recollections served her correctly, Li Feilong had once engaged in a significant battle, contending with monstrous beasts in a parallel realm for what was deemed power, ultimately meeting an unfortunate fate. Had he succeeded, he would now be the closest to Tang San. Yet, having fallen from grace, he now lay shattered upon the earth, a mere shadow of his former self. The emergence of such an obscure envoy raises questions about the circumstances surrounding him. Observing Murong Yunshui, who was typically quite serious, now indulging in cryptic implications, Yanling found it rather amusing. He mused, why conceal the truth if one is willing to speak, and why not speak if one chooses to remain silent? If one were to follow this line of reasoning, one might indeed believe that the employer, by dispersing wages, assumes the role of a biological parent to the employees. Money, in essence, is akin to a secret. One may choose to trade it or not, without obligation. Let us refrain from indulging in superfluous chatter, lest we invite trouble upon ourselves. Thus, at this moment, Yanling began to speak with a certain brusqueness. Do enlighten me. What is the reason behind this? How did that scar upon your face come to be? Is it truly so difficult for you to share a mere story? Why the unnecessary verbosity? Yanling was genuinely exasperated. Murong Yunshui, this individual, was withholding what should be shared, instead indulging in cryptic allusions. What nonsense fills their mind? Presuming themselves to be some sort of expert on the supernatural or an online streamer. Ultimately, they dangle the bait before the audience, only to sell the ticket at the end. Yanling's utmost disdain lay with those who engage in half-finished tales, unable to manage their own affairs. The scene unfolded with an air of absurdity, leaving onlookers in fits of laughter. Murong Yunshui wore an expression of dismay, akin to encountering an obstinate nail that refused to budge. With a resigned smile, he began to narrate a tale that was, in essence, remarkably straightforward. It revolved around the time he vanquished the Titan ape, only to receive a fierce slap that left him with a significant scar. Chapter 104. Through the ages, as he reminisced about the ancient battleground, Murong Yunshui felt tears welling up. If memory served him right, his father had nearly lost his life during that tumultuous conflict. Fortunately, a divine beast from another realm spared one life, allowing his father to survive. Yet now, Murong Yunshui's father bore the burdens of time, his body ravaged by severe injuries. This was the very reason the Murong family had struggled to rise against the formidable Li Yunfei. The paramount objective of the Murong clan had always been to elevate their standing, yet they found themselves not only failing to ascend but instead being suppressed, which struck others as utterly laughable. In truth, Murong Yunshui had hesitated to divulge this narrative, as it constituted a painful chapter and a source of shame for the Murong family. However, given the circumstances surrounding Li Feilong's tale, there was no longer a need for concealment. Thus, Murong Yunshui refrained from recounting his father's story, focusing instead on his own situation to elucidate the facts. Upon hearing this, Yanling's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality that lay before him. The outcome was entirely unexpected. If the story unfolded in such a manner, it left much to be deciphered. Yanling gazed at Murong Yunxue with incredulity, astonished that Li Feilong possessed such an unyielding narrative. If that were the case, then the fall of the golden sacred dragon from the heavens seemed far from extraordinary. The Titan ape effortlessly allows Li Feilong to draw near to its formidable physique. Such a statement can only indicate that, at that moment, this individual had indeed attained the stature of a sage. Yet now, one cannot help but ponder the source of such unwavering resolve, accompanied by a profound sense of sorrow that remains imperceptible. Yanling has distinctly perceived that while Li Feilong is no longer the youthful figure he once was, he also does not embody the essence of a malevolent villain. If one were to entertain this notion, could it be that this individual is, in fact, a hero? Quite remarkable. Yanling found himself trembling, compelled to reveal the thoughts that resided within his heart. Indeed, he held a deep admiration for those who resemble heroes. And now, this figure, reminiscent of a hero, stood before him, akin to the supreme ruler. Consider the Titan, a beast of tremendous ferocity. Even in combat with the golden sacred dragon, they would undoubtedly be evenly matched. Yet now, neither could bear the weight of the consequences, drawing near to none of their respective existences. Yanling genuinely admired such a hero from the depths of his being, without a doubt. If this person were to possess abilities surpassing his own, it would be truly remarkable. Yanling has decided that it would be more appropriate to officially present these matters. Murong Yunshue's expression darkened, as he had not anticipated that Yanling would so readily fabricate excuses for himself. To harbor disdain for others is one thing, but to do so in such an abject manner is utterly unacceptable. Li Feilong a hero? Far from it. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Li Feilong and Li Feihu are merely contemporaries, sharing similar names yet lacking any blood relation. They are only equal in generational standing. Li Feihu is the second-generation head of the Li family, and once the elder passes away, Li Feihu, as the second son of the Li family, may very well divide the family inheritance among his three sons, Li Dafei, Li Xiaofei, and Li Yunfei. Although the names Li Feihu and Li Feilong are strikingly similar, their fates diverge dramatically. Li Feihu epitomizes the quintessential successful individual, while Li Feilong languishes as a prisoner. Had he succeeded in vanquishing the Titan giant ape back in the day, he might have ascended to a position of prominence, perhaps even overshadowing Li Feihu and delivering him a stern lesson. However, they are, after all, family, and there seems to be no need for excessive banter. Despite the existence of some insurmountable conflicts, neither can conjure trivialities. Li Feihu possesses his own life philosophy, while Li Feilong has his own circumstances and rationale. They are both exceptional individuals, particularly given that Li Feilong is merely in his early 20s, whereas Li Feihu has already entered middle age. One resides in the heavens, the other in the depths, sharing the same generation yet representing distant kinship. Murong Yunxue looked at Yanling's comical expression, nearly bursting into laughter. All right, enough of that. How could he possibly be a hero? His face is already scarred, and the Titan giant ape is still alive. Who knows where it might be lurking? Perhaps even hidden within our academy. Reflecting on past events, Yanling often found them both intriguing and exasperating. Primarily, his father had barely survived that battle, and yet Yanling continually reopened that wound. If one were to put it this way, Yanling was hardly the hero he envisioned. Rather, he resembled someone who merely observed the farce. The Titan giant ape, once a formidable foe, now conceals itself within the academy, while Li Feilong, who failed to slay the beast, has seen his status plummet. Once destined to be the director of education, he now finds himself reduced to a janitor in the corridors, relegated to menial tasks. Murong Yunxue showed little interest in Li Feilong's identity. Her curiosity lay in the emergence of the divine beast Titan giant ape in reality. This revelation surely indicated fluctuations in higher-level energy, especially in conjunction with the arrival of the golden sacred dragon today. This situation, I fear, is somewhat perplexing. Yanling finds himself with a headache, struggling to comprehend the true intentions of Murong Yunxue. He senses that she is skillfully drawing him into her words. And the reason is remarkably simple. Although he has said nothing, the intensity of her gaze resembles that of a vengeful widow. Yet, this outcome is not as evident as it appears. Each individual harbors their own narrative within. Presently, Murong Yunxue cannot possibly divulge to Yanling the news of her father's prior failures. With a look of confusion, Yanling inquires of Murong Yunxue if the Titan giant ape can manifest within the academy, and the golden holy dragon can also appear, then the fluctuations from this otherworldly realm truly baffle me. How absurd. Chapter 105. Internal discrepancies. At this moment, Yinling harbors doubts about the veracity of Murong Yunchua's claims. It is widely acknowledged that the real world seldom accommodates such bizarre occurrences. However, since these phenomena have already manifested, it complicates the understanding of their origins and consequences. What astonishes Yinling the most is that the Titan giant ape is still concealed within the academy. If this is the case, he might very well be at risk of losing his life at any moment. Faced with such a predicament, Yinling resolves to remain silently vigilant. Indeed, it appears that the only course of action is to patiently await the right opportunity to confront these challenges. After Murong Yunxue articulates her thoughts, she notices that the light in Yinling's eyes grows increasingly luminous. If one were to speak in such a manner, it indeed evokes a sense of intrigue. Could it be that Yinling harbors intentions of extracting and vanquishing the Titan ape? Should this be the case, then Yinling emerges as a rather formidable individual. Murong Yunxue, observing Yinling, finds herself perplexed, particularly regarding the motivations behind his seemingly passive actions. The fact that the Titan's concealment within the academy is known to most is indicative of the lurking dangers within its walls. Consequently, caution prevails, as none wish to utter a word that might provoke the injured Titan ape, lest it recover and emerge to snuff out their existence in an instant, a prospect most unsettling. Murong Yunxue surmises that Yinling's prowess is merely at the nascent stage of dual martial souls. If one were to assess true strength, it is hardly as formidable as it may seem. Thus, gazing into Yinling's fervent eyes, Murong Yunxue cannot help but smile. Why concern ourselves with matters beyond our scope? We are but ordinary students, striving to hone our own domains within this academy, which is sufficient in itself. As for other affairs, it is prudent to abstain from involvement. For the most critical truth remains: each life is singular and precious. Murong Yunxue adopts an attitude of detached indifference, believing that since it bears no direct relevance to her, there is no need to entangle herself excessively. Such entanglements would only render her a meddler in the eyes of others. The Murong family has yet to reach a stature where such interference could solidify their authority. Therefore, her disposition towards Yinling is one of respectful distance. If he truly wishes to pursue the Titan ape, let him undertake that endeavor alone. Murong Yunxue's aspiration is merely to safeguard her own small realm, and nothing more. As Murong Yunxue appears to retreat from the fray, Yinling can only smile in resignation. He had not anticipated that. Despite the familiar adage about brothers in arms and father-son teams, the situation would take such a turn. If they had initially stood united against Li Yunfei in relentless pursuit, why then did such circumstances not arise at that time? The outcome has become exceedingly apparent. Murong Yunxue possesses the ability to engage in combat against individuals. However, should he be tasked with confronting monsters, it would only precipitate his own decline. He embodies the quintessential coward, incapable of shouldering any substantial responsibilities. Yinling has come to this realization and harbors a growing aversion towards Murong Yunxue. It is indeed preferable to distance oneself from such individuals. Though Yinling feels a sense of helplessness, he dares not openly offend Murong Yunxue, opting instead for a resigned smile. Yes, you are quite right. Each individual has but one life, and the outcome is already evident. Thus, there is no further need for discussion. Since this fellow is reluctant to engage, let us instead amplify these matters on the formal battlefield. Why engage in such frivolities? Individuals like this, who are fearful of death, might ultimately become a burden to themselves. At this juncture, Yinling comprehended that maintaining a respectful distance was the most prudent course of action, a sentiment echoed in the heart of Murong Yunxue. He resolved not to draw too close to anyone, for each person in this world treads their own solitary path. You follow your way, I follow mine. Our road shall not intersect in unity or division. The reality is starkly clear. You are not my father, nor am I your mother. We are merely two souls waiting at a traffic light, perhaps having fostered a relationship as colleagues or friends over the years. Ultimately, when paths diverge, there is little need for excessive entanglement, as such actions only serve to incite further disdain. In this world, few are truly loyal. Save for one's biological parents and their progeny, many others are not of significant importance. Yinling and Murong Yunxue had begun to feel a subtle discord between them, marking the onset of a rift. Yet, should Li Yunfei return, they might yet find themselves aligned once more. For when benefits and interests converge, adversaries may indeed reconcile. Before long, their dialogue descended into an awkward silence, each casting glances at the other, rendered speechless. It appeared they had both sealed their lips, unwilling to utter another word. Murong Yunxue sensed that this uncomfortable atmosphere needed to be alleviated before it became unbearable. If there were animosities between them, matters could become genuinely troublesome. Thus he quickly mustered a smile. Forcing out a rather insincere suggestion, he remarked, "The cafeteria offers stir-fried noodles with vegetables and seaweed egg soup for lunch today. How does that sound? The dish is quite exquisite, perhaps even seafood. In the Douluo world, such a delicacy as seaweed egg soup is exceedingly rare, a treasure of the human realm alone. Although the Douluo world bears similarities to the human world, certain culinary delights are reminiscent of those depicted in anime, now rendered virtually non-existent. This is why Yin had always felt indifferent towards the gastronomic offerings of this realm. Today, he finally observed that when Murong Yunxue mentioned the seaweed egg soup, his eyes sparkled with hunger, akin to a famished wolf. Such a reaction in the human world is utterly unremarkable. How absurd it is to have never tasted seaweed egg soup. Noticing Murong Yunshue's rising enthusiasm, Yin deemed it unnecessary to dampen his spirits. He readily echoed, "Indeed, that sounds delightful." Chapter 106. Uncommon at this moment, deep within Yinling's heart, a sense of vexation had taken root. He perceived this as nothing more than a simple seaweed and egg soup. What was so remarkable about it? It seemed that Murong Yunxue was truly not someone from the same realm as himself. Such trivialities were exceedingly commonplace in the human world, often unworthy even of being offered to dogs. To his astonishment, in this world of Douluo, it elicited a profound sense of intrigue. Very well. If you are determined to drink it, then by all means indulge yourself. It is merely a seaweed and egg soup, nothing of great significance. Even if there exists a tomato and egg soup, or a zucchini and egg soup, or even a loofah and egg soup, Yinling remains unfazed and unperturbed. He possesses no interest whatsoever, for he has tasted these dishes before and found them lacking in flavor. However, should Yinling find himself in a state of hunger, he might consider it a delicacy of the mortal realm. The bold feast while the timid starve. Those who are satiated know not the pangs of hunger. This disparity is particularly evident in the presence of Yinling and Murong Yunxue. Murong Yunxue, inexperienced in the ways of the world, does not share this sentiment. It is simply that within his world, certain elements are absent, much like the presence of insects. Some places are abundant with them, while others lack them entirely. The reason is straightforward. In some regions, insects are deemed inedible, while in others, they are considered a delicacy. When seasoned with cumin and chili powder, they resemble roasted grasshoppers, crispy and fragrant. The two remained silent, yet the moment they exchanged words, their contrasting philosophies clashed vividly. It became increasingly apparent that Yinling's singular desire was merely to survive in this world, while Murong Yunxue aspired to elevate the illustrious and prosperous legacy of the Murong clan. Noticing Yinling's lack of enthusiasm, Murong Yunxue was compelled to voice his many inquiries. He remarked, "Your expression suggests a lack of interest. Might it be that you frequently consume such dishes elsewhere? By the way, from where do you hail? I seem to recall you never mentioning whether you are from a particular state or city. In truth, there is no need for conjecture." As Murong Yunxue has already pieced together much of the puzzle, Yinling had previously stated that he was not a native of this world, which raises the question of his true origins. Where, then, does he truly hail from? Thus, Murong Yunxue finds herself perplexed. This Yinling. In which year and month did he fall? What connection does the decline of the golden holy dragon have with him? Is it a consequence of the fractured space-time, revealing two shattered realities? Murong Yunshue's inquiry not only left Yinling bewildered, but also caused a short circuit in his mind. Indeed, it seems Yinling presently lacks his previous memories. Yet, he distinctly recalls that his former society was profoundly tangible, filled with all manner of peculiar beings. But why, upon arriving in the Douluo world, does it appear that such memories have been erased, albeit not entirely? Only a fragment of those memories remains, serving as a mere glimmer of hope for Yinling's survival. In Yinling's recollection, that bygone world was populated with a father, a mother, a grandfather, a grandmother, and numerous aunts and uncles. Such a multitude of relatives, all bound by blood, allowed Yinling to remember so vividly. This is precisely why he harbors a tinge of nostalgia for the once concrete world, unlike others who, upon sudden reincarnation or traversal, find themselves as orphans, bereft of family. Rather, he chose to transcend in a moment of rage, compelled by circumstances beyond his control. Today, Yinling has come to realize that Murong Yunxue may indeed not share the same path with him in the future. Given their current contentious exchange, one can only speculate what further discord may arise. Therefore, Yinling has resolved to no longer extend kindness towards Murong Yunxue. Instead, he retorted rather impolitely. Why concern yourself with such matters? Which state? Which city? These forms are all so varied that even distinguishing them is a challenge. Yinling truly wished to disengage from any further entanglement with Murong Yunxue, understanding that she would undoubtedly doubt his words. There is no longer any necessity to display various justifications before him. Given the circumstances, what more is there to say? After all, I lead a blissful life, surrounded by numerous relatives and a prosperous family estate. My arrival in this world of Douluo may be the result of a twist of fate or perhaps a chaotic intertwining of time and space. However, one thing is certain, Yinling did not willingly traverse into this realm. It was a circumstance he was compelled to endure. Such a straightforward situation, laid bare before others, leaves them bewildered. Murong Yunxue stood in stunned silence, for Yinling's previous remarks seemed akin to nothingness, utterly nonsensical. In an instant, her expression mirrored that of one who had ingested a substantial dose of bitterness, her face a tumultuous shade of greenish-gray. She never anticipated that Yinling would treat her in such a manner. Once comrades standing united on the same front, it was absurd that this once steadfast ally now presented such an outlandish and comical scenario. If one were to say it this way, the situation is rather intolerable. What on earth is happening? Helplessly, Murong Yunxue could only shift the topic, reluctantly stating, "All right, I shan't pry further, as I feel that asking more would merely be futile." As she spoke, she made her way towards the cafeteria, waving her hand at Yinling, the intention unmistakable, indicating to him that it was time to eat. As it was mealtime and they were both hungry, Yinling nodded heavily, acknowledging Murong Yunxue's kindness. However, he initially had no desire to go, yet at that moment, he felt that not dining would be unwise. In this world, 2 days have passed without a morsel of food or a sip of water. He feels an overwhelming sense of resignation, akin to the futility experienced by an Iron Man, and thus reluctantly makes his way to the cafeteria. Yet, even as he heads there, Yinling does not hesitate to issue a warning to Murong Yunxue, advising him not to take himself too seriously. He remarks, "Since you are aware of the trivialities, it is sufficient for you to safeguard your own little domain. There is no need to engage in matters beyond that, as it would only squander your time." Chapter 107. Stir-fried dragon meat. In that instant, Murong Yunxue felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. He was taken aback. The usually gracious Yinling had suddenly adopted such a brusque manner of speaking. If one were to speak in such terms, this situation appears rather intolerable. Since the cards are already laid bare, there is no need for further elaboration. Each individual possesses their own temperament. Yinling's disposition and character are fundamentally incompatible with Murong Yunxue's. One hails from a prestigious family, while the other is a product of humble origins. However, the latter possesses formidable abilities, being the inheritor of an exceptionally rare dual martial soul, compelling Murong Yunxue to acquiesce. Otherwise, he would resort to bullying others, akin to Li Yunfei. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. It remains consistent across all realms and epochs. The strong prey upon the weak. The weak exploit the weaker still, and the most vulnerable fall victim to those who cannot retaliate, akin to defenseless creatures. This is a quintessentially disturbed segment of society. And if this trend continues, the world will remain in a pathological state, with an ever-increasing number of individuals suffering from psychological issues. At present, Yinling is hardly preoccupied with such matters. He is, by nature, a rather unassuming individual. Were it possible to defy fate, he might achieve something truly monumental. Yet, this is no longer that era, nor is he of such elevated status. He merely wishes to safeguard his own modest domain. Their existence is already a blessing. There is no need for the perpetuation of such repulsive antics. The two companions made their way to the school cafeteria. However, upon glancing down, Yinling was taken aback. For while this world may be the realm of Douluo, the dishes served were indeed quite fresh. It is said that dragon meat is as common as donkey meat in this world. How could the golden sacred dragon, which fell from the heavens, find itself in such a pitiful state? If the golden sacred dragon were truly dead, it might very well end up as pork on the chopping block, sliced into pieces for dumplings or stir-fried dragon meat. Yinling could not help but applaud, exclaiming in admiration, "Is this truly the cafeteria of the academy?" It was indeed impressive in scale. To his astonishment, there was even stir-fried dragon meat, a rather novel offering. The world of Douluo may appear unremarkable, yet the events unfolding are surprisingly fresh and intriguing. In light of this, it is evident to others that the dismal outcomes are not easily comprehensible. Murong Yunxue could barely contain his laughter. In this world, dragon meat is quite commonplace, nearly equivalent to pork in the real world. Yet, it was amusing to discover that Yinling had never even tasted dragon meat, rendering the situation hilariously ironic. He could no longer discern which of Yinling's words held truth and which were mere fabrications. The inability to convey these genuine circumstances, coupled with a lack of sincerity, begs the question, why engage in such trivialities? Is it not absurd? Murong Yunxue gazed at Yinling with incredulity, struggling to fathom how someone could have never tasted dragon meat, leading her to question the very essence of his existence in this realm. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, contemplating whether he was merely jesting with such outlandish claims. In the Douluo world, the hierarchy is divided into 3 levels, with dragon meat occupying the most rudimentary tier, akin to the ubiquitous pork in the real world. The populace has grown indifferent to dragon meat, while the so-called elite indulge in the rare microorganisms found among cosmic stars, an echelon far beyond the reach of someone like Yinling. Ascending further, one encounters the consumption of soil or refuse, embodying the philosophy that from the death of a whale, all life springs forth. This principle manifests vividly in this world, where the most primitive ingredients, such as soil, are scarcely found in the upper echelons. The Douluo realm's stratification consists of upper, middle, and lower tiers. The upper tier consumes soil, while the lower indulges in dragon meat. This inversion of the human experience is both bewildering and amusing. Yinling felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that Murong Yunxue's implication reflected poorly on him. To have never tasted dragon meat suggested a lack of experience, almost as if he had never partaken in sustenance at all. Consequently, his expression turned awkward. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to extricate himself from the conversation, asserting, "All right, let us not dwell on this topic. My consumption of dragon meat bears no relevance to you. Who could have known that dragon meat was so commonplace?" Yinling found the situation amusing. After all, he was not of this world. Why engage in such trivial discourse? The multitude of so-called dire circumstances is indeed amusing. Now that the situation has unfolded in such a manner, it is unnecessary to conjure up any precarious conditions, given the current state of affairs. Voicing further concerns would only evoke a sense of irony in our reunion. Moreover, what perplexes Yinling even further is the harsh reality of this world, where even the sacred creature, the dragon, can be reduced to mere sustenance for the inhabitants of Douluo. This only serves to highlight the stark disparity between this realm and the one that once existed. After all, the world of Douluo is delineated by hierarchies, while the reality is divided by power dynamics. The 2 classifications have been distinctly severed, creating a clear boundary on the map that signifies their divergence. In truth, such occurrences are not to be blamed on anyone. They are merely the result of transient events, akin to fleeting stars. Yinling now comprehends that it is not merely a matter of traversing dimensions, but possibly a rebirth, revealing that the Douluo continent is not merely a reflection of the former human world. In response to Yinling's observations on the cruelty of this reality, Murong Yunxue could only weakly attempt to clarify. "You misunderstand. The dragon meat comes solely from those that have succumbed to illness or age, and certainly not from any vibrant, living dragons. All have been slain. Such a notion is scarcely different from the slaughter of swine. Dragons are indeed sacred beings." Undoubtedly, Yinling remains oblivious to the truths of this world, yet Murong Yunxue possesses an acute awareness. After all, he is a native of this realm, and he comprehends that the reality has become exceedingly apparent. In truth, Murong Yunxue is reluctant to elaborate extensively, as he harbors a persistent belief that Yinling is merely feigning ignorance. Chapter 108. Different Worlds, Different Realms. Despite being a denizen of this world, he consistently pretends to be an outsider. This charade appears to be a ploy to elicit Murong Yunxue's sympathy. However, Yinling has no need to engage in such pretenses. He is, after all, not originally from this world, but has traversed time and space to arrive here. Yinling nodded solemnly, in light of Murong Yunxue's explanations. He began to understand. Given that this is the situation, it becomes considerably easier to elucidate. He remarked, "It seems that the people of your world indeed possess a sense of conscience, as they refrain from indiscriminately taking life, choosing instead to consume only the remains of those creatures that have died of natural causes or illness. In that case, will consuming it truly provide nourishment and prevent the onset of peculiar ailments?" Yinling has finally come to realize a profound truth that is being articulated in this world. This is what is referred to as fairness. In the interest of equity, dragon meat differs significantly from pork in the real world. It cannot simply be swiftly and completely severed, laid out on a cutting board, and left to be butchered at will. If we consider this, the situation becomes far more complex. Imagine the ramifications of consuming dragon meat from diseased or dying dragons. Should it find its way into someone's belly, it would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of chaos and illness. Furthermore, should an outbreak occur, the result would be a desolate landscape, with countless lives lost or irrevocably harmed. Despite the gravity of such a scenario presented before the inhabitants of the Douluo continent, they still choose to consume the dragon meat. How utterly disgraceful and gluttonous they must be to engage in such outrageous behavior. Perhaps at this very moment, consuming the dragon meat could lead to illness or even death. Or perhaps poisoning. Did the people here not fear such consequences? What Yanling desires most at this moment is to understand how the flesh of a deceased dragon could find its way into the bellies of men. If one were to suggest that something could thrive within the confines of a human stomach, it would undoubtedly be beyond the capabilities of the human realm. It is common knowledge that the carcasses of animals that have succumbed to illness or other unfortunate circumstances are unfit for consumption. Yet, in the world of Douluo, individuals seem to relish such fare, crunching through morsels with delight. Faced with such inquiries, Murong Yunxue is left utterly speechless. This realm is not bound by the rules of reality. What is there to fear? Let us not forget that in the Douluo universe, every individual possesses formidable magical abilities. The 5 elemental spells of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth encompass a wide array of skills, including healing, support, defense, and offense. Such extraordinary powers suggest that even an inhabitant of Douluo could potentially fall ill. He is certainly capable of being cured, much like Bibi Dong, who embodies the essence of a grand pope. His abilities are entirely centered around healing and defense. And his twin martial souls encompass not only offensive skills, but also defensive ones. This duality allows him to strike and shield, akin to a tank that is both formidable in attack and resilient in defense, with the added capability of concealment. This is precisely why the potency of twin martial souls astonishes all present, leaving their jaws agape in sheer disbelief. They yearn desperately to acquire such a twin martial soul. Yet ultimately, they remain mere practitioners of ordinary soul ranks. Currently, the dining hall is teeming with individuals, and the queue for meals is overwhelmingly long. Murong Yunxue, initially reluctant to engage in trivial explanations with Yanling, finds himself compelled to elucidate the situation due to the crowds. He remarks, "Do not forget, this is the world of Douluo continent, where not only are there various esoteric arts, but also so-called righteous techniques. He possesses the ability to transform the decaying flesh of deceased animals into wholesome meat. Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing this, Yanling nodded in realization. Indeed, this fantastical realm is truly extraordinary. The phenomena and events that others cannot achieve are vividly manifested in his presence. It is no wonder that cultivators reap the benefits of their practice. Even consuming highly toxic substances poses little threat to them. In a similar manner, one could extract the toxins from the body, ultimately emerging unscathed. It seems that the realm of deities possesses its own advantages. As Yanling contemplated this, he found himself somewhat envious of the celestial world. It was indeed extraordinarily splendid. Even if one were to consume something as vile as toxic refuse, they could still detoxify. However, Yanling was not inclined towards such grotesque indulgences. He merely recalled an experience that was difficult to articulate. He was not genuinely afflicted, nor did he feel compelled to embark on further perilous adventures. Besides, he believed that the burden of suffering fell upon himself. He could hardly withstand the consequences of consuming such chaotic fare. Yanling nodded thoughtfully and remarked, I see. So even something as unyielding as wood can transform into something edible, correct? Consuming it wouldn't result in gastrointestinal distress? Indeed, if we were to adhere to Murong Yunxue's assertions, it appears that in this world, anything can be harmonized. Even if one were to consume something highly toxic, it would inevitably transform into something harmless. However, if this were to persist over time, it would undoubtedly evoke a profound sense of discomfort. Therefore, at this moment, Yanling seeks to inquire of Murong Yunxue whether, should it be ingested, it could metamorphose into dragon flesh. Is it not said that there are many individuals in this world who possess magical abilities? Let us ponder whether it is possible to transform inedible substances into something palatable. Murong Yunxue truly chuckled, taken aback that such a baseless inquiry could escape Yanling's lips. If that were the case, one might wonder what the underlying essence of this matter truly is. With a sardonic tone, Murong Yunxue remarked, "Your imagination is indeed boundless. My friend, surely, we possess what you term as an antidote. Are you feigning madness, or have you traversed from another realm? How is it that your utterances have become increasingly incomprehensible in this world? Murong Yunxue found himself increasingly amused by Yinling's antics. After merely exchanging a few words, he was surprised by Yinling's audacity, as if he held some elevated status. Let us not forget one's true identity. However, here stood a typical scion of a prestigious family, engaging in polite discourse, yet failing to grasp the essence of the conversation, rambling on about trivialities. This so-called eccentricity made Murong Yunxue think that Yinling was indeed a quintessential performer of his craft. Suddenly, Yinling's expression shifted to one of displeasure. It was astonishing that Murong Yunxue afforded him not an ounce of regard. Chapter 109. No rice. How could there be so many individuals in the cafeteria who dared to speak to him in such a manner? Truly, a display of utter disrespect. Fortunately, Yinling maintained his own principles and temperament, choosing not to take offense. Instead, he nonchalantly suggested, "All right then, let us hasten to procure our meals. Lingering further would benefit no one. Let us see if there are any fried rice noodles left. Do serve me a bowl promptly." Upon glancing down, Murong Yunxue realized that there appeared to be nothing at this location. Before him lay a collection of empty plates, clearly indicating that this area had been thoroughly depleted by those who had come before. With nothing remaining, Yinling's predicament had arisen. What to do when there is no food to eat? Observing the long queue ahead, he noted that many behind him would also go hungry. Yinling could only scoff in resignation, contemplating the truly abysmal quality of the academy's meals, which seemed insufficient even in quantity. It was absurd to engage in such superfluous chatter. It appeared that the cafeteria had run out of sustenance. What shall we do today? Will we eat, or will we not? There was nothing left inside. Should I invite you to partake in takeout instead? Murong Yunxue approached the cafeteria's food counter only to discover that everything had been completely devoured. One could only wonder which famished soul had such an insatiable appetite. Perhaps it was the foolish son of a wealthy landlord, currently indulging in a chaotic feast. In any case, the food vendor had run out of supplies, and the cafeteria lady was shaking her head repeatedly, though a smile lingered on her face. Today, she was finally able to finish her early shift, prompting Murong Yunxue to purse her lips in disappointment. She had been hoping to enjoy a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, but now it seemed that not even the seaweed skin would be available. Nonetheless, Murong Yunxue could overlook many things, but not the feelings of Yinling. She hurriedly inquired about his current situation, asking whether they should order takeout. Indeed, in the world of Douluo, there was little difference from the human realm. Delivery personnel, ride-hailing services, security guards, and waitstaff all existed here as well. However, they possessed certain magical abilities, much like the so-called delivery workers. Those are typical examples of the nimble and swift, while the security personnel embody the steadfast and formidable shield. Akin to the tireless waitstaff who diligently wipe plates and sweep the floors. Such a formidable skill manifests itself with remarkable clarity. Otherwise, efficiency would be utterly unattainable. In the vast realm of Douluo, it is a stark reality that individuals engaged in ordinary occupations find it nearly impossible to amass even modest fortunes, let alone substantial wealth. The world of Douluo is, in truth, not vastly different from the mundane world. Some individuals can gradually strive to become titled Douluos, while others, despite dedicating their entire lives to hard work, remain merely extraordinary in their ordinary roles. The outcome is strikingly evident. Who among them can exhibit a self-aware acknowledgement of their limitations? Yinling shook his head, expressing disinterest as he remarked, "As for takeout, I would rather abstain. I have always believed that it is quite unhealthy. In fact, after a prior experience with takeout, I nearly suffered a perforated gastric condition. Do you truly think I can consume takeout again?" Yinling felt a surge of frustration at the mere thought of takeout. During his time in the human world, he often remained confined within four walls, either ordering food or consuming instant noodles. Consequently, he developed an overwhelming aversion to takeout. He even began to suspect that the reason for its low prices might be due to questionable ingredients. Now, Yinling was resolute in his conviction that if he were to order something delectable, he would hesitate, fearing that vendors might include unsavory additions, such as phlegm or nasal excretions, in his meal. The mere thought of this made his stomach churn. Moreover, Yinling had a history of digestive issues, frequently experiencing acid reflux. On one occasion, after consuming takeout, he nearly vomited blood. Fortunately, with the aid of intestinal medication, he managed to avoid serious harm, but since that incident, he vowed never to indulge in takeout again. He understood that it was best to limit such consumption, as he could not fathom the extent of malice some vendors might harbor. He imagined that at any moment, they could introduce tiny plastic blades into his food. In such a case, even the most resilient individual would need to undergo gastric lavage. Despite his robust constitution, Yinling was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. This was not a blanket condemnation of all takeout, but rather a cautious approach to avoid unnecessary troubles. Murong Yunxue was taken aback. She initially believed Yinling to have a hearty appetite. However, upon realizing that he refused to eat takeout, she began to reassess her perception of him. It seemed he was not one to seek out bargains indiscriminately. Understanding this, Murong Yunxue felt a sense of clarity regarding her own situation. She decided to head to the convenience store downstairs, procure a couple of packs of instant noodles, and present them to Yinling. With enthusiasm, Murong Yunxue proposed, "All right, since you feel that way, I believe it would be simpler to avoid such troublesome matters. Let us purchase some instant noodles from the store and return to the dormitory to prepare them." In truth, Murong Yunxue is somewhat testing Yinling's intentions. It is evident that he finds Yinling to be particularly amusing, especially since the latter chooses to forego a perfectly good takeout meal in favor of instant noodles, which seems to suggest a penchant for junk food. However, since Yinling has expressed his desire, Murong Yunxue feels he has little to contest. If Yinling wishes to indulge in such fare, then he shall partake as well. At this moment, Murong Yunxue perceives Yinling as akin to an elder brother figure. Yet, he does not overtly display this sentiment, as he is inherently a person who values his pride. How could a scion of a prestigious family bow to someone of humble origins? Thus, despite Murong Yunshue's outward bravado, internally, he harbors differing thoughts. He comprehends the reality of their circumstances and recognizes his own worth. He is not one to casually engage in frivolous behavior. Initially, Murong Yunxue looked down upon Yinling, aware that this individual seemingly emerged from obscurity and now sought to claim a share of his recognition. For Yinling to earn his respect was already a significant concession. Yet he did not anticipate that Yinling would continue to push for more. Since Yinling has shown a lack of propriety, he must not blame Murong Yunxue for being unyielding. The situation has become glaringly apparent to all, and it remains to be seen how many can truly grasp its nuances. The complexities of life and circumstance are often challenging to navigate. In response to Murong Yunshue's invitation, Yinling merely nodded. He understood that the situation had grown rather tedious. Should he refuse Murong Yunshue's request, he would likely end up hungry. In truth, Yinling is not one to covet trifles, but he recognizes that in this setting, he must rely on Murong Yunshue's limited influence. Otherwise, should any unfortunate incidents arise, the consequences could be dire, particularly given the formidable Murong family, whom he cannot afford to offend. The prospect of revealing his own disarray to others would be nothing short of absurd. Therefore, since this is the situation, he is quite willing to partake in the so-called instant noodles. Yinling responded with a calm demeanor, seemingly reluctant to utter another word. He understood that if he continued to speak, it might only arouse Murong Yunshue's suspicions. After all, he had kindly offered to buy instant noodles for him, only to find that his gesture was met with indifference. He thought to himself that if he further wounded Murong Yunshue's feelings, it would truly be a regrettable situation. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Murong Yunxue nearly burst into laughter, his smile stretching so wide it seemed it might reach the back of his head. Indeed, Murong Yunxue had no intention of buying instant noodles for Yinling from the outset. As a typical scion of a prominent family, he felt no gratitude towards Yinling. His previous statement was merely a polite formality, yet Yinling took it to heart, which struck Murong Yunxue as profoundly amusing. He felt as if he might laugh so hard that his teeth would fall out. With a cold tone, Murong Yunxue asked, "Do you honestly believe I was joking with you? Is this amusing to you?" In truth, it was quite comical. How could he possibly feel any sense of obligation towards Yinling? As a quintessential dandy, he had suppressed his temper over the years solely due to the presence of powerful elders and numerous cousins in his family, being but a distant branch of the bloodline himself. To think that something so trivial could elevate him in the eyes of others was utterly laughable. He was acutely aware of his own worth, and no matter how downcast he became, he would never consider following Yinling on any path. He held a deep-seated disdain for those of humble origins. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Yinling possessed capabilities that surpassed those of Murong Yunxue, which filled him with a sense of admiration. Otherwise, why would Yinling stand up against someone like Li Yunfei, who enjoyed making life difficult for others? While Murong Yunxue chose to retreat like a turtle, Yinling could not help but chuckle at Murong Yunshue's half-serious demeanor. musing to himself about how this rascal seemed perpetually engaged in deception or on the verge of it, perhaps even mentally unwell. At that moment, Yanling felt no need to escalate the situation with Murong Yunxue. He merely smiled wryly and remarked, "I have always thought you were joking with me, and I too have been jesting. Our relationship is merely based on this playful understanding." Murong Yunxue paused, genuinely taken aback. He could hardly help it. It was evident to him that Yanling's tone carried a hint of irritation. Indeed, he had toyed with Yanling to some extent today. And the reason was simple. During their time at the cafeteria, he had initially offered to treat Yanling to takeout, which he had declined, only to now seek out Murong Yunxue in search of instant noodles. Is that truly possible? It is nothing but a fallacy. One who refrains from indulging in takeout cannot possibly yearn for instant noodles. Such an absurdity. Murong Yunxue chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation, fully aware that the outcome was glaringly evident. Unable to bear the weight of this reality, perhaps it would be wiser to simply let go. The winds howl and the waters of the Yishui are frigid. Once a valiant soul departs, they do not return. In this world, the notion of genuine affection or insincerity is but fade, a mere manifestation of self-interest at play. In days of yore, mere sustenance brought great happiness and joy, yet ultimately led to a plethora of peculiarities that ensnared all in a quagmire of indecision. However, Murong Yunxue felt detached from it all. His association with Yanling was merely a matter of convenience, driven solely by self-interest. Thus, at this moment, Murong Yunxue could only offer a cold laugh. Very well then. Since the outcome has already been determined, there is no need to complicate matters to the point of confusion. Let it be as it is. However, at that moment, the conversation between Yanling and Murong Yunxue was overheard by two individuals behind them. These two were Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the god of the underworld. They had been intently observing Yanling and his companion for quite some time. At present, they were merely at a basic level and had not ascended to a higher status, for they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Additionally, within the realm of Douluo, their powers had significantly diminished in comparison to human society. In this world, the title of Douluo represented the pinnacle of strength, while deities such as themselves, drawn from Greek mythology, had become less formidable, even showing signs of decline, as this was the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. The absence of the war godson Wukong in times past was starkly evident in their current situation. With their once great divine power now suppressed, they regarded the likes of Poseidon and Hades with contempt. At that moment, Poseidon stood there, holding a bowl of food, his face marked by worry as he watched the departing figures of Yanling and Murong Yunxue. Despite the absence of conflict, the exchange between them was charged with an undercurrent of tension. Should matters escalate further, the outcome could be dire. Poseidon had already resolved that. Since there was no food available in the cafeteria, they might as well order takeout or resort to instant noodles. After all, anything that could satisfy their hunger would suffice. They felt a profound sense of unfairness, reminiscing about the days in the Western world when capturing creatures from the sea was effortless. Whether it was roasting pork today or dragon meat tomorrow, their feast had once been rich and plentiful. Yet now, not only were they deprived of such luxuries, but they also felt as if they had lost their very essence. For Poseidon, the inability to enjoy fine cuisine was akin to enduring the most excruciating torments. Hades, with a wry smile, couldn't help but find humor in Poseidon's unfathomable remarks. Given their status, how could they possibly resort to instant noodles or even order takeout? It was simply beyond their means. With a resigned smile, Hades said, "Let it be. I have a preference for seafood. I shall see if there are any offerings at the seafood market." Meanwhile, Yanling and Murong Yunxue had scarcely walked 2 miles when Yanling could no longer contain himself. He turned to Murong Yunxue and began to question, "What exactly is your attitude? I can't shake the feeling that since Li Yunfei left, you've been harboring some animosity towards me. Do you find me displeasing?" Just now in the cafeteria, Murong Yunshue's intentions were exceedingly clear. She sought to put him in a rather embarrassing position. As Yanling contemplated this matter, his frustration only grew. What did Murong Yunxue mean by her actions? Did she truly believe him to be devoid of temper? He had spoken to her with goodwill, yet what he received in return was nothing but her obstruction and demands. It is truly laughable to consider oneself as a mere target for bullying. Murong Yunxue felt utterly befuddled as he struggled to comprehend Yanling's words. How could he be blamed for a lack of food in the cafeteria? This situation left him perplexed. He nonchalantly replied, "No. The reason I did not show you respect in front of everyone was merely to avoid creating an embarrassing scene. Do you understand?" Morong Yunxue was a person who valued the greater good. He was acutely aware of his own worth, recognizing that Yin Ling's dignity had already been thoroughly undermined. He believed it unwise to engage in particularly bizarre or disruptive behavior. After all, if such trivial matters could not be resolved, what was the point of indulging in absurdities? Individuals like Morong and his peers were constantly strategizing, considering how to wield power effectively. They exerted pressure and influence over those around them, understanding well the treacherous nature of human sentiment. When dealing with lesser individuals, one must always project the demeanor of a person of significant stature. Otherwise, should these lesser individuals rise to prominence, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yin Ling, with a resigned smile, responded, "All right, I grasp your intentions. You merely believe that I possess something you desire, correct? In truth, I have nothing to offer. You need not waste your cunning." At that moment, Yin Ling pondered whether Morong Yunshue's persistent approach and excessive flattery were indicative of some ulterior motive. If that were the case, this individual certainly possessed a rather shrewd mind. However, Yin Ling felt no need to succumb to such manipulations. They were clearly not of the same ilk. What was the purpose of this endless chatter? They were merely waiting at the same starting line for a traffic light, only to ultimately diverge paths, reaching a destination that could never be reconciled. It is akin to the experience of attending university alongside others, ultimately leading to predictable paths. You enter your father's company, I join my mother's. And he ends up in his father's scrap business. It is clear that we are not of the same ilk. There is no need for idle chatter. Morong Yunxue was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised, as he had not anticipated that his hidden intentions would be unveiled by Yin Ling. Indeed, the very reason Morong Yunxue sought to associate with Yin Ling was to discern what he could potentially gain from him. He was merely assessing Yin Ling's utility. Should he find it advantageous, Morong Yunxue would seize the opportunity to turn the tables, firmly grasping Yin Ling's power and subsequently suppressing him. "Oh, no. You seem to have misunderstood." He feigned nonchalance. "Our unfamiliarity with the situation has led to some confusion. While the entire academy is aware of my identity as Morong Yunxue, they may not be privy to the discord between you and Li Yunfei. Thus, I am here to protect you. Did you not realize this?" Despite the turmoil brewing within, Morong Yunxue maintained a facade of composure, fully aware that if he were to falter, Yin Ling possessed the capacity to dismantle him utterly. What sort of temperament does Yin Ling possess? Others might be oblivious, but Morong Yunxue, having spent considerable time in his company, was acutely aware. A mere slip of the tongue could provoke a retaliatory slap. Therefore, at this moment, it was prudent for Morong Yunxue to avoid antagonizing Yin Ling. Any provocation could lead to an irrevocable downfall, inevitably resulting in utter ruin. Observing the glint of sincerity in Morong Yunxue's eyes, Yin Ling began to recollect certain unfavorable circumstances. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he remarked, "If that is the case, it was indeed you who saved my life initially. Otherwise, I would have surely attracted the attention of that ruffian in the crowd and faced a brutal beating, wouldn't I?" Yin Ling finally recalled his first encounter with Li Yunfei, where he had narrowly escaped a severe thrashing, only thanks to Morong Yunxue's timely intervention. Perhaps, just a few days ago, it was not he who struck Li Yunfei, but rather Li Yunfei who inflicted harm upon him. If this were to be the case, Yin Ling believes he ought to extend his gratitude to Morong Yunxue. Without his intervention, it is likely that the peculiar circumstances would remain inexplicable. Understanding this is crucial. As long as you comprehend, the potential for negotiation remains open, and the matter can be easily resolved. Chapter 113. Subtle Strategies and Great Wisdom. Morong Yunxue exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling that he had finally managed to obscure the matter. As long as nothing was revealed, everything could be easily discussed, provided that Yin Ling did not harbor significant grievances against him, and there were no insurmountable misunderstandings between them. Everything is indeed quite promising, and it need not be a source of embarrassment. Yin Ling nodded, feeling that there was no need to take Morong Yunxue too seriously. This individual undoubtedly had his own motives for confronting him, but since he insisted on being obstinate, there was no need to make him appear foolish. Given the current circumstances, engaging in idle chatter seemed rather absurd. Yin Ling reflected for a moment and continued, "As I see it, there should be a Titan ape within the academy. After we finish our meal outside, I believe we ought to investigate this matter. Otherwise, should a student fall victim to an attack by the Titan ape, it could potentially cost them their life." At this moment, Yin Ling found little interest in anything except the Titan ape within the academy. He understood that if the golden sacred dragon was considered a holy relic, then the Titan ape was akin to a half-relic. However, Its intent was malevolent. Unlike the purity and sanctity of the golden sacred dragon, the golden sacred dragon had once been one of the 4 divine guardians within the church, while the Titan ape was merely a mutated wild monkey. The comparison between the two was as stark as the difference between heaven and earth. Morong Yunxue felt a sense of embarrassment and looked at Yinling with incredulous eyes, saying, "I never imagined that at such a young age you would already be so concerned about the nation and its people. Truly, you are an exemplar for our kind." In truth, Morong Yunxue felt quite nauseated uttering such words. He had no genuine desire to flatter Yinling. He merely thought that if he remained silent, it might lead Yinling to suspect his intentions were impure. Perhaps he would be seen as having ulterior motives, which, in fact, he did. His mind was filled with nonsense. Yinling was taken aback, finding it amusing that Morong Yunxue would speak of him in such a manner. He thought to himself, did Morong Yunxue's ancestors serve as traders? Otherwise, how could he speak in such convoluted terms? One might think he was a professional flatterer. Yinling chuckled coldly and replied, "What exemplar? I am merely an ordinary person. If I bear such a mission, then I ought to embrace it and not shy away from it, don't you think?" Yinling candidly expressed that his purpose in this world is to thoroughly integrate and elevate the treasures he possesses, rather than to disregard a series of shining points that ought not to be overlooked. He is, after all, merely human, guided by his own moral convictions. Acknowledging the threat posed by the Titan ape to the lives of students within the academy, Yinling felt compelled to eliminate this dangerous creature, determined to exert every effort to prevent further harm to innocent lives. On the other hand, Morong Yunxue could hardly contain his amusement, perceiving Yinling's increasing hypocrisy. What nonsense was he spouting? Day after day, he rambled on about justice and righteousness, as if he were some kind of savior. Failing to grasp the gravity of the situation, it was utterly ridiculous. Nevertheless, Morong Yunxue refrained from voicing his grievances, merely responding with a hint of sarcasm. "Indeed, your lofty principles are beyond our comprehension. Thank you, truly, thank you." At this juncture, Morong Yunxue paused momentarily before continuing. "However, while gratitude is in order, I must advise you, the Titan ape is not something an ordinary person can hope to conquer. Remember, even the legendary Li Feilong, a god-tier warrior, was severely injured by this beast, leaving him crippled. Do you not perceive the magnitude of its power?" His initial remarks were merely descriptive, whereas his subsequent words served as a cautionary reminder. The implication was clear. Yinling should recognize his limits and avoid unnecessary complications. Otherwise, should calamity befall him, the consequences would be dire. After all, without life, what value do such lofty discussions hold? Yinling shot Morong Yunxue a disdainful glare, pondering the absurdity of this situation. Just moments ago, he had been lauded, only to be cast down again. What a farce! With a scornful look directed at Morong Yunxue, he urged, "Why dwell on such trivialities? Just do as you're told. The golden sacred dragon is a divine artifact beyond our reach, but the Titan ape is a malevolent entity. If we vanquish it, the loot it yields may very well enhance my strength. The golden sacred dragon is an artifact that cannot be vanquished. Yet the Titan great ape is a different matter entirely. This creature poses a significant threat to the safety of the entire Douluo Academy, since it currently remains concealed within the academy, whether through invisibility or by hiding beneath the ground, or even floating invisibly in the sky. It can still be subdued and trapped within a cage. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Eliminating a menace could potentially prolong one's own lifespan." In truth, Yinling has done his homework and has come to understand that the Titan great ape is not exceptionally formidable. In its emergence within this world, it is primarily due to 2 choices made long ago. It was not the case that a second son Wukong sprang forth from the same extraordinary stone. Instead, the Titan great ape was suffocated within, left to languish like a trapped turtle. Over time, this creature transformed into a peculiar being, akin to an unchangeable stone, embodying a reality that could not be articulated, displayed for all to see. In such a powerful predicament, the situation could no longer shift. Thus, after enduring endless suffering and torment for millennia, the Titan great ape finally made its appearance. Chapter 114, Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 115, Indigenous and Non-Indigenous. If we are to speak in such terms, it seems rather perplexing as to how one might resolve this matter. Are there no deities in our dragon nation? Yinling was taken aback to discover that, within the vast realm of Douluo continent, there existed deities from other nations. If one were to consider it in this light, Could it be that the incursion of Western culture has fostered a prevailing attitude of isolation across the entire continent? Contemplating this notion, Yinling found it particularly amusing, as it seemed that destiny itself was at play. That which ought not to exist in this world has, in fact, emerged, leaving everyone perplexed as to how such a phenomenon came to be. Yinling believed that since deities from other nations had manifested here, the divine beings of his own country must not be confined within the shackles of obscurity. The insidious tide of cultural invasion had already spread extensively across the continent. Yinling felt a profound obligation to thwart this encroachment, not for any other reason than to formally promote and elevate the heritage of his homeland. This powerful conviction surged through his mind in a relentless ebb and flow. He aspired to become the sovereign of this world. Simultaneously, he yearned for the culture of his nation to flourish universally, lest a chaotic and disordered reality ensue. The outcome of such handling is indeed rather unfortunate, yet, upon reflection, it is quite humorous in its own right. Years hence, the cultures of each nation will be splendidly showcased in a singular location, while certain trivialities, devoid of any real significance, will have yielded no beneficial results. One cannot help but find it amusing that others might perceive this as a jest. It is utterly absurd that everyone is unable to grasp even a sliver of reality, yet they engage in cultural invasion. Consequently, what occupies Yinling's mind most is whether there exist any deities from his homeland within this continent. Figures such as the so-called Sun Wukong, Zhubeiji, Sha Sang, and Tang Song, with the paramount importance placed on deities of the caliber of Tai Junren. If such beings were to reside on this continent, it might indeed give rise to extraordinary circumstances. Murong Yunxue found himself utterly taken aback by Yinling's inquiry, feeling an overwhelming headache at that moment. It seemed as though a spark of enlightenment flickered within his mind. Murong Yunxue belonged to that quintessential group whose intellect had been overtaken by Western cultural ideologies. Although they prided themselves on being intellectuals, they regarded their native culture as nothing short of trash, convinced that it could never compare to the advanced nature of Western culture. This explains why Murong Yunxue displayed no interest in Yinling's questions, almost scoffing at his thoughts, as he was acutely aware of his own manner of acquiring knowledge. During his years studying abroad in the West, he had developed a strong aversion to his homeland's deities, finding discussions about them thoroughly distasteful. To put it plainly, Murong Yunxue epitomizes a typical sycophant of Western ideals. While his thoughts remained unexpressed, Yinling, if he were to discern Murong's true nature, would undoubtedly hesitate to pursue a friendship with him. In fact, he might even harbor a significant disdain and revulsion towards him. The adage, "Those who do not share the same path will not conspire together," holds eternal truth. The reason two individuals may become friends could stem from mutual interests or shared ideologies, but forging a bond of true understanding is exceedingly rare. At present, the dynamic between Murong Yunxue and Yinling is one of mutual exploitation. Each seeks to leverage the other's power and capability. They are merely engaged in a series of confrontations and exchanges. However, once these avenues of utility vanish, the issue they will face becomes glaringly evident. Devoid of means to exploit one another, neither will end up in a favorable position. Yet, Murong Yunxue hesitated to reveal all that he harbored within. Instead, he began to deceitfully assure Yinling, "You are being overly cautious. Our nation's deities have yet to manifest in this world, for our current realm is one dominated by cultivators. Perhaps in the next moment, Tang San is akin to the so-called kitchen god. Murong Yunxue is merely speaking nonsense with his eyes wide open, taking advantage of Yinling's ignorance. However, this is not entirely accurate. While it is true that there are no so-called native deities in this world, it cannot be said that these so-called Douluos will ultimately ascend to divinity after being deified. Such a statement, originally crafted by a mere mortal, would hardly have garnered belief." However, at that moment, Yinling found no desire to refute it, and even felt a sense of amusement. He realized that Murong Yunxue possessed a remarkable eloquence. The Douluo not only had the ability to transform into Douluo, but could also ascend through repeated upgrades to attain the so-called status of a great Luo golden immortal. If such a claim were to be made, would the most formidable Tang San in the entire world ultimately be reduced to the status of a mere lowly land deity within the realm of immortals? Contemplating this, Yinling could not help but erupt into hearty laughter. So it was, the Douluo world could indeed intertwine with the realm of cultivation. If one were to speak thus, I should surmise that I have grasped the essence of the matter. In truth, Yinling possesses scant understanding of this world. He has materialized from thin air. Initially, It seemed that the turmoil was merely a consequence of the conflicts among the Douluo, resulting in a plethora of shattered realities. However, upon closer inspection, it appears that the situation is far more complex than it first seemed. Fortunately, at this moment, Yinling can disregard everything. But he cannot overlook the safety of all those present, nor can he ignore the lurking Titan Great Ape within the academy, that so-called living wretch. If that fellow were to eliminate him, it might very well lead to an eruption of formidable power. Yet, upon hearing Murong Yunshue's words, Yinling couldn't help but ponder whether this Titan giant ape might indeed be the ancestral form of the Monkey King. Could it transform into the true Sun Wukong after several millennia? The tale spun by Murong Yunshue was remarkably convincing to Yinling. In the entire Douluo world, no such powerful simian hierarchy had yet emerged. However, should the day come when Douluo deities are worshipped, if this Titan giant ape truly is the progenitor of Sun Wukong? Yinling mused, then to stifle it now would be an egregious oversight, one that could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he found himself in quite a quandary. Chapter 116. Alliance. The dilemma he faced was stark: to become a historical villain or to nurture a future prodigy. Should Yinling choose to eradicate the Titan giant ape or allow it to flourish, possibly evolving into the legendary Qi Tian de Shang, Sun Wukong? At this moment, he felt as though he were gambling, and he even entertained the notion that should he win this wager, thus, the Titan ape is destined to meet its demise at his hands, and in the future, it will undoubtedly be perceived as a righteous act for the benefit of the people. However, should he falter, the consequences would be irrevocable, and the demise would be excruciatingly tragic. Centuries hence, if one were to hear of a figure named Yinling, who had the audacity to stifle the native deity, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, before he could rise again, it would surely leave a profound stain upon the annals of history. Yinling's silence perplexed Murong Yunshue, who found it difficult to fathom his thoughts at that moment. He sensed that Yinling was indeed an enigma. Just moments ago, he had articulated his thoughts with such clarity, yet now he chose to obscure the truth and remained reticent. What could he possibly intend? In truth, Murong Yunshue was merely influenced greatly by factors external to his own lineage. He felt that the intricacies of the minds of such formidable individuals were excessively convoluted. In reality, Yinling was simply fixated on the singular goal of vanquishing the Titan ape. Yet, Murong Yunshue could not shake the notion that perhaps he had misspoken, leading to a potential displeasure on Yinling's part. Indeed, Yinling exhibited the demeanor of a sovereign, and to accompany him was akin to walking alongside a tiger. Murong Yunshue was now in a state of distress, having imagined Yinling as a future emperor. He even began to question whether the next moment might reveal an unsettling truth. In an effort to break this impasse, Murong Yunshue managed to utter a few words, asking, "How shall we extricate this Titan ape from the academy? If calamity were to ensue, who would be held accountable for the repercussions? One could only fear that if innocent parties were harmed, we might be unable to rectify the situation. Indeed, this is the truth. Murong Yunshue possesses a profound self-awareness. The Titan ape has not yet made a sacrifice within the confines of this academy. The pressing question remains how to extract it from its lair. Uncertainty looms. Yet Yinling has prematurely reached a definitive conclusion. He aspires to orchestrate everything to perfection, even invoking the names of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the lord of the underworld, seeking allies to deliver a decisive blow to the Titan ape. However, the crux of the matter hinges primarily on locating the Titan ape before all else. The rest is trivial and superfluous. Faced with Murong Yunshue's inquiry, Yinling found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, given that Murong Yunshue had posed a question, he felt compelled to articulate something of substance. He resolutely declared, "Rest assured, those who rid the world of evils shall undoubtedly find themselves in a position of esteem, earning the people's forgiveness. It is evident that such individuals will bear the weight of all blame." Upon hearing this, Murong Yunshue felt as though his mind was about to explode. He had not anticipated that Yinling's few words would illuminate the moral brilliance solely upon him. Was this not akin to the significance of the rallying cry during the tumultuous times of war? Expel the Tartars and restore China? Murong Yunshue found himself increasingly baffled by Yinling's intentions. How could mere words evoke such fervor, stirring emotions to the point of feeling exhilarated? The truth is, Yinling's impassioned rhetoric stemmed from his own lack of a definitive goal. The Titan ape remained concealed within the academy, and even a formidable figure like Li Feilong had been unable to confront it. Consequently, Yinling deemed it prudent to speak with fervor, aiming to temper Murong Yunshue's spirit. Should the time come when he needed to rise to the occasion, perhaps Murong Yunxue, initially capable of exerting merely a fraction of his strength, would unleash his full potential due to Yinling's motivating words. Indeed, Murong Yunxue was invigorated, akin to a monkey that had ingested a potent stimulant, bouncing about with enthusiasm. With excitement, he exclaimed, "Are the ideals and sentiments within your heart truly so perplexing? What is it that drives you to consistently articulate such uplifting sentiments?" Murong Yunxue could not fathom why Yinling would utter such grave words. What could possibly be his true thoughts? Did he genuinely believe himself to be a person of exceptional capability? If, in the future, Yinling were indeed to attain a prominent position, it is indeed perplexing to discern the true nature of a situation. Upon reflection, it should be comprehensible to many. Throughout history, the emergence of remarkable individuals has invariably been accompanied by formidable trials. Perhaps, in the next moment, the torment of the spirit will lead to profound enlightenment. Presently, Yinling has already taken the initial step towards this beacon of hope. Murong Yunxue believes it is best to follow in his footsteps. Observing Murong Yunshue's adoring gaze, Yinling can only shake his head in helplessness. He muses, could it be that he is truly so exceptional? After all, he merely uttered a few impassioned words. Why such fervor? Thus, in an effort to prevent Murong Yunxue from becoming overly infatuated, Yinling calmly states, "My heart is aligned with the light, which is why I harbor no fear. Do you understand?" Yinling's demeanor is one of feigned nonchalance, for he himself is unaware of whether the Titan gorilla is formidable or not. If it were indeed manageable, everything would be much simpler. Yet, the fear lies in the possibility that the Titan gorilla may prove to be quite the challenge. Chapter 117. The cycle of life. As he encountered a series of chaotic and trivial matters, it became increasingly exasperating for him, causing considerable distress. At this juncture, Yinling's state of mind was rather uncertain. He could only strive to maintain a semblance of tranquility within himself, uttering words of fervent enthusiasm and engaging in actions that exuded positivity. Beyond that, he had little interest. Murong Yunxue, having not received the answers she so desperately sought, could only shake her head in resignation. In agreement with Yinling's sentiments, she remarked, "I believe I have grasped the essence of what you are saying. I, too, can undoubtedly rely on your radiant waves to unleash a series of ripples." At present, Yinling's response to Murong Yunxue is exceedingly vague. It is so ambiguous that even he struggles to discern the underlying reason, with the outcome glaringly evident. These facts laid bare before us render it difficult to comprehend their true nature, which, if revealed to others, might evoke a sense of absurdity. After all, the realm of understanding is perpetually grasped with finesse by others. Yet, even these peculiarities do not evoke a sense of coherence in their resolution. Murong Yunxue deemed it wise to utter a few flattering words to stabilize Yinling's spirit. After all, this individual possessed a relatively positive mindset. Should an utterly disastrous outcome occur, it would be quite perplexing. Nevertheless, Murong Yunxue was far from idle. He promptly conveyed Yinling's intent to vanquish the Titan ape to Poseidon and Hades, urging them to prepare in advance, with the rationale being decidedly compelling. They are bound to agree, whether they wish to or not, as long as they unite in their disagreement and set their sights on the Titan ape for its demise. All of this will be suffocated within its confines. It is certain that both Poseidon and Hades are about to face significant tribulations. Thus, upon hearing this news, Poseidon and Hades were on the verge of tears. They never anticipated that Yinling, a figure akin to a demon king, would conjure any useful thoughts regarding their plight. "What? You say Yinling has invited us to slay the Titan ape lurking within the academy? How did you come by this information?" Hades, upon hearing Poseidon's words, felt tears welling up. The legend of the Titan ape has spread throughout the academy like wildfire. Who knows what unforeseen circumstances might arise in the next moment? Death is not truly terrifying. Rather, it is the emergence of the Titan ape that instills dread. The notion of such a legendary creature roaming the academy is utterly revolting. Poseidon, too, found himself at a loss for words. He never envisioned this outcome. The situation was no longer aligning with his preconceived notions. He had initially aimed to cultivate his modest territory to perfection, especially since they were still in their juvenile forms. If they were to grow, they would hardly owe any gratitude to the Douluo Academy. In the grand tapestry of Western mythology, their place had already been prepared. Thus, Poseidon saw no need to entangle himself too deeply with Yinling. He merely intended to gild his experience here and depart without further ado. However, He did not foresee that Murong Yunxue would resort to threats and intimidation, firmly refusing to stand alongside Yanling in this battle. In the future, if Yanling were to entertain sinister thoughts, it is conceivable that he might embark on a relentless pursuit of the two. Indeed, Poseidon was eager to inquire of Murong Yunxue why so many individuals within the academy chose to align themselves with him rather than others. Could it possibly be that there is something amiss in the minds of those who chose his side? Following Poseidon's remarks, Harris wore a countenance as sour as if he had consumed 2 pounds of bitter melon. Poseidon felt a profound headache. Fully aware that Harris had never possessed a particularly amiable temperament, the reason he had managed to conceal his true capabilities within the academy was due to his failure to attain the position he sought. Thus, he had consistently suppressed his strength. Otherwise, his explosive temper would have long since turned the academy upside down, indifferent to the notion of spirit masters. As long as Tang San remained absent, the entire academy is thus entirely governed by these two so-called deities. Poseidon, maintaining his composure, began elucidating the circumstances to Harris. He remarked, "Who else could inform me? Naturally, it is that subordinate of his, Murong Yunxue, who has relayed the details to me. Once he is finished, I shall assist you in analyzing this matter. We must consider whether we shall heed his counsel, forge a friendship with him, or harbor resentment and ultimately offend him, leading to our own downfall." As Poseidon recalled Murong Yunshue's earlier threats and intimidation, he felt a throbbing pain in his head. A pain that was inevitable given the manner in which Murong Yunxue had comported himself. Not only had he invoked the name of the Murong family, but he had also uttered exceedingly harsh words, implying that victory would yield rewards while defeat would lead to a fate worse than death. The thought of this left Poseidon feeling utterly repulsed. Each day seemed to bring forth one dilemma after another. Originally, Poseidon had sought to elevate his academic prowess and knowledge within the academy, aspiring to attain a higher status among the deities of the Western realm. To put it more plainly, akin to a game, Poseidon yearned to occupy a prestigious level within this realm, a simple and straightforward ambition. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself still unprepared to level up, to engage in battles, and to advance. Over there, he has already been instructed to prepare for the elimination of the formidable boss. Thus, Poseidon is truly reluctant at heart. Upon reflection, this sentiment is entirely understandable. Poseidon has yet to mature, yet he is tasked with confronting the Titan Great Ape, a creature as fearsome as a demon. Subsequently, the four of them unite to vanquish it, should they indeed succeed in doing so. All of this is manageable, however, should it prove irreparable. There would undoubtedly be a certainty of a fate devoid of a proper burial. In truth, at the outset, Poseidon harbored a rather commendable desire deep within his heart. Chapter 118. All have their reasons. If one were to vanquish the Titan Great Ape, the spoils of such a conquest would not merely facilitate an upgrade. Indeed, ascending a level would be entirely within the realm of possibility. However, the current circumstances differ vastly. Yanling's prowess is not particularly formidable, and his dual martial souls have yet to attain even an intermediate stage, lingering instead in the rudimentary phase. It is utterly inconceivable that he could hope to slay the Titan Great Ape. Furthermore, his capabilities, alongside those of Harris and Murong Yunxue, are not sufficiently robust. The situation has spiraled into utter chaos, leaving everyone in disarray. Observing Poseidon's distressed expression, Harris felt an overwhelming surge of anger. He disregarded any semblance of courtesy towards Poseidon and began to shout at him furiously. "Have you lost your senses? Do you not comprehend the nature of that Titan ape? Are you truly oblivious to the facts? In the past, not even the esteemed elders of the academy could defeat him. And yet, you seem utterly unaware of the turmoil that ensued." While Poseidon may still cling to a glimmer of hope, Harris possesses a keen awareness of his own limitations. He recognizes that he is merely at a rudimentary stage, and if he were to reach a genuinely advanced level, thus, there shall be no opportunity for Poseidon to exploit, nor shall he ever find himself aligned with him. For one is the lord of the underworld, while the other reigns over the sea. They inhabit entirely disparate realms. In the future, Hades shall return to his own domain, reclaiming his position among the celestial beings, while Poseidon will ultimately retreat back into the depths of the ocean. Their current alliance is merely a transient warmth against the chill of isolation. It is abundantly clear. Yet Poseidon persists in believing that they stand united as brothers on the same front. Contemplating this reality, Hades finds it exceedingly perplexing. Can it be that Poseidon is genuinely a being of profound loyalty? Yet, Hades perceives no evidence of such sentiment within himself. Hades is a man of stark realism. He understands precisely why he has come to this place. He is acutely aware of the dismal circumstances that are bound to unfold, a truth that has already manifested before him. Others remain oblivious to the cyclical nature of this outcome. The comprehensible aspects are no longer so apparent, and the matters at hand are not easily resolved. Since they currently tread the same path, it is inevitable that they will eventually part ways. Hades' stance is unequivocal. He has no intention of joining Poseidon in the pursuit of the so-called Titan gorillas. He believes it best to distance himself from such affairs. In essence, Hades is merely gilding himself through the endeavors of the Douluo Academy. Once he has achieved this veneer of gold, he intends to depart without contributing to any meaningful development in this world. After all, Douluo Academy does not belong to his homeland, and Hades harbors no desire to apply his learning for the advancement of this land. He is utterly disinterested in any gains that may arise from slaying the Titan gorillas. And in fact, he feels somewhat repulsed by all the people and matters of this territory. Poseidon, caught off guard by Hades' retort, is rendered speechless, as if he might bleed from the sheer shock. Initially, when Murong Yunxue approached him for negotiations, Poseidon harbored no definitive answers. However, the rewards for vanquishing the Titan gorillas were indeed substantial. Perhaps they would no longer need to gild themselves within the academy. They could then embark on a transformative journey to ascend to a higher echelon. Yet now, it appears that such prospects are illusory. Murong Yunxue merely uttered a few words, and Poseidon took them to heart without question. This is precisely why Hades has consistently scoffed at Poseidon. The evidence of this is unmistakable. There is no need to elaborate further, for should you speak too much, it is indeed exceedingly vexing, and as long as you are aware, that suffices. I must deliberate on this matter. It would be imprudent for me to recklessly eliminate this entity. Furthermore, who is responsible for the extraction of this Titan ape, you or I? Lin Yin would undoubtedly refrain from jeopardizing his own interests by opting to deploy this creature. Harris incisively exposed the very essence of the issue. At this moment, Poseidon found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, should this Titan ape be summoned, what then? Who among us could use the Titan ape as bait? Taking the lead as the one to draw fire? Following the group into battle may not be daunting, yet the individual at the forefront is destined to perish first. It is only through the sacrifice of this brave soul that those behind can surge forward with fervor. This fundamentally explains Harris's reluctance to align himself with Lin Yin and his companions. He is unwilling to assume the perilous role of a leader. For the first to rise is invariably the first to fall. Your concern is indeed grave, yet what recourse do I possess? It was Lin Yin and his associates who sought me out for negotiation. I merely wish for you to gradually comprehend the situation and devise a suitable strategy. I never suggested that you charge headlong into danger. Rather, it was your own misguided enthusiasm that led to this misunderstanding. Poseidon finds the situation rather amusing. He understands perfectly why Lin Yin has chosen to engage him in dialogue with Harris instead of elucidating the essence of the issue before them in an overt manner. He recognizes that this dilemma is not easily resolved. In the face of schemes, overt strategies are invariably more effective than covert ones. For the former is resolvable, while the latter operates beyond defined boundaries and yields little impact. Now that the crux of the problem has been unveiled, it remains to be seen how Poseidon will persuade Harris. Should their discussion bear fruit, a turning point may arise. Conversely, if it falters, they may plunge into an abyss from which there is no return, potentially shattering into irreparable fragments. Thus, the question remains, will Harris muster all his strength to assist? As things stand, he seems disinclined to do so. The key issue lies in the fact that the four of us are united today. I have heard that Yanling is no ordinary foe. If he truly intends to assault us, I believe we could indeed draw out the Titan ape. Would you not wish to give it a try? Poseidon continues to assert his viewpoint, convinced that he is not at fault, but rather Harris, who fails to grasp the importance of unity in their cause against Yanling. In an era where hearts are exchanged for hearts, if one cannot comprehend these circumstances, what purpose is served by further discourse? Since Yanling has demonstrated such sincerity in his explanations, Poseidon believes that having more friends leads to more opportunities, while having fewer enemies results in fewer obstacles. In light of this situation, Yanling has genuinely become Poseidon's first true friend from outside in this academy. After all, Poseidon and his companions, being foreigners from the West, find themselves somewhat marginalized in this institution. It seems they are on the verge of tears. And the reason is quite simple. The monotony of each passing day leaves them feeling utterly lost. They are plagued by a persistent headache, unsure of the root cause of their discontent. When it comes to the sensitive topics of admiration for foreign cultures and xenophobia, Poseidon and his group are particularly attuned to the nuances. They had come to this so-called dragon kingdom to pursue their studies, only to find that in the world of Douluo, they received nothing but disdain. The locals often directed unkind words and actions towards them, leaving them bewildered by the situation. Consequently, Poseidon and his companions have developed a sense of resistance toward this world, yearning for the fair treatment they believe they deserve. However, the absence of such treatment is one thing, but the injustices they witness are truly unbearable. Faced with these challenges, they feel a deep sense of frustration. Yet they find themselves powerless, compelled to accept the harsh realities. Today, Yinling, who enjoys a popular status within the academy, extended an olive branch to Poseidon. Poseidon realized that he must act with caution and humility, acknowledging circumstances that do not belong to him. Even while maintaining a demeanor of dignified composure, he must ensure that Yinling does not perceive him as someone who is difficult to approach. This is why Poseidon has consistently advised Harris to remain composed and to agree to Yinling's requests. Observing Poseidon's earnestness, Harris nodded in understanding, recognizing the complexity of the situation. In truth, Poseidon's status is far from low. He occupies a position of power and is equally adept at navigating the subtleties of both high and low-stakes environments. He is a remarkable individual, excelling in high-level competitions while also honing his skills in more casual settings. This is precisely why Harris holds Poseidon in such high regard, viewing him as a leader, a sentiment that is quite evident in their interactions. Harris weighed the pros and cons, meticulously organizing his thoughts. He found the matter both manageable and perplexing, difficult to articulate precisely why it was so. Thus, adopting a mindset of cautious experimentation, he calmly addressed Poseidon. Very well. Since you put it that way. Thus, I can only find temporary solace, as I remain uncertain whether the Titan ape has indeed augmented its prowess. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it is inevitable that all present would be reduced to mere fragments. Harris is well aware of the narrative surrounding the Titan ape, having thoroughly acquainted himself with the intricacies of this academy since his arrival. What he did not anticipate was that Yinling, a mere junior, would dare to provoke the esteemed Titan ape and pursue it relentlessly. Regardless of the outcome of such a confrontation, Yinling's audacity surpasses that of most. Harris's explanations are indeed astute. He comprehends that these matters are not easily resolved. For now, the question remains as to who will be the one to summon the Titan ape. It is akin to fishing, requiring bait, a rod, and a line to lure out the chaotic elements. Without tangible evidence, attempting to subdue the Titan is a futile endeavor. Hence, reflecting on this, Harris has undertaken a significant analysis of the situation, realizing how to proceed. Primarily, Harris desires to navigate this predicament without drawing attention to himself. He simply wishes to accompany his companions in battle, serving as a support from behind, which is his foremost aspiration at present. The most crucial reason for this is that the Titan ape has been concealed within the academy for many years. Should its power increase, even the combined efforts of the four present may not suffice to contend with it. Therefore, as the one bearing the identity of the king of the underworld, Harris inherently governs the fate of many within the Western realm, holding a profound respect for life. He understands that if these circumstances cannot be managed, the implications are indeed grave. It is utterly perplexing to discern how to clarify the facts. If we assume that the Titan ape has concealed itself for nearly millennia, should it be drawn out, it is unlikely that even their combined efforts would suffice to vanquish such a creature, especially if it endangers the innocent within this academy. Thus, the four of them must bear the primary responsibility. Yinling and Mu Rong Yinshua may choose to withdraw from the school due to certain penalties. However, Poseidon and Hades cannot afford that luxury. Their presence in the academy is intended to enhance their reputations. Unfortunately, arriving at this prestigious institution without achieving their goals is one thing, but risking their futures here is another. If others were to witness this, it would surely evoke tears of despair. Indeed, as the god of the sea, Poseidon, and the lord of the underworld, Hades, each harbors their own burdens. Chapter 120. Merely a trial. The gilding must be executed flawlessly. Upon returning to their respective realms, it becomes a matter of honor. Moreover, it is exceedingly transparent. However, should they falter midway, it would reflect poorly upon them. Others would perceive them as utterly ignorant of the gravity of their situation. In the future, not only could they lose their titles as the god of the sea and the lord of the underworld, but their reputations may also be stripped away. At this juncture, the typically cautious Hades had no choice but to remain composed, urging Poseidon to stabilize his mind and avoid recklessness. The Titan Great Ape is a divine artifact within the Douluo world. Although it has been shattered, its spirit still lingers within the Academy. If they manage to summon this soul, should they prove victorious, all would be well. Otherwise, they would be branded as sinners in the Douluo realm. After listening to Hades' explanation, Poseidon dismissed it nonchalantly. There was a hint of unwavering determination in his demeanor as he coldly remarked, "Why bother with all that? The Titan Great Ape. As long as it falls before us, everything presents us with a remarkable opportunity. Do you not wish to witness the extraordinary equipment that may emerge from him, which would significantly enhance our prowess? This should indeed be regarded as a most honorable matter." Poseidon smiled radiantly, his expression almost blooming with delight. And his intentions were exceedingly clear. Once this equipment is revealed, all will be exceedingly favorable. Perhaps, in the next moment, a powerful soul ring will manifest, creating a tremendous ripple throughout the entire Douluo world. Furthermore, it is conceivable that he will not only ascend to the rank of sea god Poseidon, but also be bestowed with the esteemed title of a powerful title Douluo, a supreme honor. Poseidon believed that acquiring such unparalleled prestige would be a remarkable achievement. It is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune, one that causes him to smile in his dreams at every moment. Harris solemnly nodded. He understood that Poseidon was far from ready to relinquish his ambitions. It was clear that he intended to seize every opportunity without hesitation. Given that these two deities from the Western realms had yet to achieve any semblance of unity in this so-called Douluo world, Harris felt that if Poseidon was determined to act, he should do so promptly. He was more than willing to follow in his footsteps, embarking on a series of ventures with deftness and finesse, not for any other reason, but to share both joys and hardships, to navigate the turbulent waters together. At this moment, Harris planted a seed in his heart, a belief that they would rise together in glory or fall together in ruin. If fortune smiled upon them, they would undoubtedly ascend to greatness in the blink of an eye. However, should misfortune befall them, they would face catastrophic downfall just as swiftly. Initially, these Western deities had not accomplished anything of great significance, yet it was unfathomable that they would be led around by the nose. And Yinling, who had begun as an inconspicuous underling, now wielded a power that resonated like cannon fire, impacting the two Western deities profoundly. From this, it becomes evident that in the future, Yinling's prestige and reputation will undoubtedly be formidable. Perhaps in the next moment, he will ascend to great heights, while characters like Morong Yunxue will be relegated to the status of mere subordinates. It is certain that in no time, they will follow in Yinling's footsteps, embarking on a series of remarkable feats. Since you are in agreement, I am also willing to undertake a thorough disassembly of this equipment. Do not forget, when the time comes to vanquish the Titan Great Ape, to ensure I receive my fair share, I wish to understand the true significance of the gear possessed by this Titan. Harris chuckled, genuinely amused this time. He would ultimately come to realize that confronting reality could be quite ruthless. Yet, this outcome is merely driven by two words: profit and benefit. The rationale behind slaying the Titan Great Ape is straightforward. Only by defeating it can they achieve upgrades in equipment and a surge in energy. Harris was acutely aware that in the world of Douluo, if they could continue to develop along this trajectory, thus it remains comprehensible and manageable. However, the primary concern lies in the potential augmentation of the Titan Ape's formidable powers. It may be that none of those present are destined for a favorable outcome, for the result is glaringly apparent. The formidable power displayed by the Titan Ape is not something that a mere few individuals can comprehend. Observing Harris's swift agreement, Poseidon could only nod in resignation. He had not anticipated that this fellow would indeed forsake loyalty for personal gain, having previously rejected the notion with such fervor. Now, however, he had chosen to yield, demonstrating a certain cunning. Yet, one aspect that piqued Poseidon's curiosity was his remark: "I knew you were scheming. But weren't you just off to indulge in seafood? What is this sudden emergence of these peculiarities? Is this some sort of jest?" Poseidon found himself perplexed. Moments ago, Harris had clearly stated his intention to dine. Now, it seemed as though he had vanished, leading Poseidon to wonder if those earlier words were merely the bluster of an empty boast. Although Poseidon is the god of the sea, Harris's desire for seafood had unmistakably implied an inclination to provoke him. The words exchanged were a manifestation of his intent to impose a formidable presence upon Poseidon. Yet, Poseidon was no fool. He could discern the unspoken implications embedded within the dialogue. With a smile, Poseidon acknowledged the situation, while Harris could only shake his head in resignation. Given the established reality, there was little left to say. Harris had no inclination to indulge in seafood, for the culinary delights had not been presented before him. He merely sought to grasp the undeniable truths for a fleeting moment before relinquishing them. Harris chose to shift the conversation, stating, "Well, the outcome is already laid bare before us. How will you accept and address it?" Rather than dwelling on what we might assert, Harris, in complete agreement, found that he had no choice but to acquiesce, for Poseidon had unequivocally revealed the facts that rendered dissent futile. Chapter 121. Amicable Negotiation. Harris, resigned to compromise, recognized that he and Poseidon shared a relatively amicable relationship amidst the academy, unlike others who hardly acknowledged him. In light of such circumstances, Poseidon understood the nature of the situation at hand. Soon, the developments persuaded by Harris reached Yinling's ears. Upon hearing this news, Yinling was taken aback with both shock and delight. He had not anticipated Harris would acquiesce so readily. After all, Harris was the lord of the underworld, wielding authority over the ledger of life and death. Yet, in a mere instant, he had made the underlying truths strikingly evident. What could be the reason? Could it truly be a reflection of their shared camaraderie? What did you say? They actually consented? How delightful. I find myself quite intrigued by their disposition. Upon hearing the delightful news conveyed by Morong Yunshue, Yinling was nearly overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated that this reality would present itself so starkly before him. Initially, Yinling had not taken the notion of garnering Harris's attention seriously. The reason was simple. The power of the Lord of the Underworld was exceedingly formidable, nearly rivaling that of the sea god. Yinling was astonished that this individual could indeed heed his words and unveil these so-called truths. At first, he did not experience the full extent of satisfaction when interacting with Harris and Poseidon, as he was acutely aware of their overwhelming backgrounds and might. Although these two had yet to reveal their formidable prowess, Yinling understood that, in the future, Harris alone could potentially govern the fates of all beings in the world. Meanwhile, Poseidon would wield dominion over the oceans, commanding the very tides and tempests. In Yinling's eyes, these two were akin to legendary deities, and yet, he found himself perplexed by their presence within the Douluo Academy. Could it be that they shared some unspeakable connection with his mentor, Bibidong? Indeed, it was an inconceivable outcome. Bibidong's name suggested a Western origin, while Poseidon and Harris epitomized quintessential Western figures. In light of this conundrum, Yinling grasped that Poseidon and Harris's willingness to heed him might very well hinge on their regard for Bibidong. Presently, Yinling sought to cast aside all distractions, concentrating solely on seizing these truths for himself. He felt that a verbal agreement had already been established. Given the circumstances, Yinling was well aware of how to approach and handle the situation. He expressed his opinion, desiring to negotiate at a round table. Morong Yunshue nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Yinling's thoughts were indeed quite considerate, he remarked, "Of course, I believe it would be better for us to discuss this together, after all. This matter is not easily resolved." Morong Yunshue chose to compromise because, ultimately, Yinling's intentions were clear. As long as Yinling made the final decision, Morong Yunshue felt it would be more manageable for him as well. He wished to avoid any complications later on, as it would be exceedingly difficult to articulate the nuances of the situation. Yinling nodded solemnly and continued, "As long as you understand the situation. I am fully aware of my own limitations. Otherwise, it could lead to an unsatisfactory conclusion." Yinling had resolved that since an agreement had been reached, he would see if they could engage in a fluid negotiation. As long as the outcome was not unfavorable, everything would be manageable. The most concerning scenario was when promises were made verbally but lacked written documentation, leading to a cascade of unforeseen complications that were difficult to resolve. Reflecting on this, Yinling felt a wave of nausea, recalling how he had been stood up numerous times in the real world due to similar situations. To put it bluntly, he was indeed a rather unfortunate individual. This was precisely why, despite having received verbal assurances from Poseidon and Hades, Yinling still preferred to negotiate at a table, navigating the discussions with finesse. If they could sit together, establishing a foundation for dialogue, even the most challenging matters could be dismantled and addressed. The greatest dilemma they faced was the so-called Titan monkey. If they could eradicate this troublesome entity in its infancy, everything would fall into place. Morong Yunshue retrieved a cigar from his bag, expertly clipping the end with scissors before igniting it with a lighter, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Observing this, Yinling furrowed his brow, pondering when this young man had taken up smoking. Previously, he had presented himself as an exemplary youth. Why then did he exhibit such a flaw? What could possibly be the reason? In truth, Murong Yunxue felt that there was no longer any need for him to feign the guise of a so-called good man. He was acutely aware of his own peculiar circumstances, which left him perplexed and unable to comprehend the underlying premises of any situation. He also recognized that should matters become excessively awkward, it would indeed be unreasonable to expect anyone to grasp or manage the complexities of control over such dynamics. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Yinling had already reached a certain accord with Poseidon Harris. Let us observe how Murong Yunxue will lavish her resources to orchestrate this scheme and subsequently advance to the next phase of development. In truth, Yinling has discerned that Murong Yunxue is indeed his financial benefactor. Primarily, Yinling finds himself devoid of funds. Henceforth, whatever endeavors he undertakes, be it sipping tea, engaging in conversation, or enjoying a meal accompanied by fine wine, he must rely on Murong Yunxue's generosity. Otherwise, should any troublesome situations arise, it would be quite disheartening. Leaving one to ponder the circumstances. Chapter 122. The CAF. Yinling wasted no words. If Murong Yunxue is a purse of gold, then he ought to allow this purse to expend its remaining warmth. He straightforwardly stated, "Let us arrange a time to meet at the CAF within the academy and see if we can locate them. I have heard they are Westerners, correct? I am curious to discover whether this group prefers tea or coffee." Yinling presented Murong Yunxue with two options, tea or coffee. Since this is a negotiation, one must express genuine sentiment. The CAF within the school is quite exquisite, and it is rumored to offer exceptional teas, including the legendary Dahong Pao. That ancient tree boasts a history of nearly several thousand years, and the few leaves it bears can command a price of 300,000. The leaves harvested above are exclusively reserved for the esteemed dignitaries of the nation. Yet, remarkably, such a prestigious variety of tea can be found in our school CAF. Furthermore, this tea is reputed for its longevity-enhancing properties. Given the exceptional quality of the tea, one might presume that the coffee would be even more exquisite. Thus, a cup of coffee in this establishment commands a price of 500 yuan. Yinling's expressed thoughts were intended to prompt Murong Yunxue to gauge the situation for herself. He had already laid the groundwork for the answer. Now it was time to observe how she would respond. It was not a matter of relying on his own ability to navigate the forthcoming developments. Rather, it was time to forge ahead. Murong Yunxue paused momentarily, gazing at Yinling with incredulity. She pondered, wasn't he previously a person of high morals? Disinclined to take advantage of minor benefits? Why today did he appear to act like a fool? Surely he did not intend for her to concoct some unspeakable scenario. Did he? However, Yinling continued to watch her intently, his words suggesting that whether he articulated the answer or not, it was essential to clarify the matter. Otherwise, how could they expect others to comprehend the situation when it was so awkwardly presented? In her mind, Murong Yunxue contemplated that Westerners preferred coffee over tea, as they likely found tea unsuitable for their digestion. In truth, her assertion was utterly unfounded, for she was well aware that Westerners typically did not enjoy tea. This aversion stemmed from their upbringing, as they had not been accustomed to drinking tea from a young age. Their preference for coffee derived from the abundant cultivation of coffee in their native lands. While tea is known to be beneficial for the digestive system in the ancient land of Longguo, coffee serves as its equivalent in the Western world, being cultivated with great proficiency. Indeed, if every nation were to adopt the policy of isolationism, thus, Western coffee will not find its way into the Dragon Kingdom, nor will the tea of the Dragon Kingdom permeate the West. This exemplifies a profound cultural divide, yet it is not conducive to an open policy. The world should embody a reciprocal relationship, where each culture enriches the other, rather than existing in isolation. The notion that one can merely produce and consume without interaction to bolster the domestic economy is fundamentally flawed. In response to Murong Yunxue's explanation, Yinling merely nodded in silent agreement. He casually remarked, "So you are quite knowledgeable about them, aren't you? Very well, you shall take the lead on this matter, and I shall observe your efforts from here. That should suffice." Regarding financial matters, Yinling believed that Murong Yunxue possessed his own unique capabilities. After all, this individual was a wealthy scion, yet he seemed to complicate the situation to the point of confusion. In the midst of various eccentricities, Yinling perceived that Murong Yunxue intended to exploit him, prompting the necessity for him to demonstrate his inherent worth. Otherwise, the situation might culminate in an embarrassing predicament, rendering it inexcusable. Murong Yunxue's countenance quickly soured. However, he refrained from expressing his ire in Yinling's presence. He understood that should he dare to confront Yinling, the latter might retaliate with a couple of sharp slaps, leveraging his influence and taking advantage of Murong Yunshue's predicament without contributing anything of value. Such behavior would be utterly distasteful. Though Murong Yunshue's expression betrayed his reluctance, he nonetheless stated, "Rest assured, I will ensure they negotiate thoroughly on our behalf, maximizing our leverage to its fullest potential." After uttering these words, he proceeded toward the CAF within the school. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. Realizing that Yinling was indeed a quintessential miser, not only refusing to spend a dime but also meticulously orchestrating the situation to his advantage, resulting in a series of unexpected absurdities. It was baffling how to navigate this convoluted scenario effectively. At this juncture, the school CAF was bustling during peak hours, teeming with patrons seeking tea and coffee, reminiscent of a vibrant marketplace. Merchants of tea and coffee, hailing from humble beginnings, were engaged in the trade of their wares. The CAF owner, witnessing the chaos, felt on the verge of tears, astonished that even before establishing his business, competitors had already encroached upon his clientele. Yet, he found himself powerless to dismiss the disorder, swallowing his grievances silently, as Yinling, his superior, was destined to become a significant figure in the future. Thus, for the sake of his family's interests, Murong Yunshue had no choice but to endure the discomfort, believing that the sacrifices made now would lead to future prosperity for himself, all while acknowledging the difficult circumstances Yinling faced. Then let it be. Since it has already been accomplished, one must not allow the disheartening reality to render one embarrassed. Upon learning that Yinling wished to treat them to coffee, both Poseidon and Harris were profoundly astounded by this unexpected revelation. They had initially perceived Yinling merely as a naive youth. Chapter 123, Overcrowded, forcibly ushered into this undeniable reality. They were now graciously invited to indulge in coffee. As two individuals hailing from the West, they could hardly contain their salivation. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they had savored the rich essence of their native coffee since arriving at the Douluo Academy. The mere thought of their homeland's specialty brought them to the brink of tears. Coffee, a cherished product of their country, was something they yearned to relish. However, upon patting their pockets, they realized they possessed not even a single coin, thus suppressing their heartfelt desires. Isn't it amusing? In retrospect, it is indeed quite laughable. Reaching a level of absurdity, these two homesick individuals found themselves in a rather humiliating predicament, contemplating the absurdity of relying on someone else to treat them to coffee. Ironically, the one extending the invitation was Yinling, who intended to leverage their abilities for his own purposes, all while adeptly managing their talents. Who would have thought that Yinling was, in fact, a person of dignity, actually wishing to treat them to coffee? Did he truly believe that the flavors would be perfectly balanced? Poseidon, on his part, was nearly drooling, reminiscing about his days in the ocean. It was as if he possessed a vast mouth capable of swallowing the entirety of the ocean to quench his thirst. Yet, the present circumstances were starkly different. He found even a single cup of clean water to be a formidable challenge. Thus, upon hearing that someone wished to treat them to coffee, a local specialty, Poseidon felt as though he might empty his stomach of its very essence. The thought of imbibing over 300 pounds of coffee and allowing it to gurgle down his throat was tantalizing. Harris too nodded emphatically. Not only was Poseidon eager, but he himself could hardly contain his anticipation. The undeniable truth before him was that this was genuine black coffee, and should it find its way into his belly, he might soon savor the flavors of his homeland. Harris epitomized the quintessential Westerner, for consuming coffee beans and indulging in coffee has been a time-honored tradition of his nation. However, since arriving at the Douluo Academy in the Dragon Kingdom, he had yet to partake in this cherished beverage, which left him feeling rather queasy at the peculiarities that had arisen in its absence. His mouth watered at the thought, and he exclaimed joyfully, "We must seize the moment and proceed. Lingering any longer would be unwise. Can you not perceive? This place undoubtedly harbors a grand feast, and should chaos ensue, it would spell trouble for us all." Harris was thoroughly impatient, almost wishing to apply oil to his feet to hasten his departure. He envisioned galloping to the coffee vendor within the school and purchasing every last drop of coffee. It was rather pitiable to witness two beings, destined for greatness with divine powers, reduced to such absurd antics due to their thirst for coffee, leaving onlookers in awe. If only money could flourish within the Douluo Academy. Individuals like Harris often find it impossible to overlook even the smallest of advantages. They possess a keen awareness of their own worth and an understanding of reality. recognizing that in the eyes of others, true power lies beyond mere words. Presently, Yinling has ascended to a position of prominence, surveying the multitude from a vantage point of relative superiority. In light of such a profound predicament, Harris contemplates the humility of bowing his head, finding no shame in it. The aroma of exquisite coffee has tantalizingly awakened his palate, even though he is yet to indulge in its delightful taste. However, in every fleeting moment, he seems to catch a whiff of the coffee from his homeland. This thought brings an involuntary smile to Harris's lips as he eagerly anticipates savoring the rich flavor of black coffee from the Western world. Poseidon shares a similar sentiment. Unable to contain his desire for coffee, with a sense of urgency, he exclaims, all right, since you have already agreed. I also believe it is imperative to meet with Yinling, especially since we are on the verge of collaboration. If any bewildering circumstances arise, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable frustration. Poseidon, at present, harbors a sense of trepidation, fearing that Yinling might indeed reconsider his stance. It is evident that they cannot possibly thrive in this place, and the reason is quite simple. Yinling, with good intentions, had invited them for coffee. Yet he had declined the offer. Instead, he found himself wasting time with Harris, which is rather lamentable when one reflects upon it. Hence, in a swift manner, Poseidon hastily seized Harris's arm, as if spurred on by an invisible steed, and they dashed towards the coffee shop. At this moment, the CAF was teeming with patrons, bustling with activity as the exchange of goods and purchases created a chaotic atmosphere. Upon Murong Yunshue's arrival, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He surmised that Yinling might soon become irate. It was quite straightforward. Yinling was a materialist, holding a vision of perfection in his heart. He believed that if something was too difficult to grasp, it was better to set aside all reasons and abandon any preconceived notions. Ultimately, he thought, it would be best to relinquish control to others and sever ties with those matters. To put it plainly, Yinling was thoroughly dissatisfied with the current situation. For individuals should have opted for a more tranquil setting for their discussions, yet they found themselves in this noisy venue. Was it reasonable to expect him to amicably assist this individual in strategizing? Absolutely not. Yinling furrowed his brow at Murong Yunshue, pondering how this person could aspire to be his deputy when he could not even manage such a trivial matter. What was he good for? However, upon glancing at his watch, Yinling realized that time was slipping away. If there were classes scheduled later that afternoon, their negotiation time was limited to a mere 2 hours. It was imperative to expedite the process and finalize the matter quickly. Chapter 124. Assembling the team. The Titan giant ape must be eliminated, otherwise it would wreak havoc throughout the academy. At this juncture, Yinling disregarded any notions of advancement or retreat, weighing the merits of the situation. With no further deliberation, he swiftly claimed a spot at a table recently vacated by a coffee drinker, clearing it of remnants, and took a seat, awaiting the arrival of Poseidon and Harris. Murong Yunshue observed Yinling's agitated demeanor and felt a profound headache. He never anticipated that his performance would be so dismal, rendering him a figure of ridicule in what could only be described as an absurd farce. At this moment, Yinling and Murong Yunshue finally discerned the arrival of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the god of the underworld. Yinling found himself stifling laughter, thoroughly amused by the absurdity of these two figures. He noted, with a sense of disbelief, that Poseidon sported a striking blue mane, while Hades bore a visage reminiscent of crimson paint. The juxtaposition of these colors, emblematic of the legendary incompatibility of water and fire, was vividly displayed before them. Yinling chuckled inwardly, pondering whether these Western deities were indeed as eccentric in their appearances as they seemed. Was it the result of an overindulgent imagination, or perhaps a touch of madness? If their peculiar manifestations were so overt, what underlying intentions or complexities were they attempting to convey? What bizarre behavior could Poseidon, with his blue hair, possibly exhibit? As Yinling observed Hades, whose complexion was as red as freshly applied paint, he began to comprehend that these foreign gods were distinctly different from the deities of his homeland. Longua. It appeared as though Hades was caught in a tumultuous emotional storm, seemingly entangled in a myriad of chaotic thoughts. Yinling, undeterred by any semblance of shyness, boldly addressed the two deities. You are indeed Poseidon and Hades, are you not? It is an honor to finally meet you. Your names resonate like thunder. In truth, Yinling's words were somewhat insincere, as he was acutely aware that within the academy, their renown was universally acknowledged. His flattery was merely a strategic maneuver to assert his grasp on the situation. Ultimately, he did not regard himself as particularly impressive. His actions were driven by a desire to present these so-called facts in a manner that would afford the deities some dignity. He wished to convey that he was a person of loyalty and honor. Otherwise, how could a leader of his stature afford to look down upon them? If one were to present this matter with utmost clarity and depth, it would undoubtedly provoke an overwhelming response from all observers. Confronted with such formidable reality, Yinling realized he had no choice but to yield to the situation. His decision to bow before Harris and Poseidon stemmed from necessity rather than desire. Embarking on this inevitable path, the outcome was decidedly consistent with his expectations. Failing to articulate this concept comprehensively would only render him a figure of ridicule. Seated comfortably, Poseidon gazed at the several empty cups before him, only to discover they contained not a trace of coffee. Not a single aroma wafted from them, indeed. There was not even a remnant of coffee grounds. The absence of any significant indication was glaringly apparent. The notion of presenting such absurdities to others would undoubtedly evoke derision. Finding humor in this absurdity, Poseidon furrowed his brow, experiencing a profound sense of frustration. He had not anticipated that this individual could be so amusingly misguided. Are we truly meant to confront that Titanate? We are still unaware of its hiding place, yet how could one act so recklessly? It seems implausible. Poseidon directly addressed the matter at hand, casting aside all pretense, clearly indicating his intent to seek resolution. The rationale behind such a choice is rather simple. He aimed to assess Yinling's integrity throughout this process. However, the current circumstances reveal that this individual not only lacks any semblance of honesty, but also seems to complicate matters when attempting to act in a certain manner, rendering resolution exceedingly difficult. These complexities, though not easily articulated, are nonetheless comprehensible upon reflection. It becomes evident that the situation, grounded in so-called facts, is far less convoluted than initially perceived. Poseidon's lack of regard for Yinling stems from several conspicuous reasons. Having traversed great distances to arrive in this ancient eastern land, he felt a profound absence of the respect he deserved. What lay before him was a disheartening reality, and despite Poseidon's status as a deity within the Western realm, he found the unfolding events to be akin to a farcical jest. Should they grasp the realities that could be articulated, it would indeed be laughably absurd. Thus, Poseidon's anger serves to convey to Yinling that, while he may remain silent, it does not imply that no actions have been taken on the other side. The command was clear: fulfill your obligations, and how could one be so oblivious to that? Was it not suggested that he would be treated to coffee? Yet here they were, devoid of even a sip, instead inundated with meaningless chatter that only compounded the absurdity of the situation. Harris, glancing down at the table, soon realized that there was not a single coffee bean present, nor even a drop of tea. A look of dismay crossed his face as he pondered the absence of coffee and tea, distracted to the point of forgetting his own parents. Faced with such difficulties, Harris understood that Poseidon's displeasure was entirely due to the absence of any satisfactory offerings. Chapter 125. In opportune moments, given the lack of quality provisions, it would be utterly preposterous to expound upon peculiarities and facts that have already been established. Advising others in such a state would be an exceedingly foolish decision. Indeed, we should not act rashly but rather strive for victory through prudence. Otherwise, if bizarre circumstances were to arise, it would be beyond our capacity to endure. The tension between Harris and Poseidon has become exceedingly apparent, particularly on Harris's side. Observing the lack of refreshments before him, he felt as though he might vomit blood. For his benevolent decision to come here was merely a result of Poseidon's persuasion. The so-called negotiation at the table, accompanied by Yinling, was nothing more than a thinly veiled suggestion from Poseidon. The implications were unmistakable. After all, Yinling was a favored confidant of Bibi Dong. And if truly faced with such an array of absurdities, it would be quite alarming. The conclusion appears to be far from satisfactory. However, the outcome is strikingly evident, laid bare before them with unparalleled clarity. Should they fail to grasp this situation with utmost precision, it would surely lead to a decision that is laughably absurd. Harris, gritting his teeth, felt as though he might shatter them in frustration. It was impossible not to, as he was acutely aware of the palpable turmoil brewing around him. The result was glaringly apparent, as the facts, whether understood or not, had made it clear to them all. An unspeakable predicament accompanied by bizarre revelations was profoundly enlightening. Harris had never intended to be here. It was Poseidon who insisted upon his presence. Yet, upon arrival, he found no rewards awaiting him, only unspoken, palpable setbacks. At this juncture, Poseidon emerged as a timeless villain, while Harris felt he was coerced into a situation that yielded nothing beneficial. His frustration was mounting. Harris's gaze towards Poseidon was laden with murderous intent. He perceived Poseidon as an utter fool, oblivious to the complexities at hand. Despite his reluctance to engage with him, Poseidon insisted on intertwining their fates. It was well known that Yin-Ling was a formidable adversary, yet Poseidon, after all this, had conjured a series of dismal complications. The outcome was so unsightly that Harris thought Poseidon epitomized the very essence of betrayal. He even speculated whether Yin-Ling and Poseidon had colluded. For why else would they find themselves aligned on the same battlefield? By all accounts, Poseidon was a Western deity, while Yin-Ling was merely an emerging dual soul warrior. They were not meant to walk the same path. The only explanation for their alliance was a clandestine collaboration. As these thoughts churned in his mind, Harris's ire intensified. Meanwhile, Poseidon's expression darkened, for he had unmistakably sensed the murderous glint in Harris's eyes. In response, Harris hurriedly lowered his head, overwhelmed by shame. After all, it was Poseidon who had orchestrated this gathering, and he had not expected Yin-Ling to renege on his promises. Yet, to summon them to this table without so much as a cup of coffee or a glass of water was utterly absurd. What kind of negotiation was this? At this moment, Murong Yinxue was on the verge of laughter, for he discerned two conspicuous characters, awkwardness, etched upon the faces of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the god of the underworld. The level of embarrassment had escalated to an almost comical degree, yet Murong Yinxue was not the protagonist in this scenario. He could only cast a meaningful glance towards Yin-Ling, the implication unmistakable. You summoned these two gentlemen, yet not even a glass of water was offered. While they had come desiring coffee and possessed no money, now they found themselves in such an uncomfortable predicament. How would you navigate this situation to a conclusion? Thus, Murong Yinxue was merely an observer, eager to witness how Yin-Ling would proceed. In truth, he had already surmised that Yin-Ling was devoid of funds, and it was inevitable that he would compel Murong Yinxue to intervene, orchestrating a series of maneuvers to resolve the matter. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew increasingly bizarre. As the throngs of people generated a cacophony of sounds, there were those purchasing coffee, others selling it, vendors of steamed buns, and tea merchants as well, creating a din that drowned out all surrounding noise. At this juncture, if Yin-Ling and his associates were to speak even slightly softer, the ambient noise within the venue was not excessively loud, creating an atmosphere that was decidedly unfavorable for discussions. The four individuals exchanged uneasy glances. Caught in a moment of mutual bewilderment, each unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. This setting, originally intended for negotiations, had quickly devolved into an uncomfortable predicament, with mere exchanges of a few words rendering Yin-Ling utterly mortified. The two others were resolute in their intentions to confront him. Even a person as seemingly stoic as Yin-Ling could not remain unaffected. A tempest brewed within him, for he was not, after all, an unyielding automaton. Murong Yinxue found herself on the brink of laughter at Yin-Ling's predicament, while Harris's gaze toward Poseidon was filled with murderous intent. The source of Murong Yinxue's amusement stemmed from Yin-Ling's failure to fulfill the promises made to the two individuals. While Harris's desire for violence arose from the absurdity of the situation, Poseidon had summoned him only to present him with such a dismal spectacle, rendering the entire affair ludicrous. In haste, Yin-Ling cleared his throat, expelling the phlegm lodged within. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and resolved to deliver a flawless outcome for the two men before him. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory conclusion, the repercussions would be dire. This situation had been orchestrated by him, and the Titan ape was a target he had prepared to vanquish. Having gathered them all, he felt compelled to dismantle their collective presence and offer a comprehensive explanation, thereby absolving himself from any pangs of conscience. Thus, he made an earnest effort to elucidate the reality of the situation. Chapter 126, Bureaucratic Deities. He assured them, rest assured. The reason I summoned you both was to ensure you would not recklessly address the matters at hand. Yin-Ling was well aware that Poseidon and Hades epitomized the quintessential bureaucratic deities. They would undoubtedly refrain from recklessly charging into danger. Rather, they would meticulously strategize to secure their gains. Their intentions were alarmingly straightforward: to effortlessly achieve victory over the Titan ape, procure its valuable equipment, and subsequently orchestrate a distribution of minor benefits for Yin-Ling. In essence, they sought to claim the substantial rewards while Yin-Ling would settle for meager advantages. Their scheming was evident to Yin-Ling, which explained his initial reluctance to ally with these two. However, the Titan ape was no insignificant adversary. Provoking it would certainly place them at a disadvantage against Murong Yunxue. Thus, faced with such a dilemma, Yanling was compelled to align with Poseidon and Hades to confront the Titan ape. The primary concern now was determining who among them would serve as bait to lure out the creature. Only by drawing it forth could they alter the dynamics of the encounter. This scenario bore a striking resemblance to gaming. One must form a team to confront a formidable foe, irrespective of the potential spoils. As long as they could disrupt its actions, victory was attainable. They would dissect the creature from within, eliminating the chaos, seizing the equipment, and subsequently leveling up to confront even greater challenges, ultimately aspiring to reach the celestial supremacy akin to Tang San. This intricate process was undoubtedly daunting and beyond the reach of most. Observing Yanling's elucidation, Murong Yunxue resolved to amplify the so-called truths and flatteries with fervor. She raised her voice, giving Yanling a resounding thumbs up, proclaiming, "Indeed, this is our esteemed leader, Yanling. He will undoubtedly provide us with substantial assistance in our endeavors. Just watch, he will surely succeed." In truth, Murong Yunxue was on the verge of laughter, especially considering that Yanling hadn't even ordered a cup of tea, yet he wished for Poseidon and Hades to serve him diligently. If one were truly capable of sacrificing oneself, such dire circumstances would be utterly implausible. The rationale behind this notion lies in the fact that the outcomes are not immediately apparent. Upon contemplating this, Murong Yunxue could not help but chuckle, for the reality he faced was glaringly evident. The situation before him was far from favorable, devoid of any palpable benefit. At present, Murong Yunxue found himself akin to a supporting actor in a comedic performance, intent on elevating Yanling to a higher status. It was a simple equation. Only by propelling Yanling to prominence could he share in the ensuing glory. Just as if Yanling feasted upon the meat, Murong Yunxue could partake in the broth and perhaps even savor a few morsels himself from time to time. However, upon hearing Murong Yunshue's words, neither Hera nor Poseidon displayed the slightest flicker of emotion. Their expressions remained entirely unchanged. Their resolve was unwavering and singular in purpose. They merely sought to master their circumstances with precision, showing no inclination to orchestrate any dramatic shifts regarding Yanling. They understood that if they could wield their influence with clarity, they could indeed manifest extraordinary outcomes. Given the current state of affairs, they deemed it essential to present coffee and tea as a gesture of goodwill. As deities from the West, their longing for the local coffee and nostalgia had reached unprecedented heights. Yet, the realities they confronted proved far more challenging to navigate. Consequently, they found themselves resigned to their fate. Yanling observed Murong Yunxue finish speaking, while Poseidon and Hera remained utterly unmoved. It appeared as though they were impervious to any emotional fluctuation. At that moment, Yanling was left somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that these individuals would be so absurdly obstinate. Contemplating this, Yanling felt a pang of frustration, pondering the thoughts that occupied the minds of these Western deities. Why concoct such nonsensical matters? Were they perhaps unhinged, or suffering from some mental affliction? With modern medicine so advanced, there were remedies for every ailment, whether psychological or physical. Even cancer could be effectively treated, whether through laser therapy, electrotherapy, or chemotherapy. As Yanling gazed at him in silence, Poseidon felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He had initially presumed that Yanling was a person well-versed in the art of hospitality. However, to his dismay, the absence of even a glass of water was infuriating. Thus, Poseidon decided to be forthright and declared, "Very well, since you have stated it this way. Let us continue to enjoy tea." He deliberately concealed his true thoughts, aware that suggesting coffee outright might lead Yanling to perceive him as lacking in sophistication. To avoid an awkward situation, Poseidon chose to mention tea first before addressing anything else. He was not particularly interested in the remainder of the conversation. As the outcome seemed all too evident, he had no desire to treat these peculiarities as significant. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the reality was far more complex than mere superficial interests. Chapter 127. Let us drink coffee, given the circumstances. Poseidon concluded that it would be more prudent to mention tea, lest others misconstrue his intentions as absurd. However, at that moment, Hera was visibly displeased. Unable to fathom Poseidon's remarks, was he not merely speaking nonsense? What did he mean by enjoying tea? Hera was incensed, feeling as though he might soon strangle Poseidon in his frustration, unable to comprehend the god's reasoning. Earlier, Poseidon had insisted on coffee. Why now, in this moment? Was he reduced to asking for tea? Harris felt tears welling up, unable to suppress his emotions. He had never anticipated that Poseidon could be so utterly foolish. Wasn't he the god of the sea? When had he become a land-dwelling fool? If that were the case, he should never have come here in the first place. Day after day, it was either one issue or another, and Harris found the absurdity of it all truly laughable. With a voice tinged with impending tears, he exclaimed, "T, did you not just say you would treat us to coffee? In the entire Douluo world, coffee is a rarity." Hades harbored no intention of showing any deference to Yinling. While Poseidon might fear him, Hades remained unperturbed. He possessed his own principles and understood the underlying reasons for the situation, which were patently evident. Having entered this realm, Hades navigated the tumultuous waters with remarkable agility. Initially, were it not for Poseidon's counsel, he would have had no dealings with Yinling whatsoever. They were not kindred spirits. Their paths converged only because the outcome was not easily manageable. This led to the emergence of numerous fragmented anomalies. Otherwise, even if Hades were endowed with 100-fold courage, he would never entertain any beneficial notions towards Poseidon, as they simply did not share a common path. His association with Poseidon was merely that of kindred souls in hardship. Especially as they ascended to the ranks of deities within the Western pantheon, the situation had become increasingly complex. To put it plainly, they were not traversing the same road. Their presence on this path was merely an act of mutual consolation. However, to his dismay, Poseidon repeatedly stood him up, culminating in Hades' profound resentment. Particularly after the incident involving coffee today, where he had the audacity to suggest tea, yet ultimately provided not a single drop of water. Hades had never harbored any interest in Yinling, and such occurrences only served to deepen his indifference towards him. In response to Hades' remarks, Poseidon could hardly contain his laughter. And more than anything, he was taken aback. It was quite simple. The words Poseidon refrained from uttering were precisely those that Hades articulated. If that is to be taken into consideration, then this matter indeed appears rather unseemly. Yes, indeed, one must indulge in coffee. It is essential to partake in coffee. Poseidon could only strive to align his tone with that of Harris, ensuring not to provoke any displeasure from this individual. All of this is quite easy to articulate, for he is well aware of Harris's temperament and disposition. That is something entirely beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. It is solely contingent upon whether he becomes truly enraged. In that moment, it was evident that the opponent could effortlessly bring him down, and this was an inevitability. At that juncture, Yinling perceived the distress radiating from Poseidon, the god of the sea. Thus, he swiftly beckoned a nearby attendant to bring forth the coffee without delay. The rationale was exceedingly simple. Failure to serve the coffee would undoubtedly incite rebellion among those individuals. The outcome was glaringly apparent. Such remarks were detrimental to the discourse. And should they be exposed to others, it would surely descend into farce, as the reality was starkly evident before them. Yinling merely needed to elucidate these circumstances, treating them with the gravity they warranted, thereby allowing him to articulate the matter with clarity. Yet, once laid bare before him, it was impossible for him to comprehend these circumstances otherwise. It was undeniably amusing. The situation was already manifest, and not everyone possessed the capability to navigate it. Given the circumstances had unfolded thus, Yinling believed he should comprehend the nuances of writing. Thus he promptly ordered several servings of exceptionally bold coffee. It is simply so bitter that it is utterly undrinkable. Yinling is now eager to see whether Poseidon, the god of the sea, can manage to consume it, as well as Hades, the god of the underworld, who initially insisted on drinking coffee. If this coffee truly makes its way to the table, he had better not dare to take a single sip if he cannot handle it. As for oneself, one will undoubtedly make him aware of the true meaning behind the saying, "How many eyes does the king of horses possess?" With good intentions, one kindly offered to drink the coffee on your behalf. Little did one expect that not only would you fail to grant yourself any dignity, but you would also manage to create such an embarrassing situation. If we were to put it this way, the matter indeed becomes rather challenging to handle. One must simply take action. In an instant, the fury that once filled Harris's eyes diminished, giving way to a sense of joy that blossomed within him. Indeed, how could he not be pleased? For the glimmers of opportunity presented before him amounted to but a mere handful of choices. It is indeed so vividly expressed that individuals find themselves unable to articulate their feelings, revealing that these truths cannot be fully conveyed by one's very essence. Meanwhile, the god of the sea, Poseidon, finally exhaled a breath of relief as he came to a profound realization. It turned out that Yinling was not merely an inconspicuous figure. Given this understanding, He felt that he had not betrayed the determination of Hades. Amidst such overwhelming self-interest, Poseidon was greatly reassured. For he understood that if Hades were to make him suffer undue humiliation, the disheartening realities are truly perplexing, leaving one to ponder the origins of such boundaries. The four individuals, clutching their cups of coffee, began to chew thoughtfully, each exhaling a fragrant breath, driven by greed. Chapter 128, A Test of Fortitude. Within their mouths, a steady stream of frothy bubbles emerged, the reason being quite straightforward. They yearned to articulate the thoughts that stirred within their hearts. Yet it was evident that these circumstances were beyond their capacity to convey. However, once expressed, they found themselves bewildered by the flow of reality. The taste of the coffee was undeniably bitter, yet the torment within their souls rendered the experience less than agreeable. The act of expressing oneself was hardly a sincere confession. Let it be decided, and let it rest. Yinling, after sipping twice, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, primarily due to the excessive bitterness of the coffee. He even harbored suspicions that this wretched brew contained something akin to excrement. Meanwhile, Murong Yunxue had not taken a single sip, for he belonged to the esteemed Murong family. Should he manage to articulate this matter formally, it would only imply that such feelings are not easily expressed, as the essence of the situation lay before him, yet remained elusive. This can only indicate that this coffee has perhaps been unpalatable from the very beginning. However, the deities Poseidon and Hades, seated across from me, savored it with an enthusiasm reminiscent of those who have never encountered coffee before. They indulged in cup after cup, yet amidst this, the coffee possessed a singular, brilliant quality that shone through. It appears that free refills are available. Otherwise, the situation would indeed be quite embarrassing, as the outcome here is rather difficult to navigate. Yinling cast a disdainful glance at Poseidon and Harris, perceiving them as if they were the reincarnations of famished souls, as if they had never tasted sustenance in 8 lifetimes. It was one thing to forego a meal, but to consume coffee as if it were mere water, indiscriminately pouring it into their stomachs, was a display of absurdity. Such ludicrous behavior had undoubtedly led to this chaotic debacle, evoking laughter to the utmost degree. By the time they reached this point, Yinling had come to understand that these two scoundrels were the type who could not survive unless they capitalized on every opportunity. Murong Yunxue was nearly in stitches, astonished that these two were, indeed, utterly genuine in their antics. After finishing one cup, they eagerly requested another, as if their stomachs were vast oceans, capable of swallowing everything, only to later expel it. The back-and-forth reactions within their bellies were nothing short of comical, eliciting a sense of profound distaste. However, out of respect for the assistance provided by Poseidon and Harris, Yinling refrained from voicing his thoughts. Harris, too, had come to a similar conclusion, as he could distinctly sense that Poseidon was not as easily manageable as he initially appeared. If the conversation were to continue, it would inevitably delve into the absurdities of various situations, which would hardly serve the purpose of effective expression. Should these two individuals become incensed, the outcome would certainly be a disjointed reality, regardless of whether it concludes favorably. The meeting progressed exceptionally well. After all, they had indulged in coffee, which buoyed both Murong Yunxue and Yinling, observing Poseidon and Harris, who were already quite round-bellied from their drinks. It became apparent that even if this endeavor were to falter, it would still yield a satisfactory outcome. Negotiations, after all, tend to flourish when benefits are adequately presented. As anticipated, Poseidon and Harris readily acquiesced, almost provoking laughter with their eagerness. Although they harbored no animosity towards the Titan giant ape, a wave of intrigue and trepidation surged within them. They even began to question their own lives, pondering whether they had truly encountered this so-called benefactor, Yinling. The coffee they had today was exceptionally delightful, filling their bellies to the brim, leading them to doubt the worthiness of the food they had previously consumed, which now seemed utterly insipid. With both of them having readily consented, Yinling felt there was little left to say. After all, if these two notoriously difficult individuals had chosen to align themselves with him, what more could be said? If this matter were to be discussed further, it would merely serve to elucidate the absurdity for others. Thus, in light of this predicament, Yinling has made a decisive resolution. Now, it remains to be seen who among them will be able to unearth the elusive Titan ape. This Titan ape is indeed a formidable adversary. Floating through the academy like a wisp of air, its whereabouts concealed in some hidden corner. Every time Yinling contemplates this, he feels an overwhelming urge to weep. He initially wished to avoid any association with this group. However, he finds himself compelled, for if the Titan ape is not vanquished, his own progress will undoubtedly be hindered. Faced with such a reality, Yanling has no choice but to lay bare these truths. He can only rely on the strengths of Harris and Poseidon to effect a change in strategy and nothing more. At last, Poseidon is filled with delight, for he has forged a strategic agreement with Yanling, ensuring that the latter can enjoy a cup of coffee at any given moment. Such circumstances are indeed quite manageable. The notion of having a gun in hand and following me is compelling, as long as one can remain in the company of Yanling. Receiving ample psychological and physiological satisfaction at every moment, it becomes a gratifying experience. The situation here is indeed quite intriguing, and the outcome is inevitable. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei has been absent from school these past few days. This is primarily due to his previous encounters with Yanling, where he faced humiliating defeats. At this juncture, it seems more prudent for him to retreat and engage in solitary cultivation. Thus, this explains Li Yunfei's recent disappearance. He has been at home, suffering a grievous beating from his father, Li Feihu. Similarly, Li Dafei finds himself in a precarious position, having caused trouble on campus, which ultimately led to a rather unfortunate fate. In contrast, Li Dafei's predicament stems from his failure to complete a trial, rendering him a disgrace within the family. Comparatively, Li Xiaofei's situation is somewhat more favorable. He remains engaged in academic exchanges at the academy, without drawing undue attention to himself. During his intellectual skirmishes with Yanling, Li Xiaofei did not exert himself significantly. He merely fulfilled the role expected of an elder brother, resulting in a rather straightforward outcome. He did not regard these circumstances with much seriousness, as he perceived Li Yunfei merely as an arrogant and overbearing figure. In his eyes, Li Yunfei is akin to a gluttonous pig, unworthy of his attention. News travels swiftly to Li Yunfei, and he has learned of Yanling's alliance with Poseidon, Moron Yunxua, and Harris to relentlessly hunt down the Titan ape within the academy. This revelation has infuriated Li Yunfei, for he considers himself a figure of some significance. However, recent events have left him feeling utterly defeated, unable to hold his head high. The Titan ape is considered a nemesis within the academy, with everyone eager to pursue it. The prospect of hunting down the Titan promises great rewards, and even the most nonsensical rumors surrounding it have gained traction. The motivation is palpable, as many female students are drawn to strength. This dynamic explains why Li Yunfei has long sought to establish a commanding presence. After years at the academy, he has developed an interest in a particular classmate. Thus, he has sown the seeds of a rather ambiguous affection in his heart, hoping to flatter this female student, although he has yet to act on it. Instead, Yanling may very well intercept this ambition, especially if he succeeds in vanquishing the Titan ape. In the future, he shall be the one truly capable of articulating the genuine facts. However, recent events have left Li Yunfei in a state of considerable distress. It is quite simple. Not only has he lost face, resulting in the forfeiture of his romantic prospects within the campus, but more critically, he finds himself in a predicament where adverse circumstances have arisen on the other side. Ultimately, the situation has culminated into something entirely different from what it seemed. Leaving Li Yunfei lamenting his plight, it feels as if his calls for help go unanswered. And having lost even the most basic right to choose a partner within the academy, he feels utterly humiliated, especially when comparing himself to the offspring of other prominent families. For instance, take Moron Yunxua, who has effortlessly aligned herself with the powerful Yanling, soaring to great heights without facing any adversity within the academy. Moreover, she is not regarded as a mere afterthought, despite her current lack of unwavering commitment. In stark contrast, Li Yunfei seems oblivious, stubbornly engaging in a futile confrontation with Yanling, which ultimately leads to his own downfall. The peculiar circumstances unfolding before him have stripped him of even the slightest semblance of dignity. He is left with no opportunity to salvage his reputation, akin to picking up a discarded facial mask and applying it to his face, resulting in an utterly unflattering appearance. News of the Titan ape's imminent defeat at the hands of Yanling and his associates has spread like wildfire throughout the academy, creating a sensational uproar. Consequently, Yanling has basked in the limelight, while Li Yunfei finds himself on the brink of despair, almost choking on his own frustration. It appears that he is about to erupt in rage, with his nostrils flaring as if blue flames might emerge at any moment. Li Yunfei's mindset is far from magnanimous. He is constantly preoccupied with schemes to gain an advantage. Yet, when confronted with the calamities before him, he struggles to comprehend the reasons behind the absurdity of his circumstances. After much reflection, He realizes that Yin Ling's tasks require merely a slight elevation of his hand, surpassing Li Yunfei's efforts by nearly 1,000-fold, or even more. What? You say that Yin Ling and Murong Yunxue have allied themselves with Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Hades, the god of the underworld? When Li Yunfei's subordinate conveyed the news to him, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Meanwhile, Yin Ling had gathered 3 others, preparing to embark on an intense pursuit of the Titan Great Ape within the academy. It was quite straightforward, since the limelight had already been claimed. It was imperative to elucidate the situation clearly. Otherwise, others might assume he was merely boasting. Faced with this circumstance, Yin Ling decided to take a different approach, bringing the matter to the forefront of attention. He understood that once words are spoken, they are akin to water spilled, irretrievable, much like a daughter once given in marriage. Now, Yin Ling could disregard everything else, yet he was determined to unearth the Titan Great Ape. Most importantly, he remained unfazed by the opinions of others. Even if they criticized him vehemently, he would pursue his intentions resolutely. His aim was to accomplish one of the most significant feats imaginable. The Titan Great Ape had once rendered Li Feilong, his mother's adversary, into a mere shadow of his former self. Li Feilong and Li Feihu belonged to the same clan. However, Li Feilong's circumstances were not particularly favorable, while Li Feihu was a notorious playboy. This playboy had 3 sons, the so-called brothers of Li Yunfei. Presently, Li Feilong was merely a janitor at the academy, despite his formidable prowess. Yet, if tasked with shouldering significant responsibilities, he would falter. He was akin to Duan Yu from Tianlong Babu, possessing legendary martial skills like Lingbo Weibu, but if called to unleash his full potential, he would struggle immensely. Not only had the situation deteriorated on his side, but he had also yet to make any move, and Li Feilong had already suffered a violent and debilitating fate. The Titan Great Ape had inflicted indelible damage upon his body, resulting in widespread decay. To be more precise, the Titan Great Ape had left Li Feilong with severe aftereffects. Otherwise, considering his capabilities, he could have reached a supreme status. Had he attained such heights, not even Tang San or the current Bibi Dong would stand a chance against him, as the evidence was starkly clear. Li Feilong's current anonymity within the academy stemmed solely from his lack of options. Li Yunfei was well aware of Li Feilong's story. Yet he regarded him merely as a distant cousin of his father, a relative of no interest. However, witnessing Yin Ling pursue the Titan Great Ape ignited a sense of urgency within Li Yunfei. Even with a heart of stone, he could not remain indifferent, for he too yearned for the glory of victory. He was a person of flesh and blood, not merely a beast devoid of feelings. Thus, this explains why he had long been on precarious ground, failing to clarify the truths before him. He aspired to attain a higher status, one that would earn him respect. Yet, for years, Li Yunfei had merely been perceived as the foolish son of a wealthy landlord. Had it not been for his father, Li Feihu, steadfastly supporting him, he would have been utterly insignificant. Upon hearing Li Yunfei's intent to confront those responsible, his secretary was struck with fear. Initially, when he relayed the subordinate's news to Li Yunfei, the secretary had not intended to elaborate on the circumstances. Li Yunfei was a quintessentially petty individual. If presented with good news, he would grasp the entirety of the situation. However, if confronted with bad news, it could lead to a significant downturn in his mood. This will inevitably lead to the capture of everything around him, regardless of the nature of the items or misunderstandings. He is bound to lash out at those closest to him. To put it more bluntly, Li Yunfei embodies the archetype of a foolish scion from a wealthy family. He spends his time either in a state of fury or on the verge of it, reacting explosively to the slightest inconvenience. At any moment, he could potentially eliminate everyone around him without a trace. This is what is referred to as the privilege of imperial power. If someone like Li Yunfei were to ascend to a position of considerable authority, the consequences would be dire. Thus, in mere moments, one may be left with nothing, not even their own head, and those who remain will inevitably come to learn of all the tumultuous events that have transpired. Such a presence ought not to exist in this world, as it evokes a profound sense of revulsion. At this moment, the secretary is filled with trepidation. For just moments ago, his subordinate, having delivered the ominous news, fled in disarray. The subordinate is acutely aware of Li Yunfei's temperament, yet the secretary, being one of Li Yunfei's closest confidants, has no choice but to convey this information once more, hoping to temper his anger. Therefore, the secretary's speech has begun to adopt a slow and deliberate cadence, as if he were on the verge of collapsing from the weight of his anxiety. He stated, "Indeed, I have only just been informed of this news. Should those 4 unite, they would hardly pose a formidable threat to us, would they?" The secretary, Having been nurtured by the Li family, possesses considerable capabilities, a strong sense of responsibility, and immense resilience under pressure. He understands well that Li Yunfei is a quintessential prodigal son. Should one treat him with kindness, he may not express gratitude, but should one slight him, the consequences could be dire. He certainly possesses the ability to adeptly manage all that lies within his grasp. This is evident from the two choices he has displayed in reality. Firstly, Li Yunfei, buoyed by the considerable advantages of his family background, treats his subordinates as if they were mere slaves. However, should one provoke him, he will not only withhold gratitude, but will relentlessly pursue vengeance. Consequently, he has already exchanged nearly thousands of male and female secretaries. Yet, his father, Li Feihu, persistently indulges this so-called third son. Convinced that within him resides a glimmer of his own past brilliance, it is abundantly clear that Li Feihu coddles his son as one would a fragile infant. Fearing he might break if held too tightly or fall if not cradled with care, he is treated as a precious gem. The current secretary, who has been by Li Yunfei's side for many years, continues to remain loyal simply because Li Yunfei seldom returns home during his studies at the Douluo Academy. Thus, the secretary has become quite indispensable during these days of relative idleness, often engaging in discussions with the old man about strategies and plans. This explains why the secretary has managed to retain his position for so many years. Otherwise, given Li Yunfei's temperament, neither a secretary nor even a subordinate would remain in his service for an extended period. Thus, he would inevitably become weary, perhaps even disgusted, ultimately leading him to expel the subordinate from his circle. For within him resides a profound sense of superiority that is not typically possessed by ordinary individuals. Upon receiving this news, Li Yunfei was struck as if by a thunderbolt. The revelation was utterly unexpected. He had not anticipated the formidable prowess of Yinling, which not only united the mighty Poseidon and the formidable Hades, but also attracted Murong Yunxue, a scion of the illustrious Murong clan, to his side. Was it possible that he intended to encircle and trap his opponents? If that were the case, Li Yunfei realized he had ample reason to be apprehensive. He could not afford to dismiss this concern, especially with so many individuals relying on him for their livelihoods. If he were to inadvertently create some bizarre chaos, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he must be unable to bear this so-called capability. In truth, what renders Li Yunfei most terrifying is his perception that life holds a certain intrigue. Consequently, he possesses a profound appreciation for his existence and a fervent desire to persist. In Chapter 131, titled "It is Too Late to Fear Now," he lives quite comfortably, yet he never anticipated that merely provoking Yinling would entangle him in such complications. All the experts have launched fierce attacks against his side, and even if Li Yunfei were to be utterly foolish, he would comprehend that his animosity with Yinling does not reach the depths of a vendetta over familial loss or a rivalry for a beloved. Nevertheless, the actions of Yinling bewilder Li Yunfei. He cannot fathom why so many unfortunate events have transpired. Ultimately, he finds himself in such a dire predicament without any favorable resolution. What, then, is the source of this predicament? Where did the miscalculation occur? Li Yunfei has traversed these thoughts repeatedly, yet he cannot seem to navigate through this conundrum. To speak more plainly, individuals like Li Yunfei, who rely on their affluent family background, essentially lack any genuine prowess. His meager tricks are utterly insignificant in the eyes of others. To clarify further, he embodies the archetype of a traditional wastrel. Should he be tasked with shouldering substantial responsibilities, he would undoubtedly falter. For instance, if he were entrusted with managing the entire company's equity, not only would he mismanage it, but he could likely precipitate a market crash. The implication is clear. Among the second-generation wealthy, few possess the capability to truly excel. Most are products of a formidable first generation, while the second generation often proves utterly inept. This trend stems from the first generation's reluctance to consider their descendants for succession, culminating in the adage that wealth seldom endures beyond 3 generations. This reality is vividly illustrated here, which is precisely why the elder Li has always favored Li Xiaofei. From Li Xiaofei, he perceives the essence of a businessman, despite Li Xiaofei's occasional impulsiveness. However, his principle of "if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them" has always been his hallmark. In stark contrast, Li Yunfei and Li Dafei do not share this wisdom. When not bullied, they tend to provoke those who seem easily intimidated, yet they will never grasp the meaning of the phrase "a young calf does not fear a tiger." In this world, few should dare to provoke an entity like Yinling. Should one incite his ire, the consequences of his wrath could be dire. It would undoubtedly plunge the other party into an abyss of despair, When this truth manifests itself, it strikes like a formidable shockwave. What unfolds before us vividly illustrates the complexities of right and wrong. Yin-Ling, after all, is a solitary figure, enduring considerable suffering in this world. Moreover, devoid of parental support, he emerges from humble beginnings, contending with someone like Li Yunfei, who insists on engaging him in a battle of wits and courage. Certainly, one cannot expect a favorable outcome. If Yin-Ling had not possessed a twin martial soul from the beginning and had opted to confront Li Yunfei head-on, exchanging lives for lives, then Li Yunfei would undoubtedly lack the courage to engage with Yin-Ling directly. The disparity is stark. One possesses an abundance of wealth while the other has nothing. This scenario mirrors the ongoing struggle between the impoverished and the affluent, where the wealthy often choose to bow their heads, for they have yet to exhaust their riches. Conversely, the destitute are besieged by the very reality that survival becomes a daily struggle, leading them to endure excruciating memories of hardship. Thus, the conflict between the rich and the poor is not as overt as it may appear on the surface. It is riddled with underlying fissures. At that moment, cold sweat trickled down Li Yunfei's brow, as he had never anticipated the swiftness of his own fear. He had never considered that Yin-Ling's animosity towards him had escalated to such profound depths. Now, he even questioned whether Yin-Ling's quest for the so-called Titan giant ape was merely a facade, with the true intention being revenge against him. Consequently, Li Yunfei found himself stuttering. I never expected that by merely bullying Yin-Ling, he would rally so many formidable experts against me. Does he truly seek my life? He turned to his secretary, hoping for an insightful response. However, the secretary appeared equally vexed, for he could not comprehend why Li Yunfei felt compelled to provoke someone like Yin-Ling. After all, Yin-Ling was a quintessential hot-headed youth, emerging from a rough background, while Li Yunfei was the archetype of a privileged heir. They were not even on the same path. Why entangle oneself with an orphan who has lost everything? Surely, one must realize that for Yin-Ling, even the act of living another day is a considerable challenge. Given Li Yunfei's advantageous circumstances, what purpose could there be in antagonizing him? As the secretary grappled with confusion, Li Yunfei found himself ensnared in fear, both of them oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. Despite the apparent lack of connection between them, an array of peculiarities emerged, leaving onlookers bewildered. The outcome was undeniably clear. The secretary, being a member of the workforce, understood the nuances of human interactions and how reality ought to be portrayed. In stark contrast, Li Yunfei was ignorant of such matters. His father, Li Feihu, had never taken the time to guide him through the complexities of right and wrong, nor imparted the essential rules for navigating this world. Consequently, Li Yunfei surrounded himself with sycophantic friends and allies, expelling those who dared to speak harshly against him. Even within the confines of the academy, he continued to exude arrogance. Moreover, Li Feihu, fearing for his youngest son's well-being, had arranged for him to be near his elder brothers, Li Dafei and Li Xiafei, ensuring that Li Yunfei received their constant care. He was treated like a cherished treasure, receiving meals and refreshments served at his convenience. Ultimately, Li Yunfei emerged as a figure of unwarranted arrogance, lacking even the basic awareness of his own inferiority. His existence in this realm instilled a palpable sense of dread, as he epitomized the archetype of a campus bully. Conversely, Yin-Ling represented the victim, yet his formidable strength allowed him to withstand the pressure. Chapter 132. Why engage in provocation when one can remain dignified? This scenario painted a vivid tapestry, yet if one were to truly harness their potential, what a remarkable world could be forged. He undoubtedly finds himself free from trivial matters, for he is acutely aware of his own worth. If one were to claim there is no peculiarity present, it would only denote incompetence, yet anyone can fall into such a category. However, Yin-Ling cannot be deemed ineffectual. After all, he is the protagonist, endowed with the identity of a chosen one. In contrast, Li Yunfei is merely a fleeting character. And yet this individual dares to prance before Yin-Ling, oblivious to the fact that his antics hold no significance in Yin-Ling's eyes. A mere flick of Yin-Ling's hand could easily suppress him. Should he desire, he could eliminate Li Yunfei within the confines of his cage. Yet, Yin-Ling refrains from such drastic measures, for he understands that his current strength is insufficient to vanquish Li Yunfei of the Li family alone. His adversaries are numerous, and even more shall emerge in the future. Thus, in the face of such circumstances, Yin-Ling realizes that having an ally opens more pathways, while losing one erects walls. Consequently, he must confront these realities, suppressing his grievances deep within. However, he overlooks a crucial truth. Should the Titan giant ape truly rise to prominence, The equipment it could yield would elevate him to great heights in an instant. If he so wishes, he can certainly achieve this. At that moment, the secretary found himself at a loss for words, as he distinctly perceived an overwhelming excitement etched upon Li Yunfei's countenance, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. It appeared that Li Yunfei was exceedingly tense, and the secretary could not help but find his behavior rather comical. Instead of pursuing a stable life and education, he chose to provoke Yinling, a reckless youth, at a time when mere survival is already fraught with difficulty. He foolishly conjured up these shattered realities, only for Yinling to rally an unusual band of 5 to hunt him down. Was he now afraid? Bold yet cowardly? As the secretary contemplated this, he dismissed the situation at hand, casting a derisive glance at Li Yunfei, convinced that this young man would never amount to anything significant. He would likely spend his life entangled with so-called minor characters, never emerging as a formidable figure. Nevertheless, despite his disdain for Li Yunfei, the secretary endeavored to maintain professionalism, striving to keep his work organized. Thus, he spoke in a slow, conciliatory tone. I believe this should not be the case. Logically, there must be other circumstances at play. Don't you think? In truth, when the secretary uttered these words, he was on the verge of laughter, for it was quite evident. After presenting these established facts before him, 2 distinct paths lay ahead for him to traverse. Thus, Li Yunfei faced a choice, either to formally concede to Yinling, acknowledging these so-called oddities and dismissing them as inconsequential, thereafter continuing on his solitary path while Yinling pursued his own bright avenue, resulting in a complete severance of any future connection, or, alternatively, to directly confront Yinling, severing all ties with those elements entirely. In this scenario, even the most formidable presence could give rise to 2 distinct factions, leading to the question of whether Yinling's network within the academy was sufficiently extensive. The secretary believed that Li Yunfei's connections were already quite substantial, positing that a mere rogue like Yinling, relying solely on reckless bravado, would likely be insufficient to dismantle the formidable lineage and extensive relationships of the Li family. Observing the secretary's demeanor, no perfect or reasonable explanation was forthcoming. Li Yunfei was on the verge of tears, realizing that he had truly stirred up a tempest. Yinling sought to capitalize on the might of the Titanate, intending to obliterate all that stood in his way. Such a situation is indeed rather disheartening, caught in such a web of entanglement. Li Yunfei finds himself increasingly haunted by his thoughts, even beginning to question the very essence of his existence. He grapples with the poignant memories of his past, pondering why he must endure life in this world. Over the years, he has lived in a state of perpetual confusion, relying on the support of his elder brothers at school and the unwavering presence of his parents and grandparents at home. Yet, upon entering society, he discovers that no one will coddle him. He is merely a novice. His first encounter with Yinling resulted in a brutal slap that left him battered and bruised. Upon returning home, rather than advising him to adopt a more discreet approach, Li Feihu, his father, insists on instilling in him the resolve for revenge. This reflects a profound dysfunction in their relationship, emblematic of a father's incompetence. He has raised a foolish son, entangled in the foolish schemes of others. As they plot to topple the Li family, should they succeed, it could indeed stir a tempest across the entire Douluo continent. The downfall of the Li family would undoubtedly embolden the Murong clan, including Murong Shijia and Murong Yinxue, who would seize the opportunity. In such a vast land, resources are scarce, and few dare to instigate conflict. However, the emergence of Yinling, a wild card with neither background nor strength, yet brimming with audacity, poses a threat. This suggests that the Murong family must be covertly backing Yinling in his bold endeavors. If the Li family were to fall, the Murong clan would surely mobilize all their forces to absorb the Li family's assets, thereby consolidating their own power and systematically expelling the Li family from the territory. Perhaps overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding, Li Yunfei recalls his elder brother Li Dafei and younger brother Li Xiaofei. Just days ago, Li Xiaofei had attempted to defend him, but instead faced near disaster at the hands of Yinling. Fortunately, Li Xiaofei possesses a certain cunning, enabling him to navigate through perilous situations. Chapter 133, Seeking the Elder Brother. Chapter 134, No Victories Achieved. Chapter 135, The Struggle Persists. Let us observe how the narrative unfolds from here, as I harbor my own contemplations regarding the eventual resolution. Murong Yinxue's demeanor was resolutely unwavering, indicating his intention to persist until the very end. However, the circumstances on his side remained unclear to Yinling, who had yet to make a definitive statement. Among the 4 individuals in their faction, two possessed absolute decision-making authority. Yet, without Yinling's endorsement, even Murong Yunshue's steadfast determination could only be silently dismissed as inconsequential. To put it plainly, the facts should have been articulated more clearly. Nevertheless, the paths are set. Murong Yunshue and Yinling found themselves in the same boat, aligned as comrades in arms. Yet, how could such allies hope to survive in this world? Logically, they should not. At this juncture, Murong Yunshue sought to ignite Yinling's fighting spirit, hoping to leverage his capabilities to skillfully unleash their potential. This would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits for Murong Yunshue, while Yinling would have no need for further declarations. His satisfaction would stem simply from eliminating someone like Li Yunfei. Observing Murong Yunshue's exaggerated expressions, Yinling could hardly suppress his laughter, as he had not anticipated such a thoughtless approach from this individual. It seemed as if he operated without any semblance of rational thought. Either he was unwell or his mind was simply peculiar, conjuring up such absurdities. Yinling struggled to comprehend the workings of this man's mind. Given that Li Yunfei insisted on a relentless confrontation, they had no reason to succumb to fear. Furthermore, engaging in battle was unnecessary, for what lay before them was no trivial matter. The outcome had already begun to unfold. It was abundantly clear that only one scenario could emerge from this situation. Let us observe whether Li Yunfei can select a map from his end, or if it is possible for us to reach a certain situation on our own accord. Following this, a series of divisions will ensue. As this is inherently a complex interplay of interests akin to the stock market, should one party be willing to concede, it would undoubtedly facilitate matters. However, the temperament of both sides is crucial. If both are obstinate, the outcome becomes far less apparent. Meanwhile, Yinling finds himself perplexed. As he perceives no profound animosity toward Li Yunfei, his desire to vanquish the Titan ape and gather resources bears no relation to Li Yunfei. It is akin to two individuals waiting at a traffic light. One turns left, another goes straight, while the third veers right. They are, after all, strangers. Why then? Must they entangle themselves in such complexities? Yinling is left bewildered by the intentions of this individual. Contemplating the situation, he struggles to comprehend whether there exists a fundamental disparity between himself and Li Yunfei. He, a scion of a wealthy family, has no interest in Li Yunfei, who seems to persistently pursue him with what he deems a so-called hunting endeavor. If this escalates, it would undoubtedly prove unseemly. At its core, there exists a significant misunderstanding between them. Li Yunfei suspects that Yinling's gathering of personnel is a prelude to a series of attacks against him, while Yinling believes he is merely assembling forces to confront the Titan ape. However, Li Yunfei's gathering of his brother's men appears to be an obstruction to Yinling's intentions. Further probing into his affairs, this is evidently a calculated effort to undermine and attack his character. Under such circumstances, even the most steadfast individual would harbor their own thoughts. Thus, until this misunderstanding is resolved, Yinling is reluctant to elaborate further, for his mind is not preoccupied with Li Yunfei, nor does he hold any interest in him. It would be prudent to maintain a distance from this individual, fearing further entanglements, given the immense power of the Li family. In comparison to the Murong clan, the two families are as formidable as the roaring lions of the East River. Yinling wishes to remain uninvolved and disinterested in their affairs, hoping that this group will keep their distance. As he gazes at Murong Yunshue, he contemplates leveraging his own stature, fully aware of her intentions. Therefore, he does not acquiesce to her demeanor, but rather coldly articulates his thoughts. Are you suggesting that you intend to personally seek out Li Yunfei for negotiations? I would advise against it. That fellow is currently in a fit of rage. If you suggest further negotiations with him, it will only lead him to perceive it as an insult, and indeed, it is not merely an affront, but rather a humiliation that is utterly intolerable. Yinling would never stoop low to negotiate with Murong Yunshue on behalf of Li Yunfei. It is quite simple. Yinling possesses his own principles and has no interest in this individual. The reality of the situation has been elucidated with great clarity. Given that just a couple of days ago, all semblance of camaraderie was thoroughly severed, then why must it be presented in such an unappealing manner today? Thus, Yinling expressed all of his thoughts. Li Yunfei, even if he were to bow his head in submission, would find forgiveness beyond his reach. He owned to sever ties and wished for him to maintain a distance. Yet, unexpectedly, the other party persisted in encroaching upon his boundaries. If that were the case, even someone who held him in disregard could articulate the resentment nestled deep within, allowing others to comprehend the essence of his character. Upon hearing Yinling's account, Murong Yunshue's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this individual would still don the guise of a saint. If such were the case, The situation was indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. As this thought crossed his mind, a genuine wry smile emerged from Murong Yunqiue's heart. He could not help but smile bitterly. For he sensed that Yinling was beginning to draw a line, intending to establish a clear boundary. An involuntary chill ran down his spine. Could it be that Yinling had discerned his ulterior motives, believing he sought to exploit him? Chapter 136. A desire to utilize another's blade. If such words were to be uttered, the matter would indeed seem ephemeral. Murong Yunqiue felt as though he might bleed from the mouth as he gazed at Yinling, hoping that he would once again clarify his stance. At that moment, Murong Yunqiue spoke with utmost seriousness. What do you propose we do about this situation? His continuous disruptions were utterly repulsive. One could hardly allow Poseidon and Hades to extinguish Li Yunfei's life. Such an outcome would be profoundly distasteful. Murong Yunqiue articulated this sentiment clearly, his meaning unmistakable. Let us observe whether Yinling can arrive at a rather flawless decision, particularly if he chooses not to address Yinling's situation at all. Let us observe who can indeed produce these so-called bizarre outcomes. It has become exceedingly evident, should there be a failure to present these scenarios in a comprehensible manner, one must question the capabilities at hand. This can only imply that Yinling is a person who struggles to safeguard his own existence, yet still aspires to thrive in the lives of others. Such aspirations are truly disconcerting to witness. Murong Yunqiue's words carry a clear meaning. She seeks to observe whether Yinling can manifest the reality he presents in a vivid and compelling manner. Should there be anything commendable to speak of, such circumstances present a remarkable opportunity. However, if one were to speak ill of it, they would merely be indulging in trivialities. Poseidon and Hades are unequivocally deities, and these two formidable gods are not likely to wield their divine powers on behalf of a mere mortal. In truth, should they choose to exercise their divine strength, it would only signify their own lack of comprehension regarding the intricate realities at play. The emergence of such so-called anomalies is tantamount to disregarding the sanctity of mortal lives. Upon hearing Murong Yunqiue's words, Yinling was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous figure could prove to be so ruthless. He realized that, when it came to matters of cruelty, the average individual would indeed be no match for her. At that moment, Yinling regarded Murong Yunqiue as though she were a mere jester. Finally understanding that her proximity to him was motivated by a desire to eliminate the threat posed by Li Yunfei. The conflicts among their illustrious families had inadvertently entangled him in their strife, and as this realization dawned upon him, a sense of unease grew within Yinling. What relevance do the interests of the upper echelons among you hold for me? It is akin to the struggle between the emperor and his ministers. While you engage in your cerebral and cunning battles, I find myself merely a spectator in this farcical drama. Yet you insist on pursuing me as if I were a target to be cornered. Such circumstances evoke a sense of utter contempt, prompting one to dismiss them entirely. However, to my astonishment, you seem to be pressing further. In this moment, observing Murong Yunqiue's clenched teeth and ire, Yinling can hardly suppress a laugh. He had no intention of adhering to the fleeting whims of Murong Yunqiue's thoughts. Rather, he spoke coldly to her, stating, though Li Yunfei is indeed detestable, his transgressions do not warrant death. After all, his existence holds considerable significance within the Li family. Should we provoke him unduly? It is certain that all present will face dire consequences in the blink of an eye. Thus, in addressing this paramount issue, we must strive for a victory that is cautious and measured. Otherwise, should we create a scene of utter disgrace, it would plunge us into an incomprehensible predicament. Indeed, Yinling believes that while Li Yunfei deserves punishment, it is not fitting to call upon the likes of Poseidon and Hades to eradicate him. Such an act would become a ludicrous tale throughout the Douluo continent. The mere notion of deities from the Western realms arriving at this academy for academic discourse, only to slay a student, would be a mockery of epic proportions within the Douluo realm. Therefore, in the face of such extraordinary capabilities, it is clear that we must maintain a steadfast resolve, seeking victory through prudence while avoiding unnecessary turmoil and distractions. Let us not engage in the trivialities of idle gossip. It is indeed a situation that evokes laughter, a remarkable amalgamation that defies comprehension. In the face of such disparate abilities and opportunities, Yinling comprehends the reality that must unfold. He cannot possibly conform to the notions harbored by Murong Yunqiue regarding these so-called matters. However, he is resolute in his determination to cultivate the modest patch of land in his possession to its utmost potential, for it is said that in comparison, one may find their demise, and in evaluating commodities, one may discard the inferior. Only by surpassing others in excellence can one achieve true distinction. What is truly disheartening is the ignorance of some who remain unambitious. The situation over there is utterly chaotic, rendering it incomprehensible. It evokes a sense of ephemeral, shattered eccentricity. Yin articulated his perspective, asserting that all matters could be addressed through the principles of negotiation. He emphasized the importance of eschewing violence. For behind such brutality lies an array of bloodshed. If such elements were to manifest in their most grotesque form, it would undoubtedly provoke a strong sense of disapproval among onlookers. This underscores why Yin could adopt a more resolute approach. Nevertheless, he consistently opts for a strategy rooted in prudence and composure, believing that only through such measured victories can one truly grasp and integrate what ought to be regarded as inconsequential. Failing to do so would merely lead to being ensnared by others' capricious interests. If others were to witness this, they would undoubtedly perceive it as the absurd antics of an extraordinary fool in chaotic times. Upon hearing these words, Morong Yunshue's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yinling. He realized that this individual had transformed into a complete stranger, appearing as an unfamiliar person to him. Was he truly the same elder brother he once followed? Why did he now approach matters with such trepidation, as if fearful of both wolves and tigers? What could possibly be the reason behind this? What was there to fear? Li Yunfei was merely the third grandson of the Li family, which boasted a multitude of sons and grandsons. Eliminating him was hardly a grave matter. Why entangle oneself in such trivialities? Why this incessant preoccupation? Surely not. I cannot believe you are regarding me with such a gaze. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 137. In order to negotiate, I merely expressed an opinion. What does that look in your eyes signify? Do you truly believe this is my fault? I too am caught in this predicament, fearful and at a loss. If I were capable of standing on a moral high ground to admonish Li Yunfei, compelling him to refrain from his excesses, could I achieve that? Please, do not put me in such a difficult position. Yinling perceived Morong Shue's gaze as that of a monster, nearly on the verge of tears. He never anticipated that Morong Yunshue was a quintessential opportunist. Had he chosen to articulate this situation to align with Morong's sentiments, he would have comprehended everything involved. Yet, should he fail to convey it according to Morong's desires, it would only evoke an indescribable suffering within him. In an instant, the disdain would surface, seemingly aimed at delivering a series of blows to his perspective. Such behavior was indeed amusing. No. The way you look at me suggests that you are quite the peculiar character. Yet I did not foresee that your situation was not merely a matter of self-interest. Instead, it has surprisingly taken on an air of credibility, leading me to conclude that you are quite an amusing individual. Do you understand? Morong Yunshue now speaks with eyes wide open, uttering utter nonsense. He has completely lost sight of what it means to understand the vastness of the heavens and the earth. As he gazes upon Yinling, he perceives him as a harbinger of misfortune, an inscrutable one at that. Initially, he believed he could grasp the situation with clarity. Yet it has become increasingly perplexing. Even before the facts have fully manifested, he feels as though he has been stifled in his cradle. Thus, it is no wonder that Yinling finds himself equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the circumstances. This predicament is far from easy to navigate, compelling Morong Yunshue to articulate his perspective. He sincerely hopes that Yinling will not hold him accountable, should any bizarre statements arise. It is indeed challenging for him to accept what this established fact truly signifies. Initially, Morong Yunshue envisioned an overly idealistic scenario. He believed that Yinling would never resort to being a coward. However, to his astonishment, Yinling not only adopted the role of a coward, but also positioned himself on a moral high ground that was even more perplexing. To claim that this was his fault, under such circumstances, was to overlook the fact that they were no longer aligned on the same front. Morong Yunshue finally relinquished any hope he had for Yinling, concluding that since the matter had become so glaringly obvious, it was best to regard it as a mere fact and not dwell on it further. As Morong Yunshue continued to speak nonsensically, Yinling found it increasingly difficult to comprehend him. He was aware that this individual, day after day, seemed to be lost in thoughts that might involve manipulating him or leveraging his connections. Yet, Yinling was resolute in his belief that he would not be used for such purposes. As adults standing on the same path, why create such an array of absurdities? Did he genuinely believe he was easy to manipulate? With that thought in mind, Yinling made his stance abundantly clear. He pointed decisively at Morong Yunshue and stated, "You should take care of that matter yourself. After all, you belong to a prominent family, and alongside Li Yunfei, you both share a common language. It would be prudent for you two to discuss this thoroughly. We shall temporarily set aside these so-called circumstances, nothing more. If it proves feasible, then we can acknowledge it for now. After delivering these words, Yanling observed Murong Yunxue's reaction, eager to discern his attitude. Should his demeanor be favorable, Yanling would entrust him with this formidable task. If not, he would reconsider. Yanling decided to refrain from utilizing Murong Yunxue to entangle herself with Li Yunfei for the time being. Currently, Li Yunfei was still in a fit of anger. And should he be provoked further, it would be intriguing to see who could adeptly navigate the ensuing complexities. While Yanling found the interests entwined in familial disputes perplexing, he was acutely aware of a particular narrative. Thus, the Murong family and the Li family shared certain connections during the ancient times. However, as the influence of the Li family gradually expanded, they ultimately abandoned the Murong lineage, which is hardly surprising. Why then does Murong Yunxue find Li Yunfei's demeanor so unyielding? Could it be that they are entangled in the grievances of a bygone era? If that were the case, this situation would indeed be quite fascinating, silently accumulating into these self-evident circumstances that one cannot help but observe. It is almost comical, as the unfolding reality resembles a jest, presenting itself in a rather humorous light. Murong Yunxue's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Yanling would dare to speak so boldly. With just a few remarks, he positioned himself upon the moral high ground, compelling Murong Yunxue to bear the weight of it all. Who does he think he is? Does he truly consider himself the reincarnation of some mythical figure, assigning himself a role and expecting to dictate his actions? How absurd. In contemplating this, Murong Yunxue felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He never imagined that Yanling would treat him with such familiarity, effortlessly putting him in an awkward position with merely a few words. If some peculiar statements were to truly emerge, who would bear the responsibility for the reasoning and the consequences? It is quite amusing to witness such perilous realities laid bare before us, yet still expect someone to piece together these so-called circumstances. However, since Yanling has entrusted her with a significant responsibility, Murong Yunxue can only swallow her pride. She understands her own limitations, and if truly precarious situations arise, it would not be so easy to fabricate the facts. Thus, he resolved to elucidate this matter once more. It is certainly not too late. Clearly, this concept has the potential to advance further in the development of this era. This merely indicates that the era of fearing both the wolf in front and the tiger behind has indeed passed. What lies ahead must undoubtedly shine with the brilliance of justice and progress in unison. Although Murong Yunxue felt reluctant, his words flowed effortlessly. All right. Since you have entrusted this arduous task to me. Chapter 138, A Visit. There is no need for me to get entangled too deeply in this matter. After all, a person of keen intellect would not engage in the trivialities that Li Yunfei has. Ultimately, if something truly embarrassing were to arise, it would be unwise to dredge up irrelevant nonsense, which would only serve to heighten one's sense of vulnerability. Having expressed these thoughts, Murong Yunxue made her way towards the Li residence, intending to pay a personal visit. She planned to bring a few gifts to negotiate with Li Yunfei and persuade him to spare Yanling, emphasizing that the gathering of so many peculiar individuals was not aimed at him, but rather at slaying the Titan ape. It is hoped that Li Yunfei would not take it to heart nor leverage the connections and influence of his elder brother. Should this situation devolve into something truly embarrassing, it would leave one utterly disoriented. If such an embarrassing scenario were to manifest, it would indeed evoke a sense of horror among observers, revealing the absurdity of the circumstances. Those who understand these facts should recognize the implications and refrain from fabricating such tales. What did you say? Murong Yunxue has taken the initiative to come to my home, intending to negotiate some matters with me? Are you certain you are not misrepresenting the situation? I can't shake the feeling that your mind is clouded, Li Yunfei exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears upon receiving the news. He never anticipated that Murong Yunxue, despite her meticulous plans, would actually come to his doorstep. Could it be that in the presence of his father's sister, she might resort to physically confronting him? At that moment, seeing the secretary relay this information, he even questioned whether the secretary might be exaggerating the situation. He knew well that the secretary had been diligent in his service to the Li family over the years, and ordinarily, he wouldn't return from school. However, due to the multitude of distressing events that had transpired at school, the secretary found himself obliged to remain by Li Yunfei's side continuously. Li Yunfei began to suspect whether some peculiar incident had indeed occurred with the secretary. If that were the case, the secretary would be deserving of severe reproach. Yet, at that moment, the secretary felt an unjust burden, for he was merely a harbinger of truth and not a purveyor of falsehoods. He simply conveyed the facts without embellishment. Why then should there be a need for absurdities? My third young master, is there something amiss with your reasoning? You accuse me of losing my senses, yet I wonder about the state of your own mind. Why not step outside and see for yourself? Murong Yushiue stands at the entrance with something in her hands. How can you still doubt my words? What is it that you fail to comprehend? I have elucidated the facts for you. You must comprehend that these circumstances are indeed quite intricate. What am I to do? I am merely a fugitive. I can relay information, but to expect me to bear the weight of the world is beyond my capacity. Please, spare me. Upon uttering these words, the secretary exhibited a palpable desire to gather his belongings and depart. It was evident that the brilliance he radiated made his sentiment unmistakable. He felt that the situation was not one that could be easily reconciled. Despite his good intentions, running errands and serving tea, he had come before you, Li Yunfei, only to find that you disregarded his counsel. To make matters worse, you appeared to suspect him of deceit, which left the secretary feeling deeply wronged. He contemplated simply turning on his heel and leaving. After all, being a secretary could be pursued elsewhere. Moreover, he was a distinguished graduate from a reputable institution. Why should he endure such convolutions here? Very well, you handle him for now. I shall confer with my elder brother about our course of action. I did not anticipate that Murong Shui would dare to pay me a personal visit. Initially, I wished to avoid any interaction with him, as you are well aware of the animosity I harbor towards them. If it came to a confrontation, I lack the fortitude to engage in a duel. Yet, I find myself in a predicament. He is not one to hide a dagger behind a smile. Nor will he attempt to strike me under the guise of a gift. I cannot afford to expose my vulnerability, for I lack the courage to do so. Observing the secretary's resolute demeanor, Li Yunfei realized that there was no need to further antagonize him. After all, he was merely fulfilling his professional obligations. And provoking him could lead to undesirable consequences. Perhaps in the next moment, I too shall find myself facing an unfavorable outcome. Thus, at this juncture, Li Yunfei resolved to consult his elder brother. Currently, his brother was recuperating in the eastern wing and was unable to make an appearance. He hoped to ascertain whether his brother could impart a few extraordinary techniques to help him navigate this predicament. Deep within Li Yunfei's thoughts lingered the notion that Murong Yunshue would not visit without a significant purpose. The next moment might well herald some absurd calamity. Very well. Third young master, he conceded, since you have expressed it thus, I have little more to add. I shall ensure he is well cared for and warmly received. That shall suffice for now. We shall see if you can perform admirably in the moment. Of course, should we face circumstances fraught with peril, I shall endeavor to take decisive action. The secretary issued a final directive to confront the enemy, capable of stalling Murong Yunshue. However, should she intend to unleash a particularly devastating attack, the situation would become dire. Thus, he resolved that the most prudent course of action was to retreat strategically. The secretary, perceiving that his existence was firmly anchored in his own hands, rather than being subject to the whims of others, embraced this realization. Under such circumstances, the secretary endeavored to fulfill his paramount role, first ensuring the stability of Yunshue in his dreams. He awaited to see whether Li Yunfei could devise an effective strategy to launch a formidable assault. Observing the secretary's receding figure, Li Yunfei felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He had never anticipated that Murong Yunshue would dare to visit him personally. If that were the case, the matter would indeed be far from easily resolved. The outcome has clearly manifested itself unfavorably before us. Thus, let us observe how many individuals possess the capability to undertake genuinely constructive actions. Chapter 139. Awakening from a deathly illness in a moment of decisive clarity, Li Yunfei, as if his feet had been greased, swiftly dashed towards the chamber where his elder brother resided. At that moment, Li Dafei lay upon his sickbed like a plump pig, lamenting in a state of near death. Meanwhile, Li Dafei's mother, who is also Li Yunfei's mother, gazed upon him with a furrowed brow, observing her son languishing on the bed, devoid of appetite and lost in sorrowful sighs. It appeared that Li Feihu had indeed dealt a heavy blow. The scene was akin to a whip dipped in cold water, leaving Li Dafei covered in gruesome, bloodied wounds, his flesh torn asunder. I exclaimed, "Dear brother, why do you remain here, lamenting your fate? Murong Yunshue has come seeking you. Pray tell, what shall we do? Surely, I cannot face her alone, can I? Offer me some counsel." Li Yunfei felt as though he were a plant destined for slaughter. Engulfed in despair, he was at a loss, unaware of why his words seemed so disjointed. Yet, he understood that if he were to speak coherently today, in such circumstances, one can be certain that a favorable outcome is unlikely, given that the situation is already laid bare before us. Let us observe whether our elder brother can harness the entirety of his intellect to cultivate and amplify the residual warmth of the situation. Presently, I find myself in a precarious state, akin to a clay figure crossing a river, unable to safeguard my own existence. Even if you were to press me, it would serve no purpose. Do you not perceive that there is scarcely a glimmer of brilliance within me? At this moment, Li Dafei lies upon his sickbed, his countenance etched with sorrow, fully aware that he is yet to reach a stage where his dreams can be adequately addressed, having not even undergone the most rudimentary trials. How could he possibly thrive in this world? Thus, he found himself utterly perplexed by the realities he faced in light of Li Yunfei's requests. He felt a deep sense of despair, for he was, after all, a human being, not some mere beast. Each moment, he pondered how to elevate himself during the trials ahead. Yet, to his dismay, these circumstances eluded his perception, leaving him overwhelmed and distressed. Yinling, undeniably a formidable individual, had initially launched an impressive dual soul attack. However, he did not anticipate that Li Yunfei would prove to be such a troublemaker. Previously, some individuals, like Li Dafei, had dismissed these matters entirely. He had never even heard of Yinling. Only recently did the incessant gossip lead him to realize that these issues were far more complex than he had imagined. After voicing his thoughts, Li Dafei lay on his bed, lamenting his fate. Meanwhile, his mother, who was also Li Yunfei's mother, wore a troubled expression. Her eyes were hollow, reflecting a profound lack of ambition in her son. At that moment, she gazed at her third son, resembling an eternally immature child, filled with helplessness. She sensed that he was an enigma, a character difficult to comprehend. Indeed, it was evident that Li's mother now questioned the capabilities of her three sons. Although they were all her offspring, apart from her second son, Li Xiaofei, the other two appeared to her as the foolish progeny of a landowner. Li Feihu's education seemed to have faltered, leaving her in a state of disarray. She pondered how to navigate these challenges, as years had passed without any sign of brilliance from them. Now, witnessing her eldest son, battered and bruised, and observing Li Xiaofei, who was merely mediocre, she was further disheartened by the arrival of Li Yunfei, who stood there like an unrefined creature. Such signs are indicative of a temperament that could shatter one's resolve in mere moments. Keeping such individuals close not only hinders the attainment of true greatness, but also distances them from those around them, preventing any possibility of achieving what might be deemed as true talent. Thus, in this convoluted cycle, Li's mother genuinely felt that she must have committed some grave transgression in a past life to have given birth to these three inept individuals, particularly today. Upon witnessing Li Yunfei kneeling before her, her frustration transformed into a fervent desire for him to rise above mediocrity. In that moment, she swiftly turned to him, offering counsel. "My dear third son, do not burden your elder brother further. Just look at his injuries. His body bears the marks of a brutal beating, utterly battered. Given his current state, why must you insist on demanding more from him?" As Li's mother spoke, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Indeed, the bond between mother and son is profound. After all, her eldest son is still her son, and so is her youngest. Gazing at her eldest, who had been brutally beaten by his own father, the sight of his battered body, bloodied and bruised, stirred her maternal instincts. Despite her emotional turmoil, she had been by Li Dafei's side throughout these trying days, motivated by a simple desire for companionship to provide him solace. This is why she resolved to maintain a certain distance in their relationship. She decided to manage her emotions with grace. For the alternative, a situation that could be deemed absurd, would render her a figure of ridicule. In truth, Li's mother's own background is steeped in hardship. She and Li Feihu were not bound by any noble lineage. Born into a humble household, she grew up in poverty, lacking both father and mother. Although not an orphan, her parents regarded her as a lesser being, leading to her long-standing malnutrition. Over the years, her life has been a monotonous struggle until she encountered the scoundrel Li Feihu. Initially, she believed in a mutual affection, only to find herself forcibly claimed by him. Ultimately, she became the mother of Li Xiaofei and Li Dafei, as well as Li Yunfei, a mere pawn in Li Feihu's capricious game. The reality is that Li Feihu had other wives, yet those unions produced only daughters. This circumstance elevated Li's mother's status, as she was the mother of three sons who provided her with support, especially after Li Yunfei's birth. Her position transformed from obscurity to one that allowed her to hold her head high within the Li family, proudly proclaiming the accomplishments of her three promising sons. The elderly held her in high regard, recognizing her as a significant contributor to the family's legacy. However, today, Witnessing her third son Li Yunfei relying on his incapacitated elder brother for support, she felt compelled to counsel him gently, urging him to refrain from causing further trouble. The Li family, with its vast wealth and resources, does not require such trivialities. She implored him not to create a situation that would end in disgrace. If we were to speak in this manner, the situation has become incomprehensible, leaving one to ponder how it might ultimately conclude. At this juncture, Li's mother has firmly accepted a most perfect reality, no longer attempting to clarify these circumstances for better understanding. This can only signify that the situation has deteriorated to an exceptionally dire state. Witnessing his mother and elder brother turning their backs on him, Li Yunfei felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He could not hold back his tears, as he never anticipated that his brother, who had merely sustained a minor injury, would not stand by him in this moment of crisis. To make matters worse, Morong Yunxue had already come knocking at their door. Here was his elder brother, acting like a coward, and to his dismay, even his mother was not on his side. At this thought, Li Yunfei found himself at a loss, tears welling up in his eyes. He was but a man with his own emotions, and he had always believed that his mother would support him. Rather than uttering harsh words against him at such an unfortunate time, what could have led to such an absurd situation? In that moment, a wave of frustration surged within him, and he directed his rage towards his mother and elder brother, yelling with all his might. So, you, my elder brother, and you, my mother, have both chosen not to stand by me. I am truly disappointed in you. I had thought that, no matter what, you would support me today. Yet here you are, behaving so excessively. Fine, from now on, I shall no longer seek your assistance in any matter. With that, Li Yunfei dashed towards the area behind his elder brother, for he was aware that his brother possessed a remarkably powerful treasure known as the Binding Immortal Rope. With this artifact in hand, he could confront even the mightiest of foes. Yet, he remains ensnared within the confines of a cage, thus, at this juncture, the gentleman's abilities come into play. It is evident that as long as the binding rope of immortality is firmly grasped, everything becomes remarkably clear. The intricacies of the matter have already unfolded before our eyes. We shall observe whether Yanling can endure such a formidable cost. Of course, Li Yunfei is acutely aware of a particular circumstance. He has yet to piece together the chaotic situation at hand, while on the other side, a myriad of disarrayed affairs has already emerged. He understands perfectly well that Yanling has not arrived. It is Morong Yunxue who has come. Therefore, at this moment, Li Yunfei merely suppresses the reality of his circumstances deep within his heart. He perceives that these truths have been laid bare before him. Yet he is compelled to consider how to act, for his decisions cannot alter his fate. It may be best to relinquish everything that remains, as it has become abundantly clear, and one ought not to find oneself in a position to make such decisions again. In such circumstances, it can only be inferred that one's voice within the entire academy will be utterly diminished, lacking even the most fundamental authority. Therefore, at this juncture, in order to navigate the tumultuous waves of social perception and to maintain a semblance of dignity, Li Yunfei has resolutely decided that Mr. Kong must be secured from behind his elder brother. Regardless of the cost, even if it entails sacrificing a limb, he is prepared to make such a sacrifice without hesitation. In this moment, Li Dafei sprang up like a carp leaping from the water. There was no time to hesitate, for if he did not act swiftly, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he could only conclude that it truly existed in this world like a jest. Leaving one perplexed about the nature of such a cycle, Li Dafei could not fathom that this bundle of celestial ropes was his family's treasured heirloom. Of course, it was due to the elder Li's significant regard for him that this item was entrusted into his hands, intended for use in dire circumstances to ensure his survival. Yet, unexpectedly, this critical moment did not serve its purpose. To make matters worse, there arose certain individuals who were utterly self-assured, leaving one to wonder how such a predicament could transpire. At this juncture, witnessing Li Yunfei's excessive actions, Li Dafei hastily intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Calm yourself. This is the celestial rope, our family's treasured heirloom. If you use it against Yanling and cause him harm, the illustrious name of the Li family could be irrevocably tarnished." As Li Dafei observed his brother's fervent demeanor, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. He had never anticipated that his brother would exhibit such remarkable boldness. What, indeed, was this celestial rope? Even if a deity were to descend, they too would find themselves ensnared. Now, this Li Yunfei harbors the audacity to employ the binding rope of immortals against Morong Yunxue. If we consider this, it reveals that he is indeed a remarkably ruthless individual. For Morong Yunxue, regardless of her circumstances, is a scion of the esteemed Murong clan. Yet, Li Yunfei dares to wield such power against her, intending to pursue a relentless onslaught. Should he truly pursue this course of action, it becomes a matter of grave concern. Despite the intricate dangers posed by Li Yunfei, Murong Yunxue, and Yinling, it is imperative to avoid creating chaotic and unreasonable scenarios. Thus, in the face of such a precarious situation, Li Dafei hopes that Yinling will refrain from exacerbating the circumstances. Simultaneously, he wishes for his brother Li Yunfei to refrain from conjuring any bizarre predicaments. Some matters are straightforward, while others are not easily navigable. Thus, it is crucial to reject the latter. Ultimately, the reality lies before them, presenting Li Yunfei with but two paths to tread. Thus, one must certainly seek victory with caution. The scars adorning Li Dafei serve as a poignant testament to this truth. With but a single command from Li Feihu, his life could be irrevocably jeopardized. The reality is starkly evident. Li Yunfei has never once considered the feelings of Li Dafei. He believes that once he grasps the binding immortal rope, he can sever all ties with a mere 3 strikes, rendering the current situation clear and unambiguous. Yet, who can truly fathom the plight of Li Dafei? He perceives his brother as exceedingly ruthless. Such a merciless individual poses a catastrophic threat to the Li family, eclipsing any resentment directed towards Li Yunfei. In contrast, Li Xiaofei emerges as a person of conscience, having refrained from consolidating the so-called circumstances over this prolonged period, resulting in a rather unsightly situation. Thus, Li Dafei's sentiments towards Li Xiaofei run deep. However, with Li Yunfei, the relationship devolves into a daily struggle rife with intrigue, or an incessant contention over the origins of peculiar truths. Witnessing his elder brother prepare to intervene, Li Yunfei is consumed by fury. Simultaneously, his animosity towards Yanling reaches an unprecedented and unfathomable zenith. He wonders why Yanling feels compelled to pursue such ruthless extermination. What, exactly, is his intent? Yet, Li Yunfei remains oblivious to the fact that Murong Yunshue's involvement is not born of desire to escalate the situation to an impasse, but rather to mediate the circumstances. Her arrival aims for reconciliation, not the tragic loss of life. After all, Murong Yunxue is merely a spokesperson for Yanling, a mouthpiece for his agenda. It is evident that the situation should not be convoluted beyond comprehension. How else might one articulate it? In this moment, Li Yunfei's temper flares. He cries out to Li Dafei in despair, "I wield it for self-defense, not to assail others. How can you fail to grasp this?" He remains uncertain whether Yanling might resort to violence against him. Today, Li Yunfei finds his worldview shattered and his spirit cleansed. He never anticipated such treatment from his mother and elder brother, who not only withhold their full strength from him, but also conjure myriad absurdities. This leaves him feeling profoundly despondent, teetering on the brink of tears. Despite being of the same blood, why does his mother so favor his injured brother, Li Dafei? Upon reflecting on these thoughts, Li Yunfei found himself on the verge of tears. He had believed that his father had already been unjust towards him. Yet he was now confronted with the realization that his mother, too, had begun to exhibit a bias against him. His elder brother had merely sustained an injury. Yet Murong Yunxue had reached their doorstep. As a mother, she ought to handle such matters with composure. The resolution of this situation should have been clear-cut, yet unexpectedly, this mother figure not only failed to support him, but instead conjured an increasingly chaotic scenario. In the midst of this turmoil, Li Yunfei was left sobbing without tears. He felt as though his emotions were stifled, overshadowed by the cacophony of applause surrounding him. If one were to consider self-defense in this context, it would be prudent to wield such an object. However, I advise you to remain composed. Yinling has come to negotiate. And it is not as if he is present in person, merely Murong Yunxue. What is there to fear? The Murong family shares a significant connection with ours, and there is no need for such embarrassment. As Li Yunfei contemplated grasping his binding rope merely for protection, Li Dafei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He understood that as long as Li Yunfei refrained from acting immorally, opportunities would still abound. The only concern lay in the potential mishandling of other matters, which could lead to chaos being seized by others. Thus, while Li Dafei could disregard many things, he could not overlook Li Yunfei's demeanor. He further urged him to treat Murong Yunxue with courtesy, for the Li and Murong families had their own substantial history. In such a delicate situation, it was imperative that neither party make a misstep. Otherwise, should these two families engage in conflict, the outcome would surely be disastrous. Hearing his elder brother ramble on, Li Yunfei felt his patience wearing thin. He wondered why he had been forced down this path, questioning the circumstances that had led him here. The recurring scenarios before him unfolded like a theatrical performance, leaving him perplexed as to why others could not comprehend the absurdity of it all. At this moment, Li Yunfei felt compelled to confront his elder brother, Li Dafei, and challenge him. What was he harboring in that head of his? Was it mere nonsense or folly? After all these years, how could he still fail to grasp his character? Although Li Yunfei is not one to be trifled with, he is not reckless enough to carelessly endanger his life. He has always approached his endeavors with caution, while he may occasionally act on impulse. He never brings forth a situation that would cause embarrassment. With a loud voice, Li Yunfei began to express his frustrations. I've already told you, brother, that I am using this to protect myself. Why do you keep going on? And with you and mom here, please refrain from discussing my trivial issues at school. I don't want them to know. Li Yunfei was on the verge of losing his temper. He could hardly believe that his elder brother had started to behave like their mother. Day after day, instead of minding his own business, his brother seemed to be preoccupied with meddling in matters that were already quite evident. As he pondered this, Li Yunfei felt tears welling up. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all, he had thought there couldn't be so many ridiculous entanglements, but he soon realized that the complexities were beyond the comprehension of others, leaving him nearly in tears. As he observed that he was making no progress, Li Dafei was also affected by his words. As an elder in the family, Li's mother was nearing her breaking point upon witnessing this scene. She never imagined that her third son would spend his days embroiled in fights, either brawling with others or engaging in battles of wits. What could he possibly be thinking? Was his world truly so limited to such trivialities? Each time she contemplated this, she felt an intense frustration, lamenting the fact that she had given birth to such a disappointment. If only everyone could be like her second son, but alas, individuals of such caliber are exceedingly rare in this world. With evident displeasure, Li's mother remarked, "Look at you, child. Your elder brother is already injured, and here I am, spending these days with him discussing mundane matters. Why do you have to bring up your misdeeds at school? Your father truly needs to educate you properly, otherwise, the consequences of your actions will be unbearable." While Mother Li was filled with frustration, she also decided to bring her husband, Li Feihu, into the situation. Her intention was quite straightforward, to unleash a series of threats towards Li Yunfei. Though she felt powerless to control the so-called Li Yunfei, she was acutely aware of her husband's formidable and violent nature. Indeed, if Li Feihu were to discipline a child, he would resort to using a whip, inflicting severe pain and causing blood to flow profusely. In truth, Mother Li felt a profound sense of helplessness. She was reluctant to summon her husband unless absolutely necessary. Fully cognizant of his propensity for violence, he resembled a lion trapped in a cage, one that ordinary people dared not provoke. However, the unexpected disobedience of Li Yunfei left her feeling that the situation was far from manageable. Thus, in a moment of decisive clarity, she had no choice but to bring forth her husband, Li Feihu, to intimidate Li Yunfei, hoping to instill a sense of awareness in him regarding his limitations and to deter him from engaging in any outrageous behavior. Upon hearing that his mother intended to involve his father, Li Feihu was nearly struck with terror. He quickly raised his hands in a desperate attempt to prevent her from alerting his father, fully aware that if his father were to discover that he had been disrespectful to Mother Li or to his elder brother, the consequences would be dire. In a fit of anger, his father would undoubtedly unleash a flurry of blows. Aiming directly at his forehead, the assault could swiftly leave him bloodied and battered. Li Yunfei, gripped by fear, urgently implored, Please, don't let my father discipline me. If you do, I will soon find myself in the same wretched state as my elder brother, covered in bruises and injuries. If you, as my mother, feel no sympathy, then allow my father to come and finish me off." As he gazed at his mother, he was struck by the realization that she resembled a villain. He never anticipated that she would so readily invoke the presence of his formidable father. What could her intentions possibly be? Few could truly withstand his father's temper, especially when it was unleashed in its full ferocity. Therefore, not everyone present may be his adversary. After all, Li Feihu was previously a legitimate champion in wrestling. The strength in his hands was astonishing. Even wielding a knife against an ordinary person could result in internal bleeding within moments, without the need for any cold weapon. The aftermath would leave the victim's skin lacerated and blood spilling profusely, leaving all present in utter bewilderment as to how to conclude the situation. Thus, upon hearing that his father, Li Feihu, was to be brought forth, Li Yunfei was utterly terrified, as if he were on the brink of losing control of his bladder from sheer fright. Upon hearing Li Yunfei's words, his mother was instantly filled with sorrow. She never anticipated that her earnest attempts to counsel her third son against such recklessness would yield only a verbal admonition in return, along with claims that he did not care for her feelings. This left a mother feeling as though she could not balance her love properly. In this world, survival is an endeavor that can be quite humiliatingly arduous. At this juncture, as a mother, the somewhat submissively mother, devoid of any real authority, could only manage a resigned smile. She began to counsel Li Yunfei, saying, "Look at you, my child. I merely spoke in passing. Why such agitation? There is no need for you to take this matter to heart." Tears nearly welled in her eyes, for she never anticipated that her son, Li Yunfei, could possess such a heartless disposition. After expressing her concerns, he accused her of lacking affection for him. What mother does not love her son? Despite having 3 children, she has always ensured that they receive equal care and attention. Thus, at this moment, Li mother felt justified in her actions, believing that Li Yunfei was merely inviting his own misfortune by engaging in trivial disputes that left him in such an uncomfortable position. Enough, enough. Take the binding rope and leave. Murong Yunxue is waiting for you outside. We, the Li family, pride ourselves on our hospitality. So do not make this situation more uncomfortable than it needs to be. Observing how Li Yunfei's words had incited such anger in his mother, Li Dafei promptly reprimanded him, urging him to leave quickly. For the past few days, Li mother had been caring for him with utmost dedication, and Li Dafei recognized that being a mother is not an easy task. He began to understand the profound truth behind the saying that no parent's heart is without sorrow. In light of these circumstances, all Li mother wished was to ensure her son's well-being. Li Dafei, having witnessed Li Yunfei's audacity in opposing his mother, was filled with indignation. Chapter 143, Let Us Negotiate. Li Dafei was truly exasperated, so he hastily urged Li Yunfei to distance himself. As long as he could keep his distance, all matters could be clarified. Additionally, Li Dafei advised Li Yunfei to seek a stable victory, cautioning him against seeking unnecessary trouble should any bizarre or unfortunate incidents arise. It remained uncertain who would be left to resolve them. After all, the Murong family and the Li family were like 2 opposing forces in a theatrical performance. Yet, who could have foreseen the intricate dynamics at play in such a situation? Thus, at this moment, Li Dafei was counseling Li Yunfei, urging him to avoid direct confrontation with Murong Yunxue whenever possible. If there was an opportunity for negotiation, they should sit down together and converse calmly. As long as appearances could be maintained, there was no need for further discussion. In this instance, Li Dafei fully embodied the composed image of an elder brother. Leaving their mother, Li Mu, utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that her typically arrogant eldest son could transform into such a perceptive individual, well-versed in the nuances of human relationships. This realization was indeed quite thought-provoking. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei wasted no time, grasping the binding rope in his hands. He understood that possessing this weapon instilled within him a surge of confidence and courage. Faced with the situation, he remained unperturbed and rushed towards Murong Yunxue. Upon reaching her, he discovered that she had brought gifts. This unexpected turn left him momentarily bewildered. He had initially assumed Murong Yunxue had come to confront him. Yet the reality was entirely different. Seeing the satisfied smile on her face only added to his confusion. Was she not here to challenge him? Why did she seem so amiable, as if visiting a relative? Was there some underlying nuance he failed to grasp? As these revelations unfolded before Li Yunfei, it became evident that Murong Yunxue was not there to instigate a fight. It was clear to any discerning observer that she had come primarily to negotiate. However, at that moment, Li Yunfei, perhaps driven by an errant impulse, pointed an accusatory finger at Murong Yunxue and exclaimed hastily, "Murong Yunxue, I never imagined you would dare to pay me a visit. Very well, what are your intentions? Speak plainly. The tea has been served, and the pastries eaten. It is time to address the matter at hand." His words were charged and conveyed a straightforward message. He intends to present these serious facts in a manner that others may find difficult to comprehend. First, he aims to establish a preconceived notion and disseminate this situation. Murong Yunshue's expression darkened. He initially believed that his good intentions would suffice. Regardless of Li Yunfei's conduct, he felt obligated to extend a courtesy, as one does not strike a smiling face. However, he was taken aback when Li Yunfei, with pointed accusations, unleashed a barrage of unpleasant remarks, leaving Murong Yunxue feeling somewhat exasperated. He had not anticipated that Li Yunfei would be so oblivious to the weight of his words. It was quite disheartening. If one were to act correctly, it would indeed be perplexing to ascertain how to navigate such circumstances. At this juncture, Morong Yunxue realized there was no longer any need to conceal the truth. He began to speak candidly. There is nothing more to say. My presence here is not for your sake, but rather for Yinling's. After all, he is my superior, and I must clarify this situation to remain loyal to him. Wunti, you agree? Indeed, Morong Yunxue felt completely justified. He was merely adhering to Yinling's directives, following his lead without question. He did not wish to alter his course, and had it not been for Yinling's insistence, he would have deemed it unnecessary to engage in such convoluted matters. Thus, directed towards Li Yunfei, Morong Yunxue felt no obligation to him. It was his superior who had placed him in this predicament. He saw no reason to entangle himself in the chaos that surrounded them. The reality laid before him was evident, and many could discern the truth of the matter. A qualified understanding could indeed lead to a resolution, even amidst unfavorable circumstances. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei chuckled, seated comfortably in his chair, indulging in the tea that he poured into himself. He was aware that the cold, hard tea might cleanse his spirit, yet it would not necessarily quell the anger simmering within him. Nevertheless, in an effort to honor the supposed camaraderie, Li Yunfei resolutely stated, "You claim that Yinling is your superior, but I have heard. It seems that fellow is your esteemed elder brother. During the trials a couple of days ago, he manifested as a quintessential dual martial soul, an extraordinary phenomenon that instills a profound sense of trepidation." Whenever the name Yinling is mentioned, Li Yunfei is engulfed by a wave of indignation, as he recalls how Yinling overshadowed him. This thought gnaws at him, and he feels a deep-seated resentment, for had he been the one to undergo the trial before Yinling, that formidable dual martial soul might have rightfully belonged to him. However, Yinling's emergence seized that opportunity, leaving Li Yunfei bereft of any recognition or dignity. Consequently, Li Yunfei harbors a grudge against Yinling, despite the fact that none of this predicament truly pertains to him. Yinling's remarkable achievements are the result of his own resilience, bearing no relation to Li Yunfei whatsoever. Chapter 144. Do not be overly arrogant nevertheless. The imbalance within Li Yunfei's heart is profound. He constantly feels that others owe him something. This sentiment gives rise to his behavior, revealing the underlying discontent. He often contemplates that had he ranked ahead of Yinling in that trial, perhaps he would have found himself in a more elevated position, and the dual martial soul could have flourished under his stewardship. Yet, this remains merely a figment of his imagination. In reality, such an event never transpired in front of him, and the true nature of right and wrong remains shrouded in uncertainty. Ultimately, these trivialities are secondary. The fundamental outcome is not driven by avarice. Yinling's arrival merely signifies an opportunity for a cordial negotiation regarding future actions and discourse. Morong Yunxue finds herself utterly bewildered. She approached Li Yunfei with good intentions for a negotiation, only to be met with his discourteous demeanor. After all, both hail from prominent families. Who is accustomed to indulging whom? You perceive yourself as a formidable individual, and indeed, you do not consider yourself easily trifled with. Consequently, in light of this situation, Morong Yunxue believes there is no necessity to extend any semblance of cordiality towards Li Yunfei, having personally paid a visit and chosen to lower her head. She questions what more is expected of her. Does he truly intend for her to adhere to the antiquated customs of bowing and kneeling? She is but a mere individual, while her superior, Yinling, is the genuine authority. The mischief of those behind the scenes bears no relevance to her. Thus, Morong Yunxue reflects that she is merely a messenger, and there is no reason to impose unnecessary hardship upon herself. She hopes that Li Yunfei will show leniency and refrain from directing any unpleasantness her way. Should absurd and bizarre remarks arise, the outcome would undoubtedly be quite unsightly. Observing Morong Yunxue seemingly unaffected, Li Yunfei cannot help but chuckle. He muses that throughout his years navigating the world, he has yet to make any truly significant decisions. Before him unfolded yet another tumultuous scene, where a figure lounged with legs crossed and a cigarette dangling from his lips. At first glance, he appeared to be an arrogant young master, provoking the ire of Li Yunfei, who felt he was being bullied. It seemed that even before he had taken his first breath in this world, he had already been relegated to a subordinate position, though both hailed from prominent families. Li Yunfei embodied the epitome of prestige, while Morong Yunxue presented as a rather timid counterpart. This disparity was inevitable, in comparison to the Li family. The Morong clan was akin to the heavens juxtaposed with the earth. Numerous disheartening truths lay between them, yet Morong Yunxue found it difficult to express such realities. Observing her continued naivety, Li Yunfei could not help but chuckle. Since you proposed a negotiation, it ought to be conducted properly. Let us not make the conclusion appear so dismal. I see you, lounging in my home with your legs crossed. What is your intent? Are you usurping the host's place? Li Yunfei was genuinely vexed. He had not uttered any harsh words, yet Morong Yunxue boldly crossed her legs as if to assert dominance. What was she thinking? Did she possess some heightened cognitive ability? This entire situation left Li Yunfei feeling somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that Morong Yunxue would display such pretentiousness, rendering her a fool in his eyes. At that moment, she seemed insignificant to him. Consequently, Li Yunfei felt no obligation to maintain a cordial demeanor towards her. He spoke plainly, laying the facts bare. As he articulated his thoughts, Morong Yunxue felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding her earlier behavior, which resembled that of a brash, overconfident individual. In truth, her relaxed posture was merely a manifestation of her discomfort in the absence of favorable circumstances, prompting a somewhat reckless demeanor. Thus, Morong Yunxue resolved to clarify her stance to Li Yunfei. It was no wonder he had spoken so bluntly. He had been waiting for her. In that moment, she earnestly explained, "Oh no, not at all. I simply have grown accustomed to lounging in my own home. Why do you have so many questions? Is your mind not quite right?" Morong Yunxue found the situation quite amusing. Today, she had come here for negotiations, not to perform in a theatrical play. What era was this, with its chaotic mix of Peking opera, Hunan opera, and Cantonese opera? There had been no substantial cultural exchange. This belonged to the world of Douluo, far removed from the realm of humanity. Faced with such circumstances, Li Yunfei insisted on entangling himself with these absurdities. Morong Yunxue found this particularly distasteful. She never imagined that this individual would constantly seek to pick at her faults. Both hailed from prominent families, and it was unnecessary to make the situation so awkward. If, in the end, one could not even distinguish between the four cardinal directions, it would surely appear ludicrous to onlookers. At this moment, Morong Yunxue resolved to have a serious discussion with Li Yunfei. What does it truly mean to be a land of propriety? There must be a mutual respect and camaraderie between both parties. The emergence of these so-called oddities stemmed from the inability to communicate the outcomes effectively. Since the matter was laid bare before them, it could only be said that the interests of both sides were undeniably intertwined. The results were clear. Now it remained to be seen who could present a genuinely meaningful and comprehensible truth. Morong Yunshue's two remarks immediately made Li Yunfei feel as though his dignity was being undermined. Indeed, it was no small matter to have someone point at him in his own home, questioning his sanity. If others were to witness this, they might truly believe there was something amiss with his intellect. In the aftermath of this incident, Morong Yunxue had evidently begun to overshadow Li Yunfei, causing him to become quite agitated. He shouted at her, his face flushed with urgency, "I certainly have no issues with my mind, but I struggle to articulate this fact. As the outcome seems preordained, you must understand that the power of discourse lies firmly in my hands. Now, tell me, what is it that you truly desire?" Li Yunfei felt entirely justified in his stance, believing he had committed no egregious act. He decided to observe how Morong Yunxue would conduct her negotiations, recognizing that her visit undoubtedly served a purpose. To him, Morong Yunxue was merely a pawn, with Yanling providing her support from behind the scenes. Li Yunfei perceived that the fact Yanling had not personally come to visit, opting instead to send a representative, spoke volumes about the situation. It indicated that Morong Yunxue was merely an insignificant figure, a rather absurd one at that, whose presence only highlighted her ineffectiveness. Witnessing Li Yunfei's unwavering confidence, Morong Yunxue found it almost laughable. She had not anticipated that a few of his words would render her in such an unflattering light. She had come with good intentions, believing she was extending an olive branch for negotiation, yet he responded with disdain and sharp sarcasm. Even the most good-natured individuals may eventually succumb to anger. Moreover, Morong Yunshue's temperament is not merely amiable. Otherwise, how could he endure Yanling's repeated provocations without retaliating? The outcome is rather evident. As Morong Yunxue perceives himself as a refined individual, unworthy of stooping to the level of creating a particularly ugly spectacle. Ultimately, he embodies a gentlemanly spirit, while Yanling exhibits a hint of roguishness. However, when one compares Yanling's demeanor to the arrogant and domineering presence of Li Yunfei, Yanling appears commendable by contrast. Yet, the scholarly grace that Morong Yunxue possesses starkly contrasts with Li Yunfei's demeanor, akin to the heavens versus the earth. It is as if a knife, having fallen from the sky, has pierced Morong Yunxue, enlightening him on the meaning of unconventionality. Observing Li Yunfei's brazen arrogance, Morong Yunshui cannot help but smile. Indeed, it is true. The authority of discourse presently resides with Li Yunfei, and should he wish to cause turmoil, others would lack the strength to resist. Thus, in the face of such circumstances, Morong Yunshui can only offer a resigned smile. Subsequently, he addressed Li Yunfei with a tone of helplessness, stating, "I do not wish for anything beyond simply expressing this truth. Is that not sufficient? Surely, that should suffice." The truth articulated by Morong Yunshui is rather straightforward. The pursuit of the Titan giant ape has already commenced throughout the entire Douluo Academy, and there is a hope that Li Yunfei might show some leniency. It is desired that the outcome does not devolve into an unpleasant spectacle, as these matters are beyond the sole jurisdiction of Yanling. The true masters are undeniably Poseidon and Hades, bolstered by the divine power that supports them. Should Li Yunfei insist on a head-on confrontation with Yanling, he would indeed prove to be a rather troublesome adversary. Hence, at this juncture, even the most patient individual would find it exceedingly difficult to engage in such peculiar antics. There exists a sense of helplessness, as Li Yunfei finds himself ensnared by Yanling, caught in a predicament with no clear resolution. Through negotiation, Morong Yunshui seeks to foster a connection, hoping that Li Yunfei might grant some clemency. It is imperative that no ill intentions are directed towards the Titan giant ape. Otherwise, Yanling is prepared to unleash all his might in pursuit of it. In truth, Morong Yunshui has adopted a notably humble stance, nearly bowing in submission, as the situation unfolds before them. This leads one to understand the dismal reality that has transpired. The outcome is painfully evident, and it seems that few possess the capability to effectuate any substantial change. However, what Morong Yunshui could never anticipate is that despite articulating the situation with utmost clarity, she earnestly hopes for Li Yunfei to show leniency and refrain from imposing any undue hardships upon him. After all, he is not the protagonist. It is Yanling who provides him with support, and this endeavor is primarily for Yanling's sake. All of this would be stifled within the confines of a cage. Hence he hoped that Li Yunfei could show a degree of leniency. Even a slight nod would suffice to refrain from further antagonizing Yanling. Morong Yunshui felt that this journey was undoubtedly overdue, and she would surely gain Yanling's favor in the future. Perhaps it might significantly aid his life. A considerable price to pay. Yet, what he could not foresee was that Li Yunfei's demeanor resembled that of someone who had consumed 2 pounds of honey, increasingly treating the matter with indifference. Instead, it seemed as though he was conjuring up some absurdly humorous incidents. Li Yunfei scoffed, stating, "In truth, how could there possibly exist the notion of facts in this world? Do refrain from jesting, for this is beyond your control." At present, Li Yunfei feigned ignorance while being fully aware. He had no clarity about his next course of action. All he understood was that if Yanling intended to launch an attack against him, thus, it is imperative for him to generate a plethora of shattered and disjointed facts. It is quite simple. In a situation where he lacks understanding, the other party aspires to present a coherent narrative. Should this perception take root, we find ourselves in an era where the utterances of individuals can wield significant power. Yet the outcomes have already unfolded before our eyes. It is essential for everyone to comprehend the correct course of action amid such circumstances. Li Yunfei feels an unwavering confidence, possessing the capability to engage in a fierce contest of wills with Yanling. After all, the binding immortal rope rests firmly in his grasp. Should Morong Yunshui dare to utter a harsh word, he would not hesitate to shatter her head. Of course, Morong Yunshui remains oblivious to the formidable trump card Li Yunfei holds. Had she known of the powerful weapon in his possession, she would scarcely have the audacity to cross her legs, let alone utter a firm statement. This is a simple reality, for in the face of life and death, every individual regards their existence as the paramount and singular decision, rendering all else utterly uninteresting. Chapter 146. A dog eats snacks. At this juncture, Morong Yunsui's discourse began to stray from coherence, as she perceived that Li Yunfei merely relied on the influence of the Li family to flourish. Otherwise, she considered him nothing more than a jest, devoid of any substantial value in this world. Li Yunfei, with a cheeky grin, even picked up a nearby typical item and, with a clang, tossed it at Morong Yunsui's feet, the intention being unmistakable. This token was a mere charity bestowed upon you, Morong Yunsui. The underlying message was clear. You are but a dog of Yanling, lacking any remarkable attributes. Were it not for your lineage in the Morong family, he would not accord you even the slightest respect. This elucidates why Li Yunfei exhibits such audacity and dismissiveness towards Morong Yunsui. It appears that he has never regarded her with any esteem. He considers her name, comprised of 4 characters, a disgrace akin to those found in the Douluo continent. Observe Bibi Dong, Shrek, and Hares. Even Yinling has names consisting of 2 or 3 characters, yet Morong Shue's name stretches to 4. This leads Li Yunfei to wonder if she hails from some lesser ethnic group. As Li Yunfei contemplated the situation, he truly felt that matters were becoming increasingly difficult to resolve. He had always believed that noble blood coursed through his veins, a lineage of true Douluo heritage. However, the reality was far less distinguished. He possessed nothing more than an ordinary ancestry. Furthermore, it is essential to note that within the entire Douluo Academy, and indeed across the vast Douluo continent, the concept of bloodlines held little significance. Humans are not akin to the so-called huskies, golden retrievers, or Labradors that are defined by their bloodlines. It is entirely plausible that 5 centuries ago, an entire family could have been infused with what was deemed imperial blood, yet that would hold little weight today. Morong Yunxue observed the snacks that had been tossed at her feet by LV Yunfei and promptly bent down to retrieve them. With a wide-open mouth, she began to munch on them with a distinct crunch, leaving Li Yunfei utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Morong Yunxue would endure humiliation in such a peculiar manner. Had it been someone with Yan Ling's temperament, they would not merely pick up the fallen snacks. They would have certainly hurled the teacup in their hand back at their own face. This realization stirred a complex array of emotions within Li Yunfei, as he grappled with the unsettling truth of the matter. Indeed, the outcome was glaringly apparent. Morong Yunxue was merely an inconspicuous subordinate of Yan Ling. Yet, this seemingly insignificant figure bore humiliation in a manner that was strikingly profound. If one were to speak in such terms, this fellow might very well ascend to a higher position. Perhaps in the next moment, he would even relocate his very head. Leaving no stone unturned in his quest for self-preservation, Li Yunfei finally retracted his previously arrogant smile, his gaze toward Morong Yunxue turning cold and serious. Conversely, Morong Yunxue showed no signs of pretense. With a swift motion, he stuffed a pastry into his mouth, immediately beginning to chew. The delicacy was indeed delectable, reminiscent of osmanthus cake or mung bean cake. Encased in a layer of crisp skin, it housed a powerful blend of sugar and sesame within. Once placed in the mouth, it created a sticky sensation, and as Morong Yunxue savored it, a joyful smile illuminated his face. A copious amount of saliva escaped his lips, and he laughed, almost maniacally. As he chuckled and opened his mouth wide, Li Yunfei was seized by a profound sense of terror. He hastily stood and retreated a couple of steps. For from Morong Yunxue's mouth, he perceived a grotesque sight, as if swarms of ants were crawling about. The image was as repulsive as maggots, prompting Li Yunfei to rub his eyes in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a nauseating scene could unfold before him, and yet, scarcely had he finished rubbing his eyes when, however, upon closer inspection, Morong Shui had not risen nor offered a smile. The scene that had just unfolded was merely a product of Li Yunfei's imagination, an illusion that existed solely within his mind. In that moment, panic seized Li Yunfei. He forcefully struck the back of his head with his palm. He could not fathom why his mind was conjuring such hallucinations. It is often said that schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder can lead one to perceive a reality that is utterly confounding. Yet, in this instance, Li Yunfei believed himself to be of sound mind, devoid of any such afflictions. Nevertheless, the bizarre and enigmatic episode involving Morong Shui left him questioning the very fabric of reality and fantasy, rendering him unable to discern the truth. What was happening? Why had this scene transpired? Li Yunfei was utterly perplexed. He felt a throbbing headache, as if he might soon expel vibrant blood, saturating the earth beneath him. Yet, after a brief smile, Morong Shui addressed Li Yunfei with unyielding conviction. Let us speak candidly. I shall not waste words. This Titan ape must be vanquished by our quartet. While you may merely observe, the powerful gear it may yield bears no relevance to you. I trust you will not cause any disturbances behind the scenes. And I advise you to refrain from visiting the academy in the coming days. Should the Titan ape inadvertently harm the innocent, do not claim I did not forewarn you. At that moment, Morong Shui felt compelled to issue this final ultimatum, believing that further delay would be unwise. Thus, it would merely lead others to perceive him as an exceptionally easy target. In light of such circumstances, Morong Yunxue had elucidated all the facts with clarity. Upon witnessing this, Li Yunfei could only stand there in a daze, utterly at a loss. The illusion he encountered earlier, where Morong Yunxue appeared, revealed that she was far from being someone easily provoked. Chapter 147. The Morong family. At this moment, Li Yunfei, who was on the verge of being utterly terrified, hurriedly distanced himself from all implications, stating to Murong Yunqiue, "Rest assured, I have no interest in your situation whatsoever, nor will I wish to place faith in your actions. I am acutely aware of the realities before me and comprehend the unspoken circumstances that ought to align or not. Henceforth, let us each tread our separate paths." At this juncture, Li Yunfei regarded Murong Yunqiue with a gaze that suggested he was evading a plague. He felt compelled to retreat, understanding that he had already been ensnared in this ominous scenario. The legends surrounding the Murong family hinted at their mastery of a sinister 5 poisons technique, and it seemed that Li Yunfei had, in a fleeting moment, fallen prey to this very curse. Consequently, even with considerable courage, he could only suppress all these revelations. Bowing his head in silence and denying the entire outcome, swallowing his pride like a bitter pill, Murong Yunqiue, adjusting her demeanor, was genuinely surprised by the unexpected swiftness of Li Yunfei's acquiescence. In that moment, she felt a bubbling joy within her. She had not anticipated that he would concede so readily. "Well, I shall promptly convey this news to Yinling, ensuring he is aware of the remarkable success I achieved during the negotiations." On the side of Murong Yunqiue, upon receiving a definitive response from Li Yunfei, she executed a complete turnaround and returned to Yinling, sharing the splendid news with him. Clearly, this revelation was not a bolt from the blue. Yet when the outcome was laid bare, it became apparent to most that the once formidable Li family appeared as mere pawns in the face of the Murong clan's 5 poisons technique, rendering them inconsequential. Upon learning of this unexpected turn of events, Yinling could hardly contain his laughter. He was astonished that Li Yunfei was so amenable to discussion. If that were the case, it truly underscored an undeniable reality that he had failed to anticipate. The swiftness with which Li Yunfei acquiesced was intriguing, prompting curiosity about the formidable power the Murong family must possess to evoke such deference. "What? You mean to say that Li Yunfei effortlessly agreed to this matter? That certainly adds an element of intrigue." When Yinling received this delightful news, he was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the situation. Initially, he assumed that Li Yunfei would undoubtedly seek to challenge Murong Yunqiue, but to his astonishment, within mere moments, all the facts coalesced seamlessly in his mind. The emotional connection is indeed extraordinary, and as this thought crossed his mind, Yinling could hardly suppress a chuckle. In that moment, he realized that Murong Yunqiue was not merely a superficial character. If properly utilized, she could indeed be a significant asset. This revelation allowed him to appreciate her as a rather impressive figure with potential. At this juncture, Murong Yunqiue, caught in Yinling's gaze, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, she refrained from voicing her discomfort and instead spoke humbly, "I didn't expect him to agree so readily. Perhaps he was impressed by what I brought. Or maybe there is something else at play. I can't quite articulate it." In truth, Murong Yunqiue was fabricating a story. The items she had taken from Li Yunfei's residence were merely housed in a splendidly adorned suitcase, containing nothing of genuine value, just an assortment of foam and refuse, with even some pieces resembling bark and bricks. Although the exterior appeared substantial, the interior was utterly hollow. She pondered whether Li Yunfei would resort to violent measures once he discovered the truth about the contents. Thus, upon escaping from the Li family, she hastened to Yinling to convey this fortuitous news. Yinling nodded solemnly, expressing his agreement with Murong Yunqiue's account. "Well, since the negotiations have concluded successfully, we face no further obstacles. The Titan Great Ape must certainly be dealt with. If all goes well, we cannot afford to create a series of bizarre situations that would complicate matters." At that moment, Yinling emphatically acknowledged Murong Yunqiue's commendable performance, saying, "You have done well this time. It is indeed a significant achievement. Let us deliberate on our next course of action." With Li Yunfei no longer a threat, Yinling felt it was crucial to confer with Murong Yunqiue, as well as Poseidon and Harris, to strategize how to effectively maneuver this situation. As long as these individuals could thrive in the human realm, the true dynamics of power would remain obscured. However, upon hearing the mention of a meeting, Murong Yunqiue quickly shook her head and declined. "I am presently occupied with matters concerning the Murong family. You should focus on securing our position for now. I have my own plans and objectives. Please refrain from informing me of any peculiar developments." Murong Yunqiue, being a descendant of the Murong family, found himself compelled to attend an important family meeting amidst grave circumstances. It was rumored that the family patriarch was on the brink of death, gravely ill and nearing his end. Therefore, at this critical juncture, Murong Yunqiue felt it imperative to join the family assembly for the final contest of influence. Although he was neither the eldest son nor held absolute authority, he nonetheless bore the blood of the Murong lineage. In light of the severe crisis facing the family, he had no choice but to participate in this meeting. After all, it was essential to secure his share of the family's legacy once the patriarch had passed. The grandeur of the Murong family was significant, and Murong Yunxue was unwilling to relinquish his meager rights without a fight. Yanling nodded in acknowledgement of the situation, saying, "Very well. Since you have pressing matters at hand, focus on them first. I have no developments on my end. It is evident what needs to be managed before you. So it would be prudent to investigate further." Chapter 148. Strong support from the very beginning. Yanling perceived that Murong Yunxue, despite being a descendant of the esteemed Murong family, seemed to orbit around him for reasons unknown. It was only today that he grasped the truth. This individual was biding his time, waiting for the demise of the patriarch of the Murong clan. His intention was to return to the Murong family and engage in a series of confrontations. Today marked a pivotal moment, and Yanling decided to let him proceed. Upon receiving Yanling's consent, Murong Yunxue hastily spurred his horse towards the Murong residence. He understood that he was about to face a crucial situation. If he could not secure his current assets, it would signify a precarious standing within the family. Thus, to counter these looming uncertainties, forging a strong relationship with Yanling, his immediate superior, was of utmost importance. Seeing that Murong Yunxue successfully concluded the negotiations filled Yanling with immense joy. He promptly shared this delightful news with Poseidon and Harris. The reactions of the two were rather subdued, as they regarded themselves merely as assistants in this venture. Even if they were to receive a share of the spoils, it would be but a trifling portion, hence their lack of excitement. Noticing their tepid responses, Yanling resolved to act swiftly. With Li Yunfei's agreement, he considered informing the patriarch of the Li family. After all, the elder harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Titan Great Ape, as one of his distant relatives, Li Feilong, had suffered greatly at its hands. Yanling's plan to slay the Titan Great Ape would not only avenge Li Feilong but also indirectly fulfill the Li family's long-held desire. However, he wondered if he could even gain an audience with the elder, as even the second-generation heir, Li Feihu, was said to be difficult to approach. Then, wouldn't it be even more challenging for the old master of the Li family to be seen? Upon contemplating this, Yanling felt quite troubled. However, Yanling's thoughts were indeed somewhat excessive, particularly concerning the movements of Murong Shui and the circumstances surrounding his visit to the Li family. The old master of the Li family was fully aware and had heard about Yanling's desire to meet him. Promptly, the old master extended an invitation for Yanling to visit his residence as a guest. During their conversation, not much of the intricacies of human relationships was revealed. The old master of the Li family was an exceptionally approachable individual. Upon their meeting, they exchanged pleasantries. Yanling also laid bare the revenge plan that resided in his heart, which the old master listened to attentively. It was nearly impossible to suppress a laugh, as certain so-called facts became strikingly apparent to those in the know. The meaning has become exceedingly clear, allowing many to comprehend that he has acquiesced to the origins of this matter. It is evident where the discrepancies lie, and Yanling is utterly elated. He had not anticipated that the patriarch of the Li family would be so amenable. As he was departing, the patriarch of the Li family patted Yanling's shoulder firmly, stating that if they were to successfully vanquish the Titan giant ape in the future, everything would hold great promise. He assured Yanling of his unwavering support. Whether it be in the form of funds, medicine, or weaponry, the patriarch pledged his full assistance. However, he would not thrust his descendants into this perilous battlefield. For Yanling, this matter holds little significance, as he believes he does not require any so-called connections for support, especially since the scions of the Li family are unwilling to partake in this struggle. There was no need for him to force himself to orchestrate so many trivial matters. The defeat of the Titan giant ape by the four of them was sufficient to ensure that the Li family need not intervene directly. They could contribute financially instead. The involvement of both the Murong family and the Li family indicated that they would provide substantial support. With such formidable backing, the defeat of the Titan giant ape was almost within reach. It was merely a matter of time to see how events would unfold. Yanling felt increasingly elated as he contemplated his future, which appeared undeniably bright. This assurance stemmed from the presence of the venerable Mr. Li, whose support would undoubtedly lead to a remarkable turnaround in his fortunes. As Mr. Li vanished into the vastness of the night, Yanling hastened towards his home. After navigating a series of turns into a narrow alley, he suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness, as if a sack had been thrown over his head. Instinctively, Yanling executed a swift 180-degree turn, propelling himself off a nearby wall with a high spinning kick. However, this maneuver was not aimed at striking anyone, but rather at freeing himself from the sack that obscured his vision, as he could distinctly feel someone gripping him firmly from behind, preventing his movement. With a swift motion, Yinling tore off the sack covering his head, revealing it to be a snakeskin bag. This revelation ignited a surge of anger within him, and he thought, could it be that he had encountered a bandit on this late evening? As he pondered this matter, Yinling decisively turned his gaze toward a nearby direction, only to discover that no one was present. However, upon quickly pivoting, he found two remarkably familiar faces. One was Li Yunfei, and the other was Li Moran, both of whom were staring at him with eyes wide open, resembling cannonballs ready to explode. Their inquisitive gazes seemed to perceive Yinling as a lamb destined for slaughter, as if at any moment they would devour him whole, turning him into a roasted lamb. Li Moran was known to be a loyal underling of Li Yunfei, albeit one who did not study at the Douluo Academy but instead served the Li family, running errands for various figures within the household. In simpler terms, he was a quintessential servant. Since Li Dafei did not personally intervene, Li Yunfei had no choice but to enlist Li Moran's assistance. Upon seeing the two, Yinling couldn't help but smile as he glanced at his wristwatch, noting that it was already 10:15 in the evening. These two truly seemed to be inescapable phantoms. He had visited the Li family to pay respects to the elder, but had not encountered Li Yunfei or Li Moran. At this moment, Li Yunfei was resolute in his determination to confront Yinling, intending to unleash all the pent-up resentment he harbored. However, he was somewhat overthinking the situation. In this night market, regardless of one's lofty status, it was evident that no one could attain true superiority. The reality was clear. Li Yunfei was merely a man concerned with appearances, while others merely observed as spectators. As a prominent figure within the academy, Li Yunfei commanded respect from those beneath him. Yet, much of this reverence was a mere construct of his imagination. In truth, many harbored deep-seated animosity toward him. After all, Li Yunfei was constantly scheming to deceive those below him, while Yinling had taken a stand against such injustice, alleviating some of the animosity directed at Li Yunfei. From the outset, Yinling recognized that Li Yunfei merely operated as an administrator, maintaining a customer service relationship with those beneath him. The predicament had arisen because Yinling had not paid the so-called stall fee to Li Yunfei while setting up his own stall. This oversight had led to an embarrassing confrontation, yet Li Yunfei remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, determined to engage Yinling in a prolonged dispute. Hoping to exhaust the matter to its fullest extent, Yinling was thoroughly exasperated. Observing Li Yunfei's demeanor, he perceived him as quite the rogue. Upon closer inspection, Li Yunfei possessed a striking appearance, his shaved head resembling that of a monk, adorned with tattoos that seemed haphazardly inked across his body. The space between the upper and lower corners of the eyes erupted with a cascade of pink stripes, while the crimson hue between the eyes resembled a cannonball. Witnessing this, everyone present instinctively began to retreat, lest they be caught in the ensuing chaos. Why, then, did Yinling harbor such disdain towards Li Yunfei? The answer is glaringly evident. Li Yunfei bore an uncanny resemblance to a beast rather than a human. He embodied the essence of a scoundrel, leading the way alongside the sycophantic Li Moran. Their actions were utterly incomprehensible to any reasonable person. Yinling gritted his teeth, his animosity palpable as he straightforwardly declared, "I am but a rule. What transpired earlier is not my fault. It is entirely on you. The multitude of absurdities that arose are to be blamed solely on you, not me." His stance was unwavering, his grip tightening around his hand, producing a series of crackling sounds. It was evident that he had a firm grasp on the situation. Recognizing that as long as his fist remained unscathed, the disarray he faced could only manifest in unfavorable circumstances. Yinling's demeanor was as unyielding as a stubborn rock in a foul pit, while Li Yunfei was insistent on compelling him to submit. The tension between them ignited, each side measuring the depth of their conviction. If Yinling sought victory, he merely needed to take the first step forward. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei and Li Moran were brimming with aggression, convinced that their 2-to-1 advantage would surely subdue this so-called waste. Li Moran found the situation laughable. He initially believed that Yinling would eventually concede, allowing Li Yunfei to show him mercy. However, the escalating bravado between the two men only fueled his disgust, as he had not anticipated Yinling's formidable resilience. If Yinling truly possessed such confidence, could it be that his background was equally formidable? Yet, as Li Moran pondered this, he sensed a contradiction. If Yinling's connections were truly influential, then any actions he took that were undesirable would surely be viewed as absurdly laughable. With a sense of powerlessness, Li Moran turned to Li Yunfei and remarked, "Brother, this fellow is remarkably defiant. What should we do? We cannot insist on confronting him head-on, can we?" In truth, Li Moran has already resolved, deep within his heart, to relinquish any feelings he harbored for Yinling. He perceives that there exists no profound enmity between himself and Yinling. It is Li Yunfei who is adamantly determined to engage in a relentless struggle against him. Initially, during the trials, Yinling simply did not appear on the roster. Ultimately, it would be rectified. Yet, Li Yunfei insists on creating unnecessary trouble. Li Moran originally believed this matter bore no significance to him. Yet it has culminated in a situation where he finds himself ensnared, unable to ascend or descend. Consequently, even the most amiable Li Moran is now beset by considerable frustration. He is reluctant to become overly entangled, for he is merely an ordinary individual, ill-equipped to navigate such tumultuous affairs. Thus, he has developed a genuine inclination to withdraw. Aspiring to distance himself from Yinling, the best course would be to remain as far removed as possible. Observing Li Moran's evident hesitance, Li Yunfei clenched his teeth in fierce determination. He commanded with resolute authority, "Let us advance now, and teach this fellow a lesson, so he may understand the true essence of strength." Following Li Moran, he submitted the final document, his gaze reflecting an unwavering ferocity. In the midst of the radiant glow, a murderous glint flashed in Li Yunfei's eyes, startling Li Moran. He never anticipated that Li Yunfei could be so ruthless, especially considering he still had to dine at Li Yunfei's residence. Li Moran could only muster a resigned smile, realizing there was little he could do about the situation. No matter how he chose to express himself, it would be futile. Thus, at this moment, Li Yunfei's words had become an undeniable authority in Li Moran's eyes. Consequently, Li Moran had no choice but to acquiesce, saying, "All right, since you insist, I have nothing to refuse." Chapter 152. Flanked from both sides, the outcome had taken a dramatic turn, and any further display could only reveal his unreasonable stance. Reluctantly, he chose to heed Li Yunfei's counsel. As Li Yunfei moved to the rear and Li Moran advanced to the front, they prepared to execute a series of strategic maneuvers against Yinling. It was evident that their plan aimed at a relentless pursuit and encirclement. Li Yunfei understood that his solitary strength was insufficient to shake Yinling, but he believed that with Li Moran's support, the result would be significantly more favorable. If Yinling were not particularly formidable, Li Yunfei was confident he could easily overpower him. Having trained extensively, Li Yunfei wielded his nunchaku and fists with astonishing speed and vigor. However, Li Moran was quite the opposite. He was an inept individual, utterly unaware of the realities surrounding him. As he faced the situation, he recognized that his own capabilities were not up to par, and it would be wiser to retreat in the face of adversity. As both men assumed aggressive stances, Yinling merely chuckled, surprised at his unfortunate fate. It seemed that every day he either encountered thugs or found himself embroiled in their affairs. Was it truly the case that ever since acquiring the system, he had become a magnet for such troublemakers? Indeed, Yinling found himself deeply troubled. It seemed to him that if there were many benefactors in life, it also implied a greater number of petty individuals surrounding him. Everything in this world exists in a relative state. With the good comes the bad. And when the bad accumulates, the good may eventually reemerge. The concept of yin and yang, where despair gives way to hope, is a clear indication of the cyclical nature of existence. Yinling stretched his limbs, recognizing that with the situation as it was, further words would only expose him to the perception of cowardice. Thus, he declared, "Very well, if you insist on playing such a humiliating game, I see no reason to spare you any courtesy." Observing the figures both ahead and behind him, Yinling unleashed the might of his dual martial spirits. This time, he eschewed the bandages and instead summoned forth his ring, which transformed into a formidable steel wire, coiling in his grasp like the web of a spider. This was Yinling's ultimate weapon, a realization of his true strength, for he understood his own capabilities. Fearing both the wolf and the tiger was not an option. He resolved to eliminate Li Yunfei first, followed by Li Moran. The rationale was straightforward. Li Moran was not a formidable opponent. His strength was quite lacking, making Li Yunfei the true adversary to contend with. Dealing with such an opponent was a manageable task. Yet, the presence of Li Moran, despite his insignificance, posed a potential hindrance, complicating matters for Yinling. As Yinling prepared himself fully for the impending confrontation, He recognized the necessity of employing all his skills to navigate this predicament. Victory might not be his to claim, but he was determined that the outcome would not be a total disgrace. Observing Yinling's calm demeanor as he revealed his weapon, Li Muren felt an intense sense of humiliation. This overwhelming insult prompted him to confer with Li Yunfei on their strategy. "Brother, you take the left, and I'll take the right. We will strike together to firmly control this fellow and teach him a lesson about the limits of his arrogance," Li Muren proposed. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei erupted into laughter, giving a thumbs up to Li Muren. "Excellent plan. At last, you've shown some cleverness. Very well, watch for my signal, and we shall act in unison." Li Yunfei had never anticipated that Li Muren would provide any substantial assistance. However, to his surprise, upon seeing the young man today, he realized that not only was he competent, but he also appeared to possess remarkable abilities. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Yunfei began to consider that if this young man truly had considerable talent in the future, it would be quite impressive. There was no need to make him appear excessively unseemly, for the absence of one brother among his ranks was inconsequential. Moreover, having followed Li Yunfei for so many years, Li Muren was particularly mindful of his own image. Otherwise, if his heart were truly wounded, it would be uncertain how many brothers would cease to follow him. Observing this scene was almost laughable. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. The Chun brothers now stood before him, resembling a farce. At this moment, Yinling, who initially hesitated to engage in a direct confrontation, found himself invigorated. He boldly declared, "Come, let us see whose fists are the more formidable. If you can overcome me, I shall gladly bow and kneel before you." In the vicinity of Yinling, he firmly grasped his own fists, convinced that no one could rival him. If there were someone, that person might not even survive in this world. Faced with such a grave predicament, Yinling exhibited a striking brilliance that left both Li Yunfei and Li Muren feeling utterly helpless. They sensed that since the situation had escalated to this point, there was little more to be said. Confronted with the peril of being attacked from both sides, Yinling showed no signs of retreat. He bent low, forming a circular stance, indicating a sweeping kick beneath him. Round after round, a large circle emerged, creating a tempestuous scene around him. When Li Muren and Li Yunfei witnessed this spectacle, their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. They had never imagined that a person could transform into a living tornado, manifesting such a whirlwind of energy. Chapter 153. Yinling's spiraling wind kick. At the height of his prowess, Yinling rendered the two men speechless. Initially shocked by the unfolding scene, they were now left in a state of astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. The reality they faced was undeniable. If they could not even approach Yinling, their attempts at a coordinated assault would be futile. They could only attempt to contain the chaotic situation at hand. Thus, the pressing question loomed. How could they penetrate Yinling's defenses to subdue him? Li Yunfei glanced at Li Muren, feeling utterly at a loss. He knew that further delay would only worsen their predicament. Resolving to act, Li Yunfei charged forward, disregarding whether Yinling was indeed a living tornado. Like a cannonball, he struck Yinling with a swift blow. In an instant, Yinling executed a sweeping kick aimed at Li Yunfei, landing a powerful hit that sent the already flustered Li Yunfei crashing to the ground. He hit the dirt hard. Seeing this, Li Muren rushed to assist his older brother. In a heartbeat, both charged forward, propelled by urgency. Li Muren had hoped to pull Li Yunfei to safety, but he was taken aback by the ferocity of Yinling's whirlwind, which spun with such speed that it whipped up a storm, enveloping them in a cloud of dust. Their faces were soon coated in a layer of grime. Unable to reach Yinling, Li Yunfei found himself at a loss for words, merely watching Yinling, who seemed to be rolling about in a display that, to the untrained eye, might have appeared to be mere trickery. In reality, it was a demonstration of skill, leaving Li Yunfei feeling increasingly powerless. Meanwhile, after being knocked down by the sweeping kick, Li Muren remained sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The force of Yinling's kick had struck him hard enough to leave a bump on the back of his head. Clutching his injury, he lacked the strength to stand, initially hoping Li Yunfei would lend him a hand. However, Li Yunfei merely shot him a glance before turning away. At that moment, Li Muren could only express his dismay, saying, "Brother, this is bad. This guy seems genuinely formidable. I feel utterly helpless, while he has already outmaneuvered me completely. What should we do? Are we still able to fight back?" After being struck on the back of the head by a sweeping kick, Li Muren found himself engulfed in a haze of dizziness, as if he were on the verge of losing consciousness and spitting blood. Fortunately, his abilities were somewhat exceptional. Otherwise, given his imposing physique, Even the most formidable opponents might struggle to find anything of value within him. Li Moran resembled a bumbling fool, his demeanor reflecting an utter lack of opportunity, as even the most rudimentary combat skills proved futile. Meanwhile, the chaos around him had indeed led to a significant sense of disorientation. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Yunfei felt a deep frustration, lamenting that 3 inept individuals could hardly match the brilliance of one Zhuge Liang. It was astonishing to see such a large figure as Li Moran brought low by Yan Ling's sweeping kick, unable to rise again. This spectacle was both alarming and, to others, profoundly amusing. As Li Moran writhed on the ground in anguish, Li Yunfei could only manage a resigned smile. Directing a stream of scornful jibes at him, "You worthless fool, I knew you wouldn't measure up. If I had been allowed to attack alone, you would have surely met your end. But because of your intervention, we now face the daunting task of contending with 2 formidable foes." Li Yunfei's exasperation with Li Moran was palpable, wishing fervently that he had engaged the enemy single-handedly. Perhaps it can be said that he has achieved a preliminary victory this time. However, to his surprise, he found that while he had made little progress in understanding the situation, the other side had already shown developments that left him bewildered. This was indeed rather amusing. At this moment, Li Yunfei truly felt that Li Moran was not only holding him back, but also causing him to lose considerable face. Initially, he had hoped to regain some dignity today, yet it seemed that the prospect of even salvaging his reputation had become utterly impossible. Observing Li Yunfei, who dared not launch a counterattack, while Li Moran lay nearby, wailing as if he had consumed 3 pounds of dog excrement, Yan Ling couldn't help but laugh. He had not anticipated that such a foolish decision would manifest so vividly before him. Hadn't these 2 rascals been quite vocal at the outset? Now, they appeared increasingly like a farce unfolding before his eyes, akin to a comical performance. As Yan Ling watched, he noted that the 2 had lost all capacity for offense. He slowly rose from the ground, feeling it was time to elucidate the absurdity of their situation. With their meager abilities, they were somehow conjuring these ridiculous antics, which was truly laughable. Like a spinning top, Yan Ling stood up, regarding the 2 youngsters before him. He mused that with such paltry skills, they dared to challenge him. Seemingly oblivious to their own shortcomings, his mind wandered back to the days when he had been a formidable force, having swept through the bully circles with his own charisma. And now, having established a reputation, he found these 2 individuals utterly laughable. To his astonishment, one of them indeed possessed a certain skill, yet it was rather lowly, resembling a spinning top aimlessly revolving on the ground. Was there any use in such antics? It struck him as quite humorous. As Yan Ling rose, Li Yunfei began to hurl various cold jibes and sarcastic remarks in his direction. The meaning conveyed through the words is quite evident. He has no intention of forgiving that individual. He believes he has already suffered once at his hands, and now he is keen to observe who might perform actions of greater rectitude. Moreover, it has become abundantly clear to him that Yan Ling is not someone to be trifled with. Should he suffer any misfortune, it is certain that he will pay the requisite price. To put it plainly, while it is conceivable to cause Yan Ling distress, it would require Li Yunfei to expend several times, if not dozens of times, the effort. Only through a significantly painful sacrifice can one hope to achieve such an outcome. Otherwise, all of it is mere nonsense. Currently, Li Yunfei and Li Moran have already been bested by Yan Ling, leaving them in a precarious position. The crucial remaining decision is whether Li Yunfei can endure and rise to the occasion. However, judging by the present circumstances, it seems that Li Yunfei lacks any formidable strategy. He merely buries these glimmers of hope, remaining oblivious to how to articulate his thoughts. This pitiful state of affairs is truly disheartening. What could be the reason? Upon hearing Li Yunfei utter vulgarities toward him, Yan Ling couldn't help but laugh. He mused that had it not been for Li Yunfei and his cohort's incessant bullying, he would never have revealed his trump card, spinning around like a top in a flurry of movements. What could have led to such an outcome? Surely, those present must be aware. While others may remain oblivious, he cannot help but feel that it is an absurd situation. Thus, at this moment, Yan Ling has no intention of offering Li Yunfei even a semblance of kindness. He candidly expresses, regardless of whether you find this amusing or not, "I possess but this one technique. With your meager abilities, it is apparent you cannot handle even this much. Hence, I truly do not regard you with any seriousness." Yan Ling finds the situation utterly perplexing. 2 individuals ganging up on him would have sufficed, yet now they have failed to subdue him and instead place the blame on him. The techniques employed here are rather bizarre, and regardless of the reasons, even if he resorts to more humiliating tactics, these individuals remain unperturbed. The reality is simple. No matter the situation, achieving a well-reasoned decision is paramount, as long as one can safeguard oneself against true threats. Opportunities abound. And the rest is hardly worth one's concern. Li Yunfei flexed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds. At that moment, frustration surged within him. He understood that brute force was futile against Yinling. Yet, the question remained, what alternative could possibly emerge without resorting to sheer strength? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Yunfei found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Li Moruan, akin to a spinning top held in place, was utterly unable to exert himself. A significant bump had formed on the back of his head, indicating that the earlier blow had indeed inflicted considerable harm. Li Yunfei shot a disdainful glance at Li Moruan, only to find him closing his eyes, seemingly retreating into a state of meditation. His silence suggested that he was on the verge of expelling the very blood from his chest. It was evident that this individual was in a rather embarrassing predicament. From the perspective of others, as an elder brother, Li Yunfei felt a sense of responsibility. Seeing his subordinate in such a dire physical state should have prompted concern. However, he chose not to intervene, and instead, the scene resembled a farce. In contemplating this, Yinling noted Li Yunfei's apparent lack of compassion. Although Li Moruan was not a blood relative, they had endured hardships together for a time. It was unthinkable to so easily abandon him. Yet, the demeanor displayed by Li Yunfei exuded the coldness of a heartless sovereign, making the situation all the more intriguing to Yinling. With gritted teeth, Li Yunfei realized that not only was he unable to match Yinling in combat, but he could not even gain the upper hand in verbal exchanges. Thus, he spat out defiantly, "If you have the courage, stand up. Let us settle this one-on-one, using fists and feet to communicate. You spin on the ground like a top. Are you a person or merely a spinning toy? I can't help but feel you resemble a reincarnation of the blood dripper." Believing these so-called tactics truly hold any merit, Li Yunfei found himself at a complete disadvantage against Yinling. The closer he drew to Yinling, the more he felt the formidable power radiating from him, leading Li Yunfei to a stark realization: Yinling was the epitome of a rogue. To put it more explicitly, he had never been a match for Yinling in the slightest. Even with Li Moruan by his side, he doubted whether he could contend with Yinling alone. At this juncture, the outcome was already predetermined. Regardless of whether Li Yunfei chose to engage or not, he would undoubtedly reap no just rewards. The conclusion was painfully apparent. It was merely a matter of observing who would successfully seize the opportunity at hand. This victory held little significance for anyone involved. Yet the repercussions were bound to be grave. The challenges ahead were daunting and far from straightforward. Li Yunfei likened his situation to that of a spinning top, utterly devoid of capability. Meanwhile, Yinling erupted into laughter, springing up with the agility of a startled fish, swiftly positioning himself against a nearby wall. Like a goat perched atop a peak, he surveyed the two individuals below him. His eyes sparkled with intensity, devoid of any hint of fatigue. He believed he had conveyed matters perfectly to the elder of the Li family, yet he wondered why Li Yunfei insisted on opposing him. Chapter 155. What is to be done? Truly, heaven has a path you refuse to tread, while hell has no gates yet you choose to enter. I have clarified matters with your esteemed elder, stating that after I slay the Titan giant ape, I shall undoubtedly assist your distant cousin, the so-called Li Failong, in avenging his grievances. This is but a small wish, for Li Failong is, after all, one of your kin. Why then must you engage in this battle of wits with me? What is your true intention? Yinling felt utterly perplexed. As he stretched his limbs, he realized that the man before him, Li Yunfei, was truly an unyielding individual. The last time Li Failong had slain the Titan giant ape, he had not managed to vanquish its full might and, instead, had sustained severe injuries, leaving him in a state of near debilitation. Thus, Yinling resolved to eliminate the Titan giant ape, hoping to procure a valuable medicinal remedy from its remains. This, he thought, might also allow him to cure Li Failong's affliction, thereby fulfilling an aspiration of the esteemed Mr. Li. Although Li Failong was merely a distant relative and bore no real connection to Mr. Li, being linked solely by their shared surname, which had diverged across several generations, the old man was nonetheless compassionate. He believed that the descendants of the Li family should not suffer indignities in the world outside, and it was imperative for someone to rectify this perception. Otherwise, the Li family would be perceived as callous, indifferent to the plight of their own kin. Such scathing remarks could stir even the most hardened of hearts. On the other hand, Li Yunfei found amusement in the situation. He thought that while Mr. Li might approve of this endeavor, he himself would not. Despite Mr. Li being referred to as his grandfather, To him, he was merely an elder. Li Yunfei held little respect even for his own father, Li Feihu. It was unlikely that he would harbor any genuine reverence for Mr. Li. In theory, it should be said that kinship transcends generations, yet this notion is not entirely accurate. Li Yunfei is merely an inexperienced oddity, having never cultivated any meaningful sentiments towards the venerable Mr. Li. Furthermore, Mr. Li harbors a strong aversion towards him, favoring instead his second son, Li Xiaofei, whom he finds exceedingly refined and capable of imparting valuable insights into business and governance. In stark contrast, Li Dafei and Li Yunfei epitomize the archetype of the wealthy second generation, exuding an air of inexplicable entitlement, more bluntly characterized as parasitic behavior. Their propensity for indulgence and laziness has greatly irked Mr. Li. Thus, despite Yinling having reached an accord with Mr. Li, who was willing to offer substantial support, it was unexpected that Li Yunfei would express dissent. Leaving one to ponder his reasoning, he seemed intent on exploiting Yinling while obstructing his endeavors, demonstrating a desire to dismantle everything rather than executing the task of vanquishing the Titan Great Ape. This predicament has caused Yinling considerable distress, for he never anticipated encountering such a headstrong youth. In principle, there exists no profound enmity between Yinling and Li Yunfei, both possessing twin martial souls. Moreover, should a confrontation arise, it is uncertain whether Li Yunfei and his companions could match Yinling's prowess alone. Yinling had chosen to show restraint, having recently negotiated a favorable agreement with Mr. Li, which stipulated that if the Titan Great Ape were defeated, it would restore the Li family's honor. Yet, Li Yunfei remained unconvinced, suspecting that Yinling, upon gaining recognition, would attempt to flee. The situation was far from simple. At that moment, he stood amidst Yinling's group, gesturing and berating, "I do not care what your reasons are. The old master of the Li family is willing to assist you, but he is merely one of my grandfathers, just an old man who refuses to die. My father, Li Feihu, is merely the second son within our clan. There is an elder brother above him who is the true heir. Our family has no legitimate claim to inheritance. Hence my lack of respect for the old Master Li is entirely justified. I possess no royal lineage, so why should I hold him in reverence? Your actions today have clearly positioned you against me, and it is only a matter of time before we engage in a fierce battle." Li Yunfei clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. At this moment, he was resolute, if this young man dared to confront him head-on. Li Yunfei had decided to seize control of the situation, not for any other reason, but to vent his pent-up frustrations. It was quite simple. Li Yunfei was accustomed to being arrogant and domineering. Yinling, being a mere upstart, could not match him in wit or courage, so perhaps guerrilla tactics would suffice. After all, a shot fired from one position necessitated a swift retreat to another. Let us see how Yinling could counter such a strategy. Upon hearing Li Yunfei's disdainful remarks, Yinling could not help but laugh. He had not anticipated that the conflicts and assassination plots among the members of such a prominent family would be so intricately orchestrated. If this were the case, the situation was indeed quite intolerable. Li Yunfei, I warn you once more, if you intend to engage in a battle of wits, do not blame me for being impolite. I have no interest in you. I have stated this numerous times. Do not pursue me. I have already reached an agreement with your grandfather to restore your family's honor after the Titan behemoth is slain. Why do you insist on this confrontation? What is your true objective? Speak plainly. How can we bring this matter to a close? I have no time to squander. Poseidon, Hades, and Murong Yunxue are all awaiting me. If the Titan prophecy is uncovered, I must eliminate it. Yinling gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury. He could not fathom why Li Yunfei harbored such animosity toward him, nor could he understand why this incessant push for conflict persisted. Both were human. Why were his brother, father, and grandfather so reasonable, while Li Yunfei seemed utterly oblivious to the fundamental principles of human interaction? Was it truly so difficult to behave as a decent person? I have reiterated time and again that issues of face are merely issues of face. Chapter 156, Still Not Escaping. You possess a twin martial soul, while I am but an ordinary one. Throughout the entirety of Douluo continent, there has yet to exist a figure as formidable as you. Speak, what do you truly desire? How can you be so powerful, while I am so utterly mediocre? You hail from a typical humble background. Your bloodline is not of any noble descent. Why then have you attained such prowess? Impart this knowledge to me, and I shall allow you to depart, erasing our grievances henceforth. Li Yunfei directly placed his past document down, realizing that if he continued to waste time, neither side would emerge unscathed. He perceived a volatile anger in Yinling's eyes. Indeed, He feared that should Yinling become truly enraged, his twin martial soul would unleash a tempest across the Douluo continent, likely resulting in Li Yunfei's demise in its infancy. Yes, it is true, both are human. Yinling's perspective reveals him to be an orphan, yet he thrives abundantly, while Li Yunfei, a scion of wealth, constantly yearns to seize what others possess. This is the epitome of a bandit. Fortunately, Yinling possesses genuine skill and a fierce aura of self-defense. Otherwise, the combined forces of Li Yunfei and Li Morin would surely render him half dead. Moreover, within the academy, Li Yunfei is surrounded by numerous subordinates. Even the most formidable individuals can be utterly subdued by Li Yunfei, rendering them incapable of soaring to new heights. Fortunately, Bibiong had the foresight to reclaim Yinling as her disciple. Otherwise, one can only imagine the chaotic turmoil that Li Yunfei might have instigated. It seems that truly talented individuals often find themselves the targets of envy. Yet, there exists no remedy for this predicament. One can only choose to acquiesce in silence. Yinling has come to realize that Li Yunfei seeks to extract a certain technique from him to enhance his own martial soul through a series of upgrades. This endeavor is indeed intriguing. Is upgrading a simple matter? In theory, it is not so straightforward. The reason Yinling has ascended is due to his dual martial souls. He is the protagonist, adorned with the perfect halo of a hero. In contrast, Li Yunfei is merely a supporting character, lacking any real prowess. The fact that he could engage Yinling in a battle of wits for several rounds is already a testament to his concession. If we were to liken this to a film, it would certainly grant him a significant role, yet Li Yunfei remains unsatisfied. He yearns to seize what Yinling possesses as if he himself is entitled to it, oblivious to his own shortcomings. Hence, it is essential for one to possess self-awareness regarding their worth. Li Yunfei, relying on the strength of his family, seeks to decipher the origins of Yinling's dual martial souls. Even if he cannot plunder them, he is determined to uncover the truth behind Yinling's acquisition of such a gift. In truth, if Yinling were to explain how he came to possess dual martial souls, he would admit his ignorance. He only knows that upon his rebirth and arrival in this world, his dual martial souls accompanied him. Every moment he gazes upon them, he reflects on the enigma of their existence. Why did he possess dual martial souls from the outset? Is it possible that he is inherently endowed with the so-called protagonist halo? It seems inevitable. Every individual who experiences rebirth or transmigration possesses an undeniable advantage. Otherwise, how could one rightfully be considered reborn? Never has there been a narrative of rebirth or transmigration that culminates in tragedy, leading one to be reduced to a mere clown, departing in despair. Such a tale would not be deemed a gratifying story. It is merely a tragic narrative of a life, perpetually sorrowful from the moment of transmigration to rebirth. What purpose does such rebirth serve if it is merely a spectacle? I have little to discuss with you. Should you insist on entangling matters further, do not hold me accountable for my lack of civility. I offer you one final opportunity to reconsider, Li Yunfei. This is my last warning. Do not provoke me. I possess the capacity to render you incapacitated, should you doubt my resolve to diminish your powers. Yinling clenched his fists tightly, and in an instant, a radiant golden light emanated from him, enveloping him in a peculiar wave of energy reminiscent of a dragon. His eyes, now a fierce crimson, widened as he realized he had mastered the second segment of his martial arts technique. As he gripped his hands, he discerned that he had seemingly awakened a formidable new ability, the Overlord Fist. At this moment, his hands transformed into a golden hue, as if claws were poised to emerge from beneath his nails. Gradually, scales began to sprout upon his hands, akin to the cage possessed by the Overlord Fist. He seemed on the verge of metamorphosing into a dragon, though whether it would be of the Western or Eastern variety remained uncertain. Yet, it was unmistakable that the scales were a hallmark of an Eastern dragon, gleaming with radiant gold. Goodness, could this lad have ascended once more? I implore you. My dear brother, must you press him so relentlessly? Now, look where your insistence has led. You have forced his limits to the brink. And now you stand there in shock. Make haste and flee. Do not squander this precious time. Li Morin covered his mouth, which had just been struck by Yinling, and hurriedly pulled at Li Yunfei. There was no choice. If they did not flee now, Yinling would truly become enraged. The two of them would certainly meet a fate worse than death. In the next moment, Yinling's fist could rain down upon them, shattering them into mere fragments. They were mere mortals. Despite Li Yunfei possessing a common martial soul, Li Morin had nothing at all. He had not even been afforded the opportunity to study at Douluo Academy. He was merely a servant of the Li family, a being even lower than a junior. To put it plainly, the Li family allowed him to dine here, so he could eat. If they wished otherwise, he would be cast out without hesitation. Seeking another job was the plight of a typical lowly worker, and thus Lee Moran felt that life was his own. Chapter 157. Retreat as the best strategy. The work belonged to the employer. One could not gamble with their life in such a manner. He intended to flee in haste, but upon recalling Li Yunfei, his so-called young master still remained here. He could not abandon Li Yunfei and escape alone, fearing that upon returning to the Li family, he would be questioned about Li Yunfei's whereabouts. Lee Moran would find himself at a loss for words, unable to provide an explanation. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei was equally startled. He had not anticipated that Yin Ling would indeed respond as Lee Moran had described, seemingly provoked to a higher level once again. It was said that dual martial souls were quite formidable, but having never witnessed one, he was astonished to see how it could elevate a person to such heights. Faced with Lee Moran's persistent pulling, Li Yunfei could only shake his head in resignation, feeling a growing sense of urgency. If they did not retreat, he feared he might be left maimed by Yin Ling's wrath. Therefore, at that moment, Li Yunfei could only shake his head in despair. Very well. Since matters had reached such an undeniable point, Yin Ling would spare them for today. He had no desire to lower himself to their level. If he truly wished, he could easily leave them bloodied and bruised. Until now, Li Yunfei remains obstinately defiant, never acknowledging his own faults. This lad has always been like this, eager to engage in disputes over matters of pride. In truth, he is deeply unsettled within, on the verge of being utterly terrified. Just moments ago, when Yin Ling unleashed the Dragon Fist, the surrounding waves of energy were almost tempestuous, as if they might dishevel his hair. Fortunately, Li Yunfei possesses a robust composure. After all, he has been embroiled in numerous altercations before, and maintaining his dignity has become imperative. Helpless and resigned, he can only feign calmness, striving to present his case with utmost clarity and conviction. Many observers found it impossible to dismiss the gravity of the situation. Under Li Muran's counsel, Li Yunfei has begun to contemplate withdrawal in earnest. He believes that stepping back is the wisest course, for if he does not, his very existence may be at stake. Ironically, now that he is aware of the fear he harbors, he still clings to his bravado. Very well then, since you all seem disinclined to continue this game thus, I see no reason to linger any further. Let this be the end. Farewell. Yin Ling observed the hasty retreat of Li Yunfei, nearly bursting into laughter as a realization dawned upon him. It became clear that Li Yunfei was not devoid of fear. Rather, he lacked respect for his own formidable abilities. Witnessing how terrified Li Yunfei appeared at the mere prospect of him unleashing the Dragon Fist, one could liken his reaction to that of a frightened child. It is fortunate that my prowess is considerable. Otherwise, had it been someone less capable, the outcome might have been quite different. The sight was almost enough to induce a fit of rage. Li Yunfei epitomized the archetype of one who bullies the weak while cowering before the strong. Relying on his family's formidable influence, he would have easily subdued any ordinary scion, reducing them to a state of utter humiliation. However, with matters having escalated to such a degree, there was little more to be said. Yin Ling wasted no time and swiftly soared towards the academy. This was no mere flight. He initially contemplated riding a sword through the skies, yet Lin Yin realized that he was not adept in swordsmanship, lacking any means to traverse the winds. He was left to harness the wind's power, stepping upon auspicious clouds and advancing step by step towards Douluo Academy. As he surveyed the expanse from above, Yin Ling discerned that the entire Douluo continent resembled a grand arena, with Douluo Academy situated at its heart, surrounded by various realms. Naturally, the conflicts among these realms were beyond Yin Ling's capacity to influence. He understood that his arrival in this land was solely for his own aspirations, regardless of how events unfolded. They bore no relevance to him. As Yin Ling descended gently to the ground, the students of Douluo Academy stood in astonished silence, pointing and murmuring in a cacophony of speculation. They were at a loss, perceiving Yin Ling as clearly inferior or perhaps only slightly superior, yet questioning how he could be so formidable. Mastering even the rudimentary art of sword flight raised eyebrows, leading them to wonder about the academy's educational structure. Was it truly as perplexing as it appeared? A multitude of questions burgeoned within the minds of the students, with many wishing to inquire whether Yin Ling had received instruction that had been withheld from them. At that moment, a growing sense of betrayal took root among the students, who felt that their teachers were deliberately withholding valuable knowledge. This was the infamous Yin Ling, rumored to be a disciple of Bibi Dong. To their astonishment, his skills were indeed exceptional, having even mastered the art of wind flight. Wind flight? Wasn't it supposed to be sword flight? But where was his sword? It was conspicuously absent. As I had mentioned earlier, this was wind flight, which suggested that Bibi Dong was indeed a formidable figure, capable of honing even the seemingly inept into remarkable talents. Yet, it seemed that Yanling was anything but inept. Do not forget that Yanling, during the trials of the past few days, emerged as a quintessential dual martial soul. In the days of yore, Tang San was merely the inception of a dual martial soul, and now, with the advent of Yanling, it is conceivable that his future accomplishments may surpass even those of Tang San. This development indeed becomes increasingly intriguing. Should Yanling's achievements eclipse those of Tang San, surely this will revolutionize the perspectives within the entire Douluo Academy. Given this, we ought to extend our congratulations to this individual. But why should we celebrate him? I believe we should rather feel envy and admiration, and then endeavor to absorb all his skills for our own benefit. Wouldn't that be far more advantageous? The students of Douluo Academy are engaged in fervent discussions, pointing fingers at Yanling and offering a plethora of varied remarks. The meaning conveyed through their words is quite evident. In their eyes, Yanling is not particularly formidable. He merely possesses the fortune of having an exceptional master, which explains why he is endowed with twin martial souls. Chapter 158. The esteemed evaluation suggests that perhaps Bibi Dong trained him exceptionally well, as she recognized Yanling's dual martial souls and took him as her disciple, rather than transforming him into one. Faced with such somewhat harsh remarks, Yanling maintained an expressionless demeanor, swiftly running towards a distant location. At that moment, he had come to understand his own worth and the respect he commanded. He was acutely aware of the person he was and the tasks that lay ahead. If he intended to achieve greatness within the entirety of the Douluo Academy, then defeating the Titan giant ape would surely mark his auspicious debut, allowing him to establish himself within the academy and make those who had mocked him taste the repercussions of their words. Some individuals are not in a position to voice their opinions so freely. Meanwhile, Poseidon and Hades stood atop a building, gazing down at Yanling as he descended from the sky to the ground. They were filled with admiration, particularly Poseidon, who found Yanling's prowess astonishing. At such a tender age, not only did he possess twin martial souls, but he could also manipulate the winds to fly. In contrast, during their own youth, they were merely fledgling beings. Poseidon had been playing with shells and small fish in the sea, while Hades had been nothing more than a star in the cosmos. The so-called Lord of the Underworld was merely an expression of his potential. Otherwise, Pluto would have long since become his dominion. In the grand tapestry of Western mythology, Zeus is the creator of all deities, while Poseidon and Hades are his sons and grandsons. However, they bear no emotional attachment to Zeus, with numerous offspring. A father cannot tend to each one adequately, leading to a certain emotional detachment from Zeus. In essence, they regard him merely as their father, devoid of any profound sentiment. Yet, in observing Yanling, they perceive a stark contrast to Bibi Dong's respect and the admiration he holds for Shrek Academy. Yanling embodies a modest demeanor, nurturing a belief that a mentor is akin to a father for life, a sentiment that they find somewhat difficult to reconcile. It is also worth noting that Poseidon and Hades are not natives of this eastern world. They ventured from the west, akin to a journey described in The Journey to the West, to explore the ancient eastern lands and partake in a series of studies, paralleling the quest for enlightenment. I believe Yanling is indeed quite remarkable. The knowledge imparted to him by Bibi Dong is commendable. Just observe his mastery of wind manipulation, which surpasses that of any student at Douluo Academy. He has already shown signs of becoming a prodigy, and it is likely that he will carve out a place for himself in the broader Douluo continent. Poseidon offered a sincere affirmation, believing that his remarks were rather conventional. However, should Bibi Dong engage in a series of nurturing endeavors towards Yanling, it is conceivable that in the next moment, he might indeed usurp his position. After all, Bibi Dong occupies a prestigious role akin to that of a master instructor. If Yanling were to undertake a succession of responsibilities, it is quite possible that he could outperform Bibi Dong in terms of capabilities. When Yanling showcases his achievements, surpassing those of Bibi Dong would elevate the situation to an entirely different realm of intrigue. Nevertheless, one must not make hasty judgments about an individual's potential or the accomplishments they may attain in the future. Certainty eludes us, particularly as we hail from the Western world, while he emerges from the Eastern realm, a domain that may resist our attempts at comprehensive transformation. Harris, though he had assimilated for many years, felt detached from the essence of the Eastern world. Time, he believed, would surely diminish the brashness that lingered within him. At this moment, Harris no longer possessed the fervor of his youth. opting instead for a demeanor characterized by composure and a pursuit of victory. He surmised that regardless of the heights Yinling might reach in the future, his effort would suffice, no matter how eloquently they spoke. Their words merely served as a supportive function to uplift Yinling's spirits and nothing more. Poseidon fell silent, as did Harris, for their perspectives diverged. Looking up, Yinling noticed the two exalted figures gazing down upon him from above. He realized that if he were to ascend the stairs, reaching such lofty heights would take time. Thus, he felt compelled to once again display an extraordinary feat. With a swift motion, he unleashed the full potential of his sword flight. To Yinling, this sword flight was unparalleled. There was no notion of wind flight. It felt as though an invisible sword propelled him skyward, allowing him to ascend as if on an unseen staircase of air. With a few swift strides, Yinling reached the rooftop, joining Poseidon and Harris. "Young man, indeed you are impressive," they remarked, acknowledging his remarkable achievements at such a tender age. "Thus, it is evident that you will undoubtedly surpass us old fellows in your endeavors." Poseidon regarded Yinling with profound admiration, and at this moment, he gave a hearty pat on his shoulder. The implication was clear. In the realm of Douluo continent, your accomplishments are assured, provided you dedicate yourself earnestly. On the other hand, Harris maintained a stoic expression, seemingly at a loss for words as he observed Yinling. He understood that even the most exalted individuals, when excessively praised, risk being undone by such flattery. It is inevitable that one may descend to the depths, which elucidates the divergence in perspectives between Poseidon and Harris. One believes that a good child is molded by praise, while the other contends that excessive flattery could lead to an inability to gauge one's own capabilities. Should any insurmountable anomalies arise, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Even a genius cannot be suffocated by adulation. Such excessive praise is the most fundamental and agonizing means of destruction, leaving one devoid of any favorable outcome. Chapter 159. Zhao Wuji's thoughts. You were too kind. Truly too kind. Your respect for me is excessive. Please do not hold me in such high regard, for I am prone to pride. Today, I have come to inform you that matters have been settled. The Li family no longer poses any threat to us. Henceforth, we need only to unearth the Titan ape within the academy and proceed with its execution. Thus, we shall undoubtedly be able to harness all the power that resides within him. Consider this matter. When shall we take action? At midnight tonight or in the early hours of tomorrow? It is only under the cloak of night that the Titan great ape manifests in our reality. Breathing in the fresh air, Yinling articulated his analytical perspective, asserting that this Titan great ape likely lurks in the shadows, entirely unseen during the day. It may be that his prior encounters with strangulation and hunting have left him severely wounded, now concealing himself within the academy to undergo a series of repairs. Once his restoration is complete, he shall inevitably emerge once more. This is a simple matter, for the spiritual energy within the Douluo Academy is immensely potent. Even the most grievously injured beings can attain a remarkable state of repair. Consider the severity of a severed limb. Yet it is capable of restoration beyond the realm of a typical human. A hemiplegic individual can regain normalcy under the Academy's spiritual energy, while those who have passed may be reincarnated. Reflect on why the Douluo Academy produces such a plethora of extraordinary talents. This phenomenon is strikingly evident here. In light of Yinling's stance, Poseidon and Harris each held their own insights, believing that this young man before them might possess unique perspectives worth considering. Thus, if the intention is to ensnare them and launch an assault against the Titan ape, then there must indeed be an intrinsic truth to his story. Thus, at this moment, what should have been an unequivocal refusal from the two of them has silently morphed into a compromise within their hearts. Well, I believe we can certainly summon this Titan ape, and if we manage to subdue it, we shall assuredly bring these rascals to their knees. What do you think? Yinling gazed at Poseidon with an expression brimming with excitement, for he understood that Harris's demeanor towards him lacked warmth. He could only turn to Poseidon, hoping for a piece of sound advice, and if possible, to act without delay. After all, within this academy, their combined efforts would surely face no obstruction. Indeed, you speak wisely. I too believe it is time to unearth this Titan ape. It is said that it roams predominantly at night. Therefore, there is no need to involve too many others. Since it is daytime now, forcing it out might inadvertently harm numerous innocents. Poseidon, ever the concerned and civic-minded individual, felt that he had reached an unprecedented height in his pursuit. Since this is the case, there is little left to articulate elsewhere. The matter has come to this point. In this moment, the focus must be on minimizing all harm before navigating through the trials ahead. Harris remained silent, his gaze lowered, fixated on Zhao Wuji in the distance. He could distinctly sense that someone in the center of the playground was observing him with a penetrating gaze. That person was none other than Zhao Wuji, who at that moment was clad in flowing white attire, seemingly narrating his own circumstances and story, embodying a remarkable synthesis of perfection. Faced with such a scenario, Harris felt a twinge of unease. Instinctively, he sensed that the Titan giant ape might be under Zhao Wuji's protection. If that were the case, it was indeed a troubling prospect. At this juncture, Harris furrowed his brow, contemplating whether Zhao Wuji would obstruct their endeavors. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji cast a contemplative look towards the trio atop the teaching building, an unsettling chill emanating from his gaze. After all, he held the position of vice principal at the Douluo Academy, yet he felt as if his authority had been undermined by these mere students standing on the rooftop. Poseidon and Harris, both deities from the Western world, had merely come to the Douluo Academy for a smooth progression of affairs. Yet it was astonishing that such trivial matters could escalate into this convoluted situation. It was evident that they should refrain from hastiness. It seemed Zhao Wuji was surveying them with a predatory intensity. What was truly unfolding? How could they possibly contend with this individual? Harris, glancing at Poseidon and Yinling, felt compelled to lay bare these so-called truths, for failure to do so might lead to an undesirable outcome. The outcome is undoubtedly of great significance. For what is presented before us is far from a mere point of brilliance. Rather than diligently guarding this situation, it would be more prudent to unveil the genuine solutions at hand. Following Harris's words, Yinling gazed into the distance and, indeed, there he discovered the figure of Zhao Wuji. At that moment, Zhao Wuji, clad in a flowing white robe, appeared to be experiencing profound inner turmoil regarding the three of them atop the teaching building. Should he choose to take action? It seemed that none of these individuals would stand a chance against him. As a distinguished vice principal, he now cast an unusual glance in our direction. What could his intentions possibly be? Could it be that he harbored malicious designs against us? Or perhaps the Titan Great Ape's concealment within the academy was somehow linked to Zhao Wuji's unspoken motives. At this juncture, Yinling clenched his jaw tightly. For the occurrences of the previous two times had made him acutely aware of Zhao Wuji's propensity for disruption. He could not fathom the rationale behind his incessant desire to confront these realities. Chapter 160, a discussion worth having. Zhao Wuji, you need not stare at me with such inquisitiveness. The balcony now forms an iron triangle, and upon your arrival, it can transform into a parallelogram. Come forth without hesitation. Lingering any longer would be detrimental to all involved. As Yinling spoke, he cast a cold glance downward, employing the technique of distant communication to summon Zhao Wuji. Simultaneously, Zhao Wuji felt a jolt of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yinling's skills were so profound that he could transmit a message over hundreds of meters. If that were the case, it was indeed quite remarkable. What a capable young man. It is no wonder that Bibi Dong and Shrek hold you in such high regard. It seems that today, I must engage you in a serious discourse regarding the hierarchy of strength. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wuji ascended, as if treading upon invisible stairs in the air. At that moment, he exhibited no hesitation, stepping upon layer of unseen bricks and tiles in the atmosphere. With a stride that seemed to summon a gust of wind beneath his feet, he surged towards the rooftop. Meanwhile, the students on the playground and within the teaching building gazed upon Zhao Wuji, who appeared like a swift breeze, inscribing a flawless punctuation mark in the sky. Returning to the rooftop, the trio had now transformed into a quartet. Unbeknownst to these students, a grand battle was on the verge of unfolding, sparked merely by a divergence in moral ideologies. Pray tell, what is your stance? Did you truly resort to the art of distant communication against me? Are you intentionally flaunting your remarkable abilities? Do not assume that your connections rival those of Shrek. There is no one I fear that has yet to be born. Spare me your words. When the time comes to act, let us act. Come forth. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists tightly, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, as if he were on the brink of mercilessly strangling Yinling. He understood that the Titan giant ape was indeed concealed within the academy. However, a paramount consideration loomed. Zhao Wuji was, after all, the principal and not some uninformed teacher. He realized that should he truly unearth this Titan giant ape, it could pose a threat not only to the students, but also to the very structures of the academy, inflicting severe damage. Moreover, a rather evident situation had transpired just days prior when the golden sacred dragon descended from the heavens, obliterating the adjacent teaching building, leaving bricks and debris scattered as if they had plummeted from the sky, shattered beyond recognition. Such an unutterable scenario would surely appear absurd to an outsider. Thus, Zhao Wujie harbored no particular camaraderie with the Titan giant ape. His motivations were rather straightforward. He wished to preserve every blade of grass and every life within the academy. Furthermore, the annual funding for this teaching building reached into the tens of millions, from which Zhao Wujie and Flander had embezzled a considerable sum. If they were to truly extract the Titan giant ape for a hunt, the consequences would be dire. Such actions will inevitably inflict indelible damage upon the buildings within the academy. When the time comes, who will bear the burden of the ensuing maintenance consequences? At this juncture, Zhao Wujie's demeanor towards Yin Ling resembles that of a man confronting his father's murderer. It is straightforward. To sever one's financial means is akin to slaying one's parents. Presently, Yin Ling seems intent on coercing Zhao Wujie and those corrupt individuals in Flanders to relinquish all their ill-gotten gains in order to construct the instructional buildings and various structures within the academy. How could Zhao Wujie possibly part with such funds? He has already squandered his wealth entirely. Regardless of the reasons, he currently occupies the position of vice principal. The annual funding allocated to him from the upper echelons of Douluo has reached staggering amounts. I ask you, Vice Principal Zhao, what is your true stance? Why must I eliminate the Titan giant ape? Your attitude towards me is vague and ambiguous. What precisely do you mean? Speak plainly. If you have any objections, direct them at me without hesitation. Why waste time with trivialities? Yin Ling finds the situation utterly laughable. Given the current circumstances, why engage in such nonsensical matters? Who is to blame? In truth, no one bears the blame. This predicament is merely a reflection of your own incompetence, Zhao Wujie. The Titan giant ape has existed within the academy for so many years. Yet you squander time without taking decisive action. What are you truly thinking? Is it possible that your mind is devoid of any useful insights? It should not be so. One would expect a top-tier vice principal like yourself to contemplate the constant threat posed by the Titan giant ape to the surrounding populace. Yet today, Zhao Wujie's demeanor suggests a reluctance to engage in the necessary decisive actions. Thus, Yin Ling finds the situation quite intriguing. Spare me the trivialities, I tell you. Should you dare to act recklessly within the academy, then refrain from engaging in so many trivial matters. As the vice principal here, my responsibility is to ensure the safety of our community. If you insist on a battle of wits with me, I would like to offer you a word of caution. As long as I remain here, do not entertain the notion of extracting this Titan ape. Regardless of the rationale behind it, the outcome is evidently clear. Zhao Wujie exuded an aura of power, akin to a lion or tiger on the verge of fury. His eyes gleaming with intensity. A shimmering veil of white light enveloped him, transforming him into a resplendent figure reminiscent of a celestial being. He himself was uncertain of how this came to be, as if his thoughts eluded him. Meanwhile, Yin Ling, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress a cold chuckle. Unexpectedly, this old rascal had a trick up his sleeve. Very well, since he has chosen the path of ruthlessness, he cannot blame me for reciprocating with a lack of mercy. Given that the situation has escalated to this extent, Yin Ling felt that further wasting time on this individual was unwise. Chapter 161, The Battle of Ultimate Annihilation. This only serves to highlight one's own inadequacy. Beneath this realization, Yin Ling clenched his fist tightly. It was evident that he grasped the ba-long fist with great intensity, as if it were on the verge of being unleashed at any moment. However, upon witnessing Yin Ling's mastery of the ba-long fist, Zhao Wujie was taken aback and instinctively moved, for he had not anticipated such prowess. In the realm of these third-rate weapons, Yin Ling had effortlessly acquired the skill. If we are to put it this way, this matter truly is rather disconcerting. Is it not? How could the negotiations here have failed? There was an unmistakable air of confrontation brewing, yet surely the two of you harbored no profound animosity towards one another? Poseidon, taken aback, hastily retreated several steps, for he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Just moments ago, Zhao Wujie had been observing them from the playground, and in an instant, it appeared that he was about to engage in a dispute with Yin Ling. If we are to speak in such terms, this situation indeed evokes a sense of absurdity. What could possibly be the underlying cause? How did it come to this unfortunate state? Poseidon, eager to mediate, found himself only receiving a sharp glare from Hades, who seemed to convey that the circumstances were beyond mere words. One must refrain from concocting these bizarre so-called oddities, as they pertain solely to the affairs of the Eastern world and bear no relevance to the deities of the Western realm. Prior to this, Hades maintained a resolute stance, determined to sway Poseidon to his side, urging him to avoid creating any further chaotic disturbances, lest the outcome is undoubtedly evident. and it seems unlikely that a favorable conclusion will emerge. Poseidon, you now indulge in this charade. What is it that you truly desire? Are you unclear in your own heart? Within this entire academy, it is well known that a Titan lurks in concealment. The Titan ape stands as the prized emblem of our esteemed academy, yet you, a faction of Westerners, have conspired with Zhao Wujing to orchestrate its demise. This only serves to highlight the extent of Zhao Wujing's sycophancy towards foreign powers. Are you not aware that the Titan ape, within our institution, is the guardian of our collective fortune? Zhao Wujing, in a desperate attempt to slander, began to hurl accusations of treachery towards Zhao Wujing. In that moment, he even resorted to invoking the so-called grievances of family and nation. Pointing a finger at Zhao Wujing, he labeled him a wretched traitor, leaving Zhao Wujing utterly flabbergasted. His eyes widened in disbelief. Had Zhao Wujing truly lost his sanity? Clenching his fists tightly, he bit down hard on his molars. Unable to fathom that Zhao Wujing had elevated the moral high ground to such an absurd degree. What was this nonsensical talk of familial and national grievances? How had matters deteriorated to such a severe extent? Zhao Wujing, cease your nonsensical prattle. The very presence of the Titan within our academy poses a threat to our safety for every day it lingers. Spare us the rhetoric about mascots and grievances. Do not drag in the prejudices of the Eastern and Western worlds. Poseidon and Hades assist me because they perceive my potential. Otherwise, given their divine status, why would they deign to look my way? Reflect upon the true nature of these circumstances. Why have we descended into such dire straits? My aspirations are grand, and I implore you not to hinder me. Zhao Wujing's disdain for Zhao Wujing grew ever more profound. He never anticipated that, in a matter of mere words, he would be branded a traitor, accused of colluding with external enemies. Indeed, this is not far from the truth. Poseidon and Hades hail from the Western realm, while Zhao Wujing belongs to the Eastern world. They are not of the same ilk. Their collaboration against the essence of the Eastern world is as clear as day. Akin to the treacherous lackeys of the anti-Japanese resistance leading invaders into our cities. Am I mistaken? Not in the slightest. The Titan ape is the mascot of our Eastern world. Why would you conspire with Westerners to eliminate it? Are your intentions truly so insidious? Or has your conscience been consumed entirely? Zhao Wujing clenched his teeth with an intensity that felt as though he might shatter his own molars. In his eyes, the figure before him, Yanling, appeared to be an utterly ridiculous jester. He could not possibly expend all his strength to assist Yanling. Moreover, if he were to unearth the Titan giant ape, the charges of embezzlement against him would undoubtedly be substantiated. The annual allocation of several million from the Douluo hierarchy would surely be scrutinized, leading to inevitable exposure. Thus, Zhao Wujing found himself compelled to obstruct Yanling, ensuring that he refrained from producing any advantageous outcomes. Oh, so there is nothing left to discuss, is there? Very well, let us engage. Anyone who shows a hint of cowardice is nothing but a wretched cur, he declared. In an instant, Yanling unleashed his dominant dragon fist with fervor, charging towards Zhao Wujing. At that moment, his eyes blazed with fervor, as if the flames of victory were destined to burst forth from the inferno. He realized an essential truth. Regardless of how sophisticated one's techniques or martial arts may be, if one does not manifest true capability, everything is rendered meaningless. Even the most exceptional skill must be put into practice. Otherwise, the unity of knowledge and action remains unattainable, rendering the endeavor futile. Understanding how something should operate mandates execution. Otherwise, all discourse is moot. Zhao Wujing, unwilling to be outdone, recognized his position as vice principal. He could not allow himself to be bested by a mere elementary student like Yanling. Consequently, he formed a formidable barrier, unfolding a shield-like formation around him. He understood that the power of the dominant dragon fist hinged on its speed of attack, while his shield could absorb and convert all impending threats, then redirect them back to Yanling. Thus, the confrontation was a dynamic interplay of spear and shield, a series of intricate duels. As Yanling observed, he found himself unable to breach the impenetrable defenses Zhao Wujing had erected. In a moment of desperation, he propelled himself toward an invisible point in the air, executing a spectacular spinning kick that aimed directly for Zhao Wujing's head. The strike was swift, precise, and fierce, should it connect with the back of Zhao Wujing's skull. Certainly, this old fellow would have perished on the spot. However, the reason for his survival is quite simple. Zhao Wujing's defensive capabilities have reached their zenith. Prior to this moment, he transformed the tumultuous events into a state akin to that of a turtle retreating into its shell. He stands here as a quintessential example of a timid tortoise, impervious to any attempts to breach his barrier. If anyone were to succeed, it would only be Poseidon and Hades acting in concert. Yet, at this moment, the latter two are mere spectators, observing the spectacle unfolding before them. Indeed, Poseidon has even taken out some sunflower seeds from his pocket, sharing them with Hades, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this contest? I hold a high opinion of Yinling, although the power of the Tyrant Dragon Fist may not be immense. Should these three martial techniques strike, they could swiftly claim the life of this young man. Poseidon offers a candid observation, asserting that Yinling is destined for triumph, especially considering that even a top-tier figure like Bibidong has taken him as a disciple. Surely, even the mightiest of characters would show some deference to Yinling. However, one must not speak too confidently. I contend that Zhao Wuji's defenses are not to be underestimated. Currently, he remains on the defensive, but should he choose to retaliate, the consequences would be unfathomable. Alas, given that the circumstances have escalated to such an intangible level, it becomes increasingly difficult to articulate the situation. Hades furrows his brow, observing Yinling. Despite recognizing the ferocity of the latter's assault, he perceives a significant flaw in such overwhelming aggression. Conversely, Zhao Wuji is conserving all his strength, awaiting the opportune moment for a decisive strike. If Yinling were to exhaust his energy through a series of relentless attacks, he may ultimately find himself devoid of power. Zhao Wuji would undoubtedly come to turn the tide, transforming the situation with a mere flick of his hand, ruthlessly bringing an end to Yinling. Meanwhile, Yinling observed the two individuals who were supposed to be his allies, now merely spectators to this unfolding drama. He felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. He could scarcely believe that these two were so utterly useless. Just moments ago, they had declared their solidarity on the same battlefield. Yet now they had devolved into such disarray. What was the cause of this bewildering turn of events? Why were these two proving to be such a disappointment? In a fit of frustration, Yinling shouted towards Poseidon and Hades, "What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and come over. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Time is of the essence. Stop wasting it. Get over here and assist me." Yinling was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust, as it astonished him that the two aides he had summoned were merely watching from the sidelines. The absurdity of it all nearly brought him to tears. As the situation escalated to such a critical point, why introduce further chaos? At that moment, the wind swirled atop the teaching building, leaving most of the students in a state of stunned disbelief. They had not anticipated that the previously jovial Yinling and Vice Principal Zhao Wuji would, in the blink of an eye, be embroiled in a fierce confrontation on the rooftop. A powerful vortex erupted atop the educational building, forming a formidable barrier. The clouds above churned violently, as if on the verge of transforming into raindrops, ready to cascade down in a rhythmic patter. What were the two figures on the rooftop engaged in? It was none other than our vice principal, Zhao Wuji, and the other was Yinling. How did these two come to blows? Logically, Yinling is merely a student, while Zhao Wuji, as the vice principal, holds a significantly higher status. Why then is there animosity between them? It seems that their conflict is not rooted in hatred, but rather a contest of skills. Both are formidable practitioners, and despite Zhao Wuji's advancing years, Yinling possesses considerable prowess. A comparison between the two inevitably leads to a dramatic confrontation. Given the gravity of the situation, it seems unnecessary to delve deeper into the intricacies of their rivalry. Students below were whispering and speculating, each offering their own interpretations of the unfolding battle. They pondered why such a seasoned middle-aged man like Zhao Wuji would engage a young, brash individual like Yinling. Surely, it must be a sparring match, devoid of any profound enmity. Unbeknownst to them, this was a struggle driven by conflicting interests. Zhao Wuji sought to conceal the embezzlement of several 100,000 yuan, while Yinling aimed to expose the Titan Great Ape. Yinling was oblivious to the fact that unearthing the Titan Great Ape would undoubtedly cause damage to the surrounding structures and incur chaotic repair costs for the academy. One sought financial gain, while the other pursued the so-called thrill of acquiring powerful gear, both motivations steeped in self-interest. Yinling, in a more favorable light, could be seen as wanting to eliminate the threat posed by the Titan Great Ape to the academy. Conversely, Zhao Wuji articulated concerns about the potential repercussions of confronting the Titan Great Ape, particularly the risk of harming innocent students, which would be difficult to justify. At this juncture, both were embroiled in a battle of wills, each driven by their own vested interests. As Yinling prepared to strike, Poseidon and Hades found themselves unable to intervene. Trapped in their elevated position, their inability to act only underscored the chaotic circumstances unfolding below. The confrontation between Yinling and Zhao Wuji was theirs alone, and should either Poseidon or Hades intervene, it could complicate the matter further. Such actions would undoubtedly be labeled as a severe international conflict. Indeed, there is no room for doubt. After all, this pertains to individuals from abroad perpetrating acts of slaughter against those within the nation, under circumstances of such gravity. Chapter 163. Indifference breeds ignorance. Should the bloodshed continue, it would surely lead to a dismemberment so thorough that it would epitomize the struggle between two nations. The stakes involved are immensely significant, rendering it apparent, even to the most naive observer, who stands in the right and who faces peril. Yinling, if you were to suggest that Poseidon and Hades were to act against me, this incident can undoubtedly be regarded as an escalation of conflict. I have reiterated numerous times that these two individuals hail from the Western world, while we find ourselves in an ancient Eastern nation. Why would you permit outsiders to perpetrate violence against a local? What is your intention behind such actions? Your motives appear to be all too evident. I harbor no deep-seated animosity towards you. If you would simply abandon your pursuit of the Titan Great Ape, you would find yourself in a position of considerable ease within the entirety of the Douluo Academy. After all, your master, Bibidong, and your so-called teacher, Shrek, hold significant esteem in my circles. I have no inclination to act excessively against you, so I implore you to cease your assault on the Titan Great Ape. Should you persist, I assure you that I will not let you escape unscathed. Zhao Wujia's heart was enveloped in a profound sense of fear, and rightly so. If Poseidon and Hades were to turn their aggression towards him, 3 against 1 would undoubtedly lead to his swift demise. The situation was exceedingly precarious. Akin to a large pie, one person may take their time to consume it, but with 3, it would vanish in no time. Presently, this pie represents Zhao Wujie. While it may be arduous to contend with the strength of a singular adversary, an increasing number of opponents would effortlessly overwhelm him, reducing him to mere ashes. Thus, in the face of such circumstances, even Zhao Wujie, with his formidable prowess, must weigh his options carefully. He must discern whether his subsequent actions are right or wrong, whether they can be articulated correctly, or if they will devolve into chaotic absurdity. Enough of this meaningless chatter. I have declared my intent to vanquish the Titan Great Ape. Otherwise, I see no reason to continue my existence in this world. I have spoken, I have rallied my forces. And my objective is straightforward. I must extract the equipment from the Titan Great Ape. Failing that, I shall not suffer any severe repercussions. This is an undeniable fact. And only I possess the means to fulfill it. Yinling has unveiled his final ultimatum, should Zhao Wujie truly wish to engage in this endeavor. Thus, he no longer finds it necessary to entangle himself in myriad matters, having reached such a critical juncture. To delve deeper would merely lead others to perceive him as a mere absurdity, a comical figure unable to articulate his thoughts amidst the chaos. In such a succinct scenario, there is no need for others to view him as cheap. Yinling's intentions are quite lucid. He merely seeks to showcase this reality. No matter how grand it may appear, it ultimately revolves around the pursuit of gain. Humans perish for wealth, and birds succumb for sustenance. Yinling aspires to vanquish this colossal titan, subsequently embarking on a series of equipment enhancements. It is as straightforward and evident as that, a battle fought solely for profit. Of course, Yinling remains oblivious to the inner thoughts of Zhao Wujie as events unfold. After all, he too is engaged in a struggle for so-called interests, backed by substantial funds allocated from the upper echelons of Douluo. How audacious, to disregard life and death in pursuit of upgrades and equipment. Indeed, he is quite the formidable character. Very well, if this is the path he chooses to tread, I see no reason to further complicate matters. Such chaotic circumstances have already manifested, and any additional display would only serve to reinforce the notion that others should not take the situation too gravely. On Zhao Wujie's side, his defenses are once again fully fortified. However, at this moment, he appears to extend his right hand, revealing a radiant glow emanating from his palm. This is the third spirit ring, a remarkably prominent force within the realm of Douluo. In days of yore, Tang Sen had learned this technique while under Zhao Wujie's tutelage. It constitutes one of Zhao Wujie's signature moves. His intention is to conclude matters swiftly with Yinling, as the situation has escalated to a fever pitch. Yinling is unlikely to alter his convictions merely due to Zhao Wujie's words. Zhao Wujie felt that today he must engage in a thorough discussion with Yinling, regardless of the chaotic matters behind him, such as Bibidong and Shrek. What lay before him was already a peculiar spectacle. If it is said that there is no solution, then to express such a sentiment only serves to make others perceive the situation as overwhelmingly evident. Goodness, Could it be? Zhao Wujie seems intent on delivering a fatal blow. If we do not take action soon, It is likely that Yinling will indeed lose his life here. I never anticipated that their animosity would reach such an extreme. What should we do? Should we offer assistance, or are you still dawdling here? At this moment, Poseidon is in a state of disarray, for he harbors a certain fondness for Yinling. He perceives that, much like Tang San of yore, Yinling is merely a figure who has gradually ascended from humble beginnings. Initially cast out from his sect, he has slowly risen, enacting a series of revenges. Yet now, Yinling's very existence renders Zhao Wuji's previously shining attributes nothing more than a farce. Well, since Zhao Wuji has resolved to take decisive action, Bibi Dong believes there is no need for hesitation. Talents like Yinling are indeed rare gems. Should his brilliance be stifled in its infancy, it would undoubtedly be a grave loss. At this juncture, Harris, who previously harbored some reservations about Yinling, has also expressed his concurrence. He refrains from speaking, convinced that if Zhao Wuji truly intends to strike down Yinling, it would be a misguided course of action. Poseidon should extend his assistance to Yinling. It is unnecessary for such a talent to fall to the mortal realm. Given the circumstances, Harris spoke with unyielding forthrightness. Very well, if it is your desire to intervene, then by all means, take action. Chapter 164. Divergent Positions. Should Zhao Wuji dare to target you, I too would rise to defend. However, if he were to assail Yinling, it is imperative that you obstruct him and prevent such calamity. The consequences of all actions must be borne by oneself. I wish to have no further entanglements with Yinling, nor do I desire to get involved in any trivial matters. Harris's stance is unmistakably clear. He remains aloof and indifferent. Nonetheless, he is inherently warm-hearted and possesses a keen love for wealth, yet that does not imply obligation. He merely fights for the principles that reside in his heart. Were it not for Poseidon's necessary connection to Yinling, he would have no need to delve into such matters. The situation has escalated to a fervent climax, revealing no remnants of shattered truths, only glaring points of contention. I implore you to, are you truly unwilling to assist me? After all the kindness I have shown you, I have come here seeking your help, not to have you merely spectate. Why do you stand idly by? Come assist me. I cannot face Zhao Wuji alone. Can you not see that? Are you both blind? Yinling is nearly on the verge of excitement, astonished that these two before him are so easily overwhelmed. What is their intention? What are they thinking? I brought you both here with goodwill, only to be met with such an attitude. Why is this? Is there something amiss in your minds, or perhaps in your nervous systems? The situation has already reached this critical juncture. Why continue to dwell on trivial matters? Come now, lend a hand. Why waste time? Move swiftly. Shall we not join forces? Otherwise, Yinling may genuinely become enraged. Look at him. It seems he bears the weight of all our skills. We ought to assist him. Should the Titan giant ape be vanquished, we shall receive no worthwhile equipment. Poseidon's expression is one of great distress, for he understands that if they do not act soon, Yinling will undoubtedly suffer. Zhao Wuji is, after all, a vice principal. Despite Yinling's prowess, even with his dual martial souls, he remains in the nascent stages of his development. This predicament lays bare a reality that many comprehend. Continuing down this path will only render the situation a farce. Surviving on a battlefield is already a considerable achievement, yet the emergence of so many absurdities is utterly amusing. Poseidon's resolve is unwavering. He believes that if Harris does not act, he will certainly step forth himself. Yinling serves as the connector among them, and should they delay any longer, such shattered remnants, when exposed to the gaze of others, truly allow one to remain untroubled by what is unseen. Hades' demeanor remained characteristically aloof. He had no inclination to engage in trivial discourse. As he turned his attention to Poseidon, he was struck by the realization that the figure before him bore skin of an almost profound azure hue. It was no wonder he was referred to as the god of the sea. Lowering his gaze to examine his own skin, he was taken aback to find it a deep verdant shade, subtly interlaced with hints of violet, this being the very reason he was known as the Lord of the Underworld. At that moment, Hades, adorned with the title of the Underworld's sovereign, could not suppress a cold smirk. If it comes to us both taking action, I assure you, it shall not be I who participates. This situation pertains to international disputes. We, as representatives of the Western world, have come to this ancient Eastern nation for the purpose of learning. However, one must ponder why we are subjected to such a series of events. Are you perhaps overindulged? Or is there a flaw in your reasoning? I have already stated that my presence here is merely for the sake of exploration and knowledge. Once a certain period has elapsed, I shall return. I have no desire to entangle myself with that group of individuals. Your insistence on imposing such matters upon me is futile. I shall not comply. But if you wish to pursue it, that is your prerogative. Harris's stance is unequivocal. He harbors no intention of becoming embroiled with these fools from the ancient Eastern nation. Although he possesses a deep love for his homeland and territory, he remains indifferent to the people of other nations. To put it more bluntly, he has his own objectives and aspirations for the future. The authority he commands is a direct result of these circumstances, allowing him to showcase his brilliance as one who adapts to his surroundings. His demeanor here is strikingly evident. Anything that belongs to him is an advantage. Conversely, should something not belong to Harris, he perceives a complete withdrawal as the most prudent course of action. Well then, since your position is so clearly defined, allow me to share a rather significant narrative. Should Yinling encounter failure, we are certain to face substantial threats. Consider this. Within this ancient Eastern nation, our existence has been rather prosperous, largely due to Yinling's support. However, if he ceases to extend his assistance to us, in this world, our existence seems devoid of any significance. Do you not wish to observe how these realities unfold, providing clarity to the underlying truths? The countenance of Poseidon has transformed, shedding the previous playful demeanor, now replaced by a chilling indifference and ruthlessness. At this moment, he gazes at Hades. Having elucidated the facts with utmost clarity, in the so-called political sense, it is exceedingly powerful. Confronted with such a scenario, it leaves others bewildered about the nature of the reality at hand, rendering everything merely a farcical endeavor. Thus, when these meticulous details fail to unveil their insignificance, the breadth of knowledge and talent must serve to assist Yinling. The prospects for their future are undeniably immense, as they share the same vessel, enduring both joys and hardships together. Should any individual fall overboard, they would undoubtedly become prey to the lurking sharks beneath the surface. This shark symbolizes Zhao Wuji, who obstructs Yinling from advancing his plans, stemming from their divergent positions. This reflects the struggle between two factions, vying to demonstrate their superiority in strength and valor. Yinling's tyrant dragon fist lacks genuine power, merely manifesting in a fleeting moment of tumult. In Chapter 165, Blood Demon Emperor, a relentless pursuit against Zhao Wuji ensues before he has the chance to retaliate. However, over there, it has already been smothered in its cradle. Zhao Wuji's defense is simply too formidable. On Yinling's side, a profound headache ensues, and one cannot help but understand the situation. Each strike upon the iron body reverberates, threatening to shatter his very skull. Enough of this waste of time. Let us hasten our actions, for Zhao Wuji is rapidly depleting all of my stamina. And yet you linger idly. Is there something amiss? Yinling feels utterly despondent, unable to fathom the thoughts swirling in the minds of Poseidon and Harris. Were they not to stand on the same battlefield? Why, then, the hesitation? The squandering of time is indeed absurd. Poseidon lunged forward, while Harris remained still. In that moment, all of Poseidon's strength coalesced into his hands, manifesting as a potent dagger, intricately carved from deep emerald hues. This dagger transformed into a sharp blade, aimed at the surrounding air. The air itself coalesced into a protective circle, revealing a hue of blue upon the earth. Ultimately, it formed a cloud. And after a tempestuous gathering of winds, it birthed a formidable tornado that encircled Yinling, presenting a powerful shield before him. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Poseidon to strike, wielding what he deemed the power of the sea god. This immense force enveloped Yinling, propelling him skyward, where he appeared as a deity, gazing down upon the throngs below as if they were mere ants. In that instant, Yinling comprehended that Poseidon was no mere slacker. He had harnessed the so-called power of the sea god to elevate him to the third tier of weaponry, thrusting him into the clouds, thereby posing a significant threat to Zhao Wuji. No matter how formidable Zhao Wuji may be, it is impossible for him to fully fortify his defenses without taking action. Just as Poseidon had surmised, Zhao Wuji swiftly conjured a defensive shield and drew forth a razor-sharp dagger, charging towards Yinling in the sky. He understood that if Yinling's descending attack were to strike him, it could very well be a lethal blow. It was akin to a flying kick descending from above, capable of inflicting grievous harm. To his surprise, Zhao Wuji proved to be astute. Had Yinling been allowed to descend unimpeded, Zhao Wuji would have faced certain doom. Now, observing that this fellow had chosen to strike first, he likely believed that Yinling posed no substantial threat to him. Very well, if this lad deems my divine power ineffective, then I shall lend further assistance to Yinling. Poseidon circled once more, soaring into the heavens, and once again invoked the power of the sea god. He absorbed the essence of all living things, and the oceanic forces coalesced into the visage of a grand primordial spirit that materialized before the onlookers. The might of Poseidon was directly bestowed upon a giant figure, who appeared as an elderly man enveloped in a deep azure hue, crowned with golden hair. His eyes radiating a tranquil blue light. Gazing down upon the crowd like a wisp of ethereal smoke, he brandished a trident in his grasp. At first glance, he resembled a master fisherman charging towards Ling, seemingly poised to strike him directly. However, unbeknownst to them, just as the steel fork was about to make contact, it transformed into a beam of radiant energy, merging seamlessly with Ling's form. In that instant, Ling felt an unprecedented surge of power enveloping him. Zhao Wujie, ever quick on his feet, rushed to Ling's side. Ling comprehended the nature of Poseidon's intended maneuver, and with a resounding clash, the two forces locked in a stalemate, causing both Ling and Poseidon to be propelled backward, while Zhao Wujie was sent flying nearly 100,000 miles away. This distance equated to a journey from the eastern continent of Douluo to the far western realms, a truly staggering displacement. Yet, as the vice principal of the Douluo Academy, Zhao Wujie would not succumb to such a blow without a fight. He quickly harnessed his willpower and returned to the Douluo Academy, feeling utterly humiliated. At that moment, students from across the Douluo continent gathered on the Academy's grounds, their eyes drawn to the magnificent image unfolding above. There stood Poseidon's original spirit, while Ling had absorbed the power of the sea god, transforming into an extraordinary vessel of strength before them. Opposite him stood Harris, whose demeanor was that of a detached spectator, indifferent to the unfolding drama, his expression replete with disdain. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, gritting his teeth in frustration, began to chant incantations, raising his voice to the sky. Suddenly, a pair of crimson wings erupted from his back, unleashing a wave of devastation in their wake. The onlookers winced as the brilliance momentarily blinded them, and when the light faded, the wings had transformed into a gentle shade of deep red. What on earth was happening? Zhao Wujie, the vice principal, has unexpectedly summoned the Blood Demon Emperor. In his fervent effort to counteract the sea goddess power, he is utilizing every ounce of his capabilities. Remarkable indeed. It appears that this contest will be etched into the annals of history at the Douluo Academy. What? The Blood Demon Emperor has truly possessed Zhao Wujie? This formidable entity, akin to a grand primordial spirit, is indeed astonishingly powerful. How extraordinary. It raises the question of how the Blood Demon Emperor was able to take control of Zhao Wujie. Truly impressive. It seems that the Douluo Academy exhibits a remarkable sense of unity. As for Ling, he is audaciously allied with the Western deities against the Eastern realm. It is no wonder the Blood Demon Emperor can unleash his might. The sky has transformed into a tapestry of two colors, blue and red, slicing through the heavens as if they were mere earth, creating a spectacle that is utterly mesmerizing. Chapter 166, A Clash of Titans. At this very moment, far in the distance, Principal Flender gazes at the horizon, where blue and red hues have emerged. He senses impending doom. Zhao Wujie, seizing the opportunity in his absence, is taking bold actions as vice principal. It seems there has been a commotion at the academy again. And what he did not anticipate was that the one daring to challenge him was, in fact, a mere junior disciple of his own subordinates. Although this novice was a student of Bibi Dong and had been nurtured by Shrek Academy, he was surprisingly capable of engaging in a fierce struggle of strength with Zhao Wujie. This development only heightened the intrigue of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Flender hastened towards his academy, disregarding any trivial matters at hand. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding energy. Since departing from Douluo Academy, he had been diligently attending to affairs within his domain for several days. However, the unusual energy disturbances alerted him to potential trouble, prompting him to expedite his journey back to Douluo Academy. On the Shrek side, they were initially focused on analyzing the golden sacred dragon's condition, which had been on the verge of collapse since its descent from the heavens. Yet, amidst their investigations, unforeseen complications began to arise. With a throbbing headache, Shrek became acutely aware of the peculiar energy fluctuations around him. Reluctantly breaking his seclusion, he rushed out, only to be startled by the sight before him. The earth had fallen into an eerie silence, while the sky was divided by a striking blue and red hue, creating a stark contrast. Was this a clash among deities? How could such a significant event transpire in his absence? He pondered the audacity of those who dared to cause chaos at Douluo Academy, eager to uncover the identity of these formidable beings. Clenching his fists, he looked up and was taken aback to see two figures atop the teaching building, Poseidon and Zhao Wujie. To his astonishment, Yanling seemed to embody Poseidon's will, manifesting as a second presence beside him. Shrek was further surprised to recognize Harris among them. He could hardly believe that Yanling had the audacity to confront Zhao Wujie, the vice principal, as a junior disciple. This boldness was indeed remarkable. As he approached the teaching building, Shrek instinctively raised his thumb in admiration towards Yanling. He could never have imagined that this young disciple of Bibi Dong, a mere novice under the Grand Pope, would dare to challenge the vice principal so fearlessly. Zhao Wujie, too, appeared unyielding, seemingly unfazed by the audacity of this youthful contender. This situation is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. At this moment, Shrek, who was initially quite agitated, hastily retrieved his cigarettes and sunflower seeds, adopting the demeanor of an amused spectator. Furthermore, Harris, gazing down from the rooftop, realized just how adept Shrek was at revelry. Within his own institution, his former superior, the so-called vice principal Zhao Wujie, was beginning to feel the weight of impending defeat at the hands of Yanling ironically. He chose to remain below, observing the spectacle rather than offering assistance. It seems that Shrek might harbor some grievances towards Zhao Wujie, perhaps due to the latter's failure to compensate him adequately. Contemplating this, Harris couldn't help but chuckle in resignation, pondering how such a dignified figure as Shrek, a teacher no less, would neglect his duties. Additionally, he found it absurd that he, a Western deity, was summoned to assist in what was ostensibly the study at Douluo Academy. The Earth itself has already been subjected to the tumultuous energies of two opposing forces, resulting in a series of indelible impacts at this very moment. The two factions, adorned in shades of blue and red, stood in stark opposition. While Poseidon ascended to the status of a supreme deity, positioned behind Yanling, he intended to shield him from the tempest, and it appeared that this time, even if Yanling did not emerge victorious, he would certainly secure a commendable outcome. Conversely, Zhao Wujie seemed to be on the brink of a similar confrontation. At this very moment, Zhao Wujie felt as if the wings upon his back were about to expand once more, and indeed, amidst the crackling thunder, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, illuminating the entire land in a deep crimson hue. In that instant, the wings behind Zhao Wujie grew yet again, transforming into flames that reached the heavens. A magnificent fire phoenix, a legendary figure of the ancient Eastern nation, materialized behind him, now under Zhao Wujie's command. The spectators were utterly astonished, unable to fathom that this battle had escalated to an international level. Should Yanling prevail in this confrontation, the ramifications would be dire. He would be branded as an advocate of Western powers, having vanquished Zhao Wujie, a champion of the Eastern realm, with the aid of foreign deities. Such a victory could lead to accusations of treachery and betrayal. To think that, at this juncture, he still had a hidden card up his sleeve. Clearly, his own capabilities were not to be underestimated. The initial choice to adopt a defensive stance was perhaps a strategy to conserve energy for a counterattack against me. Yanling, you truly are a cunning old fox. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he realized he may have been outmaneuvered. His dominating dragon fist had been overwhelmingly powerful, nearly depleting his internal energy to the brink of exhaustion. Do not forget, I am the vice principal of the Douluo Academy. My position is not merely a result of flattery, it is a testament to my own formidable abilities. The sight would evoke uncontrollable laughter in anyone who witnesses it. Well, it has come to this, and I find myself at a loss for words. The outcome is painfully evident. Should I fail to express myself? It would render me a mere spectacle of absurdity, reaching such a degree that articulating it would only portray me as a verbose chatterbox. Let us not dally. The moment for a decisive confrontation has arrived. You must show no mercy. Zhao Wujie, surrounded by a whirlwind of steam, was engulfed by a coarse flame that singed his hair. His once jet-black locks transformed into a vivid crimson, reminiscent of the reincarnation of Neza. In Chapter 167, the red-blue duel, his eyes radiated bursts of red. He comprehended that this fervor had finally erupted forth. He was furious, determined to reclaim his dignity. How could a mere elementary student, Yanling, reduce him, the vice principal, to such a state of humiliation? Thus, in this moment of indignation, Yanling had become the embodiment of Zhao Wujie's ire, compared to the animosity of avenging a father's murder or a wife's betrayal. Yanling had transformed into a contemptible foe in Zhao Wujie's eyes, one whose head he longed to sever. Meanwhile, Poseidon was taken aback, having not anticipated Zhao Wujie unleashing his full might against him. His association with Yanling stemmed merely from a disagreement regarding the Titan Great Ape. How had it escalated to the point of life and death? Poseidon found himself regretting the tumult stirred by Yanling. Should Yanling falter, the repercussions would be dire. On that day, the worth of the Chosen One will undoubtedly be diminished to a mere shadow of its former self, should Bibi Dong choose to cast blame. The repercussions will be dire. Thus, Poseidon is undoubtedly unable to escape the sanctions imposed by Bibi Dong. At this very moment, Poseidon finds himself ensnared upon this stage. Compelled to proceed with the next steps. There is no alternative. A sense of helplessness prevails. Having reached such a profound juncture, Poseidon resolves to offer unwavering assistance to Yinling. Determined that even if the primordial essence is shattered, he must ensure that these circumstances are ultimately comprehended and addressed. On the side of Zhao Wujie, crimson flames envelop his entire being, coalescing into the majestic image of a fire phoenix. This spectacle radiates an extraordinary brilliance across the sky, while the earth beneath him has become searingly hot. If the normal temperature were around 17 or 18 degrees Celsius, the sheer force of Zhao Wujie's energy has elevated the ground's temperature to nearly 400 or 500 degrees. Fortunately, the individuals within the Douluo Academy are far from ordinary mortals. Otherwise, such extreme heat would surely render them as mere roasted beings. Where there is intense heat, there follows a cooling presence, and Poseidon is far from idle in this regard. He channels the entirety of his divine power as the sea god to envelop Yinling, subsequently establishing a barrier against all that transpires. At this moment, two formidable forces have emerged in conjunction. The skill known as Frozen Thousands of Miles stands as one of Poseidon's most elite abilities. Just as Yinling was on the verge of being scorched by the searing flames, he felt a wave of refreshing coolness enveloping him. Turning his gaze, he beheld Poseidon standing behind him, embodying a supreme essence, gazing skyward. The clouds swirl with the rising winds, and at this very moment, the celestial line above Yinling begins to cascade down with a flurry of snowflakes. This is a contest between ice and fire, a struggle between blue and red. It embodies a clash of righteousness and morality, devoid of evil, lacking the dichotomy of heroes and villains. This is the commencement of a battle between principles and justice. The side of morality belongs to Zhao Wujie, while the righteous stand with Yinling. There is no good or bad, no right or wrong. Whoever emerges victorious shall be the protagonist of this academy. The stage is set for a grand performance, and this impending conflict will undoubtedly lead to mutual devastation. At this juncture, it falls upon the venerable Principal Flandra, alongside Bibi Dong and the previous esteemed figure, Tang San, to quell the blazing fury that threatens to engulf them all, rendering further discussion moot. Yinling fights for what he perceives as justice, convinced that the Titan giant ape must be vanquished, not for any other reason than to secure the safety of the students and to prevent the annual loss of so many ordinary names to the annals of tragedy. Conversely, Zhao Wujie contemplates the costs of maintenance and the risks involved in luring the Titan giant ape out, fearing it might wreak havoc upon the structures. All of this amounts to a considerable expenditure, and at this moment, he is driven by a sense of so-called righteousness. Two opposing forces, under the strain of conflict, show no signs of retreat. They are merely aware of the myriad of flashing lights surrounding them, yet fail to coalesce into anything coherent. The situation has become exceedingly intricate, presenting itself before the onlookers, leaving them perplexed as to why it has come to this. In the midst of this fierce battle between ice and fire, the students below have divided into two major factions. Those who favor warmth gravitate towards Zhao Wujie, while the cold-hearted rally around Yinling, with the blue and red factions clearly delineated. It is utterly astonishing that such chaos has arisen merely due to a Titan ape. One cannot fathom the source of Zhao Wujie's determination to confront Yinling head-on. The latter merely seeks to vanquish the Titan ape, yet somehow this has incited Zhao Wujie's intervention. Is there some hidden agenda at play? On the rooftop, for individuals stand, aside from three engaged in battle, Harris observes, arms crossed. As a spectator, he initially wished to remain uninvolved, yet now finds himself inexplicably drawn into the fray. The students below regard him as if he were the subject of a jest. Indeed, a boundary has formed between the ice and fire, with Harris positioned at its center. One moment he feels the chill, the next he is enveloped in heat. His complexion shifts from pallid to flushed, akin to a performer changing masks. However, Harris remains indifferent, confident in his identity as the king of the underworld, believing he will ultimately be unfazed by the oscillation between cold and heat. His presence at the Douluo Academy is merely a step towards gilding his future. Once that gilding is achieved, he shall turn and depart, leaving these matters behind as inconsequential to him. Thus, he sees no need to engage further with either faction, instead focusing his attention on Poseidon. Pondering how this young man intends to conclude the affair, The situation has escalated to a critical juncture. You are certainly in a precarious position. Do not let Zhao Wujin shatter the foundation of the original god, for the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Two powerful forces are gradually advancing, revealing the entirety of their energy in a breathtaking display. At this moment, Yanling feels an inescapable entrapment, a realization that escape is no longer an option. Chapter 168. The Power of the Sea God versus the Fire Phoenix. Zhao Wujin senses that this matter must reach a conclusion through life and death, having grown so formidable. The stakes are immense. Even the Fire Phoenix has been summoned, while the power of the Sea God has been unleashed by Poseidon. The clash between ice and fire has officially commenced, resulting in a cacophony upon the earth, a spectacle that cannot be easily dismissed. With each strike, the ground is cleaved asunder, creating an unsightly rift. Make your move. Why do you hesitate? Zhao Wujin taunts. Your Sea God's power may contend with my Fire Phoenix. Yet I harbor no illusions regarding the outcome of our duel. Should we both fall? I hope that our lives will be etched in the annals of the history of Douluo Academy. A cold smile graces Zhao Wujin's lips, his demeanor suggesting he has transcended the fears of mortality. He has come to terms with the certainty of his demise, and the flashes of brilliance he exhibits before Yanling signify his fearless resolve. He has placed life and death aside, and his very existence is a testament to his commitment to fight for a so-called righteousness. In his pursuit of safeguarding the academy and preventing the entanglement of innocent lives, he believes he is justified, standing on the side of virtue rather than malevolence. Despite his inclination to embezzle funds from the upper echelons of Douluo, he asserts that as long as the Titan Great Ape does not appear, casualties can be avoided, a sentiment of helplessness he cannot escape. Zhao Wujin swallows his pride and prepares for a direct confrontation with Yanling, convinced of his own righteousness. What audacity do you possess to challenge me with such fervor? Would it not be simpler to concede? Why prolong this conflict when we have reached such a critical juncture? Such circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for us. Cease the antics. Abandon the peculiarities and refrain from creating further discomfort. Do you comprehend? Yanling presently hopes that Zhao Wujie will concede, even if just once. For that single act of humility would allow him to regain his dignity. Once his honor is restored, myriad opportunities will arise. With the restoration of his face, a transformative turn of events is assured, presenting countless possibilities. Should he choose to bow, Yanling believes there is no need for a destructive confrontation. Furthermore, Yanling possesses a formidable dual martial soul. It is plausible that in the next moment, he could reach the heights of Tang San. Even though he is merely at the threshold of his potential, having yet to make a significant impact. Nonetheless, it is not imperative to escalate matters to an excessively embarrassing degree, thus rendering further entanglement unnecessary. There is no need to engage in superfluous discourse, however. Zhao Wuji's demeanor is one of unwavering resolve, willing to persist to the bitter end, even at the cost of his own life to express his convictions. He is fully aware that the next step may lead to his utter destruction, yet he is determined to proceed, resolute in unveiling the ultimate outcome of this endeavor. There is no other way, Yanling mused, for this matter has already commenced. The turning point of any situation has been irrevocably severed, and so it shall be. Among the two parties, one is destined to meet their demise. A formidable willpower is slowly propelling forward, which Yanling can already perceive. Today, Zhao Wuji will undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, leaving no room for reconciliation. There is no alternative but to make a move. Poseidon has transformed into a grand primordial spirit standing behind Yanling, providing him with an extraordinary shield of protection. At this moment, even Zhao Wuji, no matter how determined he may be to bring Yanling to his end, will find it an arduous task. It is evident that he could not extinguish his life in a single stroke. Thus, confronted with such a decision, Zhao Wuji found himself at a loss. He resignedly accepted the notion of mutual destruction. In a fleeting moment, a resplendent wave of light materialized before Yanling. Taking the form of a magnificent shield, a grand triangle revealed before him. At that instant, Yanling seamlessly merged this triangle into his grasp. In a heartbeat, he wielded the triangle with lethal intent, transforming it into a sweeping crescent-shaped arc. This arc unleashed a potent ripple across the heavens, aptly named the thunderous crescent slash. However, Yanling's execution of this technique was far from the legendary thunderous crescent slash. It was merely an initial manifestation of the crescent slash. Its power was not particularly formidable, yet it was not to be underestimated. The crescent arc carved through the sky, hurtling directly towards Zhao Wuji. In the sky, undulating blue stripes coalesced to form a semicircular shape, illuminating the crimson expanse of Zhao Wuji's half of the heavens, creating a new arc evidently. The power of this crescent strike is formidable, as it has directly caused a significant crescent-shaped fracture in the azure dome above Zhao Wuji. The earth has begun to tremble, and the sky has been rent asunder time and again. A crescent-like phenomenon has manifested, leaving shattered traces in the air. Above Zhao Wuji's, the heavens have fractured, and celestial dust cascades down like a torrential downpour. It is indeed true that the sky can be shattered, and this chaos has been wrought by Yinling. Who could have imagined that this mere youth, barely in his 20s, could unleash such formidable power? Of course, such feats are only possible with the backing of a deity akin to Poseidon. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to execute such grand maneuvers. Zhao Wuji's held his breath, retreating a couple of steps, yet the sky erupted with a powerful ripple. Soon, as he concentrated his thoughts, he restored his crimson half of the sky to its pristine state. At this moment, Yinling also comprehended that the stars falling from the heavens were the manifestations of the energy fluctuations between them. To put it plainly, the one whose sky bore more falling fragments was closer to victory or defeat. Although the celestial bodies appearing to fall seemed few in number, once they struck the ground, they would reveal themselves to be the size of houses, crashing down with a resounding thud and creating a semicircular dent in the earth. At this juncture, the students of Douluo Academy, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively retreated in alarm, for they understood that what lay ahead would not be as apparent as it seemed. Chapter 169. All around, with matters having escalated to this point, there was little left to say. Zhao Wuji's had initially wished to avoid causing destruction to the Academy structures. However, he deemed Yinling's actions excessively radical. Given the circumstances, there seemed to be no reason to involve himself further. To his astonishment, it appeared that this individual was indeed intent on wreaking havoc, as if he sought to plunge Douluo Academy into utter chaos. Yinling, have you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? Or is it only when chaos ensues that you will be satisfied? Zhao Wuji gazed at the chaotic spectacle unfolding in the sky, a scene that struck him as utterly absurd. He had not anticipated such a disarray confronting him, rendering him momentarily blind to the reality before him. It felt akin to a bizarre net sprawled out, impossible to escape, yet now, what was once intangible had taken on a tangible form. Under the influence of the sea god's power, his eyes and entire being radiated a soft blue hue. At this moment, he resembled a shell immersed in the ocean, the manifestation of his power before him. Waves of azure light cascaded, culminating in a blinding rupture that was impossible to behold. Zhao Wuji, clearly the architect of his own misfortune, pondered why he should bear the blame. It would be more fitting for him to direct his ire inward. Had it not been for his interference, he could have vanquished the Titan ape. Yet, here he was, directing his frustration at me, a testament to his lack of insight. On the other hand, Yinling clenched his fists tightly, fortified by the sea god's power. The tyrant dragon fist, when unleashed, possessed the potential to obliterate the entirety of the Douluo Academy, reducing it to ashes. However, he refrained from such an act, acutely aware that all the strength coursing through him was rendered ineffective against the tempest before his eyes. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, resembling a phenomenon that defied description. At this juncture, Yinling distinctly sensed that Zhao Wuji had no retreat left, and he too found himself cornered. This clash of powers represented the final confrontation in the duel of red and blue. Zhao Wuji stood for a so-called righteousness, while Yinling embodied a notion of justice. The two forces could no longer be severed in the vast expanse of the sky. If they were to merge, they would be inseparable. Enough of your prattle, Yinling retorted. Your previous crescent wielded considerable might, yet it is trivial in comparison to my own. Look up at the sky. A gaping hole has been mended, has it not? You realize this renders your efforts futile, do you not? Will you not feel a pang of regret? With a mere wave of his hand, Zhao Wuji effortlessly mended the sky, which had been rent asunder by the crescent strike. In that fleeting moment, the brilliant expanse of stars transformed back into a serene azure sky adorned with drifting white clouds. It was as though nothing had transpired, and all was tranquil. Yinling, witnessing this spectacle, was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated the sheer prowess of Zhao Wuji, evidently. The ordinary crescent strike could not cleave through the heavens on this side. Furthermore, the boundary of blue here could only advance if it overcame the red obstruction, which undoubtedly hindered any ambitions of further progress in the azure realm. To his astonishment, Zhao Wuji's abilities were indeed remarkable. However, I must offer you this counsel. Despite your restoration of the sky, do take a moment to glance at your own chest. The azure halo you bear is a gift from me. What do you think? Is it of any value? At that moment, Yinling gestured towards Zhao Wuji, noticing a glimmer of blue radiance before him. This was an exquisite present bestowed upon Zhao Wuji by Yinling. Should this gift ever ignite, it would unleash a magnificent explosion. Even if Zhao Wuji were to float in midair, he would inevitably be brought down, for there exists no architectural support beneath him. They are merely embodiments of fighting spirit, a formidable force amalgamated in the air, allowing them to hover like carefree clouds. This explains why Yinling possesses the audacity to utter nonsensical words with such confidence. While the outcomes may seem glaringly obvious, the intent behind them is profoundly potent. Yinling requires a series of intricate maneuvers to dismantle Zhao Wuji's composure. However, having been forewarned, Zhao Wuji feels no need to cower in fear of Yinling's petty tricks. At this moment, he merely flicks the blue radiance in his grasp, casting it into the distant sky. He would never dare to unleash it within the academy, as he understands that although the blue light appears unassuming, its potential for explosion could evoke an unusual brilliance, resulting in a cascade of miniature detonations. Clearly, this light, despite its modest appearance, holds the capacity to sever one's existence, manifesting as a mushroom cloud in the heavens. To his surprise, this young man has indeed held back. The thunder half-moon slash is merely a ruse, is it not? That blue light is the true centerpiece of your performance, yet why do you choose to alert me? Do you wish to show me mercy? Let me assure you, even if you extend mercy to my subordinates, I shall remain unyielding to yours, for I am acutely aware that kindness to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. I harbor no desire to exhibit benevolence to an adversary, nor to indulge in senseless brutality. I hope to avoid the emergence of such absurdities. Zhao Wuji chuckled, a glimmer of icy brilliance sparking in his eyes. His cold laughter conveyed a sense of perfect clarity. He was well aware of his forthcoming intentions. Having reached this stage, it is evident that any resolution must not rely on others. Chapter 170, Where Not a Blade of Grass Grows. After a careful examination, it truly reveals itself as a rather amusing peculiarity. Yinling could not help but chuckle. He never anticipated that after going to great lengths to assist Zhao Wuji, he would be met with such sardonic mockery directed at himself. Such a turn of events was utterly ludicrous. How could one still linger in indecision at such a moment? As if they were someone who could easily be trifled with? Two forces continued to intertwine, while at that very moment, the power of the sea manifested as a formidable deity, transformed by Poseidon. It stood like a statue behind Yinling, creating the grand illusion of a giant against the horizon. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene came to a halt, realizing that within the Douluo continent, such a pinnacle of divinity truly existed. The revelation was indeed astonishing and eye-opening. Therefore, at this juncture, Yinling chose not to delve into the chaotic circumstances surrounding them. He simply offered a casual smile, casting aside the tangled facts that occupied his hands. As the final tumult of events swirled around him, Yinling had already grasped the essential words he needed to articulate. With a slight smile, he revealed everything before him. Yet, he remained uncertain about the correct course of action to take next, feeling somewhat at a loss. Ultimately, he needed to comprehend the fundamental question of what truly useful actions could be undertaken henceforth, lest he find himself in an awkward position, unsure of how to conclude the matter. Such a sight leaves one utterly bewildered, unsure of the next steps to take. Yinling, with a subtle gesture, grasped the so-called light energy within his hands. At that moment, he realized he had never truly been defeated. If one were to consider a complete loss, it would indeed be quite disheartening. Thus, at this moment, radiant brilliance began to emanate from beneath his fingernails, gradually transforming them into elongated, razor-sharp extensions. Had Yinling chosen to extend his hand slightly, he could have effortlessly eradicated the chaotic situation before him. However, he opted for tranquility, bowing his head instead. In this humble posture, he had ascended to a level far above that of Zhao Wuji. Peering down upon Zhao Wuji, he observed the emergence of explosive patterns across the latter's face. It appeared that Zhao Wuji had succumbed to a profound transformation, having been fully demonized. This was hardly surprising, as the Blood Demon Emperor had manifested within him, revealing a blazing blood phoenix, akin to a genuine fire phoenix. The energies they embodied were strikingly distinct, while both were phoenixes. One was forged from blood, and the other from flame. The collision of these two forces struck like a cannonball, leaving one momentarily dazed, uncertain of how to proceed with clarity. Do you truly believe you can match me? Yinling mused, finding Zhao Wuji lacking in significant worth. Haven't you realized by now? My position here is a testament to my own capabilities. How could a mere student hope to easily best a vice principal? If you possess any courage, do not move. Zhao Wuji, meanwhile, had ascended to a new echelon, and if there had once been a distance of several hundred meters between him and Yinling, that gap had now significantly narrowed. At this moment, Zhao Wuji soared high into the sky, reaching an altitude of several thousand meters, where he gazed down upon Yinling. With incredulity etched upon his face, he observed Yinling, who appeared to him as nothing more than a mere jester. Even now, he pondered why Yinling was still engaged in such a cacophony of trivialities. Was he perhaps showing restraint? Thus, Zhao Wuji resolved to disregard the chaos surrounding him, opting instead for a swift and decisive resolution. The facts were glaringly evident, and the situation was becoming increasingly coherent and expressible. At this juncture, Yinling had become a mere pawn within Zhao Wuji's grasp. Zhao Wuji channeled all of his strength into his wings, igniting a powerful flame that formed a semicircle in the sky, beneath which lay a grand circle. As he directed the sunlight downwards, a radiant and dazzling spectacle emerged amidst the brilliance. In an instant, a searing beam of red light shot forth into the heavens, reminiscent of an indomitable marvel, rendering Yinling momentarily speechless as he grappled with how to articulate his thoughts. At this critical moment, he recognized that he was powerless to conjure any semblance of a plan. However, he was acutely aware that the so-called realities had become painfully clear, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Yinling could only contemplate retreat, taken aback by Zhao Wuji's unrelenting ferocity. It seemed as though Zhao Wuji was intent on extinguishing his very life, which rendered the situation rather perplexing as he wondered what course of action to pursue next. He had not anticipated that Zhao Wuji would wield such formidable powers, contemplating that if this laser beam were to strike him, it could easily spell his demise. Yet, the circumstances were different now. He was faced with a profoundly intricate predicament. He needed to acknowledge a harsh truth. His identity as Yinling and the aid of Poseidon stemmed from his own formidable capabilities. He remained vigilant, aware that he must tread carefully, lest he find himself in an exceedingly embarrassing predicament. Yinling clenched his molars with great intensity, resolving to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. He aimed to assimilate everything, for he recognized that the established facts were glaringly evident. To create further complications would be to invite reproach, as it would seem utterly foolish. He had forgotten how to articulate his thoughts, leaving him at a loss for the next course of action. The situation before him was pressing and urgent. On the other hand, Zhao Wuji showed no mercy. His fingernails were growing wildly, transforming him into a disheveled figure with fiery red hair, his eyes darkening to an abyssal black. He regarded Yinling with a maniacal gaze. You refuse the path to heaven and seek the gates of hell instead. What do you truly desire? Speak. Zhao Wuji was consumed by his own madness, embodying the adage that one must embrace madness to survive. At this moment, he disregarded his own life and the world around him, yet he was resolute in his intentions. Rising from a reclined position, he stood tall, his feet upon the clouds, and charged towards Yinling, wielding a sharp steel blade aimed at his throat. He sought to sever Yinling's arteries, to annihilate his entire family, though he seemed to overestimate his own prowess and that of his opponent. Before him lay two undeniable realities: the formidable shield Yinling possessed, which rendered him nearly invulnerable, and the overwhelming defense that had enveloped him. In the face of such power, Yinling emerged as an intangible threat, provoking Zhao Wuji's desire for a lethal strike. Yet, Yinling's barriers and defenses were fortified to an extraordinary degree. Under this formidable presence, Yinling momentarily lost sight of his own path. However, when confronted by Zhao Wuji, Yinling abruptly regained clarity, for he understood that the established facts were laid bare before him with striking clarity. To fail to navigate through this tumult would indeed be blind folly. In a state of helplessness, Yinling was left with no choice but to acquiesce. There was no other option. Life is singular. And while Zhao Wuji sought to deliver a fatal blow, Yinling could only resort to evasion. The radiant light resembled two invisible lasers, oscillating back and forth in an instant, transforming the chaotic matters into a vivid spectacle. At this moment, Yinling comprehended that the situation was rather manageable. Zhao Wuji launched his offensive while Yinling adeptly defended, his formidable resilience creating a series of ripples. In a fleeting moment, the bizarre array of peculiarities unfolded before him, akin to dynamic waves of light. Thus, Yinling discerned that Zhao Wuji's ultimate weapon was merely this. Since this old fellow could not bring about his demise, there was no need for him to extend any mercy. In the face of such fearless might, Zhao Wuji evaded, as Yinling intended to execute a series of tactics against him. The two moved as if gliding upon a breeze. Step by step, ascending towards the rainbow in the sky. However, at that moment, the sky held no rainbow, only the flames ignited between the red and blue factions, creating a dazzling spectacle. In confronting these circumstances, Yinling recognized the evident truth. If one could no longer produce results, then one would remain blind to reality. Unexpectedly, this young man had managed to evade his lethal strike. Impressive, indeed, yet it seemed he had forgotten a crucial detail. Zhao Wuji had little effect on him. At this juncture, Zhao Wuji realized that Yinling bore no genuine formidable power. His entire being was merely encased in defensive armor. With the so-called power of the sea god resembling the principle of the highest virtue is like water, benefiting all endeavors. At that moment, Poseidon ceased to speak, having transformed into a great primordial spirit, shielding Yinling from adversity. Their states were interconnected. In triumph, they shared glory, and in suffering, they faced loss together. The potential to form a cohesive unity was palpable, and to speak of the chaotic peculiarities would be to remain oblivious. Zhao Wuji had initially possessed the capability to vanquish Yinling with a single strike. However, he refrained from doing so, for behind him stood the unparalleled Poseidon, lending his strength. Moreover, on the balcony stood Horus, and Zhao Wuji was acutely aware that, although Horus had not intervened, should he exert his utmost against Poseidon, the outcome could be dire. Thus, Pluto Horus would inevitably intervene, as he was aligned on the same battlefield. Zhao Wuji was genuinely apprehensive, caught between the wolf and the tiger. Just as he was preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Yinling, he had to weigh whether Yinling would counter with a series of luminous and advantageous moves. If so, then this chaotic situation was truly blinding. Zhao Wuji grit his teeth in frustration, for he had not anticipated that Poseidon would ally with Horus, standing alongside Yinling. It was perplexing how these two deities, mere representatives of the Western world, had come to the Eastern realm to engage in a gilded exploration of its culture, only to depart once their time was up. Why should they meddle in Yinling's affairs? Such thoughts eluded him, yet Zhao Wuji found himself ensnared in this predicament. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to charge forward, regardless of the consequences. Yinling, equally determined, clenched his teeth, and both parties regarded each other with contempt, unwilling to see the other perish. Yet, it seemed that all of this was ultimately futile, as the outcome was glaringly evident. The situation laid bare before them left others bewildered, unsure of how to conjure the so-called anomalies. Faced with such circumstances, Zhao Wuji could only ponder whether this battle was destined to reach an impasse. This troubling thought indeed caused him considerable distress, as he scratched the back of his head only to realize it was devoid of any clever ideas, merely an empty canvas. Observing Zhao Wuji's signs of faltering, Yinling speculated whether the vice principal might actually relent, allowing him to strike down the Titan ape. Contemplating this, Yinling retracted a portion of his strength. Yet he was unprepared for Zhao Wuji's sudden shift to elation, for Zhao Wuji had finally discerned that Yinling had fallen into his trap. Chapter 172. Ascending to great heights is impossible. He had escalated the situation to a fever pitch. How could he possibly consider a retreat? Thus, feeling utterly helpless, Zhao Wuji found himself ensnared upon this stage. He recognized the futility of entangling himself in myriad trivialities. The reality was as it stood, and any further elaboration would only serve to complicate matters. In light of